This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Will you please? Can you please not kill him? He is just a child. The beautiful woman in front of him was about to cry. Her eyes were red, and she was really pitiful. Wu Yu's doubtful eyes swept across her exquisite and gorgeous appearance, perfect makeup, meticulous hair, and the tassels on the exquisite hairpin swayed slightly with her movements. The beautiful woman was wearing a silk cheongsam made of silk satin and white high heels. She was extremely elegant, but also extremely inconvenient to move. The person in the beautiful woman's arms was a terrifying and weird doll. The corners of the doll's mouth were sewn up with a needle, and blood and tears dripped from its eyelids. Sensing Wu Yu's sight, the doll terrifiedly hid in the woman's arms. When it looked over secretly, its eyes were full of evil and bloodthirsty light. The brief confusion faded, and a lot of information suddenly appeared in Wu Yu's mind. It turns out that she is a cannon fodder in a book called The Cold Buddha's Son and is soft and soft boy. Set in a post-apocalyptic wasteland world after the advent of terror, the heroine Suimo and the hero Xingxingxi rely on their own powerful mental power and awakening ability to kill powerful ghosts and finally save all mankind. The heroine in the book has been a daughter of a terrifying family since she was a child. On the day she was born, her beauty shocked the whole family. Later, she slowly grew up and was even more amazing to the world and was known as the most beautiful woman in the end times. In the last days of the Dharma, spiritual energy is scarce. Suimo was detected with rare S-level spiritual power at the age of 8. Since then, Suimo has never stepped out of the gate of the luxurious manor where she lives under the protection of her family. But even with S-level spiritual power, Suimo has never been trained in combat. With her beauty, she doesn't need to do anything herself. She only needs to spend her days in the manor, learning flower arrangement, tea tasting, playing the piano, and painting, and naturally countless dogs will flock to her and offer her the most precious treasures. Suimo saw Wu Yu's strange expression and said stubbornly, "Wu Yu, don't always be prejudiced against these ghosts." Wu Yu came to her senses and unexpectedly, she was reborn. Thinking of her previous life, she traveled with the protagonists, but because she had no mental strength and awakening ability, she was forced to be a bait and was eaten by low-level evil ghosts. Until she died, Suimo, who was constantly saving ghosts and had a compassionate heart, never even cast a glance at her, and even looked scared. Wu Yu felt chilled and ridiculous. Yes, how could such a pure and flawless heroine see the common people like her? They are just ants. Wu Yu nodded after taking back the sword in his hand. You are right, I was narrow-minded before. Even ghosts have their own feelings. Unexpectedly, Wu Yu agreed so easily. Suimo's face flashed with helplessness. How could it be? Aren't you afraid that I will bring this doll back, which will be detrimental to the team? Wu Yu couldn't help but sneer in her heart. It seemed that Suimo was not unaware of the inappropriateness of her behavior, but she just wanted to show her saintly heart. Unfortunately, she didn't respond. Wu Yu shook her head. No, as long as it's what you want to do, you must have your reasons. Wu Yu's words seemed to be pampering Suimo, but in fact, she was just setting her up. You are responsible for what you want to do. Suimo's eyes were red after hitting a soft nail, as if Wu Yu was making her angry. What's going on? The male protagonist Xingxingxi appeared at the right time. Seeing Suimo's red eyes, he didn't say anything no matter how he asked. He looked at Wu Yu and asked in a questioning tone, Wu Yu, what did you do? Wu Yu had long been numb to everything in front of her. In her previous life, as long as the male and female protagonists appeared at the same time, there would be countless repetitions of such meaningless and shocking dialogues. Taking a deep breath and looking at the two of them, Wu Yu's tone was cold and distant. First of all, it was Suimo who wanted me to let the doll go, and I agreed with her point of view. I don't know what she's sad about. If you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't put all the blame on me. Secondly, I don't want to stay in the team anymore. I'm officially notifying you that I'm leaving the team. From now on, I have nothing to do with the shadow team. Xingxingxi sneered. Quit the team? Are you throwing a tantrum at me? Don't you even look at your own identity? Do you think I keep you? You're an ordinary person with no mental power and no awakening ability. Where else can you go after leaving my team? Wu Yu didn't want to waste her words. Anyway, in the hero's concept, he assumed that all the female members of the team were his harem, and all women would fall in love with him as soon as they saw him. Wu Yu simply tore off the team nameplate on her chest and threw it on the ground, then turned and left. When she turned her head, she didn't see the sinister and interested look in Xingxingxi's eyes. Suimo saw it, she gritted her teeth, and a strange emotion flashed through her heart. This was the first time that a man paid attention to a woman other than her when she was there. Seeing Shinjinxi's eyes always fixed on Wu Yu's back, Suemo bit her lower lip and said aggrievedly, "Brother Qingxi." Shinjinxi turned back to look at Suemo. At the same time, Wu Yu's figure disappeared from their sight. Leaving the shadow team made Wu Yu feel like a drowning person suddenly grabbed a piece of driftwood. She breathed a sigh of relief and felt that the air became particularly fresh. Just as Shinjinxi said, Wu Yu had no mental power and no awakening ability, but in her previous life, she could survive to the end of the apocalypse with a single breath. In this life, with the experience of clearing the dungeon in the previous life, she can survive on her own. Wu Yu has had a very good memory since she was a child, a strong learning ability, and amazing concentration. In addition, she is a very insensitive person, so she is not that afraid of ghosts. Wu Yu remembers that the dungeon she is in now is called Horror Doll. The doll that Suemo wants to save looks weak, but it is actually the real body of the final boss. Sumo's action of taking the doll back is undoubtedly a big bomb for the team. In the previous life, because more than half of the puppet team was killed or injured, even Wu Yu lost one hand. But Suemo and Shinjinxi got extra rewards because they got the first kill in the dungeon, which was also the beginning of Shinjinxi's team's rise. Thinking of this, Wu Yu became more and more tired of the plot that always served the male and female protagonists. She decided to take another path and avoid the male and female protagonists, according to the clearance strategy summarized by the later generations in the previous life. In fact, there is another way to pass this dungeon without fighting the boss, that is, you will encounter more low-level ghosts. Wu Yu had rich combat experience in her previous life, and she didn't mind wasting a little more effort. She came to the road of opportunity mentioned in the strategy, and looked at the endless and stacked low-level ghosts in front of her. Wu Yu did not hesitate to draw out the peachwood sword behind her, looking at the peachwood sword carved into the style of Sailor Moon's magic wand. This sword accompanied her throughout her previous life, but disappeared strangely before her death. Now that the peachwood sword is back in her hand, Wu Yu feels particularly relieved. Just as Wu Yu was about to take action, the sound of bullets and artillery fire suddenly sounded. Wu Yu was surprised to find that the ghosts that made the shadow team shy away in the previous life, which were so numerous that they made people's scalps numb, were all eliminated in the blink of an eye. The smoke was dense, and Wu Yu looked forward with doubt. Chapter 2. As the smoke cleared, the true appearance of the people in front gradually emerged. What surprised Wu Yu was that she originally thought that there were at least 10 people with such strong and domineering fighting power, but there were only 5 people on the opposite side. Except for the one in the middle, the 4 people around were all wearing uniforms. The uniforms were all made of gold thread with a huge and warm purple gold flame printed on the back. In contrast, the shadow uniforms that Wu Yu wore were so sloppy in material that it was embarrassing. Wu Yu slightly opened her eyes wide. She didn't expect that she would meet the legendary first team of the apocalypse, Chiyan. The man standing in the middle had sharp eyes and looked at Wu Yu accurately. The Chiyan team member next to him said, "Deputy Captain, there's someone over there." Looking at his clothes, he looks like a member of Shadow. Jian Sui remained calm. Shadow? Is it Shinjinxi's Shadow? Team member, yes. Shinjinxi has been fighting with Captain Yin Yang, openly and secretly. Do you want me to drive this person away? Hearing this, Wu Yu suddenly became nervous. Jian Sui glanced at Wu Yu. No need, she has no spiritual power. Maybe she got separated from her companions. Don't waste your time. Wu Yu looked at Jian Sui in surprise. She didn't expect him to tolerate people from other teams following him. You should know that Shinjinxi has always been cold and cunning, and very suspicious. As long as he is in the dungeon, if he sees someone who is not from his team, he will kill them without hesitation and ask why. In the name of beauty, how could anyone sleep soundly beside a fierce tiger? And Jian Suiyu, Chiyan's military advisor, the strongest brain in the end times, a genius mathematician and physicist, the sentence he often says is, "The end of science is theology." A super genius who truly uses science to assist metaphysics in eliminating ghosts. This person is actually the vice captain of the legendary first team Chiyan, Jian Suiyu. It is said that Chiyan team repeatedly got the first kill in dungeon with the assistance of Jian Suiyu, and obtained many powerful magic tools and props. In the previous life, Wu Yu was just a small cannon fodder in the shadows. He had never met such a big man, let alone known him. It was only heard that Jian Suiyu was ambushed by a ghost when he led a team in a dungeon alone, and his head was cut open by a ghost. The pride of a generation of heaven disappeared silently in the filthy and terrifying dungeon. Later, a ghost even took over Jian Suiyu's body, and became one of the 10 ghost kings in later generations. Chiyan also lost his military advisor and the strongest brain, and began to decline from prosperity. Thinking of this, Wu Yu couldn't help but take another look at Jian Suiyu. Geniuses are often lonely and cold, and Jian Suiyu is no exception. His eyes are rational and cold, and he is very indifferent to Wu Yu. He is tall and graceful, and his cold face is like a bright white moon. Having lived 2 lives, Wu Yu has always been knowledgeable and interesting. Although she had some guesses in her mind, considering the disparity between their identities, she didn't intend to speak rashly. She herself didn't know where Jian Suiyu was ambushing, and if she made a mistake, it would seem that she was deliberately trying to make herself known. So not only did Wu Yu not move forward, she even deliberately distanced herself from Chiyan's men. Following Chiyan, Wu Yu didn't need to take action at all to clear all the ghosts along the way. Even if a mid-level ghost that could be called a dungeon boss appeared occasionally, the powerful firepower allowed Chiyan to easily suppress it. Seeing Chiyan stop moving again and start to count the battlefield, Wu Yu stopped. She magically realized that she had taken advantage of Chiyan for free. Ah, the feeling of being a stinky salted fish, is it so wonderful? The feeling of playing bad and hugging thighs is damn sweet. In her previous life, she had always been diligent and conscientious in the shadow, not daring to slack off, for fear that she would be abandoned by the team because she had no mental power and mental ability. The members of the team with mental power ridiculed her all the time. But Chiyan said, "Vice Captain, that shadow member has been following us. Is she abandoned by the shadow team? What a poor little thing. The shadow has always liked to flatter the powerful and trample the weak, and has done many such despicable things. I remember the last time the vice captain picked up a team member abandoned by shadow, and later when he came to our team, we found out that he was a person with A- mental power. How come he became a person with a special ability when he came to our team? Is there something wrong with Shadow's feng shui? The air is full of bad luck?" Jian Suiyu's eyes flashed. "Pay attention." Hearing Chiyan's discussion, Wu Yu frowned. The person with a special ability they were talking about was actually a spy deliberately sent by Shinqingxi to find out the internal situation of Chiyan. For some reason in the previous life, Chiyan never discovered the existence of this traitor, and in the end, he became the sharpest knife to stab Chiyan in the back. While Wu Yu was thinking, the Chiyan team had already traveled more than halfway on this road of opportunity. The reason why it is called the road of opportunity is that there is a fork in the road halfway. One thought is heaven, one thought is hell. If you choose the right one, you can pass the level painlessly, but if you choose the wrong one, you will trigger the dungeon's death trap. Wu Yu has a strategy in hand, so he naturally knows which one to choose. Chiyan. At the fork in the road of opportunity, Wu Yu and Chiyan pulled away and waited for Jian Suiyu to make a choice. "Deputy Captain, there are 2 roads, left and right. Which one should we choose? Why don't we split up? The Shadow's people are also in the dungeon. If we split up, the firepower will be dispersed. Jian Suiyu, go to the right." Hearing Jian Suiyu's decision, Wu Yu frowned instantly. The right side is a road to certain death. Seeing Chiyan's people obey Jian Suiyu's orders without hesitation, Wu Yu couldn't help but say, "Wait." Chiyan's people turned around in surprise. "It's the shadow team member. What does she want to say?" Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu. "If you make the wrong choice on this road of opportunity, you will be doomed. You don't have many people with you, so there is no room for trial and error. So do you want to reconsider it?" Jian Suiyu's eyes were cold. "Thank you for your reminder, but the reason why Chiyan came to such a small dungeon is naturally to be the first to kill the hidden map in the dungeon." Wu Yu didn't expect that Jian Suiyu deliberately chose a road of death. As expected of Chiyan, he dared to come alone with 4 ordinary team members to get the first kill in the dungeon. Thinking of Jian Suiyu's experience in his previous life, Wu Yu wondered if this was too arrogant. However, if she said too much, it would seem like she was meddling in other people's business. Wu Yu walked to the left road ahead of Chiyan and others. 1 step forward, she could leave the dungeon. At this moment, screams and noises suddenly came from behind. "Captain, there is actually another road here." Chapter 3. Hearing the voices of the shadow team members, Wu Yu's eyes flashed with bad luck, and she couldn't help but quicken her pace. "Deputy Captain, it's Shadow's people. Didn't they take another road? I'm afraid they encountered difficulties, and couldn't go back the same way. It's really bad luck. These people never forget to pick up the leaks." Wu Yu felt an arrow hit her knee as she took 1 step. Isn't she the biggest freeloader? Thinking of being the same as Shadow, Wu Yu felt a little depressed. "Wu Yu, you are here too. We have been looking for you for a long time. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have encountered the ghost trap and suffered heavy casualties." Sumo's best friend saw Wu Yu from afar and scolded her. It was obvious that no one cared about Wu Yu's leaving the team just now. In their eyes, being able to stay in Shadow was a supreme gift to Wu Yu, and she would never be willing to leave the Shadow team, which is currently ranked in the top 10 in the world. That's right, without mental strength and ability, why are you running around all day? You don't think you are the same as Momo, do you, Wu Yu? I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you and Momo grew up in different environments. Momo is a proud girl who has been pampered since childhood, and what about you? You are just an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Even if you haven't read a few days of books, you should know what is meant by clouds and muds. The person who spoke emphasized every word: clouds, mud, and difference. Sumo's eyes were red. Don't say anything more. I think Wu Yu definitely didn't mean it. It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on bringing the doll back, Wu Yu wouldn't have been so angry. Momo, I'm not saying anything bad about you, you're just too kind. That's right, Momo, you don't understand. You can only look at a person's face, but not his heart. The Chiyan team member, who had been listening for a while, was surprised. Bringing a doll back to the team? Is this really something a smart person would do? Aren't you afraid that the scary doll will kill everyone in the team? Sumo's expression froze, and the Chiyan team member spread his hands. I've heard about Princess Su's style for a long time. The whole team is praising her. Even though she looks like a flower, it is still terrible to not take the lives of team members seriously. Didn't you say that her mental power is S level? How could she do such a brainless thing? She was protected too well since she was a child, and she doesn't know the sufferings of the world. Anyway, when terror comes, the lives of ordinary people don't matter at all. Suemo looked aggrieved and pursed his lips tightly. Shadow Vice Captain Shinjo looked at her with great heartache. He looked at Jian Suiyu angrily. Vice Captain Jian, you just let your subordinates talk about an innocent girl. Is this what a gentleman does? Jian Suiyu smiled coldly. Don't flatter me. I've never been a gentleman. Moreover, if you want to talk about meanness, aren't you the people of Shadow who come and accuse others without reason? Wu Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect Jian Suiyu to speak for her. Shinjo's eyes wandered between Wu Yu and Jian Suiyu. After a while he sneered, Wu Yu, you are really amazing. You left for such a short time, and you actually got involved with Chiyan's deputy captain. It seems that our Shadow Temple is too small to keep a big Buddha like you. Even Shinjingsi couldn't help looking at Wu Yu, his eyes full of suspicion. Wu Yu, my patience is limited. You don't think that just because Jian Suiyu said something to help you, you have the capital to be willful. How could the great Chiyan accept you into the team? Take a deep breath. Wu Yu retracted the steps to leave and turned around. A tree lives on its skin, and a person fights for his breath. If she leaves dungeon like this today, it will be irresponsible to her breasts. Wu Yu sneered at Shinjo, your brain is smaller than a walnut. When you see a man and a woman standing together, you can only think of those dirty things in the crotch. Even chickens think you are unlucky. You deserve to be Sumo's licking dog for the rest of your life, licking dogs until you have nothing in the end. Looking at Shinjingsi again, I didn't expect you to have Alzheimer's disease before you are 30. No wonder I said that. How can I smell an old man's smell from a distance? It turns out that it comes from you. I said I would leave the Shadow and have nothing to do with it from now on. Stop bothering me. I feel sick just seeing you. After saying that, Wu Yu took off her Shadow uniform without hesitation in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Wu Yu only wore a pure white short t-shirt inside. Years of exercise gave her 8-pack abs, and she was lean, but with extremely smooth lines. Wu Yu looked calm, not caring about her exposed skin at all. For a moment, she actually attracted the attention of everyone present. A dark light flashed in Shinjingsi's eyes. It was interesting. He wanted to see how Wu Yu would end up today. When Wu Yu comes to beg him crying, he will definitely punish her. Suemo bit her lower lip with a pale face. She looked at Wu Yu's indifferent expression and the light flashing in Shinjingsi's eyes, and felt a strange feeling in her heart. For the second time, this is the second time that she was in a situation, but she attracted all the attention. Wu Yu walked to Jian Suiyu with bare arms. Captain Jian, you want to get the first kill, I will help you. Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Yu. If I'm not mistaken, the other road you were going to take just now is the way to leave the dungeon. So what is the reason for you to come back now? Wu Yu laughed in horror. If bitten by a dog, you have to kill the dog. Jian Suiyu nodded. What are your conditions? Wu Yu looked like a bachelor. If possible, I will ask you to spend money to broadcast it to the whole world, and give Shadow a slap in the face if you get the first kill. Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows. That's it? Wu Yu nodded, yes. Jian Suiyu, aren't you afraid of revenge from Shadow? Wu Yu shook her head. Anyway, she had plenty of ways to leave this dungeon and find a hidden dungeon to stay in. As long as she had the strategy in hand, it would not be a problem to hide for 10 or 8 years. Although she can't beat the male and female protagonists, she can compete with them to see who can survive longer. Wu quietly told Jian Suiyu, Captain Chiyan, follow this road, look up, and you will see many fluttering white ribbons. As long as you and your team members walk into the range covered by the white ribbons, there is no possibility of turning back. These white ribbons are all clones of this dungeon boss. As long as they are entangled by the white ribbons, any physical attack will be ineffective. If you pass this white ribbon road smoothly, you will reach the lair of the puppet boss, and the ability of the puppet boss will be infinitely weakened, and it will be easy to defeat it. Jian Suiyu nodded, thank you for telling me. Wu was surprised, aren't you afraid that I will lie to you? Jian Suiyu shook his head. Watching the Chiyan team leave, Wu looked puzzled. Suddenly, she opened her eyes slightly. She remembered, Jian Suiyu's awakened ability is Discerning Truth. Chapter 4. Jian Suiyu's spiritual power is S level, and his ability to distinguish the truth can be applied to all people, and ghosts with lower spiritual power than him. People can lie, and ghosts are no exception. Distinguishing the truth can help him choose the correct way to pass the level as quickly as possible. That's why he believes that everything Wu said is true. Jian Suiyu led people in, and as expected, he saw the white cloth belt that Wu mentioned. The narrow road, the fluttering white cloth belt has no end in sight. Chiyan team member, I didn't expect that what the girl named Wu said was true. Why did she tell us the secret to pass the level? We are competitors with Shadow. Isn't it obvious from the way they were at loggerheads just now? She must have been excluded from the team. Alas, in this world, ordinary people really have no dignity. If she could be in Chiyan, she would definitely not. Don't talk nonsense, Chiyan doesn't accept female team members. Jian Suiyu suddenly said, it's not that we don't accept female team members, it's that we haven't met a suitable female team member who matches Chiyan's style. The team members were stunned. Vice Captain, Wu asked for help twice. Can we let her join us? Yes, but Wu doesn't seem to have that intention. She may have left the dungeon now. No, if we just leave like this, will Shadow cause trouble for Wu? Jian Suiyu interrupted, we are now attacked from all sides. The situation is not favorable for us. The most urgent thing is to get the first kill and leave the dungeon as soon as possible. Yes. Under Jian Suiyu's command, all the members of Chiyan used 200% of their firepower. They had undergone professional training, and their accuracy was so high that they could hit every target. These modified bullets hit the white cloth strips fluttering in the air with sparks. Surprisingly, the seemingly weak and boneless white cloth strips would emit a ghostly and weird wail when hit. The members of Chiyan looked at each other, which further confirmed Wu's statement. These white cloth strips were the clones of the puppet boss. Jian Suiyu ordered, increase firepower, pay attention to cover, don't give the puppet boss a chance to react. Okay. For a moment, the narrow path was in flames. Oh, I thought you were so capable. I didn't expect that even if you stick close to him, Jian Suiyu would not look down on you. That's right, otherwise why didn't he take you with him when he went to get the first kill? The toad wants to eat the swan meat, but he doesn't even take a piss to look at himself. As soon as Jian Suiyu left, Sumo's girlfriend immediately mocked Wu. Just now, Jian Suiyu defended Wu, and the interaction between them made their eyes red with jealousy. You know, Jian Suiyu is the crush of many women in the end times. Before Wu, he was not polite to any woman, but he was so different to Wu. Even Sumo was not treated differently by him from beginning to end. How could these women not be angry about this? Wu was not interested in this kind of female competition. She had no reason to follow Chiyan's people. She was not a member of Chiyan's team. The reason why he didn't leave the dungeon was because of another concern. The puppet in Sumo's hand was the real body of the boss. Wu was afraid that this variable would eventually lead to Jian Suiyu's tragic death. What made Wu feel most disgusted was that after Jian Suiyu's death, his body was controlled by a ghost, and he actually fell in love with Sumo. This ghost killed and did whatever he wanted in Jian Suiyu's face, while helping Sumo to shake the Chiyan team. He simply didn't care about the life and death of the supporting characters in order to make the protagonists stronger. Finally, the ghost was killed by Shinqingxi. Shinqingxi absorbed Jian Suiyu's ability to discern the truth, and Sumo got all the props that Jian Suiyu had when he was alive. The relationship between the male and female protagonists warmed up, and everyone was happy. Her failure was regrettable, but the success of the protagonist was even more heartbreaking. As the sound of bullets and artillery fire in the distance became more and more intense, many unexpected events occurred. The puppet doll that Suemo had been holding tightly in her hand suddenly pounced on the ordinary team member beside her. Ah! In the blink of an eye, the team member was sucked dry by the puppet doll and fell to the ground as a dried corpse. Wuyu stood far away and saw everything. Behind him was the dungeon passage leading out of the dungeon, but after seeing the puppet sucking the energy of 4 or 5 people amid screams, it actually rushed straight to the road where Chiyan Sueyu left. Thinking that they were fighting the enemy with all their heart and soul, and such a powerful puppet boss rushed from behind, the final outcome was predictable. Taking advantage of the chaos of the shadows, Wuyu chased after the puppet boss without hesitation. But he was grabbed by Shinjingzi, with a sinister look on his face. Wuyu, what do you want to do? Wuyu did not hesitate to pull out the dagger hidden at his ankle and stab Shinjingzi. He did not expect Wuyu to attack suddenly, and his attack was so cruel. Shinjingzi's wrist was cut, and he let go of his hand. Under Shinjingzi's gloomy and cold gaze, Wuyu ran to the trail. Brother Qingzi, are you okay? Suemo exclaimed, with a look of heartache. Shinjingzi raised his mouth fiercely, and said with a smile, It's okay. But the bottom of his eyes was full of dark clouds, which made people frightened. After a while, he smiled slyly and said, Rest the team, we will catch up. Chasing after the puppet boss, Wuyu drew out her peachwood sword, bit her middle finger, and smeared the blood on the peachwood sword. She chanted the spell quickly, and the complicated and lengthy spell came out of Wuyu's mouth without any stagnation or pause. In her previous life, Wuyu, who had no ability, had to work harder than anyone else to survive. She got up before dawn every day to practice, swinging the sword again and again. Even with her eyes blindfolded, she could still swing every vital part accurately. No matter how complicated the spell was, she would practice it thoroughly and recite it by heart. All of this was just to survive. She wanted to survive. The fingertips were red, and the blood stained the peachwood sword. The moment she finished the spell, she aimed at the vital point of the puppet and hit it hard. The puppet boss, who was eager to return to his nest, was caught off guard and fell to the side. Not giving the puppet boss any chance to react, Wuyu chased him and finished him off. One sword, and another sword, each sword hit the puppet boss's vital point. For a moment, the evil spirit spread everywhere, and the puppet boss was defeated under the double attack of Wuyu and Chiyan Sueyu. Just when Wuyu was about to give the puppet boss the final blow, Qin Zhou's sinister voice suddenly came from behind. Captain, we came at a coincidence. Instantly, Wuyu's heart skipped. Chapter 5. Whoever gives the dungeon boss the final blow gets the treasure. Especially in this horror dungeon, when the first kill is still there, the treasures given will be more abundant, and it is common to jump levels. In the last days, morality has fallen, and the strong are respected. In the horror dungeon, killing people and stealing treasures is too common. Shinjingzi and Qin Zhou have done such dirty things many times, otherwise, they would not have become so successful so quickly in the last days when there are so many strong people. Moreover, Shinjingzi has always been hypocritical. Even if he kills people for treasure, he always speaks in a high-sounding manner. Wuyu, you are originally a member of our shadow. The gains from the team battle should be distributed uniformly by the captain. That's right, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have lost so many members. If you take this treasure by yourself, it's simply a conscienceless thing. Even if it's the end of the world, people can't be so immoral. Even Suemo was persuading Wuyu, I know you have an opinion on my approach. But you can't lose your temper with the team because of this, and take the props that should belong to the team for yourself. Wuyu glared at the puppet boss that destroyed her hand in her past life. What bad luck, even if a nuclear bomb exploded, she didn't want it, puppet boss. Human, you are taking your anger out on others. Thinking that even if she killed the puppet boss, the shadow would kill her and take the treasure, Wuyu simply slowed down her movements. Shinjingzi noticed that something was wrong with Wuyu, but when he came to his senses, he was shocked to find that the puppet boss that Wuyu was holding had disappeared in the air. Then, everyone's communicator sounded. Congratulations to Chiyan Sueyu of the Chiyan team for completing the first kill of Horror Doll, and obtaining the B-level prop. Flying White Cloth Strip, can summon B-level ghosts to help fight, and additional first kill props. S-level prop Puppet Wind Chime, can predict the existence of ghosts in advance, can upgrade props, and awaken combat capabilities after upgrading. According to the previous agreement, this announcement was refreshed 3 times in a row. Listening to the repeated prompt sound, everyone in the Shadow team had bloodshot eyes of jealousy. An S-class upgradable item. It's still a predictive item. It can even awaken combat after upgrading. Such a powerful item actually appeared in a B-class dungeon. It was even obtained by the Blazing Flame team, which they hated. Wu Yu? Hearing Shinxingxi's angry roar, Wu Yu realized that something was wrong. She ran deep into the white cloth without hesitation. There was another door to leave the dungeon. Thinking of Shinxingxi's terrifying and unpredictable strength, Wu Yu put the speed runner on both legs without hesitation. She took a deep breath and tried her best, and saw the exit door was right in front of her. But when her hand was about to touch the dungeon door, she was pressed to the ground by a force from behind. The severe pain from her internal organs made Wu Yu cough up blood. She forced herself to suppress the cry of pain in her throat. Chinzhou grabbed her hair and pulled her up from behind. Captain, this woman betrayed us and deliberately let Chiyan get the first kill. Killing her is too easy for her. As he said that, he punched Wu Yu hard from behind. Puff. Another mouthful of blood. Although Wu Yu's face was covered with blood, her eyes were full of excitement and disdain. She believed that even if she died here today, Jian Suiyu, who returned with the S-level props, would definitely be able to change the future through herself and the prophetic props. Even if no one would remember or care about her, an insignificant ant, a pariah without spiritual power, it didn't matter. Because she really existed, and she changed the script, the light in Wu Yu's eyes made Chinzhou extremely angry. He pulled Wu Yu up fiercely, took out a dagger and pointed it at Wu Yu's soft waist. Chinzhou's tone was cold and excited. Wu Yu, when you spoke rudely to me just now, did you think you would fall into my hands now? Do you think Jian Suiyu would like you? He had already left the dungeon with the S-level props, and went back to enjoy his glory. And you? You will only die in this dungeon in a humble and dirty way. As he spoke, Chinzhou looked at Suimo, his expression changed instantly, and his tone was gentle. Imo, you will be scared next, be obedient, and go to the other side with Yin Yin and the others. With the death of the dungeon boss, the dungeon is temporarily sealed, and you can only leave but not enter, so it is safe. This also means that no one can enter the dungeon to save Wu Yu. Suimo looked at Wu Yu anxiously, without a word of pleading, and turned around and left surrounded by her bestie. After Suimo left, Chinzhou's expression instantly became treacherous and lewd. He smiled strangely, and slid the tip of the knife towards Wu Yu's shoulder strap. Wu Yu, I didn't know before, but I didn't expect that you are far less beautiful than Suimo, but you have a good figure. It's really a bargain for you to die like this. Chinzhou looked at Shinxingxi, whose eyes were ambiguous and flashed with bloodthirsty light. It seemed that he also wanted to participate in torturing Wu Yu. Wu Yu sneered, don't dream. Instead of letting these two scums ruin her, she might as well die directly. As she said that, without giving the two a chance to react, Wu Yu rushed towards Chinzhou's knife tip without hesitation while they were off guard. Puff. It was the sound of the knife tip piercing into soft flesh. Wu Yu had a determined look on her face, and even a smile of relief on her face. But to her surprise, the expected pain did not come. She opened her eyes in confusion, and what appeared in front of her was the dazzling purple gold flame she had just seen. Oh my god, sister, you are too cruel. It's a pity to die just because of these scumbags, isn't it? That's right, they don't deserve it at all. I didn't expect that the vice-captain would lose his temper and take action first. Wu Yu slowly turned her head, and saw that the tall man in the robe of the Chiyan team standing in front of her was Jian Suiyu. I didn't expect that the Chiyan team didn't leave after getting the first kill, but hid in the dark. Looking at Jian Suiyu's cold profile, she was surprised. Why don't you leave? The props cannot recognize the owner in the dungeon. Aren't you afraid that the shadow will steal the treasure? Jian Suiyu glanced at Wu Yue. After a while, Wu Yue was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Even her short sleeves were torn, revealing a large area of skin around her waist, which was full of bruises, but her eyes were as calm, clear and real as when they first met. Without hesitation, he pulled out the dagger that had stabbed Chinzhou in the abdomen with his backhand. Jian Suiyu took off his battle robe with one hand and threw it behind him, covering Wu Yue completely. At the moment when darkness came, Wu Yue heard Jian Suiyu say, well, there are still some things that are not completed. You can't leave for the time being. Then, with a puff, Jian Suiyu swung his knife and cut off Chinzhou's right hand. Jian Suiyu's voice was faint and frighteningly cold. Just now, you used this hand to catch our Chiyan people? Sorry, we Chiyan always take revenge. Today, you have to leave this hand behind. It has to stay behind, not for discussion, but for notification. Chapter 6. The whole dungeon was filled with Chinzhou's wailing, and Shinxingxi looked very ugly. He stared at Jian Suiyu with a cold expression. Even if it was Chiyan, it would be too arrogant to act like this. Facing the hero of the original book, Jian Suiyu's expression was still indifferent, and he didn't take him seriously at all. Captain Shin, in the last days, everything is respected by the strong, and being weak is the original sin. If you don't like Chiyan's behavior, you should reflect on yourself, why the people you brought out are so vulnerable. You should also reflect on why you are unable to protect your men. When you indulged your team members to mock others just now, you should have thought that you would also be slapped in the face in public. Ignoring Shinjingxi's gloomy expression, Jian Suiyu lowered his head and asked Wu Yu, "Can you still walk by yourself?" Wu Yu nodded. "It's okay, just a minor injury." In her previous life in Shadow, even if the injury was 10 times more serious than this, she could bite her teeth and survive. Whenever she made a sound, she would be ridiculed. "Don't you think of yourself as a princess? Such a minor injury, is it that serious?" "That's right. Do you think everyone can get the same treatment as Momo? Momo is a proud daughter of heaven." It happened that Suemo heard the scream and came back, saw Chinzhou was seriously injured, and saw Wu Yu standing next to Jian Suiyu wearing the battle robe of Chiyan. She accused him, "Wu Yu, did you really betray Shadow? Chinzhou is your vice captain. How could you hurt his hand? If he loses his hand, how can he fight in the future?" This statement really opened the eyes of Chiyan's people. No way, Chinzhou is going to kill Wu Yu. She is a living bodhisattva. She must be killed and cannot resist? Let alone losing his hand. Even if he loses his life, it is Chinzhou's fault because he is not as skilled as others. What's more, there are many people who are still fighting with broken hands and feet. How come Chinzhou has horns on his head? He is so precious that he cannot be touched. Sumo's face turned red. She couldn't believe that with her charm, someone would refute her. She looked at Wu Yu unwillingly. It was all because of Wu Yu. Ever since Wu Yu said she wanted to leave Shadow, her world had completely changed. Sumo's best friend was indignant, and said with certainty, it was all caused by Wu Yu. She was the one who got angry and left alone, and then she deliberately let Yu Chiyan off. Chinzhou is our vice captain. It was natural for him to take action against Wu Yu in order to maintain discipline. What a natural! Wu Yu was so angry that she laughed. She sneered and looked at Suemo. Suemo, is what she said true? Thinking of the real reason why Wu Yu left, and her statement that she had already proposed to quit the team, Suemo glanced at Shinjingxi obscurely. But what made her feel wrong was that Shinjingxi didn't help her at all. Obviously, Shinjingxi was still immersed in the humiliation of being slapped in the face by Jian Suiyu in public, and couldn't recover. There were only 3 people present at the time, and Suemo simply nodded, "Yes, Wu Yu, you are really too willful." Wu Yu suddenly laughed, and her laughter was weird, which made Suemo feel bad. "Wu Yu, please? Can you please not kill him? He's just a child." "Wu Yu, don't always be prejudiced against these ghosts." "How could that be? Aren't you afraid that if I take this doll back, it will be bad for the team?" Sumo's face turned pale when he heard his voice suddenly playing in Wu Yu's communicator. "I'm going to save the ghosts? Is this something a normal mind can think of? You are both right and wrong, and you treat everyone as fools. You want to save the ghosts, but you also want to put the blame on Wu Yu's head. No wonder I saw Suemo holding that doll in her arms before. I saw several mummies on the road wearing shadow uniforms. It's really a jinx that invites wolves into the house. If I were Wu Yu, with such a stupid teammate, I would run faster than her." Following the words of the Chiyan team member, as expected, the communicator continued to broadcast, "Officially notify you that I am leaving the team. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Shadow team. I said I left the Shadow, and from now on I have nothing to do with it." Suemo was exposed for lying in front of him, and he was on the verge of collapse. I was wondering why Wu Yu would go alone before. He had already decided to leave the team. Then Shadow came to our road under the banner of looking for someone. Could it be that he was too weak to beat the ghosts and deliberately came to our road? In that case, didn't Shadow's people want to steal the fruits of our Chiyan's victory? It's fine if they wanted to steal, but they also brought the puppet boss to attack us. If Wu Yu hadn't discovered something wrong in time and took action, we would have been killed by the attacks from both sides. So people should still have some conscience. Now that they have lost the first kill and the S-level props, they deserve it. This trick is called, hurt the enemy 100, and hurt yourself 10,000. We are not hurt either? How can we not be hurt? Our Wu Yu is definitely mentally traumatized. I didn't expect that the Chiyan members would consider me a teammate so quickly. Wu Yu gathered her battle robe and felt a little embarrassed. In her previous life, she had never been protected. Whenever something happened, she was pushed out to become the target of public criticism and was criticized. So when she was reborn, Wu Yu immediately turned on her communicator recording device. Shadow asked for a hammer and got it. Wu Yu threw the evidence in their faces in public. Suemo covered her face with grievance and turned around and ran away. Shinjingxi chased after her. Before leaving, his eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent towards Wu Yu, and Wu Yu's entire neck hair exploded. She was very familiar with Shin Qingxi's sinister look because he hated her. Shin Qingxi was a sinister and cunning person, with a small stomach. If he didn't agree with him, he would be hated by him, not to mention Wu Yu's slap in the face in public. But it doesn't matter, there's still a score to be settled with Shin Qingxi. The people from Shadow followed Shin Qingxi and left. Qin Zhou, who was left alone, picked up his severed hand. He stared at Wu Yu's back with a devilish look. Wu Yu, I will cut you into pieces. Until she left the dungeon and boarded Chiyan's shuttle, Wu Yu's expression was still solemn. Jian Suiyu glanced at her. Sorry, did I scare you just now? Wu Yu was puzzled. What do you mean? Cut off one of Qin Zhou's hands. Speaking of this, Wu Yu's face was serious, and she shook her head. In fact, I was just thinking that instead of cutting off one of Qin Zhou's hands and leaving trouble, it would be better to kill him directly. Not only to kill him, but also to stab him in the left and right chests to prevent him from being a mirror image person. Forget it, it's better to chop off his head directly, drain the brain, and then dig out the heart and burn it with gasoline. This way, people can feel at ease. For a long time, the entire shuttle was so quiet that even breathing could not be heard. Wu Yu turned her head curiously, and saw that all the members of Chiyan were staring at her in amazement. After a while, one of the youngest members swallowed his saliva in fear. I thought those guys in the base were scary enough, but I didn't expect to have the honor of seeing the living king of hell today. Puff. The light laugh came from Jian Suiyu, who was always rude. Chapter 7. Wu Yu looked at him very seriously. I am serious. Jian Suiyu nodded. I can see that. But it's not that I don't want to, it's just that there are really few people following this time. Plus, the difficulty of the dungeon is beyond my expectations. If I continue to fight with the shadow, I am not sure of a complete victory. Strictly speaking, I am afraid that I was targeted by the shadow this time when I led the team alone. I was too arrogant. Sorry for putting you in danger. Wu Yu blinked, looking surprised. So Jian Suiyu was explaining to her. How could she have such a good reputation that Jian Suiyu could explain to her in person? Even after Jian Suiyu saved her, he apologized to her. In her previous life, let alone getting an explanation from the captain of the team, she would have been grateful if they had not wronged her and put the blame on her. Thinking of Jian Suiyu's previous statement that he was not a gentleman, Wu Yu felt that he was just sitting there and fulfilled the saying, a gentleman on the road is as gentle as jade. At first glance, it looked like a piece of cold jade, but when you tasted it carefully, it was warm inside, which made people feel warm. Compared to hypocrites like Qin Zhou and Shin Qingxi, it is thousands and tens of thousands times better. Wu Yu shook her head. No, I am not afraid of thieves stealing, but I am afraid of thieves thinking about it. Even a genius can make mistakes. But you got the puppet wind chime. I hope she can be your third eye and help you see the danger ahead. In this way, Wu Yu's adventure is worth it. Speaking of the puppet wind chime, Jian Suiyu suddenly summoned the prop. Looking at the wind chime hanging in the air, swaying gently with the wind chime made a crisp sound, and the whole wind chime was emitting a purple gold light, which was the light that only S-level props were worthy of. It matches the color of the blazing flames. Unlike the fierce and bloodthirsty one seen in the dungeon, the puppet's face becomes obedient after it becomes a prop, and at first glance it looks like a cute sunny doll. When looking at Wu Yu, it even waved its soft little hand shyly to cover its little face. Wu Yu sighed. It is worthy of being an S-level prop. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful prop. This was something that a little cannon fodder like her had never had the honor of seeing until her death in her previous life. In the previous life, all the team's earnings had to be handed in. Even if she had been lucky enough to get an A-level item and a B-level item, they were eventually taken away because she had no mental strength to hold them, and it was a waste, and the props could not be used to their true power. After the props were taken away, the team would compensate her with some points in a high-sounding manner as so-called compensation. But God knows, these compensations are not even 1/10,000,000th of the value of the props. In the previous life, she was controlled by the plot, and didn't even realize how outrageous all this injustice was. She was just a puppet who kept fighting with her life and flesh, burning herself for the supreme glory of the hero and heroine. Just imagining it, Wu Yu couldn't help but feel frightened by the viciousness of the plot. This time, she must find a way to completely get rid of the plot. Just as Wu Yu lowered her head to think, a puppet wind chime suddenly appeared in front of her. Wu Yu subconsciously poked the puppet's soft cheek with her finger, and the puppet actually crawled into her arms like a puppy and acted coquettishly. It liked you very much. S-level props are spiritual. If it weren't for the shadow chasing you at that time, this prop should have been yours. So this puppet liked you more than me, the one who delivered the final blow. Wu Yu looked at Chiyan Suiyu in surprise. It was really rare to be favored by a ghost. Does this puppet have any masochism? She just hit it in the vital parts one by one, and it actually likes her? In the previous life, being liked by ghosts was the unique privilege of the heroine Suemo. Chiyan Suiyu, it was inconvenient in the dungeon just now. Since this prop likes you, it can naturally be better used in your hands. At the same time, as Chiyan's vice captain, I am also using this item to express my welcome to you. Wu Yu was worried, but vice captain, I haven't awakened my spiritual power. So I may not be able to use this item at all. Chiyan Suiyu looked indifferent, then you can hang it on the head of your bed as a pendant. Wu Yu? ? Excuse me, may I ask if you mean to let her hang an S-level precognitive item that can also upgrade combat skills as a pendant on the head of the bed? So Chiyan is always so arrogant. Is it really okay to be so wasteful? Ah, perhaps Wu Yu's expression was too shocked, and she looked like you were heartless, you didn't mean anything, and you were making trouble for no reason. Chiyan Suiyu felt that it was necessary to explain. You reminded me twice in the dungeon before, and I think you may not have awakened your spiritual power as you think. This S-level item happens to have the ability to predict, so I think that after the item is in your hands, it may stimulate your potential. Unexpectedly, Chiyan Suiyu was so perceptive. Wu Yu's expression froze. When dealing with people, it is taboo to talk about deep things when you are just an acquaintance. Given her current relationship with Chiyan Suiyu, it is too early to tell him about the rebirth. The Chiyan team members beside her also advised her, Wu Yu, just accept it. Every new member will receive a gift after joining the team. This is the tradition of Chiyan. Yes, and the vice captain has many treasures. Don't be polite to him. That's right, you have to get the thickest wool. Chiyan Suiyu glanced at them coldly, and they, turned around and ran away with a smile. S-level props can understand human words. The puppet hugged Wu Yu tightly, and refused to let go, and kept rubbing her with its soft little head. Chiyan Suiyu, take it. Since that was the case, Wu Yu was not hypocritical. She nodded and took the puppet, and bound it to it. This was Wu Yu's first time to bind props, and no matter how calm she was, she couldn't help but show anticipation and excitement in her eyes. Chiyan Suiyu handed the puppet Chiyan to Wu Yu, and she signed a contract with the puppet Chiyan to bind it. A purple gold light flashed before her eyes, and an S-level item appeared on the empty communicator's personal information panel. Wu Yu seemed to be in a dream. No wonder the male and female protagonists in their previous lives were always keen on dungeon first kills, treasure hunting, and treasure stealing. This feeling of having food in hand, and not panicking in the heart is really wonderful. Seeing Wu Yu's unconscious smile, Chiyan Suiyu reminded her, look at the item panel. Wu Yu nodded, yeah. Clicking on the item panel, Wu Yu widened her eyes in disbelief. I heard that S-level items have a chance to have a starred level when they are bound. The higher the star level, the better the item. And her puppet wind chime actually flashed 10 stars. 10 stars. Full stars. In the previous life, even if Suemo had 5 S-level items, the highest one was only 8 stars. Even the 8 stars was praised by Sumo's girlfriends, from the first episode to the finale. Then hers has 10 stars right from the start. Isn't she more powerful than Suemo? Although there is only a 2-star difference between 8 and 10 stars, the power of the item doubles between each star level. That is to say, one 10-star item is equivalent to 4 8-star items. If Wu Yu can light up all the 10-star items, even if Suemo has 5 S-level items, none of them will be as good as the one she has. The more Wu Yu thought about it, the more she felt that she had a good chance of changing her fate in this life. Life has a purpose again. However, she thought about the crystals needed to light up the 10-star upgrade puppet wind chime. Her good mood disappeared in an instant, and she silently fell. Crystals? Are you kidding? Where did she get the crystals? Shadow has always handed in all the crystals. She is just an African slave without emotions. What blurred her eyes? Ah, it turned out to be poverty. Chapter 8. A strong sense of dejection suddenly filled the air around him, and Chiyan Suiyu turned around in confusion. What's wrong with you? Wu Yu smiled bitterly. Nothing, I just realized once again that I am a waste. Wu Yu's words were so sincere that Chiyan Suiyu subconsciously thought she was sad that the bound item had a low star rating, so he comforted her. Don't be sad, even if the star rating is low, it is still an S-level item after all. Wu Yu shook her head slowly. It's 10 stars. Chiyan Suiyu didn't hear clearly, and continued to comfort her. I only have 3 S-level items in my hand now. The highest is no more than. Wait, you just said that your puppet wind chime is 10 stars? A 10-star S-level item. Even in the entire Chiyan, only their captain Shin K has won. Chiyan Sueyu couldn't help but use his ability to identify the truth on Wu Yu. Wu Yu looked depressed, whom identified as Truth. Chiyan Sueyu felt that his worldview was impacted, and he barely managed to calm down and rubbed his temples. He looked puzzled. So why are you so depressed after getting such a powerful item? Wu Yu, I feel like a eunuch entering a brothel, I am powerless. Identified as Truth. Chiyan Sueyu. This is the first time I've heard such vulgar words in my life. And the most outrageous thing is that every word is true. Fearing that his ability would be tainted, Chiyan Sueyu quickly shut down his ability. He even wanted to slap himself for being curious a minute ago. So you're curious. But after thinking about it, Chiyan Sueyu immediately understood. Even though 10-star S-level items are very rare in the end times, the rarity also means that it takes a lot of effort and resources to keep and feed this item to 10 stars. Wu Yu had just made an enemy of Shadow, and she had no awakening ability, so it was not surprising that she felt worried. Wu Yu was worried, but suddenly found a flash of red light around her head. She turned her head in confusion, and saw that Chiyan Sueyu's hands were full of the most top-notch and rare red crystals. These red crystals contain the purest resentment, which is the best nutrient for feeding props. Chiyan Sueyu, I didn't bring much out of the dungeon, take these first. I get them for you after we return to the base. Wu Yu felt that her face must be full of magic now. Are all the people in Chiyan living bodhisattvas? So many red crystals, just give them away. In the previous life, those people in Shadow valued crystals more than their eyes. Not to mention giving them, they really wanted to hold them in their mouths all day long for fear of being missed. Wu Yu shook her head quickly. I can't take it. No merit, no reward, don't talk about the previous dungeon anymore, I got the S-level props. The team members, who were watching the excitement on the side, were afraid that Wu Yu would make a fool of herself. So they snatched the red crystals from Chiyan Sueyu and stuffed them directly into Wu Yu's hands. What props? They were originally yours. You saved all of our lives. Chiyan Sueyu's life is worth a lot. These crystals are not enough. When we get to the base, you have to make a lot of money from him. Wu Yu looked at the red crystal in his hand, looking confused. Chiyan Sueyu drove away the team members, who were joining in the fun. But they are right about one thing. Wu Yu looked up and saw Chiyan Sueyu with a proud face. My life is much more valuable than these crystals. So from now on, take everything I give you. Wu Yu, okay. She really didn't understand Chiyan's customs. The shuttle was flying very fast, and was about to reach Chiyan's team base. The shuttle slowed down and slowly descended to stop in the huge open space. Through the front window of the shuttle, Wu Yu couldn't even see the whole picture of Chiyan. It was conceivable how big the entire Chiyan occupied. Wu Yu sighed. It was worthy of being the legendary first team. The entire Chiyan was almost 10 times larger than Shadow from the outside. Thinking of her previous life, when she first entered Shadow, she also had infinite longing and expectations for the team, but the cruelty of the present world gave her a head-on blow. When the Shadow team members knew that she had no psychic power or awakening ability, and was just an orphan with no background, they all looked down on her. Not to mention welcoming her, no one even paid attention to her. They even talked about her in front of her, another useless person, who won't live for a few days. If you ask me, the captain shouldn't let these ordinary people join the team. If ordinary people are not allowed to come, who will go to die as bait? You can't let us psychic people go, right? That's right, ha ha. Wu Yu felt sick when she thought of the faces of those people in Shadow, who flattered the powerful and bullied the weak. With the experience of the previous life, Wu Yu was no longer full of expectations for everything she was about to face. Even if Chiyan Sueyu and these team members were sincere and enthusiastic, it was difficult to avoid the bad nature of people in a team as big as Chiyan, and the first in the world. Wu Yu, you don't know that you are the first female team member since the establishment of Chiyan. The words of the teammates made Wu Yu even more worried. The first female team member, in the previous life, as long as the female members of the team were, it was difficult to avoid being talked about. Even after Wu Yu survived 3 dungeons in a row, everyone in the team said that she survived by clinging to Shinshinxi. Since then, everyone in the team has been using her to seduce others. At the beginning, she would also defend herself, but no one ever believed her. Over time, Wu Yu understood that people only believe what they want to believe. Having endured too much malice in her previous life, Wu Yu instinctively thinks of everything in the worst possible way. We're here, let's get off the shuttle. After hearing Chiyan Sueyu's notification, Wu Yu nodded in confusion. Before leaving, Chiyan Sueyu suddenly said, Wu Yu, you better be mentally prepared. This reminder made Wu Yu's heart suddenly beat, and she became even more nervous. Wu Yu said seriously, I know. In her previous life, she was able to survive in such a harsh environment as Shadow. In this life, Wu Yu came to Chiyan, and she thought, I can't be worse than Shadow. Seeing Wu Yu ready to fight, looking like he was going to kill ghosts, Jian Suiyu's eyes flashed with confusion. Then, he seemed to think of something and curled his lips. Before Wu Yu stepped out of the shuttle, Jian Suiyu added, I mean, you'd better prepare yourself for the warm welcome that will follow. Wu Yu. Ah! Before Wu Yu could come to his senses, 2 shuttles flashed by his ears and attracted the attention of everyone present. Chapter 9. Wu Yu looked up with a blank face as the shuttle flew higher, and saw 2 combat shuttles developed with the most advanced technology doing 3.5 turns in the air, spraying colorful exhaust all the way. The 2 shuttles first drew a heart, and then wrote the words welcome Wu Yu to join the Chiyan team in the air. Then, colorful huge fireworks began to be set off in the air, countless colored strips fluttered in the air, and the sound of the swana of the golden snake dancing wildly was played in the air. The whole environment and atmosphere were more exaggerated than the new year. A big cake was written with welcome Wu Yu to join the Chiyan team, and brought to Wu Yu's eyes. Jian Suiyu put the cake knife into Wu Yu's hands. He urged her in her confused eyes, cut the cake quickly. Cut from the beginning to the end, and everything will go smoothly from now on. Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu, then at the cake knife in her hand, and then at Chiyan's unfamiliar but warm and sincere faces. She suddenly felt a sore nose tip, and a tear fell unexpectedly, making the originally lively scene suddenly stagnate. It's all your fault. I told you not to fly the shuttle. It's really stupid. Hey, who is playing crazier than me? If I hadn't stopped you, you would have even wanted to fire 2 more bombs into the sky. Hey, I did it just because I wanted to. Isn't it lively? It's obviously them. Why are they setting off fireworks in the broad daylight when it's not a festival? What's wrong with me setting off fireworks? You don't care. You care about everything and even my shit and farts. Hey kid, are you trying to get excited with me? You dare to laugh? I think your cake is so ugly that Wu Yu is crying. How can you talk to your father like that? No matter how ugly the cake I made is, it can't be uglier than yours. I think Wu Yu was scared to tears by you, this ugly bastard. I'm not done with you today. The situation was completely out of control, and everyone was twisting in a ball. Wu Yu apologized quickly, I'm sorry, I've never seen such a passionate scene, and I was too excited. Wu Yu was so scared that she wanted to count out to everyone present. Jian Suiyu held her back. It's okay, they are just teasing you. Wu Yu looked at everyone and found that they were not really quarreling, but just wanted to relieve Wu Yu's sadness. Wu Yu looked confused. She didn't understand why these people were so friendly and enthusiastic when she just arrived. Jian Suiyu pointed to the communicator. In fact, I told him everything in the team group when the public broadcast was made. They all admired your style of doing things and asked me to save you. But even if they didn't say it, I couldn't just let it go. Shinqingxi from Shadow always plays tricks on our team, and the captain. We have long wanted to settle this account with him. Wu Yu did not expect that there would be such a thing. She hurriedly thanked the members present. Thank you for your help. Hey, what are you talking about? It was you who saved our vice-captain. We can't help it. Who made us have a rookie vice-captain? It's really worrying. Wu Yu, you are the vice-captain's lifesaver now. Don't be polite to him. Wu Yu waved her hands repeatedly. No, it was the vice-captain who saved me at the critical moment. Jian Suiyu, okay, if we continue talking about this, there will be no result tomorrow. Wu Yu suddenly thought, then all the team members know that I used to be a member of Shadow, don't they mind? Jian Suiyu shook his head. Chiyan is not a team that will generalize. You are you, and Shadow is Shadow. Wu Yu's tone was gloomy, but birds of a feather flock together. When I think about the fact that I used to be in Shadow, and the whole team knew about it, I feel that social death is no different from shitting in the street. Jian Suiyu. Although he didn't use the ability to discern truth, he knew that Wu Yu was speaking the truth. Moreover, whenever he heard these words, he felt that his CPU was going to burn out. Jian Suiyu, I still have team matters to deal with. After you cut the cake, someone will take you to the assigned dormitory. Wu Yu nodded, okay. Each member was given a large piece of cake. Wu Yu looked at their faces covered with cream, and smiled for the first time after his rebirth. Wu Yu, I'm Suiyu's mother, you can call me Aunt Chen. A middle-aged woman in her 50s, but well-dressed walked up to Wu Yu. Her eyebrows and eyes were soft, and she looked at Wu Yu with love. Wu Yu quickly put down the cake. Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen, I heard Suiyu say that you saved him, and I only have Suiyu as a child. I really thank you. Wu Yu felt that this matter was really as Jian Suiyu said, and it would be unclear until tomorrow. Seeing Wu Yu's anxious and distressed look, Aunt Chen smiled, silly child, people are eager to let sway you owe a huge favor. Only you seem to be afraid of being associated with us. Wu Yu murmured, Aunt Chen, I have concerns. Aunt Chen, I know, for girls, reputation is the most important thing. You are afraid that others will think that you got into Chiyan by relying on sway you. Wu Yu didn't expect Aunt Chen to be so insightful. That's right, there is no simple one who can stay in Chiyan. Aunt Chen winked at Wu Yu, don't worry, I'm here. No one dares to talk nonsense. Come on, I take you to your dormitory. Under the guidance of Aunt Chen, Wu Yu walked into the dormitory area of Chiyan. After the end of the world, most of the land turned into wasteland, and the space available for human survival shrank dramatically. In his previous life, Xinqingxi was afraid that people would say that he lived a luxurious and wasteful life, so the area of the team was always small. Even Su Mo's complaints about his small room could not change his decision. Xinqingxi has always been selfish. He doesn't care about the quality of life of the team members. He is just seeking fame and reputation, and will never allow himself to have flaws and stains. Next to the big bunk bed where Wu Yu lives is a mixed toilet for men and women. It stinks all day long, and the environment is terrible. Most of the base area was allocated to Su Mo to live in. Even though Xinqingxi's room was not as big as Su Mo's, Su Mo still felt dissatisfied. But just now, as she followed Aunt Chen, Wu Yu saw that all the members of the base were in double rooms. Each room was about 20 square meters with its own private bathroom, and each room was equipped with the most advanced AI smart housekeeper. Even for Chiyan, who was composed of only male team members, Wu Yu did not smell any peculiar smell when passing by their dormitory, and even smelled a faint fragrance. Aunt Chen noticed Wu Yu's surprise and told her with a smile, Our captain has always believed that a good rest can lead to better fighting, so we treat all members equally. Wu Yu nodded, the captain is very righteous and must be a very good person. Aunt Chen's expression was a little strange, as if she didn't agree. Aunt Chen changed the subject, but yeah, you are a girl after all, you can't live with male team members. Let's go upstairs. Arriving at the third floor of the dormitory, Wu Yu noticed that there were only 2 doors on the entire floor, one on the left and one on the right, on opposite sides. The other door was closed, and no one knew who lived there. Wu Yu took a look, then looked away. Aunt Chen, time is tight, and I don't have time to pack for you. You can live here first, and I send you things one by one. Wu Yu smiled and waved her hand. No, Aunt Chen, I just need a bed. In her previous life, she lived in a 16-person bunk bed in the Shadow team. That dormitory that violated the Geneva Convention could be called Shadow's own northern Myanmar. The roommates around her kept changing, and most of them died for various reasons within a few days of arriving. In such an environment, the whole person is always immersed in fear, despair and negative emotions, and has no idea about the future. Just thinking about the turbulent and depressing time, Wu Yu's face is depressed. Aunt Chen looked at Wu Yu and felt distressed when she saw that she had no requirements. Wu Yu, you must have suffered in the previous team, right? Good boy, they bullied you, didn't they? Wu Yu grew up alone and didn't know what it felt like to be wronged. But today when she arrived at Chiyan, she felt cared for twice in a row. Wu Yu's eyes were red, and Aunt Chen was also moved. You know, Chiyan has always been a hot-tempered and careless boy. How could he not like a sweet and soft girl for the first time? What's more, this girl is the lifesaver of her only son, and she is a poor little girl. Aunt Chen pushed open the door of Wu Yu's dormitory, revealing a large flat covering 300 square meters, and a 50 square meter luxurious domineering bed, and said boldly, take a look. If you are not satisfied, I will ask you to move out across the street and open up the entire floor for you. Wu Yu. Actually, I just wanted to ask, who lives opposite me? Aunt Chen said calmly, who else could it be? Wu Yu thought, yes, it's probably either Aunt Chen herself or Jian Suiyu. Captain Chiyan. Wu Yu shock? So Aunt Chen, the person you just casually said, as if you were asking someone to move, was actually the captain of the Chiyan team. Chapter 10. Walking into the room arranged by Aunt Chen, Wu Yu felt that her eyes went dark. The whole room was pink. Although pink was indeed very cute and girly, it really made her want to dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room with her thumb. Aunt Chen asked with a domineering look, Wu Yu, are you satisfied with what you see? Wu Yu. I dare not say I am not satisfied. Wu Yu nodded and smiled. Aunt Chen, I like it very much. Aunt Chen nodded with satisfaction. I knew it, girls, who don't like pink. By the way, take a look inside the cloakroom. All the clothes I bought online for you. Wu Yu walked to the cloakroom, took a deep breath, and opened the door of the cloakroom, which was larger than her original dormitory. She had prepared a closet full of Lolita pink skirts, But she didn't expect that there were indeed Lolita pink skirts, but there were more capable and dashing shorts suitable for fighting. In addition to clothes, all jewelry and accessories were matched in a set. Even the shoes and bags were matched, and they were a set as long as they were worn, without Wu Yu having to think about it at all. Seeing Wu Yu's surprised expression, Anshin smiled. I heard that girls nowadays like sweet and cool styles, and there are also sweet and spicy styles, so I prepared 50 sets of various styles for you. However, everyone has different preferences. If you want to buy clothes in the future, just swipe Sui Yu's card. As she said that, Anshin put the communicator in her hand on Wu Yu's communicator, and with a beep, a black card with Jian Sui Yu's name appeared in Wu Yu's communicator. Anshin told Wu Yu, you may not understand how important Sui Yu is to me and Chiyan. But you just need to know one thing, from now on, the entire Chiyan will treat you as the most important member and the most trusted comrade. Wu Yu felt that all this was too precious. She didn't think about this at all when she rescued people. This really put a lot of pressure on her. Mom, if you say that, Wu Yu might run away overnight. The appearance of Jian Sui Yu finally rescued Wu Yu from Aunt Chin's overly passionate love. She ran behind Jian Sui Yu and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Aunt Chin, just treat me as the most ordinary team member. I'm really scared of you like this. Aunt Chin glared at the two of them and said, got it. Yeah, I'm leaving. If you have any questions, please contact me at any time. Wu Yu had nodded repeatedly. After Aunt Chin left, Wu Yu let out a sigh of relief. She never thought that one day she would be scared by such excessive doting. Jian Sui Yu laughed. My mother is like this. I hope you don't mind. Wu Yu waved her hands repeatedly. No, I'm used to being alone. Aunt Chin is really good to me. Oh, by the way, Aunt Chin bound your card to my communicator. I just tried, and I don't know why it can't be removed. Jian Sui Yu nodded. Because your communicator version is too low. The software has not been updated yet. Wu Yu, oh. I'm so sorry. It's all because of her poor bastard. Jian Sui Yu, let's go. Wu Yu, where to? Jian Sui Yu, as promised before, I give you the crystal. And your equipment in all aspects of Shadow is too backward, and you need to update it all. Wu Yu declined. Will it be too expensive? Jian Sui Yu glanced at her. I don't want my mother to stand by my bed in the middle of the night and accuse me of neglecting my lifesaver because of these trivial matters. As a brainworker, adequate sleep is very important to me. Will you imagine what it would be like to sleep in the middle of the night with someone standing at the head of the bed and being watched silently? It is really scary. Wu Yu, okay, thank you for your hard work. Jian Sui Yu brought Wu Yu to his private warehouse. In the previous life, Wu Yu had seen Qinzhou's dormitory. Although it was much better than the dormitory of their ordinary team members, there was no way such a private warehouse could exist. When she arrived at Jian Sui Yu's private territory, Wu Yu felt a little cramped. Jian Sui Yu told Wu Yu, don't feel constrained. The team has a batch of ancient books from before the end of the world. But you know that people are so busy nowadays that no one can calm down and read books. I like to collect books, so I discussed with the captain to set up a warehouse to store these ancient books. In fact, at the beginning, this warehouse was open to the public. But over time, no one came, and it seemed to have become my private warehouse. Wu Yu looked at Jian Sui Yu in surprise. Deputy Captain, has anyone ever praised you for being a very gentle person? Jian Sui Yu, no, they all say I'm a cold-blooded robot. Wu Yu said confidently, that's a complete misunderstanding of you. There are no bad people who like books. Jian Sui Yu smiled. From now on, you are welcome to read books when you are not in the dungeon. Wu Yu nodded heavily, sure. Jian Sui Yu took out a big package and gave it to Wu Yu. Open it and take a look. Wu Yu opened it with a puzzled look on her face, and her face was instantly illuminated by tens of thousands of red crystals. With her limited concept of measurement. No, the poor guy has crashed. She asked in confusion, what is this? Jian Sui Yu, these are all the crystals under my personal name, which are about 100 million when converted into alliance points. You feed all these crystals to your puppet wind chime. Add those on the shuttle, it can probably light up 2 stars for the puppet wind chime. Wu Yu close the package directly and return the original number to Jian Sui Yu. No, to me. No matter what you say, it's not allowed. If I take these crystals from you, I will not be able to stay in Chiyan, and I will not feel at ease in my dormitory even if I live. Jian Sui Yu said in a light tone, don't rush to refuse. Wu Yu put her hands on her hips. No matter what you say, I can't accept these. Jian Sui Yu, in fact, I am also a little distressed about our current relationship as lifesavers. So my idea is to use these crystals to buy off this matter, so that in the future we can get along normally in the base as deputy captains and team members. Don't you want me to always be dragged into this matter, or even become a handle in the hands of others? Wu Yu's face was confused for a moment. No, as a villain, why can Jian Suiyu have such a strong sense of morality? Can't he be as shameless as Shinjingxi and Su Mo? Can't he be at ease and completely forget about this matter? Seeing that Wu Yu didn't say a word, Jian Suiyu's eyes flashed slightly, and he took the last dose of strong medicine. Or Wu Yu, you actually have feelings for me, and want to keep this life-saving relationship with me. After the words fell, Wu Yu's face was full of horror. She almost pounced on the package from Jian Suiyu like a hungry wolf, and fed all the crystals to her puppet Feng Ling without hesitation. Jian Suiyu smiled imperceptibly, very satisfied with the development of the situation, but said with regret, I didn't expect that Wu Yu would avoid me like a snake and scorpion. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Can you speak properly? Jian Suiyu instantly returned to normal. He could see that to deal with Wu Yu, who had a high moral bottom line, he had to be shameless. Chapter 11. Jian Suiyu brought Wu Yu the latest communicator and helped her upgrade it. I need to make a special team nameplate for you first. Wu Yu fiddled with the communicator. The first thing she did was to unbind Jian Suiyu's black card. After unbinding it, she felt relieved and nodded. Well, you go ahead. I want to read some books here. Jian Suiyu silently curled his lips and extended his right hand to Wu Yu. Then, as the deputy captain of Chiyan, I welcome you again to join our Chiyan team. Looking at Jian Suiyu's hand, Wu Yu smiled and stretched out her hand to shake his. Deputy captain, please take care of me in the future. After Jian Suiyu left, Wu Yu's first thing was to check her personal information props interface. Seeing that her puppet Feng Ling was actually lit up with 2 stars at once, Wu Yu was so happy. After the communicator was updated, the information about the props was recorded in more detail. Click on the prop interface. Prop name, Puppet Wind Chime Intimacy, 80%. Prop rating, S level. Prop star rating, 10 stars. Currently 2 stars are lit, and 120 million crystals are needed to reach the next level. Prop skill, predict the existence of ghosts and give warnings. Level 1, skill proficiency, 0 out of 5. Light up the star point and a flash of inspiration. Predict the location of the treasure and give hints. Level 1, skill proficiency, 0 out of 5. Note: after lighting up 5 stars, the puppet wind chime has a chance to comprehend combat skills. Wu Yu knows the strategy of each dungeon, and the puppet wind chime is actually not very useful for her. But she was surprised and excited to see that the puppet Feng Ling had mastered the skill of predicting the location of the treasure. In her previous life, almost all the opportunities in the dungeon were taken by the male and female protagonists. These opportunities will only appear once in the same dungeon, so even if Wu Yu has a strategy, she doesn't know the location of the treasure. But with this skill of the puppet Feng Ling, she has the opportunity to compete fairly with the male and female protagonists, and even get the treasure first to improve herself, so that it is possible to light up the 10 stars of the props. Wu Yu summoned the puppet Feng Ling and held it in his arms, rubbing its little head affectionately. Wu Yu did not simply regard the puppet Feng Ling as a fighting prop. Because it has spirituality, Wu Yu regards it as a partner to fight in the end times together. Wu Yu, we must become stronger together, so that no one can bully us. The puppet Feng Ling tilted its head in confusion. Although it has not been the big brother for many years, it has never seen any younger brother dare to bully it when it goes out. However, the puppet Feng Ling nodded dumbly, saying whatever the master said. This cute look made Wu Yu even more fond of it, and she hugged it and rubbed it hard. The puppet Feng Ling looked satisfied, but she also said seriously, "Oh, what should I do if the master loves me too much? This is really a sweet trouble." Seeing that the intimacy has reached 100% and is still overflowing, Wu Yu recalled the puppet. Wu Yu remembered that the last time she read a book was 12 years ago, when she was still very young and lived in an orphanage. The horror world that Wu Yu lives in is very strange. At the beginning of the horror apocalypse, it seemed to want to destroy all mankind. However, when it realized that the horror itself would disappear if humans were destroyed, it formed a set of self-operating rules. Only adults over the age of 18 can enter the horror dungeon, and teens are allowed to enter. After leaving the dungeon, the communicator will automatically count down the latest time to enter the horror dungeon next time. If you do not enter the horror dungeon for a long time, you will be forced to enter, and the difficulty will be random, which means that the mortality rate will increase significantly. Therefore, before adulthood, everyone in this world will work hard to train their bodies and learn combat skills to improve their survival rate. If you want to survive in the horror world for a long time, it is essential to have a strong team. The higher the team is on the league list, the higher the survival rate is. Every year when recruiting new members, it is the most popular in everyone's eyes. The most important point to enter the top team is naturally mental strength and awakening ability. Wuyu still remembers that when she was in the orphanage, when she was 12 years old, her best friend was detected with S-level healing ability. The whole audience was shocked when the results came out. Within half an hour, her best friend was picked up in public. I'm so envious. Don't be envious, you can't envy me. Aren't Wuyu and Yana the best friends? She doesn't even have any mental strength. Hey, you said Yana and Wuyu have such a good relationship? Will she come to pick Wuyu up? Don't be naive, it's the end of the world now. It's good enough that she can take care of herself. Why would she care about a waste like Wuyu? Waste, this is the phrase Wuyu heard the most since she was a child. No matter how hard she worked on her physical fitness, how she got up early, and went to bed late every day to do fighting training, how she memorized the spells, and how she drew the talismans accurately as in the book. But it was no match for a sentence, waste without mental strength. Wuyu lowered her eyes, she had long been numb to these things. Since she was very young, she could face all this calmly. The day Yana left the orphanage, she no longer had any friends. She walked into the dilapidated library of the orphanage and read books all day long, and then was led out by the orphanage teacher by the ear. She cursed her viciously. You useless waste, you dare to be lazy here. Children without spiritual power are just wasting food, it's better to die. Go clean the toilet quickly, or I starve you to death. In fact, Wuyu knew that her fate might have been determined when she was 12 years old, and was undergoing spiritual power detection. The books in Chiyan library are much more than those in the library. Wuyu had just left the dungeon, and there was still a full week before she could enter the dungeon next time. During this week, Wuyu decided to stay in the library and read books. There are many books in the library, and it can be seen that Jian Suiyu has been doing daily maintenance. These books are arranged in different categories, so that Wuyu can quickly find the books she wants to read. Wuyu wants to find some storied books to read. In the end time surrounded by terror, people's spiritual life is very scarce. After finding the location of the story area, Wuyu went straight forward, but she didn't expect that she was hit on the head by a book after walking a few steps. She looked around in confusion. There was no one around, so how could this book fall by itself? Wuyu picked up the book that fell on the ground. The book was very tattered, with loose threads and pages. Wuyu felt that the whole book might fall apart if she touched it. Wuyu wondered, is this book really not here to scam people? She held up the ancient book with both hands and looked at the front. There were 3 big characters written on the front of the book with a vigorous wolf hair brush. Tian Shiju. The characters on the cover seemed to carry the weight of history. The moment Wuyu read out these 3 characters, there was a strange red light in her eyes that no one noticed. Chapter 12. Wuyu gently patted the dust off the book, and with a click, half of the book broke. Wuyu? ? God knows. She really didn't use any strength at all, so this book is really here to cheat, right? On the first day of reading in the library, the book was damaged, and Wuyu felt her head was buzzing. Giving a disdainful look at Tian Shiju, Wuyu restored the book to its original shape, folded it, and after a while, found Tian Shiju's original position and put it back. After releasing it, he turned around and was about to leave. Pada. Another sound. Wuyu couldn't believe that this Tian Shiju actually fell down again, and this time it actually fell directly at her feet. Things developed to this point. Wuyu's slowly squatted down and looked at Tian Shiju attentively. Wuyu's voice was sinister. What kind of dirty thing actually sneaked into Chiyan, and it's desperate? Tian Shiju, shock. Mo. Say again, who is the dirty thing? Wuyu naturally couldn't see the frustration and sharp explosion of a book. She just thought that a ghost had sneaked in and wanted to cause trouble. Wuyu did not hesitate to draw the peachwood sword behind her. She pointed at the spine of the book and said seriously, "You'd better show up, otherwise, I will beat you to death." Puff. Who? Wuyu was very alert. She turned her head, and saw the red hair looming behind the bookshelf. Wuyu tilted her head, and the red hair also tilted her head. Blinking, the man in front of her was a male wizard with red hair, complex totems on his face, and gorgeous, and even exaggerated wizard clothes. The male wizard came close, and Wuyu immediately retracted his head and stepped back. Are you the new team member recruited by Jian Suiyu? He finally figured it out, and realized that the girl Xiang is the cutest. Thinking of the unpleasant experience in the previous life, Wuyu immediately frowned. What do you mean? The male wizard noticed Wuyu's rejection attitude, raised his eyebrows, and kept a safe distance from her. You are different from those girls outside. Wuyu's eyes turned cold. Sure enough, if there are good people in a team, there will naturally be scumbags. Wu Yu took back the peachwood sword, rubbed the Chiyan Shiju lying on the ground and slapped it on the bookshelf, then turned around and left. Excuse me, please let me pass. Wu Chong didn't expect Wu Yu to have such a bad temper. When Wu Yu said that, he really stepped aside respectfully. After reacting, he chased after him in disbelief. You don't even know me. Wu Yu sneered, should I know you? Who do you think you are? Wu Chong was completely stunned. What was going on? This situation was not right. It was totally wrong. In the past, when he appeared, women would start to scream, and then someone with a vague appearance would start to introduce his identity, and then women would become even more excited. Why did Wu Yu react so coldly, and even seem to hate him? Is it because he was alone today, so no one helped him read the narration? Seeing Wu Yu was about to walk away, Wu Chong hurriedly chased after him. Hey, I am Wu Chong of Chiyan. Wu Yu heard the voice coming from behind, as if a dog was chasing him, and he sped up and ran away. Wu Chong was stunned when he saw Wu Yu suddenly running away. The next second, he started to cry. Why? Was there something wrong with the way he showed up today? He had picked out the most beautiful clothes on purpose. Wu Yu had just taken 2 steps when she ran into Jian Suiyu. Jian Suiyu stopped her and said, What's wrong with you? Wu Yu looked unhappy and said, I ran into a psychopath. Wu Chong took 2 quick steps, and felt like he was about to break apart when he heard Wu Yu's description of him. Jian Suiyu turned his head to look at Wu Chong, and then looked at Wu Yu's expression as if she had stepped on shit, and guessed it. He smiled, Wu Yu, you misunderstood Wu Chong. Wu Chong is a saintly man of the Wu clan, and he has been chased since he was a child. Because he was raised by women, Wu Chong likes to play with girls. So when he heard that you joined the team, he left and rushed back to find you, wanting to be friends with you. He has a childlike mind, and he is very straightforward and simple in dealing with people. If you feel offended, don't be angry, I will tell him not to get close. Saint man, pure and virgin. Wu Yu felt that her 3 views were shaken and were about to collapse. No! Speaking of this description, Wu Yu suddenly realized that there was indeed such a person besides Su Mo in her previous life. He also had red hair, but he was not dressed as luxuriously as he is now. His long red hair looked like a dog's, and he looked like a sloppy puppy. Wu Yu looked at Wu Chong seriously, and Wu Chong, who was crying, immediately smiled at Wu Yu. This cute smile, memories come flooding back. In the previous life, Wu Chong was also one of Sumo's harem. He was injured in a dungeon and lost his memory, then was picked up by the heroine and brought back to the team, and secretly raised by the hero. Wu Chong has a high combat power, and is a wizard. He always appears to protect Sumo at critical moments. Over time, he has become a thorn in the hero's eyes. Originally, if Sumo treated Wu Chong sincerely, it would be fine. Sumo was greedy for the feeling that Wu Chong only had eyes for her. Even though Wu Chong's vest had fallen off later, Sumo still said that those people were all liars, and said that it was safest to stay by her side. In order to show her charm, Sumo even gave Wu Chong an extremely insulting name, red-haired puppy. Sumo defined herself as Wu Chong's savior, but she was just enjoying this unique protection while humiliating Wu Chong in terms of personality and morality. Later, Wu Chong drew his sword against his former teammates for Sumo, and after seriously injuring his teammates, he was killed by the male protagonist behind the scenes. When Wu Chong died, Sumo did not save her red-haired puppy at all. After clarifying Wu Chong's past life, Wu Yu looked at Wu Chong crying and being dragged away by Jian Suiyu, and recalled what happened in the library. Although Wu Chong's behavior was a bit frivolous, he did not do anything excessive from beginning to end. And when he spoke, his eyes were clear, and there was no lustful color. In this way, it was Wu Yu herself, who was like a frightened bird and reacted too strongly. Jian Suiyu, let me go. I like Wu Yu. She is different from those weird girls outside. You can't stop our beautiful friendship. You must be jealous that I am so popular with girls. Jian Suiyu said in a sinister tone, you scared her. Wu Yu will think that Chiyan is a place where men and women can have casual relationships. Wu Chong whimpered and admitted his mistake obediently. I'm sorry. I won't do it again next time. Jian Suiyu was as cold as the Dean of Education. Your promise is as unreliable as you are. Seeing that Wu Chong was about to be thrown out by Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu quickly said, Deputy Captain, let him go. Jian Suiyu and Wu Chong turned their heads at the same time. Wu Chong immediately got excited. See, I told you. Wu Yu is not such an unreasonable person. Wu Yu was a little embarrassed. I was too nervous just now. Actually, Wu Chong didn't do anything. It was all a misunderstanding. Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Yu. Did it bring back any bad memories for you? Wu Yu didn't say anything, But Jian Suiyu knew everything from her expression. Jian Suiyu sneered, "It seems that Shadow is a really dirty place. Throw Wu Chong to the ground. Since you scared someone, you should show some appreciation." Wu Chong was very straightforward. "No problem. How do you want me to show appreciation?" "Jian Suiyu, you just got an S-level item. It takes a lot of crystals to light up the star level. I have given her all the ones I have. But crystals are consumables. I can't get a lot in a short time. You should use all the ones you have." Wu Yu was stunned. "Isn't this bad?" Wu Chong waved his hand. "There's nothing wrong with it. They are all small things. Girls should help each other." Wu Yu twitched her lips. "Who is talking to you? You are so stupid and naive. That's why you were deceived in your previous life." Chapter 13. Wu Chong opened the communicator and searched for a while, then suddenly fell down. "It's over. I forgot that I just fed all the crystals in my hand to my S-level props. I'm really sorry, Wu Yu. But I heard that a resource dungeon has been opened recently. Otherwise, I will take you to get crystals. This kind of resource dungeon is rare. First come first served." Jian Suiyu also agreed. Resource dungeons are relatively easy to pass. After a wave of ghosts, there is a corresponding wave of resources. Let Wu Chong take you there, and get as many as you can. Wu Chong was not happy. "What do you mean by brush as much as you can? With me here, I will definitely clear the entire resource dungeon, okay?" Wu Yu really wanted to go to the resource dungeon, and with Wu Chong's help, she would be able to get twice the result with half the effort, but she would not take advantage of it for nothing. Wu Yu said, "Since you also have S-level props to feed, let's go together. Distribute according to work, and you will get as many crystals as you kill ghosts." Wu Chong was not happy. "It was clearly agreed that I was going to apologize to you." Wu Yu insisted, "If you don't agree, then I won't accept to go with you." Jian Suiyu saw Wu Yu's determination and patted Wu Chong. "Since Wu Yu insists, you should agree. Didn't you always say that you should respect girls?" Wu Chong hummed and hawed, but finally agreed reluctantly. "Okay, but we have agreed that if there is anything good in the resource book, you have to take it." Wu Yu didn't care. The resource book was full of resources, so what good things could come out of it? But it would be impolite to refuse again, so she smiled and nodded. "Okay." Jian Suiyu handed the team nameplate that he had made in a hurry to Wu Yu. "This is your exclusive nameplate, and everything in the team can be done with the nameplate. I charge you 1 million alliance points first, and you can use these points to buy daily expenses." Wu Yu was surprised. "Didn't you agree not to give me points anymore? Why did you charge me so much again?" Wu Chong snatched the team nameplate and stuffed it into Wu Yu's hand. "Only 1 million alliance points is considered a lot. I say, Suiyu, you are getting more and more stingy now." Wu Yu wanted to explain, but it seemed that Wu Chong wanted to give her some points secretly. "Forget it, these two people don't seem to listen." Jian Suiyu, in addition to all the expenses in the base, Chiyan's team nameplate has a special function. No matter where you are, even in a horror dungeon, the team center can locate you. If you encounter a dangerous situation, you can press the red emergency button on the side of the nameplate 3 times, 2 short and 1 long. This is the highest level of help within the team. Team members who are close to you will rescue you unconditionally. Wu Yu took the team nameplate in surprise. She didn't expect that this small team nameplate could actually save her life. Location and help, in the terrifying end of the world full of dangers. It sounds so reassuring. Thinking of the shadow team nameplate that she had lost in the puppet dungeon, it had no practical use except to let others know her name. Damn! What kind of a hero team? It's just a disgrace. Wu Yu took the nameplate carefully and wore it on her chest. Wu Yu looked at Wu Chong. "Let's go." Wu Chong was surprised. "Wu Yu, are you going just like this?" Wu Yu nodded, "Yes." "Wu Chong, what about the beautiful clothes Aunt Chen prepared for you? You won't wear them?" Wu Yu shook her head. "No." Although Aunt Chen prepared many beautiful clothes for her, Wu Yu still only chose the most ordinary team uniforms of ordinary members of Chiyan. In Wu Yu's opinion, she doesn't need these privileges. In fact, if she indulges in these privileges, she will only lose her position. Even if she comes back to life, even if Jian Suiyu's fate is changed by coincidence, she is still the little cannon fodder with no ability. Wu Chong, "Hey, why is this? Girls should dress beautifully." Jian Suiyu patted Wu Chong. "Wu Chong, if you want Wu Yu to dress beautifully, you should practice harder. When she is out, she has no worries." Wu Chong looked at Jian Suiyu in surprise, and then he nodded heavily, as if he understood something. "You are right. Wu Yu must still be worried about my strength, and is afraid that wearing complicated clothes will affect her fighting." Wu Yu. Although she doesn't know what the magical logic of these two people is, she doesn't think so at all, but on second thought, if Wu Chong becomes stronger, Wouldn't he be injured in the dungeon and lose his memory? Yes. Wu Yu nodded and urged him earnestly, Wu Chong, do your best. Work hard. Let's change our fate together. Wu Chong was like a little girl who strayed into a pyramid scheme. Under the brainwashing of Jian Suiyu and Wu Yu, he ignited the flame of struggle. Come on. Go. Wu Yu and Jian Suiyu looked at each other. Sure enough, fools are easy to fool. Wu Yu and Wu Chong took the shuttle, accompanied by 4 other members of Chiyan, to the newly opened resource dungeon. I heard that this newly opened dungeon is quite difficult. Some individual players and small teams have entered to play the first level, but most of them failed at the 3rd level due to insufficient firepower. Resource dungeons, you get rewards once per level. Depending on the strength of the dungeon, there will be 5 to 10 levels in the end, and the later the level, the more resources you will get. I heard that Shadow seems to be very interested in this resource dungeon this time. Wu Chong looked disdainful. Shadow? What a rubbish team, I've never heard of it. Wu Yu looked incredulous, so in the eyes of the villains, Shadow was so weak? Wu Yu asked tentatively, Wu Chong, have you never met anyone from the Shadow team before? Wu Chong nodded, yes, yeah. Do you know what team that is? I remember that Wu Yu seemed to be a member of the Shadow team before? Shut up, Wu Yu said it herself, this is a dark history. What's the difference between you saying it in front of everyone, and Wu Yu pooping on the street? Wu Yu's mouth twitched. I really thank you. Wu Chong didn't expect that Wu Yu was actually a member of the Shadow before. He stared and began to flip through the previous team chat records. After understanding everything that happened in the previous dungeon, a fierce flame instantly burst out of his eyes. Damn Shadow team. How dare they bully you like this? If I meet them this time, I will definitely not let them go. Wu Yu. There is no need to be so excited. However, Wu Yu was worried. Wu Chong, there is a girl named Su Mo in the Shadow team. If possible, can you not get too close to her? It was still implicit. In fact, what Wu Yu wanted to say was, for the sake of your life, can you stay away from her? Chapter 14. Wu Chong turned his head quickly, and the complicated headdress on his head made a jingling sound. Yeah? Tell me, was it Su Mo who bullied you the most before? Wu Yu shook her head, no. She was a cannon fodder. Su Mo was the heroine. She was not even worthy of Su Mo's eyes, let alone bullying her. She was at most an insignificant stepping stone on Su Mo's road to becoming a god. Wu Chong doubted, really? Wu Yu nodded, with a sincere face, yeah. No, the more Wu Yu looked calm and sincere, the more Wu Chong saw that she was actually full of pain, but she was unwilling to express it. Wu Chong saw her through Wu Yu's calm face, curled up alone on the roadside and shivering in the dark and cold snowy night, while the woman named Su Mo whipped her with a whip and laughed wildly. Wu Chong, if you want Wu Yu to dress beautifully, you should practice harder. Jian Suiyu's words suddenly became a bold and enlarged barrage that flashed through Wu Chong's mind. Click. Wu Yu turned her head in surprise. She saw Wu Chong narrowing his eyes dangerously, and loading his Gatling gun. He showed an evil smile. This day next year will be the anniversary of the death of this Su Mo. Wu Yu's eyes widened. What's going on? Why did he suddenly go too far? What on earth did Wu Chong imagine? Don't. She didn't want Wu Chong to like Su Mo, but that didn't mean she had to kill the heroine. Su Mo had the aura of the heroine. Who knew if Wu Chong really took action, he would be retaliated and die even more miserably. Covering the muzzle of the Gatling gun with his hand, Wu Yu stretched out 3 fingers and swore to the sky, Wu Chong, I'm serious. Su Mo really has never bullied me. I really don't want my good friend to get close to other girls, so I made such a willful request to you. Really, I swear, Su Mo is innocent. Please don't have the intention to kill her. Ancestor, please save me some trouble. Hearing that Wu Yu said this because she liked him, Wu Chong was embarrassed and smiled shyly. Hey, why didn't you say it earlier? Don't worry, Wu Yu, I will definitely be the best with you. Seeing Wu Chong finally put away the loaded Gatling gun after being coaxed, Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her head, and saw that the team members beside her were all shocked and stunned. Wu Yu? What's wrong? The members all shook their heads. Nothing, it's just that this is the first time I see Wu Chong is so easy to coax. Except for the captain and the vice-captain, Wu Chong has never been soft to anyone. But the captain uses force to suppress others. If they don't obey, he will beat them until they obey. The vice-captain uses brain power to suppress others. How did Wu Yu convince Wu Chong? Wu Yu thought for a while, maybe it's because of sincerity. Everyone was stunned, huh? Wu Yu smiled, and glanced at Wu Chong who was braiding her hair. The purer the mind, the more he knows that you are sincere to him. He can feel it. However, Wu Yu was puzzled. What happened to Wu Chong's unconditional protection of Su Imo after he lost his memory in the previous life? Is it really because the heroine's aura is invincible and cannot be violated? Thinking of this, Wu Yu's heart, which had just been relieved, suddenly tightened again. Soon, the shuttle arrived at the location of the resource dungeon. Wu Yu didn't see the shuttle of the shadow team outside the dungeon, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But there was another shuttle that landed at the same time as them. What surprised everyone was that the luxury of this shuttle was comparable to that of Chiyan. Although Wu Yu and his team were riding only the most ordinary shuttle in Chiyan, looking at the entire alliance, this was already a shuttle of the highest specification. Who is sitting in the shuttle that can rival the blazing flame shuttle? As soon as Wu Yu got off the shuttle, she heard everyone exclaim, "I didn't expect that the Qin family, one of the 4 legendary alliance families, would come to such a small resource dungeon. But didn't I hear that the eldest son of the Qin family is participating in a plot dungeon in the south, and can't get away for a while?" Hey, when you say Qin family, it doesn't necessarily mean the eldest son. Doesn't the Qin family have a youngest son? Is it the playboy of the Qin family, Qin Yuanlang? But why does Qin Yuanlang need to fight for resources himself? Look who is sitting in that shuttle. Isn't that the most beautiful woman in the end times, Su Imo? Wu Yu's right eyelid twitched suddenly. It's true that enemies meet on a narrow road. I didn't expect that Su Imo didn't go to the dungeon with the Shadows people this time, but with the playboy of the Qin family. In the previous life, Su Imo had too many suitors around him. Wu Yu was a little face-blind, and some of them looked ordinary, so she couldn't even remember them. But Wu Yu still remembers Qin Yuanlang, the playboy of the Qin family. Not because he is handsome, capable or has a good family background, but because he is particularly morally corrupt and has low values. As the youngest son of a noble family who has been spoiled since childhood, in Qin Yuanlang's eyes, ordinary people like Wu Yu are the most humble pariahs. In Qin Yuanlang's view, Wu Yu is not worthy of being a teammate of Su Imo, let alone being a teammate of the same team as Su Imo. Ordinary people are slaves of the high-ranking clans like them, so it is conceivable that every time she met Qin Yuanlang, Wu Yu was disgusted. And every time they met, Su Imo seemed to be embarrassed, but in fact, she never said a word for ordinary people. In the end, in Su Mo's heart, her thoughts were exactly the same as Qin Yuanlang's. Ordinary people are ants. Momo, don't worry, this time I brought the strongest force of the Qin family, and I will definitely help you pass the entire dungeon and present all the treasures to you. Qin Yuanlang looked attentive. Su Imo looked stubborn. Yuanlang, you should know that I am not such a casual person. Even if you give me all the treasures, it does not mean that I will be with you. Qin Yuanlang nodded repeatedly. Of course I know that these treasures are just small gifts, not respect. You must not feel psychologically burdened if you accept them. Seeing Qin Yuanlang so aware of the situation, Su Imo slightly curled the corners of his mouth, but still said distressfully, Yuanlang, the more you say this, the more embarrassed I am to accept your gift. Qin Yuanlang was anxious. Stop it. Momo, you're here now. Didn't you just get an S-level item and need crystals? Thinking that the item, she just got really needed crystals, Su Imo simply agreed reluctantly. Okay then. From what they said, it seemed that the resources of the entire resource dungeon had already become theirs. Heh, where did this monkey come from to speak so arrogantly? Haven't you evolved yet? You dare to say that you want to open up the entire dungeon? Don't you see where I am? How can you trash talk? Wu Yu turned her head in confusion, and saw Wu Chong using the classic villain's face to say the most arrogant words to the protagonist. Bang. What broke? Oh. It turned out to be her brain nerves that had been tense. Chapter 15. Being called a garbage monkey in front of him, Qin Yuanlang was furious. He jumped up suddenly. Who is it? How dare you? When he saw Wu Chong's appearance, Qin Yuanlang was like a deflated ball, suddenly wilting, and was stunned on the spot. Wu Yu was surprised, and her teammates helped her to understand. Don't you know that Chiyan Wu Chong is famous? Wu Yu, what kind of reputation? Reputation can be good or bad. It used to be the past, and now it is a pervert. It's a pity to kill him, it's immoral to use him, and it's scary to let him go. Wu Yu was confused by what he said. Huh? Wu Chong is a wizard. What wizards are best at is to perform shaman dances. What is shaman dance for? It's to summon ghosts. Wu Chong is best at summoning ghosts, killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of his own. It is said that if you see Wu Chong in a dungeon, don't be stubborn. The child is still young, so you should coax him if there is something wrong. Otherwise, everyone will be finished if he starts to perform shaman dances. And Wu Chong is a saint man, especially good at sacrifice. If you dare to provoke him, he will immediately draw a circle and send you to the ghosts as a husband. Wu Yu, let the teammates say that he is so good at something that they don't recognize a few words. Are there too many things that Wu Chong is good at? And are they too unbelievable? Wu Chong arrogantly snorted. You are too young to challenge me, my master. Suemo never thought that Wu Yu would actually join the Chiyan team. Now he is wearing the Chiyan team uniform, riding the Chiyan shuttle, and going to the resource dungeon with the popular members of Chiyan. Suemo bit her lower lip hard and looked at Wu Chong. Sir, you are too rude. Have your parents never taught you to be polite? Wu Chong was surprised. Polite? In the Dharma ending age, you are being polite to me. Are you okay? In the Dharma ending age, everything is based on strength, and being a vegetable is the original sin. Or do you think that if you are in the same body as a ghost, you will be so useless? Then the ghost will not kill you, and then tear you apart and eat you? Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang. After being mercilessly attacked, Sumo's face turned pale as paper in an instant, and the whole person was shaky. Wu Yu's eyes were empty, and she clapped silently. It's just one word. Absolutely. Why didn't she realize before that Wu Chong's mouth had such a strong lethality? Should I say he is worthy of being a wizard? He doesn't speak easily, but when he does, it's like a weapon of mass destruction. But Wu Chong's little mouth is always chattering, and he doesn't stop talking every day. Although Chiyan Lang was afraid of Wu Chong, he had only heard rumors about him, and had never really faced him face to face. Standing in front of Suemo, Chiyan Lang said angrily, Wu Chong, I heard that you grew up among women, and you are really uneducated. Wu Chong sneered. Are you insulting my mother in public? You probably forgot that my mothers are the strongest female wizards in the Alliance now. Just a word can make your Qin family, which has been prosperous for many years, start to decline. You? Chiyan Lang didn't dare to offend Wu Chong and the Wu clan behind him, so he turned around and took out his anger on Wu Yu next to him. If I remember correctly, you were from Shadow before. It was you, the traitor who betrayed his own people, who gave Momo's S-level item to Chiyan. Wu Yu, who was enjoying eating melons, was suddenly taken out on. She blinked. Don't you care about your face? You don't dare to offend Wu Chong, so you take your anger out on him? You gave Momo's S-level item to Chiyan. Suemo told you that the item should have been hers? Then you two are a perfect match. Both of you like to dream about things that have nothing to do with you. With such a lot of imagination, why don't you think of yourself as the origin of the earth and the overlord of the universe? Chiyan Lang didn't expect that Wu Yu, who had always stood behind Suemo like a wooden backdrop, would be so eloquent now. I really thought that with Chiyan's support and a powerful backer, I couldn't touch her. After entering the dungeon, the death of an ordinary person is just a common thing. Chiyan Lang protected Suemo, whose eyes were red, and said, Momo, let's go. Let's not bother with these reckless men. Suemo looked at him aggrievedly. Yuan Lang, I don't think that S-level item is mine. I just said that it should have belonged to Shadow. Chiyan Lang, I know Momo, you don't have many S-level items you want, so why do you want hers? As he spoke, Chiyan Lang suddenly raised his voice. Didn't I just give you an S-level item? Momo is really amazing. The binding aura flashed 6 stars. Ha! Wu Chong sneered. Chiyan Lang, this kid is not done, right? It's just a 6-star S-level item. Is it worth bragging about? It's really shameful. Our Wu Yu's bound doll flashed 10 stars at once. Bad boy. Wu Yu suddenly widened her eyes, and wanted to cover Wu Chong's mouth, but it seemed that she was already a step too slow. She took a deep breath, and hit Wu Chong's head hard. Shut up. Wu Chong touched his head aggrievedly. Wu Yu, why did you hit me? Wu Yu was almost pissed off by this guy. Do you know what it means to keep your wealth private? Didn't you see that their eyes glowed green after you said I had a 10-star S-level item? Now, they are not at peace because of a quarrel in the dungeon. Now that they know I have such a god-level item, do you think they will kill people and steal treasures? No wonder Wu Chong is so strong. He actually fell in the dungeon in his previous life. It has something to do with his flamboyant style. When Chiyan Lang and Suemo heard that Wu Yu had a god-level item, their first reaction was to snatch it away. But after reacting, they were skeptical. Suemo said, how could Wu Yu, who has no spiritual power and awakening ability, reveal such a top-notch item? Is Wu Chong lying to us? Chiyan Lang said, I'm not sure. We act according to circumstances. It's best if she has it, but it doesn't matter if she doesn't. Anyway, no matter whether Wu Yu has the item or not, I kill her today just because she dared to confront you and me in person. Chiyan Lang said fiercely, and made a gesture of wiping his neck with his hand. Suemo looked scared on the surface, but in fact, a hint of joy flashed through his heart. She had a strong feeling that what Wu Chong said was true. If Wu Yu really died, then her god-level props would be hers. As for Wu Yu, Suimo bit her lower lip. It would be fine if she still stood behind her as a background board like before, but now she is too ostentatious. Even someone as brilliant as Wuchong is not worthy of her. Even if she really died in the dungeon, it was her own fault for not knowing her own abilities. Wu was too familiar with Sumo's personality. She would want to get any powerful props. As for the means and process, it is not important. After all, in the Dharma ending age, the strong are respected, and only those who survive have the opportunity to speak. Qin Yuanlang took Suimo into the dungeon first, and Wuchong hurriedly took Wu Yu to catch up. Seeing Wuchong set up the Gatling gun and was about to shoot, Wu Yu suddenly stretched out his hand to stop him. Glancing at Qin Yuanlang and Suimo who were standing still and waiting to pick up the leak, Wu Yu sighed and said earnestly, "Wuchong, do you know what your behavior is called?" Wuchong looked expectant. "What's it called?" "A tough guy?" Wuchong pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Wu Yu looked serious and said with certainty, "It's called big injustice." "Wuchong, Wu!" The puppy cried and whimpered, being despised by Wu Yu. Wu Yu didn't let him fight. The situation was deadlocked. Qin Yuanlang had to order to open fire, and watch Qin Yuanlang and others go to the next level. Wu Yu whispered, "Let's go, follow me to the other side." It turned out that the moment Wu Yu entered the dungeon, her puppet wind chime began to flash wildly. It was such a coincidence. There really is a hidden resource level in this resource dungeon. Chapter 16. According to the instructions of the puppet wind chime, Wu Yu led Wuchong and other teammates and walked in the opposite direction of the dungeon advancement. Everywhere they went, the resources had been seized by the people who came before. Wuchong was surprised. "Where are you taking me, Wu Yu?" "That's the entrance to the dungeon." "Wu Yu, we just had a conflict with Qin Yuanlang and his team at the door. If we continue walking together, there will inevitably be a bigger conflict." Wuchong was disdainful. "Conflict is conflict. Who does Qin Yuanlang think he is?" "Wu Yu, I often worry about my friend being too keen on villains." Wu Yu told Wuchong, "Actually, when I entered the dungeon, I got a hint from the puppet wind chime that there is a mysterious treasure spot in the direction of the dungeon entrance." Wuchong's eyes widened with excitement. "God. This time, Wu Yu covered his mouth before Wuchong could finish his big horn. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. "What's wrong with you? Why don't you even have a word? You will feel uncomfortable if you don't let the whole world know, right?" Wuchong looked aggrieved. Seeing that Wuchong knew he was wrong, Wu Yu let him go. Wuchong was finally honest now. However, he stopped yelling and always had a stupid smile on his face. "Wu Yu. This child's mental state is really worrying." "Wuchong, what are you laughing at?" Wuchong looked satisfied and raised his chin proudly. "Wu Yu, you are not afraid that I will monopolize the treasure, and you directly shared the treasure spot with me. You really like me. We are the best in the world." Wu Yu looked haggard. "If you say so, then so. As long as you are happy." According to the instructions of the puppet wind chime, Wu Yu and his group walked through the entrance of the dungeon, and walked about 100 meters inside, and came to a dead end. The Chiyan team members stepped forward and touched the wall cautiously. "Wu Yu, there is no way ahead." Wu Yu confirmed the location given by the puppet wind chime again. She found that as she walked along, the circle marking the treasure point became larger and larger, and the flashing light became brighter and brighter. The final location of the treasure is behind this wall. Wu Yu was very sure, behind this wall is the treasure place. "But I heard that this wall is very thick, and I can't hear any sound behind it." Wu Yu went forward and knocked. It was indeed airtight, but it was not so easy to break through. From the traces on the wall, it was not that no one had tried to break through this wall, but in the end they gave up because of insufficient firepower. Wu Yu touched the wall and felt a little sorry. Could it be that he could only watch the treasure like this without any chance to take action? Wu Yu thought of the past life, when Suimo always had all kinds of adventures, many of which had ridiculously harsh conditions, but as long as Suimo wanted it, it would eventually fall into her hands in all kinds of incredible and even bizarre ways. Wu Yu thought, this is probably the golden finger that belongs to the heroine and makes her invincible. Wu Yu thought seriously, I have a lot of thunder talismans that I drew here. I try to see if I can use them to detonate this wall. If not, we give up. As she said that, Wu Yu took out a dozen heavenly thunder talismans that she had prepared before. Unexpectedly, she only heard click, the sound of a gun being loaded. Give up? What a joke, there is no word like give up in my Wuchong's dictionary. Moreover, it is the treasure that Yu wants. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will get it for you. Hearing Wuchongli's flag, Wu Yu's right eyelid twitched wildly, and she kept repeating to herself, if the left eye twitches, wealth is destined, and if the right eye twitches, disaster is feudal superstition. The child is still young, so he should not be afraid to speak. Everyone retreat. After that, bang, bang, bang. Wu Cheng picked up the Gatling gun and fired at the wall crazily, bullets hitting the wall like they were free. Oh my god, Wu Cheng's Gatling gun is full of spells from the Wu clan, specifically for fighting ghosts and monsters. I heard that even the bullets were specially blessed by the Wu clan's ants, who had chanted spells for him. You are worthy of being the saint of the Wu clan. You are really the treasure of the entire Wu clan. That's right, otherwise, how could Wu Cheng have such a childish mentality? Hey, look at these silver bullets. Why are there dark red rusty patterns on them? You don't understand this, right? I have a definite source of information. Wu Cheng's bullets are all made for him by the most majestic AM of the Wu clan using special molds. Each one is made of 999 pure silver, carrying the Wu clan spells and totems, and these sunken totems are all soaked in black dog blood. With this Gatling gun in hand, no ghost can get close to Wu Cheng. The Chiyan team members were discussing enthusiastically. With Wu Cheng's dense firepower in front of them, they didn't need to do anything. However, after chatting for a while, the four of them suddenly felt something was wrong. Where's Wu Yu? Wu Yu, since you just said that these bullets are made of 999 pure silver, she has been lying on the ground picking up bullet shells. Wu Yu, what are you doing? Stand up quickly. After being yelled at by Wu Cheng, Wu Yu subconsciously stood at attention. Wu Cheng tilted his head. Yu, what were you doing just now? Wu Yu. The child is used to living in poverty, and must not allow any waste. Wu Yu said honestly, I heard that your bullets are all specially made of 999 silver. I thought you would have 500 shells after firing a round. Now silver is a scarce resource. I picked it up and polished it myself, and it can be recycled as a hidden weapon. When Wu Yu said this, she looked calm, but she was actually a little nervous. In her previous life, she lived a very tight life. She didn't even have a suitable hot weapon, except for the peachwood sword. She had been living like this by picking up bullets and weapons left by others on the battlefield. Occasionally, when she was lucky, she would be very happy if she could pick up some pure silver resources. However, Wu Yu's behavior has always been despised by those members of the Shadow who have spiritual power, money and background. Like a beggar, she wants everything. That's right, it's disgusting. I just saw her picking up a dead body. Hey, I heard there's a saying, once you pick up trash, you always be a trash picker. Fortunately, I don't live in the same dormitory with her, otherwise I'd be afraid that her stench would suffocate me. Wu Yu thought that any behavior to survive was not ugly. Thinking of this, the uneasiness just now disappeared, and Wu Yu simply looked at Wu Cheng calmly. Wu Cheng, if you think someone like me is not qualified to be your friend, there's no need to force it. Wu Yu calmly waited for Wu Cheng's reaction, but unexpectedly, Wu Cheng actually wow cried. Chapter 17. Under the condemning gazes of all the members of Chiyan, Wu Yu felt like a chin shimmy. She thought she could explain no. What I mean is that Wu Cheng may have never seen a rubbish person like me. I am afraid that he cannot accept my behavior and thinks I am disgusting. Wow! Wu Cheng cried even more sadly. Wu Yu suddenly closed her mouth and dared not say a word. The condemnation of the Chiyan members was overwhelming. Wu Yu, I think you really should reflect on yourself. Wu Yu. Me? Reflection? Wu Cheng worked so hard to make his contribution, but you unilaterally broke up with him. Do you think you are too much? Wu Yu. Your Majesty, I am wronged. She clearly said that if Wu Cheng felt disgusted. I just said that I am the best with you, but you changed your mind, scumbag. Wu Yu. Yes, I am sorry. It is all my fault. Wu Yu felt that she was like a husband in a drama, who was always busy and tired at work and slept all day. Even though his wife was as beautiful as a flower, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, she had a sad face and could not give any response. Wu Cheng was so angry that he stamped his feet. Yeah. Wu Yu was very respectful, looking at her nose and her heart. Yes. Wu Cheng, tell me what you think about every day. Wu Yu. How could she say it? There were too many things in her mind every day, and she couldn't explain it clearly in a few words. Wu Cheng was furious. Before, everyone wanted to be friends with me, but I didn't like to pay attention to them. It happened to you. What's wrong with you picking up a shell? Why am I disgusted? You are not qualified to be my friend. If a sincere person like you is not qualified to be my friend, this hypocritical world is not worthy of anyone to be my friend. And what am I disgusted with? Emu taught me from a young age that thrift is a virtue. I can't be extravagant, but it doesn't mean that I will despise such behavior. On the contrary, I will not only not despise, but even respect every thrifty person. You want to pick up the shells? Go ahead. I can pick them up with you. I just want to ask you, are you doing this on purpose? Do you see that there are crystals inside, and you don't want to fulfill your previous promise, and deliberately cut off ties with me, and don't want to take the crystals inside? Wu Yu couldn't help but smile when she heard Wu Chong's words. This was the first time in Wu Yu's 2 lives that someone expressed friendship so directly, and he treated her so sincerely, which made her whole heart warm. She once again realized that Wu Chong was really a very good person, just like Jian Suiyu said, a child's heart, pure and kind. The more Wu Yu felt Wu Chong's kindness, the more determined she was to change the tragic ending of his previous life. However, Wu Yu suddenly realized, you just said in the last sentence, it's all crystals inside? What crystals? Wasn't this wall just tightly sealed and motionless just now? As Wu Yu said this, she turned her head and looked at the wall. She was surprised to find that just when she picked up a shell, this mysterious wall that was more solid than stone had been opened by Wu Chong with a Gatling gun, creating a hole big enough for an adult man to pass through. Wu Yu blinked and said happily, Wu Chong, you are so awesome. Wu Chong winked at Wu Yu, of course, I am the best in the world. When Wu Yu approached the big hole in the wall and looked inside, her surprise became even more obvious, and she was directly stunned. It was because, in the hole in the wall, she actually found a golden crystal that was even rarer than the most valuable red crystal in the world. The golden crystal was as dazzling as gold, and it almost blinded her pair of titanium alloy dog eyes. Moreover, the number of these crystals is almost 10 times the number of red crystals that Jian Suiyu gave her before. The red crystals that Jian Suiyu gave her before were worth 100 million alliance points, so these, tens, hundreds, and millions. Brother, father, if you don't abandon me, Xiaoye is willing to see you to the end. Wu Yu turned her head with difficulty. Wu Chong, pinch me. She couldn't believe that she, a small cannon fodder, would have such an incredible adventure. Wu Chong smiled and stretched out his hands, pinching her cheeks. Really, it's true. Wu Chong was ruthless and showed no mercy. Wu Yu hissed, and quickly snatched her face from his hand. Wu Yu took a deep breath. Let's not consider the distribution of these crystals first. Wu Chong, you must have infinite storage space. Put all the crystals into your space, and leave as soon as possible. Chen Yuanlang and Su Mo are still in the dungeon. You made such a big noise just now, they are likely to come here. Moreover, this location is too close to the entrance of the dungeon. I just saw a team on standby in the Chen family shuttle. If they all come in, we may not be their opponents. Wu Yu's words are well-reasoned and convincing, and there is no room for rebuttal. Yes, Wu Chong, we are taking advantage of the situation by keeping silent. Just take it and leave. Yes, the 2 of us are here to watch you. You go in quickly. If Chen Yuanlang and the others really find us, we might end up making things difficult for them. I'm not afraid of working in vain. I'm just afraid that they will kill people and steal treasures. Wu Yu nodded yes, Wu Chong. She looked at Wu Chong, fearing that Wu Chong would insist on giving her all the crystals, but Wu Chong folded his arms angrily. Wu Yu, am I really that stupid in your eyes? Of course I know who to give the advantage to, and I can't give the advantage to outsiders. Wu Yu smiled and praised him. Yes, Wu Chong is the smartest. That's right, come on, I take you to make a fortune. 2 Chiyan members were outside the wall to keep watch, while Wu Chong, Wu Yu and 2 other members went into the wall to take away the golden crystals. Wu Chong sat there motionless, collecting all the crystals within reach into the storage space, while Wu Yu and the other 2 members diligently, and with silly smiles on their faces quickly moved the crystals to Wu Chong's side for him to collect. The number of golden crystals was frightening, and it was impossible to collect them all in a short time. While Wu Yu was moving the crystals non-stop, the puppet Feng Ling suddenly issued a crazy warning to her. Wu Yu paused, and her whole body tensed up instantly, because this time the warning was that there was a ghost next to them. Wu Yu quickly came to Wu Chong and whispered to him, Wu Chong, do you feel that something is wrong here? After being asked, Wu Chong nodded. Generally speaking, as long as it is a resource book, you will get a wave of resources after killing a wave of monsters. It has never changed. Even if this is a mysterious treasure spot, there is no reason why no ghosts will appear, and let us take away such a terrifying number of crystals easily. Unless... Wu Chong's face sank, and Wu Yu's mind suddenly emerged. Unless, even if the crystals are in their pockets, they have no ability to take them away. They have to be spit out in their original form. Chapter 18. You are worthy of being the young master. With the young master leading the team, it is easy to get resources. That's right, our young master is one of the core heirs of the Chen family's patriarch. With the young master here, the Chen family will surely prosper. Miss Su, our young master is very sincere to you. That's right, This time the young master brought the 2 strongest teams under his command to help you get resources. The captain of the shadow team, Chiyan, who you are with, has so many rules that it is impossible for him to do this for you. That's right, you should just follow our young master. Why do you have to suffer in the shadows? Suemo said with a stern face, I'm not the kind of person who depends on others. If I want resources, I will work hard on my own. Chen Yuanlang, if you want to force me, then you underestimate me. Chen Yuanlang glared at the person who spoke, you are not allowed to talk to Momo like this, get out of here. Momo, they are all rough people, and they also see that I am really infatuated with you. Why don't you just agree to me? As he said that, Chen Yuanlang saw that everyone here was his people, and he couldn't help but want to make a move on Suemo. Suemo had a face full of loyalty, and would rather die than obey. Chen Yuanlang, who do you think I am? If you dare to force me, I will die in front of you today. Chen Yuanlang didn't dare to force Suemo, and couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Momo, if you don't have any interest in me, why did you come to the dungeon with me? You asked Chiyan to come with you. Sumo's eyes were red, and he bit his lower lip aggrievedly. Chen Yuanlang, what do you mean by saying this? You think I'm using you? Chen Yuanlang shook his head quickly. No, I don't mean that. Suemo counted the crystals he got today. Most of them were gray and blue crystals with low quality, not to mention red crystals. Even the slightly better green and orange crystals were few in number. Thinking of how he said when he ran away from Chiyan after the conflict, he would definitely get the crystals by himself. As a result, he didn't get the crystals now, and almost let Chen Yuanlang take advantage of him. Suemo turned away his eyes in grievance, his lips trembling. Seeing the goddess so aggrieved, Chen Yuanlang's heart was broken. How could he dare to have any evil thoughts? He hurriedly coaxed her. Momo, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I am not a good for nothing. It's all my fault. If no one had instigated me, how could I have such evil thoughts? Yes. It's that person just now. Someone come. Pull out his tongue for me. Momo, I will punish him and let you vent your anger. Hearing the screams from the tongue pulling, Sumo's depression finally dissipated a little, but she was still not satisfied. Yuanlang, such a big resource dungeon, how come it only ends at the 5th level? Moreover, the resources in this resource dungeon are too few. I am afraid that the S-level items fed to me will taint my items. Even my B-level items will not use such poor quality crystals. Chen Yuanlang knew that Suemo had been spoiled since childhood, and had seen all the good things. It is strange to say that even if the resources in the first few levels of this dungeon are not very good, why is it that after the last level, there are still some useless garbage crystals? Could it be? Chen Yuanlang suddenly remembered, by the way, where are the Chiyan group who just came with us? How come we never saw them again except at the beginning? Master, they went to the other side of the dungeon from the beginning. At the beginning, there were the sounds of Wuchang's Gatling gunfire, but now, there is no sound at all. Chen Yuanlang was puzzled. What's going on? Suemo had a strange feeling, as if something that originally belonged to her had slipped away from her without her knowing. Suemo, could it be possible that they found other roads in the dungeon? She looked at Chen Yuanlang. Is it possible that the road Chiyan and his team took is the route to the real resources in the dungeon? But this dungeon map is very simple. Several teams have been here before. There is only one road from beginning to end, and there are no other roads. Suemo looked at the person who spoke unhappily. Do you think you are qualified to question my words? Whenever Suemo thought that we might get the crystal that should belong to her with the help of Chiyan, she became extremely anxious, and even spoke very rudely to those who questioned her. Chen Yuanlang kicked the questioner hard. Shut up. What? Momo is the most beautiful woman in the end times. How can you, a lowly person, talk to her? Let's go, Momo. Let's follow Chiyan's gang to see what they are doing. Suemo nodded yes. The more she walked towards the way she came, the faster Sumo's heart beat, as if there was something calling her and waiting for her there. Wu Yu and Wu Cheng looked at each other, and quietly left behind the teammates who wanted to move the crystal stones farther away. You two go out, notify the door, and be ready to retreat at any time. The two teams are experienced, and have high combat literacy. They didn't say much, just a glance, turned around and left. However, it happened in a flash. At the moment when the two wanted to retreat, a lot of changes happened in the crystal cave. With a shrill cry, like a complaint, like crying, like the sound of fingertips rubbing on a blackboard, it penetrated the eardrums of everyone present. Everyone in Chiyan looked up at the same time, and saw a strange-looking bird with 3 legs flying over the crystal cave. Wu Yu blurted out in disbelief, 3-legged golden crow. The one guarding this golden crystal is actually a wisp of soul left by an ancient mythical beast the three-legged golden crow. But doesn't the three-legged golden crow represent the sun? How could its soul be trapped in this small crystal cave? And it is so entangled in evil spirits and looks so painful. Wu Chong was surprised. Yeah. How do you know everything? Wu Yu was anxious. Read more when you are free. And now is not the time to talk about this. Seeing the three-legged golden crow, Wu Yu's brain was hit by an invisible bullet, and she suddenly realized, the dungeon there and now is the dungeon that made Su-Imo completely reborn in the previous life. Because Wu Yu didn't know that Su-Imo got the golden crystal from the beginning to the end, she only knew that after a certain time point, all the props in Su-Mo's hands became much stronger. But Wu Yu knew about the three-legged golden crow in front of him, because this three-legged golden crow would be subdued by Su-Imo. After the evil spirit on the golden crow was purified, Su-Imo, by chance, summoned the true body of the ancient divine bird, the three-legged golden crow, through the help of Wu Chong and the entire witch clan. Ghosts may not be afraid of fire, but they are more or less afraid of the sun's light. Since then, Su-Imo has been called the supreme goddess of the sun. It was on the day when the three-legged golden crow appeared that the entire witch clan that summoned it, regardless of gender, age, and all became sacrifices and became its first delicious meal after it appeared in the world. So far, the witch clan has fallen. The arrogant and naive young master lost his powerful blessing and fell completely from the altar. Chapter 19. Wu Yu grabbed Wu Chong and said, Wu Chong, take all the crystals and leave immediately. I will hold back the soul of the three-legged golden crow. Wu Chong refused directly. No way, don't even think about it. I, Wu Chong, will never run ahead of a girl. And when I came in, I said that I would help you get these crystals even if it cost me my life. Wu Yu was full of anxiety. She didn't care about these crystals at all. She just wanted Wu Chong not to repeat the same mistake again. From what the Chiyan team member said just now, Wu Yu could already tell how much the entire Wu clan loved Wu Chong. In his previous life, if Wu Chong regained his memory, and knew that he had brought wolves into the house, and killed the entire Wu clan, and killed the mothers who loved him the most. With Wu Chong's personality, he would definitely be very painful and desperate. Just when the two were deadlocked, the soul of the three-legged golden crow had lost its patience and showed its ferocious appearance. Obviously, as a hunter, it had completely lost patience with its prey. And it was just such a coincidence. The two Chiyan team members, who were originally on guard at the door, suddenly warned, Wu Chong, Wu Yu. A lot of people suddenly came from the dungeon exit, most likely Chen Yuanling. Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. Now Wu Yu and Wu Chong are simply being attacked from both sides. Wu Yu grabbed Wu Chong fiercely. You must leave. Otherwise, the direction of the matter may be beyond her ability to handle. Wu Chong held his head high and said, Why should I leave? It's hard to say who will win in the end. I have been in the martial arts world for so many years, and have never been defeated. So today you will fall flat on your face here. At such a critical moment, the matter of rebirth cannot be explained to Wu Chong in a few words. She asked Wu Chong again, Are you not leaving? Wu Chong nodded yes. Wu Yu exhaled a foul breath. Okay, then let's take a gamble. If she wins, she can prove that the plot can really be changed. If she loses, with someone like Wu Chong who treats her sincerely and is willing to die for her, her life is worth it. Wu Yu commanded Wu Chong, from now on, you hold the golden crow back. I will use all the resources in the dungeon to feed my puppet wind chime. Wu Chong's eyes flashed with interest, and he said excitedly, Do you want to bet on what kind of combat skills the puppet wind chime will awaken? Wu Yu said, Yes, but I'm not sure if the crystals here are enough to upgrade the puppet wind chime to 5 stars. After Wu Chong cleverly avoided the first wave of attacks from the three-legged golden crow, he looked around the crystal cave and slowly frowned. It may be a bit uncertain. Wu Yu's heart instantly lifted up, and his expression was extremely solemn. But Wu Chong's mouth curled up with an evil smile. Add these I just added to the space, it should be just enough. As he said, facing the angry three-legged golden crow, Wu Chong suddenly took out the wizard staff he carried with him and faced the three-legged golden crow directly. Wu Yu, hurry up. Wu Yu nodded, okay. Seeing Wu Chong and Wu Yu busying themselves, the members of Chiyan did not sit still and wait for death. All 4 members of Chiyan gathered at the entrance of the crystal cave, trying to help Wu Yu and the others buy more time. When Wu Chong and the three-legged crow were fighting, Wu Yu was running desperately with her legs. Wherever she went, her hands were so fast that you could hardly see the afterimage. The props in the dungeon could not be bound in the dungeon, but resources as part of the supply could be fed to the props on the spot. As Wu Yu moved quickly, the star level of the puppet wind chime was also increasing rapidly. A prompt sound kept popping up in Wu Yu's consciousness. Congratulations. Successfully lit up the third star of the puppet wind chime. Light up the star point, and a flash of inspiration. Perceive evil in people's hearts, and give a prompt when a human wants to kill you. Level 1, skill proficiency. 0 out of 5. Congratulations. Successfully light up the 4th star of the puppet wind chime. Light up the star point, and a flash of light. The item will attach a wind chime to your body for protection, with a chance to block a critical hit, currently with a 20% chance of blocking a critical hit. Level 1, skill proficiency. 0/5. General items, even S-level items, rarely have a chance to light up a new skill for every star point they light up. In the previous life, even if the heroine's aura was as strong as Suimo, her most proud S-level 8-star item only had 5 skills. For this reason, her sister group has been spreading the word that Suimo is a lucky koi, and that as long as they are with her, they will be able to turn danger into safety. Later, when the news spread, even the rich and handsome men would stay by Sumo's side when lighting up the props for the crystals. They called it getting lucky. But now, we use S-level 10-star props. Only 4 stars have been lit up, and 5 skills have already flashed. As the crystals continue to decrease, the experience bar for lighting up the stars has begun to change slowly. You know, for S-level items, the number of crystals required for each star point is not just doubled, but 10 times. A full 10 times increase. Even with these golden crystals, it is particularly difficult to light up the item to 5 stars. It is conceivable that the more you go in the future, the more astronomical the number of crystals you need to light up all 10 stars. Watching the star point experience bar progressing slower and slower, and the crystals in the crystal cave running out, Wu Yu began to sweat. Just at this moment, hearing Wu Chong's cry of pain, Wu Yu froze. She turned her head and saw that Wu Chong, who was fighting with the 3-legged golden crow, had already lost. Wu Yu hurriedly shouted, "Wu Chong, how are you?" Wu Chong coughed up blood. This golden crow is so powerful that it feels like it is not a remaining soul at all, but rather the clone of the real ancient mythical beast 3-legged golden crow. After hearing what Wu Chong said, Wu Yu suddenly realized, Wu Chong is a wizard. If he said that, it is very likely to be true. That's right. If it was just a soul, even if there was an entire Wu clan, it would never be possible to summon a real 3-legged crow. Seeing Wu Chong getting more and more wounded under the attack of the 3-legged crow, Wu Yu's heart became more and more tormented. Her movements were faster than before, so fast that she couldn't even see them, and the crystal on the ground disappeared. Little did she know that the 3-legged crow guarding the yellow crystal was furious when she saw Wu Yu's movements. Openly challenging him right under his nose, the 3-legged crow didn't even care about Wu Chong's attack, and rushed towards Wu Yu regardless. The ferocious posture was clearly intended to bite Wu Yu's neck and pierce her skull. Seeing the intention of the 3-legged crow, Wu Chong shouted anxiously, "Wu Yu, run!" Unexpectedly, Wu Yu, who had already taken the last golden crystal in the crystal cave, suddenly turned around and faced the 3-legged crow. She was impartial, and not only did not dodge, but even took a provocative step forward. Seeing Wu Yu's movements up close, the 3-legged crow was even more angry and used all his strength, human, seeking death. The moment the 3-legged golden crow collided with Wu Yu head-on, Wu Chong shouted with bloodshot eyes, "Wu Yu!" Accompanied by, "Congratulations," successfully lit up the 5th star of the puppet wind chime. The light of the star point flashed. 100% resist a fatal attack, and return 120% damage to the inflictor. Level 1, skill proficiency. 0 out of 5. Skill cooldown time. 1 hour. Wu Yu, who faced the golden crow, had a smile on his face that showed he was sure of victory. Chapter 20. Jinwu rushed towards Wu Yu. Wu Chong shouted, and rushed forward regardless of anything to fight Jinwu to the death. However, he was shocked to find that Jinwu, who was an absolute strongman, was suddenly knocked aside by an invisible force, and Wu Yu, who he was sure would die if he could not withstand this blow, stood there calmly, as if nothing had happened. Wu Chong rushed to Wu Yu and carefully confirmed, "Wu Yu, are you okay?" Wu Yu nodded, "Yeah." He couldn't believe it. What on earth is going on? Wu Yu, to make a long story short, I succeeded in feeding the puppet phoneling to 5 stars. Wu Chong looked excited. Then I suddenly had an extremely powerful combat skill that could kill Jinwu with just a glance. Sorry, that really disappoints you. She is just a cannon fodder. How could she suddenly have such a great skill? Wu Yu. No, I learned a passive skill of counterinjury. 100% counterinjury, 120% of the damage is given to the inflictor. As the skill is upgraded, the counterinjury will increase, and the skill cooldown time will be shortened. Wu Chong couldn't believe it. Rebound. It's the most despicable and unethical rebound skill. This skill really ignores strength. The more the opponent wants to kill you, the more damage will be rebounded to him. This skill is really suitable for you, Wu Yu. Wu Yu, thank you. She just thought that this fool was praising her. However, Wu Yu reminded, there are no resources here now. Let's leave quickly while Jinwoo is injured and has not reacted. Wu Cheng frowned, but I always feel something is wrong with this golden crow. Wu Yu knew this, of course. But now Wu Cheng was injured. With their current strength, it was impossible to subdue the golden crow under the attack of the Chen family. Wu Yu explained to Wu Cheng seriously, Wu Cheng, you have fulfilled your promise to me. So next, can you listen to my arrangements? No matter what I say, you must believe me, and I will never hurt you. Wu Cheng nodded obediently. Of course I believe it. Wu Yu, then I say, we don't want the golden crow, let's go now. Compared to the damn sun goddess, Wu Cheng and the Wu clan are far more important. This time, Wu Cheng was very obedient. Yes, let's go. Go? Hee, where to? When Qin Yuanlong's voice came out, Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head sharply, and the next scene made her eyes widen in disbelief. The 4 members of the Chiyan team, who were originally on guard at the door, were all seriously injured by the Qin family team. They fell to the ground, and their lives were unknown. It seems that Qin Yuanlang was afraid that they would tip off the enemy, so he took the initiative to attack. Not only that, Qin Yuanlang also transferred another Qin family team that was waiting outside the dungeon. The 2 teams had a total of 20 people, all of whom were psychics. It was simply unfair to deal with only 4 people from Chiyan. Wu Yu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. What did you do to them? Qin Yuanlang smiled contemptuously. Oh, are you anxious? Don't worry, I didn't kill them. Chiyan's people are all mad dogs, and I don't want to be entangled by mad dogs. They are all fine and still breathing. However, if you don't hurry up and send them back to the treatment cabin, I can't guarantee that they will still be breathing in a while. Wu Cheng stood up with a sneer, and raised the Gatling gun in his hand with scarlet eyes. Bang bang bang. A volley of bullets went straight to Qin Yuanlong's face like it was free, but he didn't expect that the people of the Qin family team rushed out without hesitation to block Qin Yuanlang, and the one who rushed to the front was even shot by Wu Cheng on the spot. But they were completely indifferent to the death of their companions. Qin Yuanlang protected Su Imo and retreated to the end. In front of them, he instantly built a 3-layer defense wall with a strong shield. Amid the heavy protection, Qin Yuanlang smiled proudly. Wu Cheng, I heard that all your bullets are specially made and extraordinary. But so what? My Qin family is one of the 4 major families, and this shield is indestructible. When Wu Cheng pointed a gun at Su Imo, fear flashed in his eyes. But seeing that the shield was so reliable, Su Imo was very satisfied. This is the treatment she deserves. What if Wu Yu is in the Chiyan team? She was only assigned a few useless people in the dungeon. Even Wu Cheng's fighting power is not absolutely top-notch in Chiyan. Thinking of this, her previous displeasure was also eased a lot. She could even persuade him in a good mood. Wu Yu, don't be angry with Yuanlang. Today, as long as you hand over all the crystals you got and apologize to Yuanlang, I will help you to talk and let Yuanlang forget it. After all, Yuanlang will definitely give me face, right? Su Imo turned to look at Qin Yuanlang proudly, and Qin Yuanlang immediately agreed. Of course, as long as Momo said it, I will definitely agree. However, he could let Wu Yu go in front of Su Imo, but after Su Imo left, it was hard to say whether Wu Yu would live or die. She was just a pariah, so Qin Yuanlang didn't believe that Chiyan would really come to pursue him, the young master of the Qin family. Wu Yu sneered, you are too late, the crystal stone has been used by me. Today, you hurt our Chiyan team members, and you can't just let it go so easily. When saying this, Wu Yu's body was straight. She was now representing Chiyan to face outsiders. In front of outsiders, she must stand up straight. Even if she dies, she must not embarrass Chiyan. Qin Yuanlang seemed to have heard a big joke. Just you, who dares to shout at me? The crystal is gone. Then don't blame me for being rude to you. Wu Yu glanced at the 3-legged golden crow with her peripheral vision. It had reacted again, slowly stood up and breathed wildly at Wu Yu. It can be seen that Wu Yu hates Red firmly, and this Jinwoo wants to fight her to the death. No. It should be to kill her unilaterally. When they saw Jinwoo, Su Imo and Qin Yuanlang were surprised. But soon, the surprise was replaced by surprise. Qin Yuanlang said without hesitation, Momo, I scared you today. Now the crystal is gone. As an apology, I will catch this strange bird and use it as your summon beast. Su Mo's heart beat fast when he saw Jinwoo. This time, she stopped pretending and nodded and agreed. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Yuanlang. Qin Yuanlang said firmly. It seems that the Golden Crow was really angry because it was injured by Chiyan's people just now. When they fight to the point of both being injured, we will reap the benefits. Su Mo looked at the Golden Crow with fanatical eyes, and she didn't even hear what Qin Yuanlang said. She now had only one thought in her mind. She must get this Golden Crow. This Golden Crow is hers. Wu Yu was anxious. She thought to herself that things were still rushing in the worst direction, and she couldn't help but feel more anxious. While avoiding the Golden Crow, Wu Yu noticed that Su Mo's eyes burst into greed. Her heart sank suddenly, and at the same time, a thought of fighting to the death came to her mind. Chapter 21. Looking at Qin Yuanlang, who thought he was safe behind the defense wall, Wu Yu asked Wu Cheng, "How long can your bullets last?" Wu Cheng looked calm. "There is one last round." Wu Yu lowered his eyes. "One round? That's enough." Qin Yuanlang seemed to be listening to a joke. "Ha ha ha. There is one last round? You stinky boy from the Wu clan. One round, 500 bullets. Wait until this round is finished. I'm waiting for you to kneel down and call me grandpa. If you don't lick both of my shoes clean today, you will never leave alive." Wu Cheng curled his lips in disdain. "You are not worthy of letting me lick your shoes. If you don't take a piss and look at yourself, you are like a toad." Qin Yuanlang's eyes were sinister, as if he wanted to cut Wu Cheng open and chop him into pieces. "Wu Cheng, do you really think I dare not kill you?" Su Mo bit her lower lip lightly. Although Wu Cheng was a man with sarcasm and unruly, he was the treasure of the Wu clan. Wu Cheng had bright features, but did not look feminine. Because of the battle with Jinwu, he was now covered in blood, and his face was damaged by the battle, which added a bit of charm. Compared to the ordinary Qin Yuanlang, Su Mo actually prefers Wu Cheng in her heart. She didn't want Wu Cheng to die in Qin Yuanlang's hands. Unfortunately, Wu Cheng's face and abilities might cause her to be hated by the Wu clan. Su Mo wanted to plead for Wu Cheng, but she thought of the culprit who caused the current situation, and the reason was Wu Yu. Wu Cheng even spoke rudely to her for Wu Yu. She was unwilling to accept it. "Wu Cheng, you have a noble status in the Wu clan. Why do you have to risk your life to protect ordinary people? If your mother knew, wouldn't it chill their hearts?" The implication was that if Wu Cheng really got into trouble, it was Wu Yu's fault, and it had nothing to do with her. She also did her best to save face, making people think that she was kind and magnanimous. Wu Cheng sneered. "Who I want to protect is my own business, and it's not your turn to interfere. What's more, my mothers are not stupid. If I really die, they will find a way to find out the truth. When the time comes, no one will be able to escape, and they will not be able to escape the revenge of my Wu clan. My mother will definitely help me get revenge and cut you all into pieces." The first few chatted so much, but it was hard for Wu Yu, who almost ran away like a grandson. She treated Jinwu like a dog, flying a kite around the field to attract hatred. When passing by Wu Cheng, she happened to hear his speech full of villain cannon fodder. With a complicated expression, she patted Wu Cheng on the shoulder and said, "Stop chatting, brother, increase your firepower and help me cover. It's so exciting to chat, otherwise, I give you a plate of melon seeds. Can you consider her life or death?" As he said this, in the astonished eyes of the crowd, Wu Yu, whose head was covered with lumps, rushed straight towards the Qin family's defense formation with the three-legged Golden Crow. Bang! With a sound, everyone was surprised to find that at the moment, when he was about to hit the defense wall, the light and flexible Wu Yu actually stepped on the shield skillfully to avoid a direct impact on his body. On the contrary, the limited intelligence of the three-legged Golden Crow made it so that it would chase Wu Yu, but would not make a sharp turn, and desperately tried its best to hit the Qin family's defense wall. Jinwu's all-out attack, coupled with Wu Cheng's sudden increase in firepower, was so perfect that a gap was actually created in the Qin family's defense wall. In a moment, Wu Cheng's bullets poured into the gap like they were free, and the Qin family's troops fled. In an instant, the first of the three defense walls collapsed, and could no longer be formed. Facing this sudden change, Qin Yuanlang and Su Mo's faces froze at the same time. Qin Yuanlang had been uneducated since he was a child, and he was always showing off wherever he went. Without anyone to protect him, he might not even be able to beat Wu Yu. As for Su Mo, the props in her hand were not powerful enough, and she had no fighting ability at all. Su Mo said in fear, "Yuanlang, this defense wall will not be broken, right?" Feeling the huge impact of the Golden Crow just now, Qin Yuanlang was also a little unsure, but he still boasted to Su Mo, "Just now it was just an emergency, don't worry, they won't have such good luck next time." Speaking, Qin Yuanlang said sternly, "Defense wall 1 and 2, both of them are defended for me. Who dares to escape again? I will kill you once you get out of the dungeon." When these words came out, the members of the Chiyan family team looked at each other in fear, and at the same time, they could not help but feel chilled by Chiyan Yuanlong's brutality. Wu Yu's eyes flashed, and they met Wu Chang's eyes in the air. The firepower just now made Wu Chang's bullets very few. They only had one chance to break through the second line of defense, and they would never allow failure. Seeing that Wu Yu and Wu Chang were vaguely planning to join forces to break through the defense wall for the second time, Chiyan Yuanlang and Su Mo were extremely anxious. Suddenly, Su Mo, who had been standing behind the defensive wall, discovered that Wu Yu had been running all over the field under the great pressure of Jin Wu, but she only suffered minor skin injuries. After careful observation, Su Mo also noticed that whenever Jin Wu wanted to launch a fatal attack on Wu Yu, a golden light would suddenly float out of Wu Yu's body, and then Jin Wu would lose his aim as if confused. Once again, seeing the golden light floating out of Wu Yu's body, Su Mo confirmed his thoughts. Yuanlang, Wu Yu really has an S-level item. The golden light is a symbol that only appears when an S-level item triggers a skill. It is the skill of this S-level item that allows Wu Yu to stay in such a small area without being hurt by the golden crow. Chiyan Yuanlang was surprised. Momo, are you sure? Su Mo was sure. I'm not wrong. Otherwise, with Wu Yu's physical fitness without mental strength, she would never be able to move freely until now. She must be blessed by a powerful S-level item. The crystal stone was fed to her, and it is a powerful skill that can reduce or even avoid damage. Reduce damage, avoided damage. Hearing Su Mo's guess, Chiyan Yuanlang's eyes instantly burst into greed. He didn't expect that such a small resource book could have such a big surprise waiting for him. Su Mo immediately said, Yuanlang, you said that all the resources in this dungeon are mine. Does it still count? Chiyan Yuanlang nodded repeatedly. Of course it counts, but Momo, if I give you such a big gift? Su Mo smiled shyly. Then you will be my brother Yuanlang from now on. Brother Yuanlang, thank you for your hard work. It was the first time that Chiyan Yuanlang saw Su Mo so cute and innocent. He nodded repeatedly. Okay, Sister Momo. First we be friends, then sisters, and finally little darlings. Chiyan Yuanlang looked at Wu Yu, and even thought of the name of the child he and Su Mo would have. The next second, he turned his head, and looked at Wu Yu with sinister and fierce eyes. With a vicious smile, Chiyan Yuanlang issued the latest order. Remove the second line of defense. Everyone should kill Wu Yu with all their strength. Whoever can get Wu Yu's head, I will promote him to the captain of the team. Wu Yu turned around in surprise, wondering why Chiyan Yuanlang suddenly stopped being a coward and turned from defense to offense. After noticing the crazy warning from the puppet Feng Ling, her eyes penetrated the two defense walls and reached Chiyan Yuanlang and Su Mo, who were murderous. Wu Yu suddenly realized that it must be the heroine's sixth sense that was helping her to turn the plot around. They would kill her at all costs, regardless of human life, just for her god-level props. Wu Yu's heart sank immediately. Could it be that the heroine's protagonist halo was really that strong? Chapter 22. Instantly, Wu Yu's eyes became fierce, and her eyes were full of determination to risk everything, and she didn't care about Chiyan Yuanlang's orders at all. Taking advantage of the moment, when the defense array was dispersed, Wu Yu found the connection point of the entire defense array and rushed to the last line of defense without hesitation with the three-legged golden crow. Chiyan Yuanlang and Su Mo never thought that Wu Yu was so fearless. Her firm and decisive eyes startled the two of them, and their momentum weakened by 3 points. Chiyan Yuanlang almost lost his composure and shouted, Protect me! Hurry and protect me! Su Mo quickly shrank behind Chiyan Yuanlang and urged, Hurry up! Chiyan Yuanlang reacted, Yes, kill Wu Yu for me! Everyone, kill her for me! In a hurry, he actually gave the wrong order, making the people in the first layer of defense think that Chiyan Yuanlang wanted them to chase Wu Yu as well. Chiyan Yuanlang has always been domineering and bad. He kills people in his team whenever he wants. No one dares to disobey his orders. Almost the moment the order was issued, the people in the first layer of defense also dispersed. Chiyan Yuanlang's eyes were red with anger. Waste, you bunch of waste, protect me. Ha. A light laugh made Chiyan Yuanlang's entire back of the neck explode. He found incredulously that the moment the defense array was dispersed, Wu Yu was already in front of him. She held a sharp knife steadily in her hand, and a cold light flashed between her movements. By the time Chiyan Yuanlang reacted, this dagger that could cut iron like mud was already on Chiyan Yuanlang's neck. All members of the Chiyan family team, cease fire, otherwise, I will kill Chiyan Yuanlang immediately. Wu Yu's voice was not loud, but her calm voice was accurately conveyed to the ears of everyone present. At the moment when Wu Yu's voice sounded, all the bullets in Wu Chang's Gatling gun were used up. The time was just right. Wu Yu blinked at Wu Chang. Take our people with you, you retreat first. The members of the Chiyan team were seriously injured and needed immediate treatment. Moreover, this dungeon has not opened the first kill notification, and the dungeon entrance has not been closed yet. Wu Cheng only needs to take people out from the dungeon entrance. Wu Yu, how dare you hold me hostage? Qin Yuanlang gnashed his teeth, wishing he could cut Wu Yu into pieces. Wu Yu tightened the knife in his hand with a cold face, and Qin Yuanlang instantly felt warm blood dripping from his neck. Wu Yu sneered, not only do they dare to hold you hostage, they also dare to kill you, so you better be honest and don't make a sound. After all, ordinary people like me have poor psychological quality, and they might cut your throat with a knife. Wu Cheng, hurry up! Wu Cheng was worried about Wu Yu, but he also knew that this was the best situation Wu Yu could get. He moved quickly, and under the watchful eyes of the Qin family team, he transferred the 4 injured team members back to the team shuttle. The shuttle had 4 treatment cabins, just enough for 4 people. After confirming that the 4 were out of danger, Wu Cheng did not dare to stay for a moment and returned to the dungeon. Wu Yu, you are making an enemy of the entire Qin family by doing this. Why don't you let brother Yuanlang go? I will definitely plead with him to let you go. Su Mo seemed to be persuading him kindly, but in fact he was fanning the flames. Wu Yu looked at her with a mocking expression. Su Mo, Qin Yuanlang is in my hands now. I can let him live or die if I want him to. Is it your turn to beg for mercy? If you really want to beg for mercy, then kneel down and beg me. Kowtow to me 100 times, and I will let him go. Su Mo looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. Wu Yu, how can you say such vulgar words? Wu Yu tightened the knife again. Young Master Chen, it seems that Su Mo doesn't care about your life or death. In Su Mo's eyes, it seems that your life is not as important as her dignity. Qin Yuanlang's throat was tightly stuck by Wu Yu's knife, only 1 inch away from the aorta. He liked Su Mo, but in front of life, he still wanted life more. Momo, since Wu Yu said so, kneel down and beg her. If it weren't for helping you get the crystal, I wouldn't have come to this dungeon, and I wouldn't have offended Chiyan and been kidnapped. Su Mo didn't expect Chen Yuanlang to be such a person. She bit her lower lip in grievance. Brother Qingxi is right, you are really not a good person. It was you who invited me, and you were the one who provoked me, but now you are putting all the blame on me. Su Mo, I never thought that you, a woman, would not only hang me before, but I would also like to play with you. Now I am dying, and you are not even willing to kneel down and beg for mercy. I will never kneel down. This is my bottom line, and even more so my dignity. Bottom line? Dignity? When you rely on men to get resources, where is your bottom line and dignity? Did they all get eaten by dogs? Take resources? Chen Yuanlang, I don't even care about the resources you gave me today. Wu Yu raised her eyebrows with interest. She really didn't expect that these 2 people would quarrel with each other. I didn't expect that although young Master Chen was a dog, he could still wake up and see Sumo's true face when the knife was on his neck. Anyway, she was free, so Wu Yu was very excited. Let's fight. Fight! Although all the people from the Qin family team didn't dare to say anything because of Qin Yuanlang, they were all very excited to see the 2 so-called young masters and young ladies fighting so ugly. However, something unexpected happened. With a scream, everyone discovered that countless 3-legged crows appeared in the crystal cave. These crows attacked everyone present, except Wu Yu. Even Qin Yuanlang, who was held hostage by her, was not spared and was pecked all over his head. Wu Yu? I'm here to save you. Hearing Wu Cheng's voice, Wu Yu immediately understood that these 3-legged crows were illusions summoned by Wu Cheng. After stabbing Qin Yuanlang's legs fiercely, and pushing him towards Su Mo, Wu Yu turned around and ran towards the entrance of the dungeon where Wu Cheng was. Wu Cheng waved happily at Wu Yu. Come on. While waving, his face suddenly changed. Wu Yu, be careful. Wu Yu looked out of the corner of her eye, and saw that it was the real golden crow that broke through the crowd and chased after her, heading straight for her. Wu Yu ran as fast as she could, not daring to stop for even a second. Just as she was about to leave the dungeon, a heat wave came from behind her, and Wu Yu's heart sank. She knew that it was the 3-legged golden crow, and it was still being caught up. Wu Yu gritted her teeth and called up the information panel of the puppet wind chime at the critical moment. 100% resistance to a fatal blow, and 120% of the damage is returned to the inflictor. Level 1. Skill proficiency. 1 out of 5. Skill cooldown time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment the skill was restored, regardless of Wu Cheng's hand stretched out outside the dungeon, he was fiercely pushed out of the dungeon. Wu Yu turned her head sharply and rushed straight towards the golden crow. Chapter 23. Wu Yu? Wu Cheng shouted until his voice broke. Facing the dungeon entrance that completely disappeared in front of him, he looked distraught. It was all because of him. If it weren't for his arrogance, Wu Yu wouldn't have died. It was all because of him. He had agreed to bring Wu Yu to farm resources, but not only did his teammates get hurt, but he also made Wu Yu lose her reputation. It was all because of him. Wu Chong fell into despair. Countless dark black lines appeared around him, as if they were going to drown him. Wu Chong. Wu Chong looked up in surprise, and saw Wu Yu appearing from another direction. The moment he saw Wu Yu, the black lines faded away. Wu Chong suddenly jumped up and rushed to her, and hugged her in his arms. Wu Yu, I'm so glad you're okay. I thought you were dead. Wu Yu, I'm not dead, but you almost strangled me to death. Chijiji. Wu Chong looked at the top of Wu Yu's head in confusion. With the height difference between him and Wu Yu, the man and the chicken were just at eye level. Wu Yu, what's going on? Why is there a chicken on your head? Wu Yu's expression drifted for a second. It's a long story. Wu Chong roared, then just make it short. Pulling Wu Chong towards the shuttle, Wu Yu said, we talk on the way. After Chiyan's shuttle took off smoothly, the Chin family team finally appeared from the direction of the dungeon exit in a hurry, carrying Chen Yuanlang. Wu Yu looked at Suimo from a distance, and kept pulling the shuttle higher, and drove it towards the base. Unexpectedly, the heroine would be abandoned. The shuttle entered a stable flight state, and Wu Yu left the driver's seat. Wu Chong exclaimed, Wu Yu, how come your shuttle driving skills are so good? Wu Yu, because Shadow still has a batch of manual shuttles in use. In her previous life, she was only qualified to ride a manual shuttle. The driving of a manual shuttle is very cumbersome, and few people can drive it. In addition, the personnel change, and in the end, Wu Yu became a professional driver of a manual shuttle. Compared with the manual shuttle that requires 800 buttons to start, the fully automatic shuttle like Chiyan is naturally effortless for her to drive. Wu Chong was incredulous. What kind of slum team is Shadow? The old antique is still in use. Wu Yu thought, Shadow must save money, otherwise how can the male protagonist Shinxingxi become the CEO, marry a beautiful and rich woman, and reach the peak of his life? However, Wu Chong looked at the top of Wu Yu's head again. He was more curious about the chicken that had been standing on Wu Yu's head since he left the dungeon. What's going on with this chicken? Chickens are straightforward. If it stands on your head, won't it shit on your head? Wu Yu was instantly furious, and took the chicken off his head, and held it in his hands. This is the three-legged golden crow just now. Wu Chong was incredulous and pointed his finger. You said this chicken is an ancient mythical beast, the three-legged golden crow. After being scolded, Wu Chong was angry. Today I will fight you to the death. Standing between the two with a sad face, Wu Yu had the illusion that he was a parent of two children. Children's discord is mostly due to the lack of moral integrity of the elderly. Wu Yu shuddered and hit the two of them hard. Calm down. Just when the three-legged golden crow's clone attacked me, my item skill happened to be cooled down. I thought I would let it be attacked by the power and then leave. I didn't expect that this attack would actually knock her back to her soul. Then, all the illusions you summoned rushed into the soul, and then the golden crow became what it is now. The entrance to the dungeon was closed, and the people of the Chin family were behind me. I kept running towards the exit, and I didn't pay attention, and let the golden crow run over my head. Hearing Wu Yu's disdain for him, Jin Wu jumped up madly, and kept pecking at her. Woman, you are my lifelong enemy. I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. After I recover, we will fight again at the top of the Forbidden City. But Wu Yu felt that the self-proclaimed fatal attack was not painful at all. Fearing that the child would be tired, Wu Yu patted its little head. Okay, you just got seriously injured, take a good rest. As he said that, Wu Yu actually found a small pillow, and put Jin Wu on the pillow. Go to sleep. When Jin Wu laid down, she even covered him with a small blanket. Wu Chong was completely stunned. Where did you find all these? Wu Yu. The system assigned them by itself, they are all its own. Wu Chong was even more dumbfounded. System. Wu Yu reminded Wu Chong, have you not looked at the communicator since you just left the dungeon? Wu Chong nodded yes. He didn't have time to look, he thought Wu Yu was dead, and he was in grief. Wu Yu reminded, then you should take a quick look. As he spoke, Wu Chong opened the communicator, and a flood of information popped up. He first clicked on the dungeon-related information. Congratulations to Wu Yu of the Chiyan team for completing the first kill of the three-legged golden crow resource book and obtaining a large amount of resources. And an additional first kill reward. A young three-legged golden crow, which can grow into a true ancient beast three-legged golden crow after careful cultivation, and can be used as a mount and summon beasts to fight for the master. Wu Chong's pupils were shaking. Young bird? You said this is just a young bird of the ancient mythical beast three-legged golden crow, not a clone, or a soul. Wu Yu's expression was also complicated. Yes, it's incredible. You know, in the previous life, Suemo only got a clone of the three-legged golden crow, and it was seriously polluted by evil spirits, and it was not purified until the middle and late stages. If it weren't for the help of the witch clan, perhaps Suemo would have always gotten just a clone. But what she got now was actually a purified young bird. Wu Yu couldn't figure out what went wrong. After Wu Chong read the dungeon notice, he looked at the team group, and the whole team group was in an uproar. No way. You guys were just going to brush a resource book. How come you got an ancient beast? I thought Wu Chong would be more low-key with Wu Yu following him, but he became even more presumptuous. I told you to brush resources, not to brush the ancient beast. Wu Chong, you're lucky you're still humble, and gave the last blow to Wu Yu, so the young bird will be Wu Yu's. Seeing this, Wu Chong swallowed hard. Thinking of how he had been a hindrance and had caused Wu Yu so much trouble, Wu Chong sneaked up and said carefully, "Stop talking. If it wasn't for Wu Yu this time, we would all be dead. It was either me who made the final blow, or Wu Yu who challenged the three-legged golden crow alone. And she defeated the entire Chen family team by herself. Qin Yuanlang was almost killed by Wu Yu." Just after coaxing the golden crow to sleep, Wu Yu turned around and said, "Wu Chong, what are you doing?" Wu Chong stood at attention immediately, nothing. Wu Yu didn't believe it. She turned on her communicator. She saw the last sentence in the team group, which was said by Jian Suiyu. Almost killed Qin Yuanlang? Very good, it seems that Wu Yu is ready to officially start the Chiyan regular training. Chiyan regular training, what is it? For some reason, Wu Yu subconsciously shuddered. Chapter 24. Wu Chong, what is Chiyan's regular training? Wu Chong's expression froze, and then he smiled awkwardly. Wu Yu, don't worry, it's just training with other Chiyan members. It's daily training, everyone has to participate. After hearing this, Wu Yu felt relieved. It seems that Jian Suiyu felt that she was still unfamiliar with everyone when she first joined the team. But now that they have participated in a dungeon together, they are naturally closer and can train together. After thinking about it, Wu Yu replied in the team group without any doubt, "Okay, Vice Captain, no problem." Seeing a large number of black spots suddenly appear in the team group, Wu Yu asked Wu Chong in confusion, "Why is everyone's reaction a little strange?" Wu Chong hesitated. "Well, maybe it's..." Jian Suiyu, "What? Do you have any opinions?" "No. Of course we don't. We welcome you." "Yes. Welcome." Wu Chong immediately followed up and said, "They are just too excited and don't know how to react for a while." Wu Yu nodded yes. After saying that, Wu Yu ignored Wu Chong and went to check the physical condition of the injured team members. Wu Yu got all the dungeons, crystals, and divine beasts in this dungeon, but the other team members were seriously injured. Although all participating team members will get extra generous alliance points for getting the first kill, Chiyan is not like Shadow. All the gains from his dungeons belong to him. Chiyan has a big family and a big business, so he doesn't care about or exploit the ordinary team members' melons and dates. Not only will they not exploit you, but they will also provide additional point subsidies and various people-friendly policies on a monthly basis. However, this incident still put a lot of psychological pressure on Wu Yu, who had never received any benefits from anyone since she was a child. She decided to find a way to repay them after returning to the team. Soon, Chiyan's shuttle returned to the base. Wu Chong, who had said that he had a good relationship with Wu Yu, saw Jian Suiyu waiting for them at the base airport, and left a message on the shuttle, "I take my teammates to the treatment room." It disappeared with a sound of whoosh. Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Yu. "It seems that Wu Chong has caused you a lot of trouble this time. Before, Wu Chong would not be so proactive in helping." Wu Yu carefully held Jinwu, who had just fallen asleep. He is innocent and has never fallen. But I think that after this dungeon, he should be more mature than before. Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Yu thoughtfully. "Wu Yu, your actions and words always give me a sense of maturity. No matter whether it was last time or this time, no matter how great the opportunity was, you seem to be able to remain calm. If others had obtained such a rare summoned beast as the ancient mythical beast, they would have been overjoyed. But Wu Yu seemed to be as calm as if an ordinary chicken had hatched from a chicken coop." Wu Yu thought, "Maybe it's because I have never been favored by God, so I never have unreasonable expectations. No expectations, no disappointment. Loss is calm, gain is fortunate." Jian Suiyu shook his head. "You are not fighting or competing like this, which is not acceptable in the end times." Wu Yu nodded. "You are right. Wu Yu has been terrified of the end times since she was born, and her life has been in turmoil. She deeply understands the cruelty of this era. However, Wu Yu said sincerely, not fighting does not mean that I will not fight for my own interests, and not competing does not mean that I will let others covet my things. You may not have heard. I can say I resign 800 times a day, but I can't miss my attendance once. I can say I want to die 800 times a day, but my physical examination report cannot have any flaws. I can be mentally rotten, but my body must not die. It was the first time that Jian Suiyu understood such an advanced mental state. He was stunned for a moment, and then smiled and said, well, I hope you can still say this after participating in regular training. Wu Yu blinked, and had a bad feeling about the legendary regular training. After returning to the dormitory, Wu Yu washed up. The horror apocalypse has come to the 18th year, and women will do proper skin care and makeup if they can. Of course, this is only popular among the powerful and wealthy. In the previous life, Su Mo was fully made up wherever she went, and no one had ever seen her without makeup. The so-called pure natural makeup was all the makeup cream she applied before dawn. Wu Yu couldn't afford skincare products and cosmetics at all, and she relied entirely on her youth, capital and good foundation. Moreover, in the apocalypse, ordinary women with good looks are almost at the bottom of the entire survival food chain. In her previous life, Wu Yu always deliberately made herself dirty in order to survive. Splashing water on her cheeks, Wu Yu gradually revealed her true appearance. Unlike Su Mo's tea-like white flower appearance, Wu Yu looked very cold, with beautiful and restrained facial features. From a distance, she looked like an elegant ink painting. If she was slightly decorated, it would be like an iceberg just melting, which would make people feel relaxed and happy. Anshin prepared a full set of skin care products for Wu Yu in advance, from facial cleanser, toner, lotion, essence, eye cream, face cream to various masks, everything you need. Some of them even Wu Yu, a country bumpkin who has never seen the world, had to read the product introduction and then check the specific steps on the communicator before he knew how to use them. It took a full hour and a half to finish a set of skin care. This was impossible for Wu Yu, who was busy in his previous life, but looking at her own milky skin like a baby in the mirror, Wu Yu couldn't believe it. Is this me? I actually look like this? In the previous life, all the mirrors in the shadow that could reflect people's faces were in Su Mo's place. A team couldn't even get a complete mirror together. Poor guy. No. Where can she find some dirt to turn herself from a snowy lady back into a dirty bun? Forget it, she was really tired from all the work. Now that she realized it, it felt like all the bones in her body were falling apart. She threw herself on the bed. This legendary 50 square meter king-size bed was many times better than the rotten wooden board she had before. She moved the humming golden crow to the side of the pillow, patted him gently, and said, sleep well, little guy. She even released Wu Yu's puppet wind chime from the system, and hung it on the bedside. The wind chime made a slight sound from time to time, which made people feel particularly at ease. After a while, the sound of even breathing could be heard in the room. Wu Yu didn't know that when she was asleep, she, Jin Wu, and the puppet Feng Ling were all wrapped in a golden halo. Under the halo, Wu Yu's body was recovering rapidly from the damage caused by the battle, and black dirt was slowly precipitating from her body. At the same time, the little Jin Wu, who was originally only a little bit, was also growing up visibly. When Wu Yu woke up, 48 hours had passed. Wu Yu opened her eyes, and felt that she had never slept so comfortably. She stretched her body suddenly, and then paused for a moment. No, whose hand was this black as if it had exploded a black brick kiln? Chapter 25. Wu Yu rubbed her hands in confusion, rubbing off the greasy black mud on her body. Not to mention, this process is like watching someone squeeze a pimple. Disgusting, but actually makes people feel a little bit refreshed. It is simply a blessing for obsessive-compulsive disorder. Seeing that the bed sheets were also stained with black mud, Wu Yu quickly asked the intelligent AI robot to come in and change her bed sheets. She got out of bed and ran to the bathroom, looking in the mirror. Where did the African slaves come from? Yesterday, she was still lamenting where to find some soil, and now this handful of soil is delivered directly to her door. But looking at the black mud with a greasy sheen, Wu Yu felt so disgusted, so she rushed into the bathtub and washed off all the mud with a shower. Until the black water on her body finally turned white, and then transparent, Wu Yu took an aromatherapy bubble bath, and washed herself clean and fragrant. After getting rid of the black mud, she felt refreshed. When Wu Yu looked in the mirror again, she was stunned by herself in the mirror. The person in the mirror, who looked like a cracked egg and full of collagen, was she? If Wu Yu was just averagely beautiful yesterday, then today she is like a 1,000-year-old snow lotus on an iceberg, quiet and elegant. Even Su Mo, who has the aura of a heroine, is even better than Wu Yu now. Wu Yu murmured, Could it be that someone secretly gave me a facelift while I was asleep? Apart from this statement, Wu Yu really couldn't think of any other possibilities. No, thinking of the black mud on her body just now, could it be the dirt and impurities that seeped out of her body? In the previous life, the average survival age of the population in the horror apocalypse dropped sharply, and few people could live past 50 years old. In addition to the difficulty of surviving in the apocalypse itself, there is another most important key point. Constantly entering and exiting the dungeon will cause a large amount of impurities rich in yin and evil to accumulate in the body. These impurities will also be mixed into the food we usually eat through the air, endangering the health of all humans. Although some people have discovered this problem a long time ago, they have never found a solution. Until Su Mo suddenly proposed a technology. She can purify the contaminated seeds. The purified seeds have the function of isolating impurities. When the seeds grow, eating the purified crops can slowly remove impurities in the body. This move also has the meaning of a milestone, laying the foundation for Su Mo to truly become the savior of all mankind. Could it be that her current situation is the same concept as the purification proposed by Su Mo? Wu Yu suddenly realized that it was right. Last night, she slept with Jin Wu and the puppet phone Ling. These two items are the artifacts that Su Mo got earlier, and now they are all in her hands. Could it be that the purification has something to do with them? Wu Yu returned to the room, and the smart housekeeper had already cleaned up the room. Wu Yu took down the puppet wind chime, and put it together, with the obviously 2 sizes larger golden crow, looking left and right. Wu Yu found that after the puppet wind chime was upgraded successively, it was obviously different from the first time it was seen. The wind chime had white wings growing on its back, and a golden halo on its head. The face that originally had only simple lines slowly opened up, and a pair of pointed ears grew on the side of the small face. After seeing this, Wu Yu suddenly realized that this puppet wind chime looked a bit like an angel in Norse mythology. She quickly checked the interface of the puppet wind chime, and found that even the name of the prop had changed. Item name: Angel Guardian Intimacy. 100%, the item has a high intimacy with you, and the passive skill is triggered 100%. Item level, S+. Item star rating, 10 stars, 5 stars are currently lit. Item skills: predict the existence of ghosts and give warnings. Level 2, skill proficiency, 0 out of 50. Predict the existence of treasures at a long distance and give warnings. Level 2, skill proficiency, 0/50. Give a prompt when a human or ghost wants to kill you. Level 2, skill proficiency, 10/50. The item attaches a powerful wind chime to your body for protection, with a chance to resist a fatal blow. Currently 40%. Level 2, skill proficiency, 24/50. 100% resist a fatal blow, and return 120% of the damage to the inflictor. Level 1, skill proficiency, 2 out of 5. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. Special note: because there is no awakened attack skill at level 5, the item is converted to a foresight protection item, and will no longer awaken combat skills. However, a new initial skill is added. It can purify impurities in items. Level 1, skill proficiency, 0 out of 5. After the skill is upgraded, there is a chance that it will purify or treat the human body. Sensing the bonus of the sun's rays, the purification speed is increased by 100%. Will you read it back and forth twice before reading all the latest item information? Wu Yu didn't expect that because there was no combat skill at level 5, the item turned into a predictive protection item. However, with these passive skills of anti-injury, damage immunity, and damage reduction, Wu Yu can escape danger even without combat skills. The number of crystals needed to light up 6 stars made Wu Yu's eyes go dark. However, she was surprised to find that her item had become S+. S+? I have never heard of items higher than S level. Is there something wrong with this communicator? With doubts, Wu Yu saw the purification skill and the bonus of sunlight written on the item panel, and finally she was sure. The black mud on her body was the masterpiece of the little angel and the little golden crow. It turns out that these two and this one are stacking buffs for her. With the bonus of purification and acceleration, wouldn't it be possible to quickly produce a batch of uncontaminated food seeds? Within the range of Chiyan, let teammates improve their physical fitness and eat uncontaminated food. After all, we remembered that the final fate of Chiyan was that the main members all turned into ghosts. Because of the feud with the protagonist group, Shinjingxi refused to sell purified seeds and food to Chiyan. In the end, all members of Chiyan died because of impurities invading their bodies, or exploded and fell into low-level ghosts. Thinking of how everyone was so enthusiastic and sincere after she entered Chiyan, Wu Yu felt that they shouldn't end up like this. She did what she said, and immediately found Aunt Chen, wanting her to take her to Chiyan's granary. Aunt Chen was very happy to see Wu Yu finally leave the room, but when her eyes were fixed on her face, she suddenly made a sharp noise. Who are you? Where's my Ye? Oh no, because she was too excited about the discovery of purification, she forgot to blacken her face. Wu Yu, Aunt Chen, I am Wu Yu. Aunt Chen would never believe it. How is it possible? Although Yu Yu is also a little cutie, how can she be so pretty and beautiful? She is simply a fairy. My God, a fairy. Wu Yu was hugged by Aunt Chen, and her face was squeezed into a ball. This sweet trouble, I didn't know whether she was praising her or scolding her. Chapter 26. Mom, what's going on? You are? Wu Yu? Jian Suiyu's doubtful voice sounded, and the moment the two looked at each other, Jian Suiyu's eyes flashed with surprise. Wu Yu cast a look of help at him. Save me! Save me! Jian Suiyu pulled Aunt Chen away from Wu Yu. Mom, Wu Yu should have regular training. Aunt Chen looked regretful, but she knew that training was very important, and it was regular training, and she must not be late. She waved her handkerchief and said goodbye to Wu Yu. Go, come and play with Aunt after training. The tone was like coaxing a child, and he even stuffed a handful of candy into her hand. Looking at the colorful candies in her hand, Aunt Chen, I'm an adult. Jian Suiyu took Wu Yu and quickly left Aunt Chen's sight. Take it, my mother is like this. Even I will give me candy or stuffed toys now. My mother always thinks that we are still children at this age. If it were in the past, we would still be in college. Wu Yu glanced at Jian Suiyu. You protect Aunt Chen very well. Jian Suiyu curled his lips. Thank you for understanding my mother. Wu Yu, by the way, about my face. Jian Suiyu could understand. In the end times, girls should be careful. Seeing the training ground in front of her, Wu Yu suddenly thought of purifying the seeds, and she slapped her head quickly. Deputy Captain, I have something important to tell you. Before Wu Yu could continue, bang! There was a loud noise. A parabola suddenly flew past her eyes, passed over her head, and hit the ground heavily, creating a huge pit. A gust of yellow sand rose from the pit. Wu Yu suddenly closed her mouth to avoid a mouthful of dirt. When the yellow sand dispersed, she looked carefully, and saw that the person lying on his back in the pit was Wu Chong. Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu in confusion. What happened? Jian Suiyu raised his mouth in an ambiguous way. I heard that Wu Chong also wanted to participate in regular training, so he ran away with the shuttle last night. After being discovered by Jie Chen, he carried it all the way back as a sandbag and started training before dawn. At this point, it's just the halftime break. Wu Yu asked cautiously, is Wu Chong okay? Jian Suiyu nodded. No, he's still alive, not dead. Wu Yu, that's good. That's good. No! Wu Yu's alarm bells were ringing. So what you mean is that Wu Chong's first reaction when he knew he had to participate in regular training was to run with the shuttle, then be discovered and resist, and finally be caught and beaten after failing to resist. From dawn to now 10 o'clock, he was beaten for a full 5 hours. Jian Suiyu smiled. You can think so. Glancing at Wu Chong, whose life or death was unknown, Wu Yu took a deep breath. Sorry, Wu Chong, I'd rather die than let my friend die. Otherwise, I'd say you're not kind enough to run away first. Don't forget your original intention. Forge ahead. Cover her, brother. She retreat first. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do with Aunt Chen. While talking quickly, Wu Yu turned around and ran. Just kidding. She was going to be beaten into a pile of mud and lie in the pit like this. She might as well feel Aunt Chen's loving hug and go to the back mountain to farm. After all, no Chinese can refuse to farm. However, before Wu Yu took a step, a strong wind suddenly came from her ears. At the same time, a 2-meter-long Zen stick stopped 0.01 centimeters away from her head, and the little angel in Wu Yu's mind frantically called the police. Wu Yu's head was buzzing. This grandson really wanted to kill her. Didn't we agree that regular training is to train with other teammates? So it's not true at all, these liars. It's just that the other teammates are treating them like grandchildren. Wu Yu carefully reached out and pushed away the Zen stick beside his temple. Hello, nice to meet you. The Zen stick was suddenly retracted, and the 200 kilograms of Zen stick hit the ground heavily, and Wu Yu's calves were numb. The person standing in front of Wu Yu was wearing Chiyan's training clothes, which was just an ordinary training suit on Wu Yu, but he exuded a domineering and murderous aura. A long string of Buddhist beads hung around his neck, each of which was as big as Wu Yu's fist. If he was hit by this string of Buddhist beads, 3 ribs would probably be broken. Even through his clothes, you can see his strong muscles and broad shoulders, and his skin is dark honey-colored. There are 9 neatly arranged scars on his head, but the corners of his eyes are narrow and long, revealing mania and evil. I know you, Wu Yu. I heard that in this dungeon, You took on the strength of a team of the Chiyan family and held Chiyan Yuanlang hostage. Wu Yu waved his hand modestly. No, it's nothing, not worth mentioning. Jiachen sneered. As useless as Wu Chong, if I were here, the Chiyan family team and Chiyan Yuanlang would never leave. Every one of them must die. Wu Yu had a wooden face and took back her hand. She remembered what Jian Suiyu called this bald donkey just now. Oh, Jiachen. Crazy monk Jiachen. Wu Yu remembered very clearly that in the previous life, Jiachen was furious because of Jian Suiyu's death and Wu Chong's disappearance. He went to Qinjia and Shadow like a madman to avenge his two teammates, and had frictions with Shinqingxi many times. But Shinqingxi went to Qinjia to cooperate with him. In the end, Jiachen not only failed to kill Chiyan Yuanlang and Shinqingxi, but was also tricked by them and fell into the devil, becoming a devil monk. Jiachen is very powerful, whether it is physical skills or his own awakening ability, saving all living beings. So Shinqingxi couldn't kill him at once, so Shinqingxi locked Jiachen in an airtight box with a formation. He cut off Jiachen's hands and feet, and turned him into a human pig. Shinqingxi sneered and said, Jiachen, don't you always think that your physical skills are invincible and unparalleled in the world? I want to let you taste what it feels like to be a waste. Don't you claim to be noble and convey the will of the Bodhisattva? Why doesn't your Bodhisattva come to save you? Not only that, Shinqingxi also filled Jiachen's box with dirty feces every day to humiliate him. Even though Jiachen was arrogant, when he put down his butcher knife, he would always use a compassionate look to save the world. This was not the first time Wu Yu had seen Jiachen. When she was in the orphanage, Wu Yu had seen Jiachen come to the orphanage and pray for the children in the orphanage, asking the blessings to bless them. Even if Wu Yu was just an ordinary person, she also received the blessing of the Bodhisattva. The face in front of her overlapped with the face she had seen before. Wu Yu was determined to change Jiachen's fate, but before that, Wu Yu turned around and ran away while Jiachen was talking. It was so funny. Whether to change the fate or not, and she didn't want to be beaten to death, these two things were not in conflict at all. Chapter 27. Jiachen looked at Jian Suiyu and chatted. This reaction ability is quite fast. Jian Suiyu nodded. If it wasn't fast, you wouldn't have escaped death twice. Jiachen looked at Wu Yu for a while, with a look of disgust. It's just that the movements are disorganized, and the strength is not used in the right place. It's useless to try hard. Jian Suiyu, so I called you back as soon as possible to help her with special training. The Chiyan family clamored for Chiyan to give an explanation. Chiyan and Shadow were staring at the props and Jin Wu in her hand. Before she can protect herself, she should stay in the base and train well. Jiachen was surprised. I didn't see her black chicken. Jian Suiyu. In front of the black chicken, you better not call it like that. It's still a little black chicken. It's very rude. Jiachen tilted his head. You said it as if you didn't say it. I heard that you almost died? Rookie, let's teach you a lesson together. Jian Suiyu refused firmly. No, thank you. Do you think he's stupid? Why would he, a brainworker, rush to seek abuse? Seeing Wu Yu about to run out of the training ground, Jiachen kicked the Zen stick in his hand away, and the whole person moved like the wind, silently like a ghost, and instantly disappeared in front of Jian Suiyu. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Wu Yu. Wu Yu blinked in disbelief. How can you be so fast? Jiachen smiled strangely, and the next second, he directly lifted Wu Yu up. The whole person flew into the air. Wu Yu couldn't believe it. What was going on? Why didn't her little angel work? She was able to avoid the attack of Jinwu at that time. Isn't it strange? Why was I able to catch it? I heard that your S-level item can help you reduce damage and counterattack. Wu Yu's eyes widened. How did you know? Jiachen pointed at Wu Chong, who was still lying in the pit with his minibus in a good mood. After all, he is a new team member, and is not familiar with him. He always needs to know him in advance. After all, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Wu Yu, so you tortured Wu Chong, right. It must be. You bald ass. So cruel. Are you calling me a bald ass in your heart? Wu Yu was surprised. How do you know? After saying that, Wu Yu suddenly covered her mouth, wishing to give herself a big slap. Bang. It's your mouth. Jiachen narrowed his eyes dangerously. Sure enough, you are really brave. He threw Wu Yu to the ground like a chicken, and told her, today's course content, escape from my hands. As long as you can escape, you will be considered to have finished the course. Wu Yu, don't expect that I will let you go just because you are a woman. In my eyes, men and women are the same, and I treat them equally. As long as you can't kill him, you have to beat him to death. After saying that, Jiachen waited for Wu Yu to cry and beg for mercy, but he didn't expect that Wu Yu would be so excited. The thought of fighting with a master of physical skills, like Chiyan, would definitely benefit her a lot. What Wu Yu hated most in her life was judging a person's ability by gender, as if being born a woman in this end times was a kind of original sin. The more sexism there is, the more she wants to prove herself. Just right, Chiyan's words are very much to Wu Yu's liking. Wu Yu got serious. Without using her mental power and awakening ability, real hand-to-hand combat is what she did every day for 10 years before her rebirth. And it is also what she has been working hard for in order to survive. Without giving Chiyan a chance to react, Wu Yu directly kicked Chiyan sideways with a roundhouse kick. She did not hold back at all, because she knew very well that with Chiyan's strength, if he wanted to win, he had to do his best. Wu Yu didn't realize that because of the 2 days and 2 nights of purification, her physical fitness has been greatly improved. After removing the impurities accumulated in her body for 18 years, her movements became lighter and more agile. This was the first time Chiyan met Wu Yu, but this sidekick surprised him slightly, and then he laughed sarcastically. "Is this your strength? You can't escape from me like this." Chiyan dodged by leaning back, turned around and kicked Wu Yu, bang. With a sound, Wu Yu fell to the ground like a meteor and slid for a distance. Chiyan was a master of physical skills and knew how to avoid people's vital points. So although Wu Yu looked scary, she was not actually hurt. Wu Yu quickly cheered up. Like a lone wolf in the ice, she stared at Chiyan and bit him without hesitation. After being avoided by Chiyan, Wu Yu coiled around Chiyan's shoulders. She wanted to strangle Chiyan, but she didn't expect that this action had been seen through by Chiyan. Chiyan threw Wu Yu to the ground. Wu Yu landed on one knee and jumped back several steps. Seeing Wu Yu getting farther and farther away from him, Chiyan opened his eyes slightly and thought to himself, "Not good." It turned out that after the previous fight, the two were already standing at the edge of the training ground. Now Wu Yu could leave the training ground if she moved back a little bit. Chiyan tried to catch Wu Yu at the same speed as before, but because Wu Yu was wearing a female combat uniform, he missed by half an inch and one of Wu Yu's feet left the training ground. Chiyan looked at his hand with a surprised expression. Wu Yu smiled slyly. "Thank you, master, for not killing me." Chiyan suddenly retracted his hand and looked at Wu Yu thoughtfully. "Come at dawn tomorrow. I wait for you here. Remember, I won't let you get away with it so easily tomorrow." Wu Yu nodded, "Okay." After saying that, she turned around and ran away without paying attention to Wu Chong in the pit. What a joke. Who knows if Chiyan will regret it. Watching Wu Yu leave, Jian Sui Yu walked to Chiyan, with a look of surprise on his always cold face. "She is much faster than the first time I met her." Chiyan tilted his head. "Is that all you can see?" Jian Sui Yu was surprised. "No, I also found that she was getting faster and faster during the fight with you." The first time Chiyan grabbed Wu Yu, she had almost no power to fight back. The second time she took the initiative to attack, but was easily blocked by Chiyan. But the third time, Wu Yu was able to keep up with Chiyan's pace. What kind of amazing growth is this? Wu Yu didn't know her rapid growth. She was still immersed in the joy of escaping death and escaping a disaster. When Wu Yu found Chen again, she had calmed down this time. Rather than speaking out about uncertain things, Wu Yu decided to try to see if her idea was right. Wu Yu found Chen and asked for many seeds that were contaminated by impurities and could not be used. Chen looked distressed. "Hey, you don't know. The pollution has become more and more serious in the past 2 years, and many seeds can't sprout. If this continues, everyone's food will be a big problem." Taking a large bag of seeds from Chen, Wu Yu smiled. "Thank you, Chen. Chen, look at you, you are so reserved. I will throw these away if I leave them here." In addition to the seeds, Wu Yu also asked for some seriously polluted soil. Back in the room, he spread out the soil and seeds one by one, moved the golden crow, who looked like he was going to sleep forever, to the side, and summoned the little angel to use the purification skill. In the golden light, there was a green light flashing. Wu Yu held her breath and concentrated, full of expectation. Chapter 28. The green light faded away, and Wu Yu found that the seeds in front of her eyes had changed from the original black color to pure, and the whole seed was shiny and full, and it was obvious that it could grow high-quality ingredients. She couldn't wait to purify a small piece of soil for planting. The soil was originally like broken frozen soil, and had no ability to plant anything. But after we used purification, the soil became oily and black, and it even seemed that there was nutrient solution flowing in it. Such top-grade fertile land is totally unheard of, and unseen in the end times. Wu Yu was extremely excited. She didn't expect that everything would develop as she expected. Wu Yu immediately used the communicator to evaluate the quality of seeds and soil. Evaluation object, Chinese cabbage seeds. Seed quality, S+. Introduction. Excellent seeds can grow top-grade, high-quality, pollution-free Chinese cabbage, and the growth rate is 10 times that of ordinary Chinese cabbage seeds, and the yield is 20 times that of ordinary Chinese cabbage seeds. Evaluation object, black soil. Soil quality, S+. Introduction. Top-grade fertile black soil. Planting in it can give crops a 10-fold growth bonus and a 20-fold yield bonus. And the black soil can be recycled continuously without any loss of quality. When Wu Yu saw the evaluation, she opened her mouth in disbelief. No way. This is simply too incredible. If the growth rate is 10 times and the yield is 20 times, then if the cabbage seeds are planted in the black soil, is it addition or multiplication? Wu Yu couldn't wait. She planted the cabbage seeds in the black soil without hesitation. Choose a large plastic pot, poke small holes in the bottom, cover it with black soil, loosen the soil, sprinkle cabbage on it, cover it with soil, and finally water it. In her previous life, Wu Yu had little contact with farming, but she would constantly absorb knowledge whenever she had free time. This whole set of skills really worked well. Wu Yu checked and found that the growth rate of normal Chinese cabbage is about 20 days. The seeds in the last days are generally of poor quality, and need about 25 to 30 days to mature. And even mature Chinese cabbage is very shriveled and water-lost, and is full of impurities. With the gradual popularization of nutrient solution, perhaps Chinese cabbage will soon be completely eliminated. Although the nutrient solution is good, and some of it even claims to be able to purify the body and improve physical fitness, Wu Yu, who has been reborn, knows very well that the nutrient solution is a capital scam of the upper class from beginning to end. They do not have the technology to purify impurities at all. After being concentrated, these nutrient solutions even have higher impurity content than normal food. The fact that so many impurities are precipitated in Wu Yu's body is the best proof. If you consume nutrient solution for a long time, your body will inevitably be full of impurities in the end. Thinking of the full nutrient solution in Chiyan's granary, Wu Yu realized that she had to speed up her progress. While waiting for the first batch of cabbage to grow, Wu Yu began to purify the new batch of cabbage seeds. Using the props to use the purification skill, Wu Yu found that her world suddenly spun around, and at the same time, her eyes, nose, ears and mouth all began to bleed. Help! Before she could even say her life, her eyes rolled and she fainted. Finally, Wu Yu suddenly remembered. She forgot that using skills requires mental power, and she has no mental power at all. Before it was completely dark, Wu Yu fainted and slept until noon the next day. Wu Yu didn't know that when she was sleeping, the little golden crow and the little angel were beside her. The whole person was always wrapped in golden light, and the golden flow was mixed with green light spots. This green light spot was much larger than when Wu Yu purified the cabbage seeds before, and it was all shrouded in Wu Yu's body. At the same time, the cabbage seeds held by Wu Yu also unconsciously completed the purification under the green light spots. The next day, Wu Yu was awakened by the violent knocking on the door. Wu Yu, you are so brave. Since I came to Chiyan, no one has dared to skip my regular training. You are very good. Enchen said that you have not been out of the house. You dared to ignore me openly. Don't think that I won't kick your door open just because you are a girl. Wu Yu, get out of here. By the end, Chiyan was already growling angrily. Wu Yu stood up in confusion, still in a daze from waking up. Slowly opening the door, with unfocused eyes, she slowly looked at Chiyan. Wu Yu, are you ready to die? Are you still alive? Chiyan, who had been shouting in anger, suddenly fell into a suspicious silence the moment he saw Wu Yu. Wu Yu looked blank. Well, maybe what's wrong? Chiyan's doubtful eyes wandered back and forth on Wu Yu. Wu Yu herself didn't know that because of the excessive consumption of her mental power yesterday, many blood spots oozed out of her 7 orifices and even her skin. She looked like she was fished out of a pool of blood. After a night's sleep, all the blood had dried up on her face, forming a sharp contrast with her cleansed porcelain white skin. And from the moment she opened the door, Wu Yu looked like a wandering soul, with eyes that could not focus and staring blankly in a certain direction. If Chiyan had not been sure that he did not beat Wu Yu violently yesterday, Chiyan would have suspected that he had beaten Wu Yu so badly that she was not dead but was about to die at any moment. Even though he was stood up and waited for 2 hours, as violent as Chiyan was, seeing Wu Yu breathing more than breathing, he still slowed down his tone. Wu Yu, are you okay? Wu Yu tapped her chaotic brain, trying to recall what happened yesterday. After a while, she uttered an ah. Chiyan, what? Wu Yu finally remembered that she fainted yesterday because her mana bar ran out. No wonder she had a headache this morning. Wu Yu covered her temples fiercely, feeling that her trigeminal nerve was dancing. I'm dead. Chiyan's anger also dissipated at this moment. Seeing that Wu Yu was not in good condition, he said, "Your room is equipped with the most advanced mental treatment cabin. Judging from your appearance, your mental power should be exhausted and your nerves are in severe pain. Lying in the psychiatric treatment cabin for a while can relieve this symptom." Wu Yu hurriedly thanked. "Okay, I go now." As he spoke, Wu Yu trembled like a 90-year-old man and staggered towards the treatment cabin. "I'm sorry, Chiyan, I may not be able to participate in regular training today." Wu Yu, who tried hard to squeeze himself into the treatment cabin, spoke intermittently, like a consumptive ghost. Chiyan rolled his eyes speechlessly and stepped forward, clasped his hands together, and said, "I'm sorry, female donor." He picked up Wu Yu and stuffed her directly into the treatment cabin. The treatment cabin was closed and treatment began. Chiyan heard Wu Yu sighing with satisfaction. "Ah, she's alive." Chiyan sneered and turned to leave. "I'm free anyway, so I go practice with Wu Chong." But the moment he turned his head, a touch of green caught his attention. Chiyan turned his head in surprise, and saw that the windowsill was full of greenery. A 1 square meter plastic basin was filled with fresh pak choi. The fresh vegetable fragrance was so strong that Chiyan could smell it clearly even if he was 5 meters away. He walked forward uncontrollably and held out the communication device. The quality of the pak choi is being evaluated. Chapter 29. Wu Yu stayed in the treatment cabin for 5 hours. When she left the treatment cabin, she felt refreshed and in good spirits. She stretched her body suddenly, comfortable. "Wu Yu, what's wrong with these dishes?" Wu Yu turned her head in horror and saw Chiyan was still in her room. "Bald donkey, why are you here?" Obviously, Wu Yu had completely forgotten that Chiyan had been here before. Chiyan narrowed his eyes dangerously, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. Feeling the murderous aura, Wu Yu immediately behaved well. "I'm sorry." Seeing that Wu Yu was still wearing blood-stained clothes, Chiyan turned his eyes away. "Forget it. I let you go this time, but not next time. Go change your clothes. I wait for you outside." Wu Yu looked miserable. "Do you still need to train today?" Chiyan glanced at her. "No, there are more important things today." After saying that, he turned around and went out. Wu Yu was confused. What else? As he said that, he turned his head and saw the cabbage on the windowsill, and Wu Yu was stunned. Instantly, fireworks exploded in her mind. "We are the champion." The cabbage she planted actually matured overnight, and look at the quantity. Wu Yu could instantly determine that 10 times and 10 times are multiplied. In other words, the purified cabbage planted in the black soil will only take 5 hours to mature, and the yield is 400 times the normal. What does this mean? It means that these products can be fully consumed by the entire Chiyan base. Wu Yu's heart was surging with excitement. However, thinking of Chiyan's reaction just now, Wu Yu realized that Chiyan must have seen it too. Suddenly, she was a little nervous, wondering what Chiyan's attitude would be towards these little cabbages. Wu Yu had not forgotten that in her previous life, when she was in the shadow, she had discovered an edible mutant plant. But when she excitedly told Shinqingzi about this discovery, Shinqingzi's attitude was so dismissive. It would be fine if Shinqingzi really didn't care about her discovery at all. Later, when Shinqingzi announced this matter in public, he actually took the credit for this discovery, and didn't mention Wu Yu's contribution at all. Thinking of this, Wu Yu's heart sank. I hope that the compassionate Chiyan in her eyes will not be like Shinqingzi. With a heavy heart, Wu Yu walked into the bathroom. The next second, she looked up and saw her own face, and Wu Yu's heaviness instantly disappeared. She trembled and reached out to touch herself in the mirror. "It's not this ghost thing, it's me." Wu Yu didn't care about anything else. She rushed into the bathroom and brushed herself from inside to outside. "Jian Suiyu, come to Wu Yu. I have something to show you." Little cabbage quality inspection report. "What did you send?" Chiyan ignored the messages that Jian Suiyu kept sending, and meditated at the door of Wu Yu. In less than 10 minutes, Jian Suiyu, who was working in the vice captain's office, appeared in front of him. Compared to his usual calm and cool appearance, Jian Suiyu even buttoned his collar incorrectly. He ran with a breath and asked anxiously, "Chiyan, where did you get this cabbage from? How do you know that I am worried about the health of the team members recently? I am suspecting that the nutrient solution I purchased recently is harmful to the body. If there is really such a high-quality cabbage, does it mean that other high-quality crops can also be produced?" Chiyan looked up at him. "Jian Suiyu, you came faster than I thought." "Jian Suiyu, now is not the time to talk about this. I want to ask you." Chiyan stood up and pointed at Wu Yu's door. "Why do you think I asked you to meet here?" Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Yu's door in confusion, then looked at Chiyan, who nodded. Jian Suiyu looked incredulous. "Are you sure?" Jietchen nodded. Those cabbages are in Wu Yu's room. I just saw them when I went in. Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows. Why did you enter Wu Yu's room? What did you do to her? Jietchen, although men and women are treated equally, you should also be careful about your degree, not to mention that you are a monk. Jietchen. Ha! Snorted Jian Suiyu. You are quick to change the focus. I came to see her because she didn't come for training today. Who would have thought that she looked like she was dying of mental exhaustion when she opened the door? I was afraid that she was really dead, so I put her in the treatment cabin. Jian Suiyu nodded. So that's how it is, but that's not right. Wu Yu obviously has no mental power. Without mental power, how can there be a saying that mental power is exhausted? Jian Suiyu looked at Jietchen, and just at that moment Wu Yu opened the door from the inside. The original combat uniform was dirty, so Wu Yu changed into the casual clothes prepared by Aunt Chen for her, a milky white hooded sweatshirt with 2 rabbit ears on the hood. The moment the door opened, Jian Suiyu and Jietchen's eyes were all focused on her. Wu Yu blinked. What's wrong? Then, without giving Wu Yu time to react, Jietchen and Jian Suiyu each lifted her up. Jian Suiyu said coldly, take her away. Jietchen, okay. Wu Yu, what are you going to do? Coming to Jian Suiyu's vice captain's office, he opened the pak choi test report Jietchen sent him. Evaluation object, high quality pak choi. Pak choi quality, S+. Introduction. Tender and juicy pak choi, soft and glutinous with natural vegetable aroma, it is the top gift from nature. Effect. After use, it can purify 1% of impurities in the body at one time. The effects of consumption at the same time cannot be superimposed. Wu Yu looked at the test report, and sure enough, Jietchen saw the cabbage she planted. Putting away the test report, Jian Suiyu asked Wu Yu, is this the cabbage you planted? Wu Yu nodded, yes. Jian Suiyu instantly showed a gentle smile, which made Wu Yu's neck stiff. What happened? Jian Suiyu was possessed? Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu, sell these cabbages to me. I want as many as you can. I charge you 300 points per pill, not 500 points. If you think it's too little, we can negotiate the price. Wu Yu couldn't believe it. 500 points per pill? Jian Suiyu gritted his teeth. Then 2,000? Or 3,000? You tell me a number. Wu Yu was even more confused. Ah? Jian Suiyu stamped his feet and closed his eyes. 10,000 per pill. It really can't be more. Although, Jian Suiyu, this old fox, seemed to be sincere in what he said, the price could actually increase from 500 to 10,000. However, thinking about how she had just doubted Jietchen's character, Wu Yu felt that she was really judging others by her own standards. You can't hate all dogs in the world just because you were bitten by a dog, right? Dogs are so cute. Seeing Jian Suiyu still raising her own price, Wu Yu suddenly laughed. But, I never thought about making money from the team. Wu Yu originally thought that Jian Suiyu would understand that she wanted to share with the team for free. Unexpectedly, Jian Suiyu suddenly stood up and slid to his knees in front of her. Wu Yu, if you don't want money, just tell me who you like in the team. I can get it for you with just one word. 1 or 2 is not too little, dozens or hundreds are not too much. What do you think of this bald donkey? I give it to you. As he said that, Jian Suiyu grabbed Jietchen and was about to throw him to Wu Yu. Jietchen jumped up. Do you want to die? Puff. When the two were arguing, Wu Yu suddenly laughed. Chapter 30. Wu Yu was really glad that she saved Jian Suiyu. Such a good vice captain of the team was willing to put down his so-called face and dignity for his teammates, just to let his teammates eat healthy and pure food. Chiyan was really lucky to have such a vice captain. Looking at Jian Suiyu and Jietchen, Wu Yu said, I never thought about selling vegetables to the team, because my idea from the beginning was to share with the team. To be honest, if you hadn't taken me to training yesterday, I was going to tell Aunt Chen that I could purify seeds. Jian Suiyu didn't expect that he was the one who interrupted Wu Yu's plan. He felt a little ashamed. I'm sorry, I thought you didn't want to tell us about this for the time being. Wu Yu nodded. I really don't want to for the time being. Jietchen thought of Wu Yu's bloody body in the morning. Is it because your mental power is not enough? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, my mental power is very weak, and I can only purify 1 seed every day. Purifying the cabbage seeds alone almost killed me last night. I think I can't purify the seeds of large crops for the time being. Rather than giving you hope and then disappointing you, I'd better think of another way. Jian Suiyu disagreed. Wu Yu, you have no idea how amazing your current ability is. Even if you can only purify 1 seed a day, the crops produced can protect many people from contaminated food. Moreover, we have strength in numbers, and if we use the power of the entire base, we will definitely find a better solution. Wu Yu was a little embarrassed. Will it be too much trouble for you? Jian Suiyu shook his head. How could that be? Even if you don't have the ability to purify, you are still a member of our Chiyan. As the vice captain, I have the obligation to help every member. Jian nodded. That's right, Wu Yu. Jian Suiyu asked me to train you before, and he wanted you to have more self-protection ability next time you face a powerful enemy like the Chen family. Wu Yu, since you all said so, I won't refuse. By the way, the props can actually purify my body, and I don't need to eat these purifying foods. Why don't you let the team members have a taste of the cabbage I just planted? Jian Suiyu and Jian looked at each other, both showing a happy expression. They stood up and came to Wu Yue for her generosity. He sincerely bowed to her. Thank you. Wu Yue felt that the two were really pretentious, but the feeling of being trusted by others was really very, very good. She returned the greeting. Let's encourage each other. I hope they can continue to work hard and get better and better. Anshin was preparing lunch, and suddenly saw Jian Suiyu and Wu Yue appear at the same time. She greeted. Wait half an hour and the meal will be ready. Jian Suiyu brought out a large portion of Chinese cabbage. Mom, thank you for preparing one more dish. Anshin didn't care at first. Hey, we're going to have dinner soon. Isn't it Chinese cabbage? We can eat it in the evening too. Jian Suiyu reminded her. Mom, take a good look at this Chinese cabbage. Isn't it different from the usual ones? Anshin took a closer look. Her expression suddenly changed, and then she reached out and plucked one. Jian Suiyu said distressfully, Mom, go slowly. These are treasures that money can't buy. It was the first time that Anshin saw her son so surprised. Normally, he never changed his expression even when he saw an S-level item. However, when Anshin put the cabbage in front of her, the rich aroma of the vegetable rushed into her nose, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath. She felt that her whole spirit had improved a lot, her mind was clear, and she felt refreshed. Anshin was a professional chef after all, and she immediately conducted a quality inspection on the cabbage. The moment she saw the inspection report, Anshin screamed out of control. S+, it can purify impurities in the body. Son, where did you get this treasure? Jian Suiyu didn't say anything. Wu Yue smiled and said, Anshin, have you forgotten? This is the seeds and soil you gave me. Anshin thought that Wu Yue did come to get the seeds and soil yesterday, but they are useless and completely contaminated. Even if these seeds can grow pak choi, how can they have such good quality in just one day? Wu Yue wanted to tell Anshin the truth, but Jian Suiyu stopped Wu Yue. Mom, actually we found a special growth agent in the horror dungeon that can make contaminated seeds grow quickly and of high quality. However, the quantity of these growth agents is very small, and we are currently trying to find more growth agents. So you have to keep this matter confidential. Just say that we have purchased a batch of high-quality pak choi. If the growth agent can be produced stably for a long time, then announce it to the team, otherwise I am afraid that the morale of the team will be unstable. Wu Yu sighed. Jian Suiyu is worthy of being Chiyan's military advisor, and the matter of pak choi is absolutely flawless, layer by layer, like peeling an onion. When the truth was dug out, it was already the third layer. And most people would believe the growth agent. While giving the purified pak choi to the Chiyan team members, they also protected Wu Yu's safety to the maximum extent. At that moment, Anshin believed it. She praised Wu Yu and Jian Suiyu in succession. You have worked hard. Anshin will cook for you later. Then she quickly took the pak choi in and fried it for the team members before dinner. Wu Yu's pak choi has the beauty of food itself. It does not need to be cooked much. Just heat the oil in the pan, stir-fry some onions and garlic, and add a little salt to make it fragrant. At mealtime, the team members entered the restaurant one after another. This meal every day is really tasteless, and a pity to throw away. It's good to have something to eat. At least we have some vegetables to eat every day. The team next door drinks nutrient solution, until they vomit all day long. Hey, I actually smell the aroma of vegetables in the cafeteria today. What's going on? What delicious food is this? I drooled as soon as I smelled it. It's at Aunt Chen's window. I see there are small cabbages divided into portions. It smells like small cabbages. As they talked, everyone looked at the cafeteria window. 100 portions of small cabbages were neatly arranged, and there were 4 small cabbages in each small bowl, just like an alluring beauty lying there, exuding an extremely tempting aroma. Chapter 31. Limited supply of pak choi, 1 portion per person, no more. As soon as Anshin took out the limited supply sign, a team member was surprised. No way. Is Chiyan going to die? That's right. This worthless pak choi is actually limited in supply. I was saying that the captain looked so haggard that day. Did he finally get exhausted after working 10 jobs? Anshin glared at them. What are you talking about? The captain is fine. At least they can still sacrifice their lives for the team for 100 years. This batch of pak choi is different from usual ones. You will know after you have eaten it. Isn't it just pak choi? Although it smells better and looks better, it can still be made into flowers. Fools are still talking nonsense, while smart people have already started testing food data. Hey, I guess this pak choi must be food with less impurities that the team's top management got from somewhere? One of the team members looked at his test report and spoke incoherently. It's not that there are fewer impurities. Ah, if there are not fewer impurities, what else is there to eat? It's all contaminated anyway. I might as well eat meat. Who would eat grass? There are no impurities at all, and this cabbage can also purify the body's impurities. He turned around at the moment he was about to eat meat, his eyes sparkling. What did you say? As he said that, he also used the equipment to test, and saw that it could purify 1% of the body's impurities. Although it cannot be added at the same time, if these 4 cabbages are eaten separately, they can purify a full 4% of the body's impurities. The meat-eating brother pounced on the food like a hungry wolf and grabbed the first pot of pak choi. The people behind him were afraid of being slow, so they also rushed forward to grab the food. Hey, didn't you say it's better to eat meat? He tightly protected the 4 pak choi in his arms, as if protecting 4 delicate flowers. What a joke. From now on I declare, my favorite food in my life is pak choi. Then, a food test report on pak choi was released in the teen group, and the sender was Chiyan Sueyu at everyone. Limited supply today, first come first served. The pak choi food report, which had already caused a small commotion, caused an uproar as soon as it was released in the teen group. The team members, who had received the cabbage, felt that a large army was pressing on them. Some of them used clothes or arms to protect the cabbage tightly, and went to an empty place in the restaurant as if they were transporting confidential items. Some even couldn't wait to put a cabbage into their mouths. The fresh and sweet cabbage that was picked and fried was soft and sweet in the mouth, and the juice burst in the mouth. The whole person instantly felt extremely satisfied, as if the body and mind were purified. Wow! It's simply a delicacy on earth. I never thought that such a small cabbage would make me feel happy. For this cabbage, I am willing to sacrifice my life for Chiyan and shed at least 1,000 cc of blood. My mother is old and has been suffering from various illnesses recently. I will only eat one and take the rest back to her. With the influx of a large number of members, the 100 cabbages were snatched up in an instant, and some who came late didn't even get one. Ah, damn vegetable vendors. I recognized it at first sight. This is the vegetable I planted. Dad misses you so much that you can only eat 3 meals a day. What a beautiful vegetable. Is it asking me to eat it? Haha, at least you can see and smell it. What about me? I am being chased by a female ghost in the dungeon, and I have to suffer from your abuse through the screen. Little white cabbage.jpg, whose little white cabbage is so beautiful. Oh, it turns out to be mine. Seeing that the cafeteria and the teen group were full of complaints, Chiyan Sueyu played dead quietly. Even though at Chiyan Sueyu where's mine? At Chiyan Sueyu where's mine? There were already 100 neatly lined up gorillas reaching out to him for it, but he remained calm and motionless. We never expected that the situation would develop to this point in just half an hour, and it was faintly out of control. You turn to look at Chiyan Sueyu. They seem to be discussing eating you if you don't show up, and they have even considered how to do it. Chiyan Sueyu is calm but a little flustered. Eating people is against the law. Yu is shocked. You don't think these people will talk to you, do you? Chiyan Sueyu's forehead veins throbbed. I pack up and find a dungeon to avoid the limelight. Yu almost laughed out loud. I didn't expect that the deputy captain of Chiyan would be afraid sometimes. It seems that the power of this purification vegetable is really extraordinary. No wonder Sumo held this technology tightly in his hands in his previous life, and was unwilling to reveal it at all. Even if he fully mastered it later, he always deliberately controlled the amount of purification vegetables entering the market, so as to firmly grasp the lifeblood of the world. Yu did not have the ambition of Sumo, and was not interested in being a savior. She only wanted to save Chiyan's people now. Yu, don't be so nervous. At least for now, a portion of Chinese cabbage a day can still be guaranteed. Although the amount is small, but a little bit adds up, I believe that quantitative change will definitely lead to qualitative change. Chiyan Sueyu nodded. After saying this, he suggested, why don't we go to the library to find out if there is any way to improve mental power? Ways to improve mental power? In her previous life, she didn't even see the protagonists improve their mental power. Is it possible for her, a small cannon fodder? Chiyan Sueyu told Yu, in fact, I have always wondered why you can activate S-level props without mental power. You should know that if we compare us to players in the game, Awakening ability is like a built-in skill, and mental power is the blue bar for releasing our skills. Similarly, binding high-level props and using the active skills of props also use the blue bar. Wu Yu, if you really don't have mental power, you can't use these skills at all. Chiyan Suiyu said this. Wu Yu also felt strange. Yes, she was too excited before and didn't pay attention if she didn't have any mental power at all. How to use the angel's purification ability. After being pointed out like this, Wu Yu looked at Chiyan Suiyu excitedly. Let's go to the library to have a look. After arriving at the library, they turned off the team information that had been frantically mobilized for 2 hours after the meal, and the two of them searched for books about spiritual power in different areas of the library. After calming down, Wu Yu felt that her mind seemed to be much clearer than before, and her vision seemed to be much wider than before. Wu Yu just raised her head slightly and looked at the bookshelf, and she could see which books were on the top shelf. The title of each book, the folding and damage of the pages, can be seen clearly. Wu Yu couldn't help wondering, is this normal? Just as Wu Yu was thinking, a book suddenly fell from the top of the bookshelf with a click. Chapter 32. In Wu Yu's eyes, the book fell as if it was replayed in slow motion, as if it was waiting for her here and specially prepared to appear. Wu Yu looked down and saw that it was the Tian Shiju again, picked it up, and saw that the book had been tossed around several times, and the spine was only connected by the last thread. If someone who didn't know saw it, they would think that Wu Yu had destroyed it. Wu Yu. Chiyan Suiyu's voice came from afar, and Wu Yu subconsciously hid the book behind her. Chiyan Suiyu walked up to Wu Yu with a few books in his hand, wondering, what's wrong with you? Wu Yu showed the book to Chiyan Suiyu a little embarrassedly. I don't know what's wrong with this book. Every time I come here, I bump into it, and it's getting more and more broken. Don't worry, I go back and fix it, and I send it back to you when it's fixed. Chiyan Suiyu looked at the book in Wu Yu's hand in surprise. Tian Shiju? Wu Yu nodded, yes. Chiyan Suiyu looked deeply at the book for a while, and suddenly smiled and said, then you can fix it slowly, don't rush. Tian Shiju. Huh, little brat, you're so nervous about it. Chiyan Suiyu raised the book in his hand. I found a few books about stimulating mental power here. You can take them back and have a look. If you have any questions, we can communicate at any time. By the way, you don't have to worry, I have called Richard back. He is very knowledgeable in this area of mental power. I believe he will be able to help you. Wu Yu took the book and thanked him. Thank you. After a while, she suddenly widened her eyes. Richard? You are not talking about the blonde priest Richard Lawrence? Chiyan Suiyu nodded. Yes, it's him. What's wrong? Wu Yu's pupils were shaking. What's wrong? Chiyan Suiyu actually asked her what's wrong. The blonde priest Richard Lawrence spreads God's will everywhere, has S-level mental power, and has the awakening ability of hypnosis. The thing he is best at is physical salvation. The so-called physical salvation is to beat the soul to pieces. This man and Jietchen are the devil duo, Chiyan, two human-shaped killing weapons, notorious. If Jietchen can destroy a person physically, then Richard is best at destroying and disintegrating a person's will mentally. And now, Chiyan Suiyu wants to arrange these two people together to give her special training. He wants her to die. He must. Ah. Yeah. I've been looking for you for a long time. Why did you come to the library? Wu Yu turned her head in confusion. Obviously she hadn't recovered from the upcoming dark life. Chiyan Suiyu told Wu Chong, who suddenly appeared. Wu Yu and I are talking about Richard coming back soon to give her special mental training. Wu Yu saw that the moment he heard Richard's name, Wu Chong's hair stood up. Just like cats, they would turn around and run away in fear just by entering the tiger's territory and smelling the smell. Richard. Are you talking about Richard? I suddenly remembered that AM had something to ask me, so I won't stay in the base recently. I have to go back to honor my elders. You. Take care of yourself. We will meet again if we are lucky. After saying that, Wu Chong turned around and was about to run away. Wu Yu's voice was faint. Wu Chong, didn't you say that we are the best in the world? Do you have the heart to leave me here alone? Wu Chong burst into tears, as if he had lost his parents. Yeah. Last time I saw Jietchen and Richard at the same time, I was so angry that she asked me to go to outer space with her to perform magic. And the time before that, I went to a horror dungeon with them. They said they wanted to train me, and after throwing me to the boss, they watched me almost get my brains ripped out. I finally killed the boss, and they asked me to pick up the brains myself. They are inhuman, they are devils. I am still young, and there are a lot of elders at home waiting for me to serve. I can't die. Seeing Wu Chong's sad face, Wu Yu's numb face, and a heart of stone, let's die together. If you don't teach me a lesson, you don't know how high the sky is. Okay, Wu Yu admitted that she was mentally unbalanced and wanted to drag someone down. Jane Sueyu smiled. Richard will be back the day after tomorrow. Jietchen will teach you tomorrow. Go back and have a good rest. Wu Chong felt that his sky was about to fall. Yeah, you didn't come today. Jietchen unilaterally beat me for 5 hours. I vomited all over my lungs. But he asked me to swallow it back and crawl into the treatment cabin for treatment. I finally dragged my disabled body to the cafeteria, and Anshin told me that the limited supply of pak choi was gone. You are the last ray of light in my miserable life. I didn't expect that I would get such bad news when I came to see you. Even if Wu Yu had been killing fish in our T-Mart for 10 years, her heart was as hard as a butcher knife. But Wu Chong looked so pitiful, she still couldn't blame him. She supported Wu Chong, who was overwhelmed by life, and whispered to him, "Come on, I take you back to the house. I cook for you, and there will be enough pak choi." While Wu Yu was talking, she secretly glanced at Jian Sueyu's face, but Jian Sueyu turned away and pretended not to hear. Wu Chong's eyes were sparkling really. Wu Yu nodded. "Let's go." As they spoke, the two of them walked away stealthily, supporting each other. Jian Sueyu watched them leave, his eyes lingering on the tattered Tianshi on Wu Yu's waist. Tianshi? I don't remember. There is this book in the library. After returning to the dormitory with Wu Chong, Wu Yu went to see her small dish first. The crop that came out this morning has been harvested, but the black soil can be reused indefinitely. When Wu Yu was harvesting vegetables in the morning, she accidentally found several different seeds on the bed. What surprised her was that these seeds had been purified at some point. But except for a small cabbage, the others were all different kinds of seeds. After testing, it was found that they were lettuce, tomato, and spinach seeds. Except for tomatoes, which take 5 hours a day to mature, the rest of the lettuce and spinach can mature in about 5 or 6 hours. After working so hard until now, Wu Yu estimated that everything was cooked. As expected, when she pushed open the door of the dormitory, a strong aroma of vegetables came from the room. However, Wu Yu heard a strange sound coming from the balcony where vegetables were grown. She looked up and saw that Xiao Jinwu, who had slept for 4 days and 4 nights, was eating a buffet in her vegetable bowl. This guy was very smart. He would not eat the unripe ones, but only the ripe and plump lettuce and spinach. He was accurate in every bite, and he ate a whole lettuce in 3 or 2 bites. The little golden crow was probably very hungry, and its small body had a big appetite. Seeing that most of the lettuce and spinach in Wu Yu's vegetable bowl had been emptied by it, and there was no sign of stopping. Before the little golden crow could eat all the vegetables, Wu Yu quickly rescued the vegetables from its mouth. Wu Chong saw that the purified vegetables that were snatched by everyone in the cafeteria and even fought over were actually shown off by the little golden crow as a buffet, and he let out a sharp cry. Yeah, the black chicken you raised is simply too luxurious. Wu Chong was so envious that he shed tears of jealousy. I don't want to work hard anymore. Does my sister still need a pet? Chapter 33. Carefully selecting the best 20 small Chinese cabbages and 20 spinaches, Wu Yu made the simplest stir-fry for Wu Chong. In addition, she also picked 50 lettuces for Wu Chong. Take these to Jietchen and the deputy captain. They have worked hard today. Wu Chong heard about the cafeteria, and naturally knew that the other members of the base didn't know that the dishes came from Wu Yu. Wu Chong looked at Wu Yu worriedly. Yu, will you be unhappy? Wu Yu was puzzled. Why am I unhappy? Wu Chong, it's obviously your contribution to these purification dishes, but no one knows about it. Wu Yu's eyes were full of surprise. She didn't expect that even Wu Chong, who seemed to be the most nervous, would pay attention to such details. Thinking of Jietchen and Jian Sueyu's behavior, although they didn't say it, they were actually helping her improve herself with their actions. Compared with Shadow's indifference and Shinxing's selfishness, everyone in Chiyan is so sincere and enthusiastic. Thinking of this, Wu Yu felt that her previous worries were so narrow-minded. She shook her head. No, because I know this is your way of protecting me. So, I also want to repay your kindness as much as possible. Hearing Wu Yu say this, Wu Chong breathed a sigh of relief. He accepted the dishes without hesitation. I accept it. But I won't eat these dishes myself, and the ones you gave to Jietchen and the deputy captain, they won't eat them themselves either. In fact, our base has been helping the nearby refugee camps. Some of them have very high levels of physical pollution, and your dishes are almost their lifeline. They need these vegetables more than us. Wu Yu really didn't expect that this group of male bodhisattvas would be there. She couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect Chiyan to do such good deeds behind the scenes. She had never heard of such a thing in her previous life. After Chiyan's death, Shinxingzi was very secretive about it, and no one dared to mention the name Chiyan in the shadow. But Wu Yu thought about it again. In the end times where the strong are respected, how could these refugees, who are struggling to survive, have the ability to help Chiyan get revenge? Wu Chong smiled. This is also the reason why I joined Chiyan, although everyone seems to be a bad person to outsiders. But after getting along with each other, you will find that everyone is a very kind person. Especially our captain. You don't know? Oh, by the way, have you not seen our captain in such a long time? Wu Yu nodded, yes. Wu Chong, our captain is the biggest worker in the entire base. Our base does not collect dungeon income, which means that the entire base's expenses must be borne by the captain himself. He would like to work 10 jobs just to make the base better. Hearing this, Wu Yu suddenly felt that she was doing nothing in the office with the air conditioner on, while her boss was delivering takeout and express delivery outside, and even cooking 2 dishes for the merchants, just to give her more bonus at the end of the year. Oh my god, what's the matter with this sudden sense of shame? Thinking of the captain and neighbor whom she had never met, Wu Yu was curious. When will the captain come back? Wu Chong said, soon, in another month. When the big plot dungeon of the Cliff Abyss begins, the captain will naturally return to the base to take charge of the overall situation. You have just become an adult, so you probably haven't been to a big plot dungeon yet, right? This dungeon is different from the small dungeons we usually go to. Everyone will get their own identity card when they enter the plot dungeon. The person who survives successfully and completes the entire plot line first will get the dungeon first kill, and their team will get a lot of props and points. Every time a large plot dungeon is opened, all the big teams will go out in full force. It is a must-go place for small teams to turn over and become big teams. Wu Yu naturally knew about the big plot dungeons. Such dungeons are almost a complete world. They have an independent worldview, very low tolerance for mistakes, and very high mortality rate. Once you enter, you are gambling with your life. In her previous life, Wu Yu entered Shadow for 10 years and followed Shadow to participate in such big plot dungeons every year. She saw with her own eyes that Shadow, under the leadership of Shinxingxi and Su Mo, won the first kills in these big plot dungeons one after another, and rose year by year. Until the last year, the first team led the second team by a huge margin and dominated the entire dungeon. At that time, the word Chiyan no longer existed in the entire apocalypse. As long as Wu Yu thought of the success of the protagonist group, her adrenaline was stimulated rapidly. She grabbed Wu Chong's hand and said, "So you take all these dishes back. No matter how you persuade Jiechen and Jian sway you to eat them, you have to eat them. And after eating, you must send me a video to check in. I want to confirm that I have seen you eat. If you dare to fool me, I will commit suicide, die now, die immediately, die here, jump from here. Don't worry, you will be indispensable for the refugee camp." Wu Chong was stunned by Wu Yu's sudden surge of momentum, and nodded yes. "I know." Wu Yu grabbed Wu Chong by the back of the neck and threw him out. "Let's go, I'm still busy." Wu Chong heard this. "Get out of here, don't delay my work." Wu Chong jaw. Little Jinwu watched Wu Yu give all her rations to Wu Chong, and looked at her with chicken eyes. Wu Yu glanced at it, and said, "Don't worry, I have my own way." As she said that, Wu Yu actually grabbed a few more seeds, and began to use the little angel's purification skills. Wu Yu's mind was working quickly. If it was really like what Jian Suiyu said, she actually did not have no mental power at all. Then after a day and a night of recovery, and rest in the treatment cabin, she should have recovered some mental power now. In short, implement a purpose. Mental power is like water in a sponge. If you squeeze it, there will always be some. At present, her mental strength is weak. Wu Yu is still ready to go the batch route, focusing on purifying the cabbage. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Take a deep breath. Use the purification skill on the seeds in your hand. At the same time, the green light of the little angel and the golden light of the little golden crow appeared at the same time. Wu Yu did not notice that this time, there was some holy white light around the green light of the little angel. A burst of light flashed, and Wu Yu looked at the seeds in her hand. She was surprised to find that this time the seeds not only completed the purification, but the original 5 seeds in her hand turned into 10. Wu Yu's first reaction was to see the little angel skill changes. Congratulations! It can purify impurities in items, reduce mental power consumption, and has a chance to attach additional gain attributes level 2, skill proficiency 10/50. Purification skill upgrade, a flash of inspiration to comprehend new skills. Angel's blessing, 20% chance to purify. The number of items *2 level 2, skill proficiency 0/50. Wu Yu blinked and felt dizzy. No, did she poke the nest of a flash of inspiration for a new skill? Why is it that as long as the skills are upgraded, new skills will be comprehended one after another? Chapter 34. After testing the quality of all purified pak choy seeds, Wu Yu discovered that even the seeds that appeared with Angel Blessing *2 still had the same quality as the original seeds. This means that the 10 seeds in Wu Yu's hand can grow 4,000 Pakchuas at once. You should know that the current number of the entire Chiyan team is about 200 people. Excluding those who are performing tasks outside, the daily flow of people in the base is about 120 people. For 1,000 Pakchuas can fully meet the body purification needs of 120 people 24 hours a day. But after the problem of seeds is solved, there is another very important problem, black soil. Wu Yu now has only one piece of black soil for planting. A round of planting takes 5 hours. Even if a piece of black soil is planted all day long, it can only produce 5 crops at most. If you want to plant seeds fully, you must purify another 1 square meter of black soil. However, Wu Yu thought about how he bled from all 7 orifices, and looked like his soul was leaving his body after he purified the black soil yesterday. Looking at the black soil in front of him, he was a little reluctant to do it. When her mental power was exhausted, it was like countless needles piercing her brain. She could still feel the pain in her temples. If she overspent again, she might die. Just as Wu Yu hesitated, Xiao Jinwu slowly walked up to Wu Yu, and looked at her with her eyes. Wu Yu took her into her arms, and rubbed her hard. Now Xiao Jinwu was about the size of a pigeon, but its overall shape was still that of a small fluffy chicken. It looked like an enlarged plush toy. When held in the arms, it was just the size of a pillow. The golden crow still had the soft fur from its fetal hair on its body. It was soft and fragrant when I buried my head in it. It even had a milky smell, without any chicken-like odor. After holding the golden crow for a while, Wu Yu suddenly heard a gurgling sound from the little golden crow's stomach. The two looked at each other and blinked. Wu Yu, are you hungry again? The little golden crow kept pecking at Wu Yu's hair with its head, as if to say that if there was no grass, this would be okay to eat. He protected his head, and pressed down the hair that was pecked and stood up. Wu Yu deeply realized that she only considered the purification of the base, and ignored the food problem of Little Golden Crow. Open Little Golden Crow's panel. Pet name: Ancient Mythical Beast 3-Legged Golden Crow Cub. Growth: 1%. Hunger: 30%. When the hunger reaches more than 50%, the Golden Crow will be angry and attack indiscriminately except the owner. Pet rating: S+. Pet skills: Active skills: 1. Spray heat waves as hot as the sun, dispel all haze, and the skill strength gradually increases with the growth of the cub. 2. It can purify polluted animals, and make them able to reproduce. Passive skill: assists other props, and gives a sun bonus. Wu Yu didn't expect that Xiao Jinwu had just eaten so many dishes, but he still had 30% hunger. And you don't know until you see it. Wu Yu was shocked. Purify polluted animals, and make them able to reproduce. Isn't this just turning mutant animals back to normal poultry? You know, after the end of the world, all poultry were wiped out, and now the meat people eat is all the meat of mutant animals. These mutant animals are huge. Even a chicken is as big as a cow before, and the mutated chicken is unusually tender and soft. On the other hand, no one knows which part of the mutant animal's body is affected by radiation mutation, which will cause great harm to the human body, so handling these animals also requires professional combatants to carefully check. Even so, it is possible to eat parts with high impurities. When Wu Yu was in shadow before, a chicken could be eaten by ordinary members, like them, for a whole week. Wu Yu was naturally wary of these strange-looking meats. She had never eaten them in her previous life. She had seen with her own eyes that a member of Shadow, who had eaten a high-impurity portion, had a terrible mutation on the spot, and was immediately shot dead. Even before being shot dead, the member's facial features were surging, and there were worm-like creatures running around in his brain, which was extremely disgusting and terrifying. Even if they were members of the protagonist group, Wu Yu rarely saw them eat mutant animals. Suemo didn't even touch the meat of these mutant animals, and only ate the vegetables he purified and grew. Wu Yu suddenly realized that this didn't mean that Suemo in her previous life also didn't have the ability to purify mutant animals. Then why did the little golden crow in her hand have such incredible abilities? Wu Yu couldn't figure it out, but it didn't stop the little golden crow's hunger from rising so fast. She calculated the speed of the increase in hunger. Wu Yu planted a crop of cabbage without stopping, which was just enough for the little golden crow to eat, and there was not enough to share with other members of Chiyan. She suddenly felt the pressure of being a breeder. Having another mouth at home really forced her to make progress. Facing the polluted land in front of her, Wu Yu closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and concentrated on using the purification skill. In just a few minutes, another piece of land was purified. Wu Yu was quietly waiting for the 7 orifices to bleed, but she didn't expect that she was still in good condition. It seemed that she could do it again. Wu Yu looked puzzled, But she did not delay her hands and feet to plant all the existing seeds into the purified black soil. After planting 2 pieces of black soil, Wu Yu looked at the 3rd piece of black soil. She thought to herself, if she can live, then live. If she can't live, then die. Whether it works depends on this one. As she said, she activated the purification skill again without hesitation. After the purification, Wu Yu secretly opened one eye. When she found that she was still alive, Wu Yu was shocked. No, this is not right. Last night she purified a cabbage seed and a piece of black soil and almost met the king of hell. Today she purified 5 cabbage seeds and 2 pieces of black soil. Why is it still fine now? Originally she was afraid of dying, but now she is afraid of living well. She admitted that she was gambling. Wu Yu directly began to challenge the purification of the 3rd piece of black soil. After all, compared with seeds, black soil is permanent and effective. As long as there are enough black soils for recycling, more seeds can be used. Unexpectedly, the 3rd piece of black soil was also successfully purified. Wu Yu happily sowed all the existing 4 pieces of black soil, grinning so hard that her teeth were not visible, and she was ready to sharpen her knife for the 4th piece of black soil today. Unexpectedly, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, and at the same time, a familiar warm liquid came from her 7 orifices. Wu Yu's whole body was spinning, and before she fell into darkness, she rolled her eyes and fell to the ground. The last sentence she thought in her heart was, sure enough, what was supposed to come, still came. Chapter 35. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when Wu Yu woke up from her coma. She was surprised that the time she was unconscious this time was much shorter than before, but she still trembled and stuffed herself into the treatment cabin. There was no other way. She had to catch Chiyan's physical training class at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. If she dared to skip class again tomorrow, even if she dared to skip class again, not to mention that she could purify vegetables, even if she could end the apocalypse, she would still be beaten up by Chiyan. Before climbing into the treatment cabin, Wu Yu saw that most of the cabbage she planted was empty. At the same time, Xiao Jinwu showed a hunger value of 0 and had fallen into a deep sleep. The other 3 pots of cabbage were all growing strong and mature, and Wu Yu finally fainted with peace of mind. 6:30 in the morning. What woke Wu Yu up was her sudden desire to survive. She suddenly jumped up from the treatment cabin, hitting a big bump on her head, and Wu Yu rolled and crawled out. It took 2 minutes to complete the battle and wash, 10 minutes to pull away 2 pots of vegetables, and replant and water them, and 2 minutes to change clothes and put on shoes. Special Forces soldier Wu Yu rushed to the breakfast canteen at 6:45 on time, carrying 2 large sacks of 800 cabbages. She didn't see a ghost along the way. She couldn't help but feel sad. Why did she have to rush to the morning of 8 a.m. when it was the end of the world? It wasn't even the morning of 8 a.m., it was the morning of 7 a.m. Who would rush to find a taxi so early in the morning? With more resentment than 10 evil sword immortals, Wu Yu delivered the cabbages to Aunt Chiyan in the canteen. Wu Yu, Aunt Chiyan, this is today's cabbage. If you are lucky and not beaten to death, I will send you another one in the evening. Aunt Chiyan grabbed Wu Yu and stuffed her with 4 hot steamed buns. Yesterday's food was brought to me by Sui Yu at night. I'm old now, so why do I need to eat such good food? I made buns for you. Eat 2, and give 2 to Chiyan. Flatter him, and make him forget about you. Wow, Aunt Chiyan is so nice. Wu Yu held the hot buns with tears in her eyes. Aunt Chiyan, wait for me. I support you when I become rich. Aunt Chiyan said coquettishly, look at you, Yi Qing. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and leave. When Wu Yu left, she was thinking that she must work hard, to save Aunt Chiyan, save Jian Suiyu, and save everyone in Chiyan. But not Chiyan. Wu Yu's passion cooled down the moment she saw Chiyan. At 7 o'clock on the doomsday, the biting cold wind and the howling north wind blew out her passion and enthusiasm. Chiyan looked at him with his upper body naked, and what he stepped on was probably the body of Wu Chong. Wu Yu suddenly stopped and smiled politely and well-behavedly. Master Chiyan, good morning. Would you like some fresh vegetable buns? As she said this, she turned a blind eye to Wu Chong on the ground, just like Wei Zhongxian, the chief eunuch of the imperial palace, and offered the steaming vegetable buns that she had hidden in her stomach all the way. Chiyan twitched his lips when he saw the buns being taken out of his stomach, and mercifully put down his foot that was stepping on Wu Chong. Take a 10-minute break, and start on time at 7 o'clock. At this time, Wu Yu realized that it only took her 5 minutes to get from the dormitory to here, and she also went to the cafeteria in the middle. Is this the legendary Chinese speed? No, this is all her damn desire to survive. Chiyan, so scary, helping up the pitiful Wu Chong, Wu Yu shared a vegetable bun with him. Want to eat? Wu Chong bit her hand directly, then snatched the whole thing away and ate it in 2 or 3 bites. Ah, I'm alive. Auntie Chen's cooking skills are really good. Wu Yu secretly asked, what time did you come? Wu Chong cried, since I delivered vegetables to Chiyan yesterday, I have been beaten by him until now. Wu Yu was shocked. I didn't expect that you have such a good physique. You can hold out for so long. Wu Chong waved his hand coldly. You get used to being beaten so many times. Wu Yu hesitated, then. Time's up. The devil's voice sounded. Wu Yu and Wu Chong looked at him in horror at the same time. Didn't you say it would start at 7 o'clock? Chiyan sneered. I said it's 7 o'clock now, so it's 7 o'clock. Do you have any objections? The two shook their heads at the same time. No. Chiyan glanced at the two of them. Wu Chong had a swollen nose and eyes. Wu Yu was hesitant. The two were like 2 little chickens, not daring to make a sound. He sneered. Look at how cowardly you two are. The two smiled obediently. You're right. Your fist is big, so whatever you say is the truth. Chiyan's anger was accumulating. You two come together. If anyone can hit me once today, you will be considered to have finished the class. The two looked at each other, with golden light flashing in their eyes. Will you just hit me once? Chiyan nodded. That's right, but don't think of using those cheap little tricks of yours. If I find out, I kill you. Chiyan showed a bloodthirsty but kind smile, which made the two shiver. I don't know if it was because he had been beaten for 3 consecutive days. Wu Chong was full of anger, and he was the first to rush up. Wu Chong was born a wizard, good at dancing and music, and his body was very flexible, but he lost because of his lack of strength. Every time he didn't dare to fight Chiyan head-on, he always let Chiyan find a flaw and beat him up. Moreover, Chiyan looked rough and bold, but in fact every move and every style was tough and soft, which completely defeated Wu Chong. We watched Wu Chong attack, but she was not in a hurry to attack. After all, Wu Chong had been beaten for several days, and Chiyan knew how to attack. He kept beating, and he got used to it. Wu Yu and Chiyan had exchanged a few moves before, and she didn't know Chiyan's moves. Now she stood aside, and the more she watched, the more frightened she felt. Chiyan's whole set of movements was smooth and simple. No matter how fancy the moves were, he could see through the core of them at a glance and hit them with one strike. And his speed was frightening, and the only martial arts in the world that cannot be broken is speed. Being able to detect, dismantle, and win at the same time is impossible without a solid and strong foundation. The more Wu Yu watched Chiyan's movements, the more fascinated she became, with shock in her eyes. Chiyan's movements seemed to be flowing with the rich heritage of China, and the essence of martial arts for 5,000 years was gathered into one. The seemingly simple movements were the supreme essence of countless ancestors' blood baptism. It was so exquisite that it was breathtaking. The more she watched, the more these movements kept appearing in her mind, like slow-motion playback. It played back and forth in a loop, and it became slower and slower. Finally, Wu Yu's sea of consciousness penetrated the two people's lightning-fast movements, changing from dynamic to static, and constantly magnifying and deepening. Wu Yu saw that it was the running lines and trajectories of Chiyan's muscles when he moved. And the source of all movements was the point where Chiyan's whole body was exerted. There was Chiyan's flaw. Chapter 36. Chiyan and Wu Chong were fighting fiercely, but Wu Chong was already losing and was struggling. Chiyan sneered, Boy, I've trained you for 3 days, and you've only made this little progress. I'm ashamed to tell others about it. Wu Chong coughed up blood. You bald donkey, I kill you sooner or later and kick your bald head like a ball. Chiyan's eyes were stained with scarlet murderous intent. You are so brave that you even dare to challenge me. Then I twist your head off today. Wu Chong hit Chiyan hard with his head, spitting blood foam at him. Come on, if you don't come, you're my grandson. Chiyan threw Wu Chong heavily to the ground and stepped on him. Wu Chong barely turned over and escaped, and ran out, shouting, come on, bald donkey. Chiyan chased forward 2 steps with red eyes, and suddenly realized something was wrong. On the field, Wu Yu disappeared. Chiyan suddenly calmed down and began to observe, and Wu Chong's shouting came, Hey, bald donkey, you are not scared. Come and kill me. Chiyan sneered. Wu Yu is nothing to be afraid of. I kill you, and then I catch her. As he said that, Chiyan ran towards Wu Chong. In a flash, he came to Wu Chong. Suddenly, Chiyan saw a strange smile on Wu Chong's face. The next second, his alarm bells rang. A strong wind suddenly came from behind, and a strong force hit his waist. Chiyan smiled disdainfully. So you're waiting for me here, but it's a pity that you're too slow. Moreover, you used the same trick on me twice. It seems that I'm too kind to you, Wu Yu. Jietchen rolled over, turned around and kicked Wu Yu in the stomach. He kicked Wu Yu in the stomach with enough strength to crush a car, making her feel like her internal organs were all broken. He coughed up blood foam with broken organs and flesh, and Jietchen was stunned for a moment. Realizing that he was controlled by his emotions, and forgot to control his strength, Jietchen regretted it secretly, but his face did not show it at all, and his tone was arrogant. It seems that today. However, before Jietchen finished speaking, he suddenly heard Wu Chong laughing and saying, "Today, it is you who will be finished." Jietchen turned his head with disdain and faced Wu Chong directly. His moves were ruthless and deadly, without holding back. Just as he was trying his best to beat Wu Chong, the severe pain behind his waist made Jietchen cry out in disbelief. He turned his head in surprise, and saw Wu Yu's fist hitting his waist without hesitation. At the same time, Wu Yu made a puff sound and almost vomited out his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. Jietchen was stunned for a moment, and suddenly smiled with interest and appreciation. "Wu Yu, I didn't expect it. I should have killed you if I had killed you directly just now." Wu Yu wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and she looked at Jietchen coldly. "But you didn't, so you lost. If I had a knife in my hand, you would be the one dead now. Jietchen, your physical skills are unparalleled in the world. But now, let me teach you a lesson. Never leave your back to the enemy, even if it is an enemy you think has no fighting ability. Because you can never guess whether she is pretending to be scared, pretending to be fragile, or deliberately wants to kill you." After saying that, Wu Yu opened her mouth again and spat out a large mouthful of blood. If she didn't look so horrible, Wu Yu's words might have been more intimidating. Jietchen sneered, "You are just taking advantage of the situation, and you dare to teach me." But before he finished speaking, Jietchen suddenly realized that from the position where Wu Yu attacked, his entire arm and one leg were numb. He couldn't move half of his body. Wu Yu hit the acupoint where he exerted force. Was this a coincidence or had she seen through him? Jietchen looked at Wu Yu in doubt. From the surprised eyes of Jietchen, Wu Yu knew that he had realized it. Wu Yu also believed that with Jietchen's understanding, he would never make the same mistake again, and would never repeat the mistakes of his previous life. The severe pain in his internal organs made Wu Yu unable to hold on, and fell to the ground. Jietchen suddenly lowered his body, and picked up Wu Yu at the moment she hit the ground. "Wu Yu, she must enter the treatment cabin immediately." Before Wu Chong could react, Jietchen had already left like flying. When Wu Chong caught up, he found that Jietchen had kicked the door of the highest treatment room away. Facing the two footprints on the door, Wu Chong was silent for a second, and then silently called Jian Suiyu. When Jian Suiyu arrived at the highest treatment room, Wu Yu had been lying in it for 10 minutes. Seeing the current top treatment cabin showing that Wu Yu's body was damaged by 70%, and that treatment would take 48 hours, Jian Suiyu's face turned black. Jian Suiyu took a deep breath. "What's going on?" Jietchen sat motionless in front of the treatment cabin. Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Chong. "You say?" Wu Chong glanced at Jietchen. Jietchen said that if we can beat him today, the course will be over. So I exchanged glances with Wu Yu. We have a tacit understanding of fighting. I covered, Wu Yu attacked. Wu Yu was injured and confused Jietchen, and then punched Jietchen at the critical moment. Jian Suiyu was so angry that he laughed. So just to get this punch, Wu Yu made herself like this? What did she say herself? Live if you can, die if you can't live. Even if you shout that you don't want to live every day, there can't be any flaws in the physical examination report. When you see someone sick across the screen, you have to swipe away quickly, for fear of being infected by the virus. Now, just to get this punch, you have damaged 70% of your body. What does 70% of your body damage mean? If it happened in the past, it would be enough to kill a person 3 times. Wu Chong swept away the decadence that he had been beaten to the point of being unable to get up. He was full of pride, because we don't want to lose. We can win. Why do you want to lose? Can't you see it? Wu Yu said it didn't matter, but she didn't want to lose more than anyone else. She wanted to live well more than anyone else. Jietchen and Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Chong in surprise, and countless fragments flashed through their minds. The last thing that was frozen was Wu Yu's pair of unyielding eyes, as pure and clear as jade that had been precipitated over the years. 3 words echoed in their ears at the same time. Live. They looked at Wu Yu in the treatment cabin at the same time, feeling extremely shocked in their hearts. Jian Suiyu took a deep breath. You go first. The treatment will take another 24 hours. I stay here with you. Wu Chong was unwilling. You are the deputy captain. You are very busy. You go. I stay with you. Jietchen sat in the front, motionless, like a mountain. I beat the person. It's my responsibility. I'm here with you. If she can't be saved, I pay her with my life. Wu Cheng was so angry. Pooh, 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 you crow mouth, what nonsense are you talking about? This is a treatment cabin made by the entire Alliance. Even the dead can be saved. Huh? What are you talking about? The dead can be saved? Who died? And who is lying inside? Facing the sudden appearance of Aunt Chiyan, listening to her kind and gentle voice, the three people present were all startled. Aunt Chiyan saw the reactions of the three people. She looked at the treatment cabin, and suddenly narrowed her eyes dangerously. Wu Yu, why aren't you with you? Chapter 37. Jian Suiyu, Wu Cheng and Jie Chen were thrown out together by Aunt Chiyan. No one is allowed to come in without my permission. You guys go to make the canteen meal today. The three stood at the door of the treatment room and looked at each other. Wu Cheng, what should we do now? Jian Suiyu, my mother used to be a team doctor. Later, she was too old to go into the dungeon, so she switched to food safety. With her here, don't worry, let's go. As they said that, the two walked out together, and saw Jie Chen standing there motionless. Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows. Why? You are determined to be a door god here. Jie Chen's eyes showed confusion. I want to ask Wu Yu a few questions after she wakes up. Jian Suiyu smiled rarely. He walked up and hugged Jie Chen. Let's go. I don't think Wu Yu will want to see you when she wakes up. Instead of being an eyesore in front of her, why not go with me to wash the cabbage? Wu Cheng agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Who wants to see the murderer as soon as they open their eyes? Jie Chen looked back at the treatment cabin that was still in use, kicked Wu Cheng away, and left with Jian Suiyu. In the treatment cabin, Aunt Chiyan was monitoring Wu Yu's body recovery data in real time and modifying the treatment parameters at any time. At the beginning, the data was normal, but as time went on, Aunt Chiyan found that Wu Yu's own recovery speed was far faster than the data curve simulated by the treatment cabin. It originally took 24 hours to complete 70% of the body repair, but just 1 hour later, the treatment cabin showed that Wu Yu had completed 30% of the body repair. Wu Yu only needs less than 3 hours to complete the body repair that would take 24 hours. Aunt Chiyan widened her eyes in disbelief, which means that Wu Yu's self-repair ability is 8 times that of a normal person, and this value continues to accelerate as the body repair index decreases, and the actual body repair time required in the end is only 2 hours. Aunt Chiyan found that her conclusion just now was too early. In fact, Wu Yu's self-repair ability is 12 times that of a normal person. What kind of physical fitness can achieve such a heaven-defying parameter? Even Jie Chen, who is known as a master of physical skills, and Shen Kai, the captain of Chiyan, can only reach 5 times the normal person, while Wu Yu is actually 12 times the normal person. What does 12 times the self-repair ability mean? Cancer cells are killed by themselves before they have time to divide, and even a cut in the aorta will not be a fatal injury. Such a heaven-defying self-healing ability is simply the hope for the continuation of mankind in the end times. If it were in Chen O's previous laboratory team, they would definitely be ecstatic about such a sample. Chen O immediately stopped her thoughts. She had already left that hellish laboratory. The people in the laboratory were callous and treated everything as straw dogs. They not only used living people for experiments, but also her son Jian Suiyu was almost used as an experimental subject because of his extraordinary IQ. Chen O had to escape for Jian Suiyu's safety, and kept his name and identity hidden for these years. Chen O knew the style of the laboratory too well. They had always used all means to create the most advanced humanoid killing machine that could survive the doomsday. The entire laboratory served the upper class, and did not take the lives of the survivors seriously at all. Wu Yu's physical condition must not be known to anyone, otherwise, she will definitely be in danger. Even her son Suiyu and other people in the team must not know. The less you know, the safer you are. Chen O quickly cut off the cloud sharing function of the treatment cabin, deleted all the data of Wu Yu just now, and then manually re-entered the data to make everything look normal. Next, she sat in the treatment cabin. For a full 24 hours, no one was allowed to approach. The treatment cabin door opened. Wu Yu slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Aunt Chiyan's nervous face, she blinked. Am I in heaven now? I must be in heaven, otherwise how could I see such a beautiful angel aunt? Aunt Chiyan couldn't help blushing after being coaxed like this. Your little mouth, it's like honey. Looking at Wu Yu's smiling face, Aunt Chiyan became more determined in her heart that she must not let others know that Wu Yu was different. Wu Yu was Suiyu's lifesaver, and she has been helping people in the base. She must protect her. Wu Yu sat up from the treatment cabin and stretched. How long have I slept? Aunt Chiyan, 24 hours. Wu Yu glared. What? 24 hours. So long. Aunt Chiyan was annoyed. How dare you say long? How can you do such a dangerous thing? Jie Chen has always been reckless in his actions. I don't know how many people he has killed outside. How dare you go up to him like this? You are really not afraid of death. Wu Yu knew that what she did was indeed a bit out of line. She lowered her head and kept silent, letting Aunt Chen lecture her. After scolding her for a while, Chen-O felt that she looked pitiful for being so obedient, so he sighed, forget it, go back to your room, and take a day off today. Wu Yu said cautiously, so I don't have to attend Richard Lawrence's mental power class today? Chen-O, Sway, you said that Richard encountered a small problem on the way back, and couldn't come back for the time being. Wu Yu looked happy, that's great. Chen-O. Huh? Wu Yu's face immediately fell, that's really unfortunate. So sad, smile, seeing Wu Yu's lively appearance, Aunt Chen reached out and touched her head. I never realized before that you are such a lively little treasure. Wu Yu was stunned, huh? In fact, she was always dull and boring when she was in shadow. Now that she has come to Chiyan and feels everyone's kindness, she can be said to be showing her true self. No, Wu Yu suddenly realized that Richard Lawrence had a little problem on the way back to the base, a small problem that could trip up Richard. Could it be? The mutant animals in the frozen canyon are rampaging. Wu Yu quickly turned around and asked Aunt Chen, do you know where Richard is returning to the base from this time? Aunt Chen thought for a while, it should be the east. I remember he said before that he was going to a vampire dungeon. That's right. Everything is right. In his previous life, Richard Lawrence encountered the mutant animals in the frozen canyon on his way back from the east. Richard is best at mental attacks, but these mutant animals are all tanks, and the frozen thorns all over their bodies make it very difficult for him to deal with them. After 3 days of hard fighting, the mutant animals were finally driven back into the frozen canyon. It was at this time that shadows suddenly appeared, relying on the large number of people to steal the fruits of Richard's battle with the human wave tactics. The alien beasts in the frozen canyon have crystal cores that can replenish spiritual power, which are extremely pure and free of impurities. In order to obtain the crystal cores, they killed the mutant animals and caused them to mutate into a huge alien beast. The huge alien beast lost control and ran into the nearby refugee point. Shadow allowed the alien beast to hurt ordinary people, and even used refugees to lure and kill the alien beast. The beasts caused countless deaths and injuries. As a priest, Richard could not sit idly by and watch such slaughter. In the end, he signed an agreement with the devil to become a vampire to kill the beasts. However, the people of the shadows not only did not appreciate Richard's actions, but also did not repent for their evil deeds. They publicly accused Richard of causing all this. They claimed that the dead refugees were killed by Richard's bloodsucking, and they pretended to punish and kill Richard. In the end, Richard ended up with wounds all over his body and fled in embarrassment. So far, this priest, who always conveyed God's will in all directions and blessed the world on behalf of God, finally lost to the protagonist halo of the male and female protagonists. The highly clean, elegant, and noble priest finally became a dirty rat who could only hide in the dark forever. Chapter 38. We remembered that she was injured and did not participate in this battle. Those teammates who were selected before departure also mocked her, saying that she was pretending to be pitiful and deliberately not participating, and she would regret it when they got the points. Some people also said that she was abandoned by the team leaders, and that when they came back, they would drive her out of the base to fend for herself. But in the end, none of those who said these things came back. This was an extremely painful battle, and almost all the ordinary members of the entire Shadow were replaced. It was this battle that ended the early dormancy and preparation of the entire Shadow, and eliminated the ordinary members who followed at the beginning. With countless high-level crystal cores as the confidence to carry out a new round of recruitment, and Xinqingxi tamed the top giant frozen beast in this battle, Shadow officially started a rapid development stage. Wu Yu still remembers that after they returned to the base with countless crystal cores, they were so proud and did not mourn for their dead teammates at all. Even when mentioning Richard, he was full of arrogance and disdain. I thought the legendary priest was so powerful, but he actually had to sign an agreement with the devil. What's wrong with signing an agreement? In the end, the monster was tamed by our captain. This is called busying yourself to make wedding clothes for them. The people of Chiyan are simply fools. Richard must have found a dark and dirty cave and hung himself upside down now. Hey, now that you mention it, it makes me feel sick just thinking about it. The more holy and indifferent a person is to the world, the more exciting it is to see him fall into the world. Otherwise, Xinqingxi would not have cut off Jiechen's hands and feet and sealed them in a box as an ornament. The more noble a person is, the more he likes to provoke those who fall into the world. As expected, it didn't take long for Wu Yu to hear that Su Imo was involved with Richard, who had become a vampire. She wanted to purify Richard, But Shinqingxi was afraid that his past evil deeds would be made public, so he was stopped by Shinqingxi. The two had hundreds of chapters of love and hatred, and the innocent Richard was abused for hundreds of chapters. And the most outrageous thing is, it was finally confirmed that Sumo's purification ability could not purify Richard, who turned into a vampire. Why set up such a ridiculous plot? Must the wool be plucked from Richard, the golden-haired man alone? Please, Richard is already miserable, just let him go. Can't we pluck Chiyan? Is it because this bald donkey has no hair? Wu Yu rolled her eyes and pinched her philtrum fiercely, telling herself not to think any further, otherwise Richard might not be saved and she would be angry to death first. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Anshin looked at Wu Yue in confusion, afraid that Wu Yue had discovered something wrong. Wu Yue turned her head suddenly, her expression extremely serious, which made Anshin wonder, could it be that she had discovered what she had done? No, she was still very confident in her ability to tamper with the data. She wouldn't be angry with me, would she? How about telling Wu Yue? No, if I tell her, she will not only risk her body, but also be targeted by the laboratory. Woohoo, will you stop playing with her? Just when Anshin was about to turn herself in, suddenly, Anshin, I have to pick up my spiritual teacher in person, so that I can express my respect and admiration for Richard Laws. Anshin breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, so that's it. Wu Yu was puzzled. Huh? Then there should be something else? Anshin waved her hands repeatedly. No, that's what I'm talking about. I think you're right. Anshin thought that it would be better to let Wu Yu leave the base for a while, otherwise she would feel exposed whenever she saw herself. However, Anshin was surprised. Weren't you happy to hear that Richard couldn't come back for the time being? Wu Yu looked serious and waved her hand righteously. How is that possible? You are kidding. I am not that kind of person. You know, people can't cry when they are extremely sad. I wasn't happy, but a bitter smile. Anshin, oh. She really didn't see it. However, the entire shadow was mobilized in this incident. Wu Yu would definitely not win if she went alone. She had to find some helpers. Wu Yu, Anshin, where is the murderer who beat me? Anshin, are you talking about Jiachen? He went to the cafeteria with Wu Chung and Sui Yu to get food. Wu Yu imagined that she would happily go to the cafeteria to eat, but she saw Jiachen standing behind the counter in an apron, shaking the spoon for her with a Sima face. Just thinking about it, Wu Yu shuddered all over. Nightmare, it was a nightmare that even the purified cabbage could not save. Then, Wu Yu saw someone sharing in the group, delicious cabbage. It would be better if it was not for the Sima face. Today's cabbage looks like a beautiful hostage in the hands of a bandit. I heard that Bald Donkey is serving food today. If it weren't for the cabbage, I would never step into the cafeteria. Jiachen, do you think I don't know who posted it because it was posted anonymously? Instantly, the group was as quiet as a chicken. Seeing the little white cabbage, Wu Yu thought of the little white cabbage and the little golden crow that she had forgotten. She jumped up. Time was tight. After saying goodbye to Anshin in a hurry, Wu Yu quickly picked the 2 pots of white cabbage before she fainted. Wu Yu hurriedly purified 20 cabbage seeds. Feeling the pain of mental exhaustion getting stronger and stronger, she stopped. Seeing the 40 seeds in her hand, Wu Yu twitched her mouth. She was numb. She was numb to the world where the so-called 20% probability was actually 100% probability. Wu Yu was like a submachine gun. Before leaving, she picked up the sleeping little Jinwu and little Angel. She carried large and small bags, as if she was going to the city to seek refuge with her relatives. She gave all the 4 pieces of black soil that had been purified, more than 40 cabbage seeds, and 2 crops of mature cabbage to Aunt Shin. Wu Yu told Aunt Shin that these soils and seeds had been sprinkled with special potions, and if they were planted in the normal way, the cabbage would continue to mature and purify. After saying this, Wu Yu rushed to the cafeteria without stopping. She had to go to the canteen to recruit men, Wu Chong and Jiachen. She had to take them away. Aunt Shin, who was left behind, looked at each other in bewilderment with the purification seeds and black soil in her hands that could almost buy half a piece of land in the base. Aunt Shin's heart made a sharp explosion. What kind of stupid kid is this? How much does he trust her? Such an important thing was given to her directly. Ah! Chapter 39. Food hour in the base canteen. Wu Chong looked worried. I don't know how Wu Yu is doing. Jian Suiyu, my mother said that she has left the treatment cabin and is now healthy. Wu Chong said happily, that's great, let her have a good rest. Jian Suiyu, speaking of this, she is coming to the canteen. You and Jiachen should get ready. Jiachen looked sideways, come to eat? Jian Suiyu's expression was a little twitchy. No, she said, she would take you to pick up Richard. She will arrive in 3 minutes. I hope you will be ready by then and welcome her with full spirit. Especially you, Chiyan. Chiyan threw the rice spoon, which was completely deformed, and showed a bloodthirsty smile on his face. I think she wants to die. This time I will kill her directly. Jian Suiyu smiled. The rice spoon is Ms. Chen O's work tool. If she finds traces of human damage. Chiyan paused, and immediately reshaped the rice spoon with his bare hands, ensuring that it would be more convenient to use than before. Wu Chong was surprised. Didn't Yaya want to take Richard's spiritual power course before? Why do you suddenly want to pick him up? Jian Suiyu relayed, Wu Yu's original words. Please unconditionally accept the request of a patient who has just been transferred out of the ICU. Especially you, Chiyan, the instigator and murderer. Chiyan really wanted to tear Jian Suiyu's mouth apart, but Wu Yu's bloody appearance flashed through his mind. Forget it. Taking off the apron on his body, Chiyan said normally for once. Let's go. Wu Chong was in disbelief. You agreed? You actually agreed. When I asked you to take me to the Moshi River to catch mutant giant toads, you refused without a second thought and beat me up for 3 hours as punishment for harassing you. Chiyan squinted at him. First, mutant giant toads are disgusting. Second, you are too annoying. Wu Chong cried, Chiyan, am I not your cute little baby anymore? Chiyan, never, get out of here. I beat you to death if you bother me again. When Wu arrived, she saw Wu Chong with a bruise on his head squatting on the ground drawing circles, while Chiyan was still wearing the same training clothes. Very satisfied with what she saw, Wu was full of energy. Yoshi, let's go. In addition to Wu Chong and Chiyan, Jian Suiyu also assigned Wu 20 accompanying combat team members. Jian Suiyu, have fun. Seeing Jian Suiyu's unconditional tolerance, he assigned so many people without even asking the reason. Wu Chong even raised the rocket launcher in his hand excitedly. The deputy captain is really generous this time. The latest rocket launcher. This is the first time I've seen it. I wanted to touch it before, but I refused. And this flame gun, it's really powerful. It can spray 50 meters. I'm still the best. Laser sword. Laser gun. I heard it can penetrate even the hardest mutant animal body. If you use these equipment to play dungeons, you can still push through. Too extravagant. Really extravagant. This is not the configuration for playing dungeons. It's the top configuration that you will use to fight the big boss of the Alliance and play large plot books. This time, they were even equipped with the highest standard shuttle in Chiyan, which could accommodate thousands of people. Each team member had a personal lounge and training room, which was a vehicle that only captains could have. In the previous life, Wu was asked to participate, but she had never seen such an exaggerated and luxurious scene. She was like a country bumpkin who didn't even dare to touch it. Standing in such a large and luxurious shuttle, Wu even felt at a loss as to where to put his hands. Gradually, the discussion became quieter, and Wu found that everyone was looking at her. Wu looked confused, huh? Wu Chong came to the driving console first, very excited. Wu, let's start quickly. I'm already very excited. Wu still didn't understand, huh? Chiyan then walked towards the shuttle console, but to Wu's surprise, he was standing in the deputy commander's position. Chiyan also turned to look at Wu, frowned and said, Why are you still standing there? According to Chiyan's rules, whoever organizes the game will be the captain of this trip. As long as you agree to come along, you will be implicitly obeying orders and arrangements. So from now on, Captain Wu, all of us will listen to your orders, and all of us will put our lives in your hands. Richard may never have thought that so many people would come to pick him up in his life. Give the order, everyone can't wait, Captain. Every word and sentence of Chiyan hit Wu's heart with a loud voice. As the most experienced and capable Chiyan here, being able to say such words to Wu means that he fully recognizes her. Wu blinked, and then blinked again, forcing the moisture in her eyes away. She nodded firmly. Let's go! Wu Chong pushed the thruster hard. Let's go! As the shuttle suddenly rose to high altitude, huge centrifugal force and weightlessness came. Target, Frozen Canyon. Richard didn't expect that his shuttle would be shot down by mutant animals in the sky above the frozen canyon. These mutant flying beasts have completely exceeded the size range of birds. After continuous alienation, their size is even only a circle smaller than the Cretaceous Quetzalcoatlus. After being shot down by an unknown mutant flying beast, Richard fell into the crack of the frozen canyon. He was surprised to find that all the mutant animals that had been staying in the canyon were running out. From their red eyes, Richard speculated that this frozen canyon was very likely to have a new high-rated dungeon. So Richard sent a message to Jian Suiyu saying that he would delay his return to the base. If a new dungeon did appear, he would call Jian Suiyu to send reinforcements. In order to verify his guess, Richard had been waiting in the dark for 36 hours. However, before the dungeon appeared, Richard was caught by the mutant animals and fell into an extremely fierce battle. Hypnosis. How? Hypnosis failed again, and Richard gritted his teeth secretly. All the strange beasts in the frozen canyon were thick-skinned. In order to adapt to the extreme cold, their skin and hair were extremely thick, and even the bone cones on the outside were sharper than armor. In order to save their lives, their spiritual cores were hidden in the deepest part of their bodies, which made it difficult for Richard to penetrate the heavy defense and use his spiritual power on them. However, even so, the endless mutant animal corpses around Richard still proved Richard's absolute strength. His mental power was exhausted, and Richard almost replenished his mental power through the crystal cores in the alien beasts while fighting. What surprised him was that these mental power crystal cores were very pure, like sapphires in the far north, without any impurities. And compared with the usual alien beasts, they were 5 times larger. According to the alien beasts that Richard had killed, the crystal cores that could be extracted could at least replenish the mental power of 10 S-level mentalists at the same time. In this way, there are at least 100 times more alien beasts in the frozen canyon. If all the crystal cores were to be taken, the number would be so huge that it was unimaginable. Chapter 40. Richard was in a bitter fight. The mutant glacier rhino in front of him was not only invulnerable to weapons, but also had such thick skin that he could not find the crystal core at all. He made several blind sniping attempts based on his experience, and his hypnosis skills all failed. Richard's physical strength had already reached its limit. If he could not find the weakness of the mutant glacier rhino, even if he had endless mental power, he would be pierced through by the strong and hard rhino horn. For now, the best option was to temporarily return to the shuttle to rest, and wait until his physical strength was restored to the best condition before fighting again. After thinking of a countermeasure, Richard fought and retreated, but before he could return to the shuttle, he suddenly heard the roar of the engine of a large shuttle appearing in the sky. Looking up, the entire blue fuselage of the shuttle was pierced with silver at the waistline, and there was a black cheetah pattern on the side of the shuttle. Richard instantly realized that this was the shuttle of the Shadow Team. Watching the shuttle continue to descend, making a huge roar, diverting the attention of the mutant glacier rhino, Richard changed his target without hesitation and turned back to harvest his spoils. Just kidding, whoever gets the advantage, it won't be the Shadow's grandson. Richard was like an emotionless harvesting machine, splitting the corpses of the alien beasts one after another with a sharp blade in his hand, and storing all the crystal cores of these alien beasts into the space storage device. Hey, stop over there. These are all our Shadow's spoils of war. That's right, you are so brave. You dare to steal our Shadow's crystal cores. Oh my god. Come and see, these crystal cores are so pure, and each one is 5 times the size of a normal crystal core. There are so many crystal core corpses here, haven't we made a fortune? The captain has given the order, take away all the crystal cores, including the corpses of the alien beasts. The Shadow relied on the large number of people, and quickly used the human wave tactics to kill the glacier mutant rhino. They took the rhino's crystal core, and began to snatch the spoils left by Richard. Richard narrowed his eyes dangerously and sneered, I have heard that the Shadows always appear in groups. It is really unlucky to see them today. These are all my spoils. I will see who dares to touch them, and I will cripple his hands. Chinzhou's face was full of gloom. He stretched out the hand that Jian Suiyu had disabled and sneered, really? How come you Chiyan all have a hobby of disabling people's hands? It just so happens that Jian Suiyu has been hiding in the shadow base, and dared not come out. You are also Chiyan's man. Today, I will make you pay with your life for my hand. Richard looked disdainful. Just you? You are such a piece of trash. You dare to challenge me. Chinzhou raised his gun and pointed it at Richard with a grim smile. You don't know yet, we have been ambushing in the distance. Your shuttle is what we use to lure the mutant flying beasts to attack, and we are waiting for you to be exhausted from dealing with these monsters, so that we can reap the benefits. Richard didn't expect Shadow to be so scheming. He was full of sarcasm. I heard that Captain Shin relied on the fact that he had the same last name as our captain, and he did a lot of bullying and bragging. You are so dirty and filthy. How can you be compared with Shin Kai? Shin Qing's eyes darkened instantly. Shin Kai was a thorn in his heart. Anyone who mentioned him would touch his reverse scale. Shin Qingzi narrowed his eyes. Richard, you are looking for death. Richard observed Shadow's people calmly, and found that most of them went to harvest the spoils, so he deliberately delayed time to be in a roundabout way with Shin Qingzi and others, trying to delay time. In fact, he was secretly contacting Jian Suiyu and calling for support. But he didn't expect that Shin Qingzi discovered his thoughts. Shin Qingzi sneered complacently. Richard, Do you think we will give you a chance to send a message back? This place has long been within the signal coverage of our shuttle. Without my permission, your communication cannot be sent out. Chinzhou, don't waste time, do it. Yes. Chinzhou's hand that was previously disabled by Jian Suiyu has been installed with a prosthesis. He is full of resentment and looks crazy. Chiyan, I want all of you dead, he said, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang bang bang. After a long battle, Richard's body's reactions were reduced to the minimum, and it seemed that he had reached the limit. For this latest type of bullet with tracking ability, he dodged very reluctantly. Chinzhou was not in a hurry to kill him all at once. He was like a cat teasing a dying mouse, and even deliberately avoided Richard's aorta at the beginning, until he found that Richard's reaction was constantly decreasing. Bang! His femoral artery was hit. Seeing Richard gritting his teeth and unwilling to kneel on the ground, Chinzhou laughed wildly. Run! Aren't you a good runner? Keep running. If you don't want to die, beg me. Kneel down and beg me. Maybe I can free you quickly. Richard gritted his teeth fiercely. Chinzhou's continuous attack made it impossible for him to stop and perform hypnotic attacks. The special bullet that hit him made his whole body full of qi, and his eyes went black for a while. If this continues, he might really die here. Suemo looked at the elegant Richard, who was teased by Chinzhou, and became extremely miserable. His long golden hair was stained with blood, and his light-colored pupils reflected a charming and almost demonic luster because of the pain, just like the gods in Norse mythology. Her heart was pounding, and she couldn't help but say, Brother Qingxi, let him go. After all, the priest doesn't know about our previous grievances with Chiyan, so we shouldn't vent our anger on him. Regardless of Qingxi's reaction, Suemo slowly walked forward and stretched out her hand to Richard. She tilted her head, revealing her plump and rosy cheeks. Are you okay? Can you go by yourself? Richard slowly raised his eyes, and looked deeply at Suemo. His eyes were dark and unclear. The madness in Chinzhou's eyes seemed to be condensed, and he was trembling with hatred. Mo, you are now helping the enemy who hurt me. The closer she looked at Richard, the more Sumo's heart thumped when she saw her reflection in his pupils. You know, always in the shadow of the Chinese, suddenly facing such a perfect Nordic face, Suemo couldn't help but start to imagine how happy and satisfied she would be if the person in front of her was devoted to her wholeheartedly. Qingxi's eyes flashed with anger. He had been standing aside waiting for Chinzhou to make a move. He raised the gun in his hand without hesitation and pointed it at Richard's heart. Bang! With a sound, he pulled the trigger. Suemo, who was facing away from the gun, widened her eyes in disbelief. As usual, she slowly closed her eyes and waited for the tall blond man in front of her to hold her firmly in his arms. As expected, Sumo's arms also felt a strong force from the clamp. Sumo's cheeks flushed, and her mind began to quickly imagine various scenes of heroes saving beauties. However, the next second, with a sharp pain in her shoulder, Suemo suddenly opened her eyes. In the surprised eyes of everyone present, Suemo slowly lowered her head, looked at the blood flower that exploded on her shoulder, and turned her head suddenly to look at Richard in disbelief. You actually used me to block the bullet. Chapter 41. As soon as Wu Yu and the other shuttle entered the range of the frozen canyon, they felt a strong signal coverage. Wu Chong said seriously, there is a signal shielding here. When the signal is shielded, no communication can be transmitted without permission. Wu Yu frowned. Maybe someone has arrived before us. Speed up. Wu Yu's heart was lifted instantly. Richard must hold on. Don't let anything happen before they arrive. Let me go, or I will kill this woman. Richard ignored Sumo's questioning. In his eyes, Suemo was just a passerby. If he hadn't seen that Qingxi and Chinzhou cared about this woman, he wouldn't have bothered to waste time with her. When she came up just now, he killed her directly. Qingxi narrowed his eyes dangerously, unwilling to give up such an opportunity, but seeing Sumo's painful howling and his face covered with cold sweat, he finally let go. Okay, but you must not hurt her. Richard said indifferently, her life depends on your decision. Richard dragged Suemo along the way. Even if Suemo was paralyzed by pain, he could not show any pity or sympathy. A woman who thought she was walking in front of the enemy on the battlefield. A fool. Such a woman was protected and not dead, while the children in the refugee camp tried so hard but could not survive. Richard became more and more dissatisfied with Sumo's delicateness. It was just a gunshot in the shoulder, not a broken arm. What was there to cry about? Wearing a silk cheongsam in the end of the world, this piece of clothing can feed the entire refugee camp for a month. Extravagant and wasteful. It's really annoying and unlucky to hear and see. The more he thought about it, the angrier Richard became. When he came to the shuttle, he drew his sword without hesitation and pointed it at Sumo's arm. Don't you like crying? Then let you cry enough. After saying that, in the horrified sight of everyone, Richard's sword blade was directly aimed at Sumo's arm. The cold light flashed, and Richard's sword cut iron like mud, so fast that Sumo looked ashen, and there was no room for reaction at all. Just as the sword was about to touch Sumo, a loud bang was heard, and the entire frozen canyon was shaken. Sumo fell to the ground, and Richard's sword brushed past her, only cutting off a strand of her hair. All the dead beasts are alive again. Run! Run! Ah! My hand, help! At the moment of the shake, countless dead beasts seemed to be summoned and came back to life. Even those beasts whose crystal cores had been taken away by Shadow just now stood up staggeringly like zombies. But compared to before, these strange beasts have all undergone frightening changes. They are rapidly turning into zombies, their skin and flesh are rapidly rotting, and a foul smell is emitted. These strange beasts are turning into zombies at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they continue to evolve under the premise of being zombies. Richard looked at the scene in disbelief. He didn't understand why the situation suddenly became so difficult. At the same time, he found out from the corner of his eye that Sumo's eyes were full of fear, anger, and hatred when he looked at him. Such a look actually gave Richard an ominous premonition. Sumo was rescued by Shinjinsi himself. Faced with the sudden situation, Shinjinsi quickly ordered everyone to return to the shuttle. But in full view of the crowd, Shinjinsi's shuttle was crashed by the zombie-like beast and trampled into a pile of mud. The zombie-like beast changed its previous state of not actively attacking and unconditionally attacked everyone present. And from the devastating movement in the frozen canyon, all the beasts inside were rushing out. There are at least thousands of monsters in here. Run, we will die, we will all die. But our shuttle is destroyed, where can we run? I remember there is a refugee camp nearby. There must be a shuttle for evacuation. Refugee camp? What if we lead the zombie monsters there? What will happen to the refugees? Who cares about them? They are just refugees. Who cares if they live or die? Shadow's words brought Richard back to his senses. He really didn't expect Shadow's people to be so treacherous and vicious, with so many zombie monsters. They are actually going to lead them to the refugee camp where they are helpless. We must not let them do this, otherwise, everyone in the refugee camp will die. Richard was very angry. Shinjinsi, you are the captain of a team at least, shouldering the responsibility of revitalizing the alliance. Are you really not going to resist at all, and let your men lead these zombie beasts to the refugee camp, and kill innocent people? As long as you are willing, I can give up the grudge just now and join hands with you to deal with the beasts. Shinjinsi sneered. You are so sanctimonious. If you have the ability, go and kill all these monsters yourself. If you can't do it, don't question my decision. But even if you get in touch with Chiyan now, the reinforcements will not arrive in time. I haven't settled accounts with you for hurting Sumo. Instead of considering others, you should think about whether you can survive today, compassionate priest. Shinjinsi was extremely sarcastic in the last few sentences. Richard forced himself to calm down. Shinjinsi was right. Instead of arguing with Shinjinsi, he should think about how to solve the crisis at hand. He is now seriously injured, but his mental strength is still there. He is not without a way out. He still has a dead end. In Richard's space, there is a vampire contract that he just got from the vampire dungeon. As long as he signs a contract with the vampire, he will fall into vampire. The powerful regeneration and self-healing ability will enable him to fight these zombie beasts. Seeing that the shadow people have already run towards the refugee camp, thousands of zombie beasts in the frozen canyon have already rushed out of the canyon. Richard gritted his teeth and took off the blazing badge on his chest without hesitation. He kissed the badge devoutly and bid a final farewell to this supreme honor. From the next moment, he was no longer the blonde priest Richard, but a dirty bat that could only hide in the dark. Taking a deep breath, Richard took off his blazing battle robe and officially started the covenant with the vampire. I said long ago that I can give you supreme power, and you will obey me sooner or later. At that time, you will become my puppet. A blood-red hexagram appeared under Richard's feet. Seeing this circle of light, Shinjinsi's retreat suddenly stopped. Instantly, a vicious idea was born in his mind. Since Richard wanted to use himself to save refugees, he certainly wouldn't mind that his efforts would not be known by anyone. Thinking of this, Shinjinsi smiled in an extremely despicable way. However, when Richard was about to recite the spell of the covenant, a reflective boiled egg suddenly fell from the sky. The next second, Richard, who had been standing in the hexagram with a solemn face, was kicked and flew 10 meters away like a rag. The vampire bat that had just drilled out of the middle of the hexagram and got stuck halfway, poked its head with its little green eyes, and made a confused chi sound. Where is the resentful human host? Chapter 42. At the moment of the earth shaking, Wu Yu and others finally entered the mouth of the frozen canyon. Seeing that Richard was going to cut Sumo, Wu Yu's heart rose to her throat. She quickly gave an order, land immediately. But the landing of the large shuttle takes time, and the battle situation changes rapidly. Everyone watched Richard open a strange blood-red contract. Wu Yu opened the hatch directly in midair. That is a contract with an evil vampire. We must stop him immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiyan pushed Wu Yu aside and jumped down in midair. By the time everyone reacted, Chiyan had already kicked Richard away and beat the vampire bat that was poking its head into a pulp with a stick. The hexagram instantly disappeared and completely dissipated into the air. Wu Chong swallowed his saliva. It can be seen that Chiyan still has some love for us teammates. Wu Yu nodded sympathetically, yeah. As the shuttle landed, Chiyan's super powerful firepower support arrived, and the situation was instantly reversed, turning defense into offense. Wu Chong took out the rocket launcher and corn cannon that he had been thinking about for a long time, which were absolutely super killers for fighting zombies. The high-temperature flame gun, with a spray distance of 50 meters, would burn even the thickest skin into carbon ash, not to mention the long-range projection function of the intercontinental missiles built into the shuttle. With Wu Yu's order, all the zombie-like beasts could only lie flat. Richard looked at the scene of the gongs and drums and firecrackers in front of him with a blank face, and slowly turned his head to look at Chiyan beside him. Why don't you go to help? Chiyan, you don't need me for this kind of small scene. Richard pointed to his 8 broken ribs. Yes, you are noble, and your use is to kick my 8 ribs? Chiyan crossed his arms and looked disdainful. I did that to prevent you from going astray. Chiyan picked up Richard's nameplate and battle robe on the ground with a look of disgust and threw them at him. You can throw away your own things just like that. Is Chiyan so unworthy in your eyes? Richard looked away. Why did you suddenly appear here? Chiyan was also speechless. Who knows? A fool suddenly said that he would come to pick up her spiritual teacher. But if it weren't for her inexplicable decision, I wouldn't know that some people are so saintly that they are willing to sacrifice themselves to save others. If it weren't for that fool's reminder just now, I guess you would have completed the first embrace by now. It's ridiculous that Wu Yu, the fool, saw that you wanted to make a bond, and was so anxious that she wanted to jump down from a height of 100 meters. With her body, she would have been smashed to pieces. It's really worrying. Richard was surprised. He looked at the thin figure standing in the smoke, standing firmly in the gunfire, commanding the situation without any retreat. Although only the back view, it can give people an extremely reliable feeling. Hey, I say, instead of showing a disgusting expression that makes people's goosebumps to Wu Yu's back here, you might as well go to the shuttle treatment cabin to cure your illness, and then coordinate the overall situation in the shuttle. After all, there are still some bugs spying on us in the dark. As he said that, Chiyan looked behind him calmly. Chiyan still remembered the lesson that Wu Yu had taught him with her life. Never ignore the back. Even if the shuttle was destroyed, the number of shadows could still hit them hard from behind. Wu Yu looked back at Chiyan and Richard. She found that since they appeared, Shadow's retreat slowed down. Chiyan's weapons are really advanced. I've seen that corn cannon. It's made completely according to Plants vs. Zombies. Every time a corn cannon is fired, 500 million alliance points are consumed. Gatling, rocket launcher, flame gun, laser gun. When can I use such good weapons? Really, Chiyan is so strong. If they had come earlier, our shuttles and weapons would not have been trampled by these zombie beasts. Yes, as the first team, Chiyan should shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the Alliance. As citizens of the Alliance, they should protect us. Wow, there are so many zombie beasts. How many crystal cores should there be? We are the bait. Chiyan should give us some later, right? Of course, Chiyan wants to keep it all for himself. How dare they? How shameless. That's right. And we haven't settled the score with them for hurting Momo yet. We are Momo's best friends. If they don't apologize to Momo, we will make them pay. Hey, look, there's a woman standing on the front line of the battlefield, and she seems to be the commander. Woman? Haven't you heard that Chiyan has recently recruited a very strong woman? Chiyan seems to have recruited a woman recently, Wu Yu. Oh my god, no way. Wu Yu has just arrived at Chiyan and can lead such a large team. Dozens of people, so many new weapons. Shut up. Shin Qingxi, who had been indulging the team members' discussions, suddenly raised his voice. He looked at Wu Yu standing in front of him unexpectedly and sneered coldly. What a joke. How could Chiyan let an ordinary person like Wu Yu lead the team? Is she qualified? Everyone, get ready and be prepared. If Chiyan loses, we will take over the battlefield immediately. Chiyan glanced at Xinqingzi coldly, as if he was looking at a piece of trash. You are a loser who can't even fight, and can only run away. You are bringing a loser who is even more useless than you. You still have the nerve to take over the battlefield? If you dare to move today, I will beat your dog legs to pieces, and feed them to the dogs. He stood firmly at the boundary between Shadow and Chiyan, firmly guarding Chiyan's back. At the same time, Richard returned to the shuttle, and took over the command of the shuttle while treating the patient. In this way, Wu Yu could focus all his attention on the battle in front of him. After some observation, Wu Yu was surprised to find that the monster riot this time was even more violent than in the previous life. In the previous life, the people of Shadow had at least the strength to fight against the giant monsters. But in this life, Shadow's shuttle and the weapons on the shuttle were directly destroyed, and the army was defeated before the battle even started. The zombie transformation of the monsters directly increased their combat effectiveness by 2 levels, and they had to avoid the troublesome zombie virus when fighting with them. It felt like there was an intelligent creature controlling all this in the depths of the canyon. This thought frightened Wu Yu. Although she had seen many intelligent beasts in her previous life, most of them were only conscious. However, it was impossible to control thousands of zombie beasts, unless the strength of this beast was beyond the current cognitive scope. The battle became more and more intense. Under the heavy firepower suppression of Chiyan, about 300 or 400 zombie beasts had died completely. As the zombie beasts were quickly eliminated, Wu Yu felt that there was a huge monster ready to move inside the mysterious and dangerous canyon, and its huge eyes were staring at her. Chapter 43. As the casualties of the strange beasts increased, the corpses almost covered the entire canyon. There were fewer and fewer living zombies, and the war showed signs of calming down. Wu Chong looked excited. Wu Yu, can we clean up the battlefield? Wu Yu looked seriously into the depths of the canyon, feeling that something was not right. Suddenly, the danger foreknowledge of the little angel in her mind flashed wildly, reminding Wu Yu that the unknown creatures in the canyon were very dangerous. It was the first time that Wu Yu saw Xiao Tian use this huge blood-red color to remind her. Even when he found the golden crow before, it was just a small circle of light. But now, the whole area was blood-red, which made Wu Yu tremble with fear. She suddenly called Wu Chong, who wanted to move forward, and notified all combat members in the team channel, everyone retreat, don't fight, everyone retreat, give up all the spoils, take your weapons, and return to the shuttle immediately. Wu Yu said it 3 times in a row in the channel. Wu Chong and Jietchen knew that Wu Yu had a predictive S-level item in her hand, which could predict danger. Wu Chong was no longer impulsive and reckless like last time. He had no doubts about Wu Yu's decision and obeyed it absolutely. Jietchen glanced at Shadow behind him, who obviously didn't know the danger was approaching. He sneered and appeared next to the shuttle to meet the retreating team members. Hey, didn't that bald donkey just say that we were trash who didn't dare to fight, but didn't Chiyan hide his head and run away when he was told to? That's right. What's the first team? I think the first turtle is more like the first. At the critical moment, it still depends on a Shadow. If you ask me, Chiyan will take the title of the first sooner or later, and let a Shadow take it. Qin Zhou looked at the corpses of zombies and monsters, his eyes full of greed. Captain, Chiyan just ran away. We can't let these monster corpses be dumped here casually. What if it affects the refugees nearby? Xinqingzi frowned. We were fighting well. Why did Chiyan suddenly withdraw? Swallowed by desire, the people of Shadow had no time to think about these things. All they had in their minds and eyes were the corpses of these monsters and their crystal cores. Qin Zhou urged anxiously, Captain, don't think about it. Even if there is something wrong, just send those ordinary team members to clean up the battlefield first. Even if there is something wrong, the dead are just ordinary people. Xinqingzi's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Then you go and arrange it. Qin Zhou nodded with satisfaction, and he commanded nearly 50 ordinary people to enter in 5 teams to clean up the battlefield. Listen carefully. Whether it is the corpse of a strange beast, a crystal core, or other treasures, all are stored in this space. After returning to the team, all will be handed over to the captain for unified distribution. Wu Yu withdrew the shuttle, and the Shadows people had already entered the battlefield. Captain, are we going to let the Shadows people get away with it? Yes, we fought hard to get these. Just one corn cannon costs 500 million alliance points, and now all the results are handed over to others? Wu Chong frowned. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't Wu Yu say that there is danger in the canyon? That being said, aren't we going to be angry when we see the Shadows picking up the scumbags? Although I am a man, my mammary glands are also mammary glands. That's right, we fought the battle, but they got all the benefits. How can we accept this? Bang! Chiyan's Zen stick hit the ground hard, shaking the entire shuttle. He looked at everyone coldly. Since we are out, we must obey absolutely. We are not disobeying. We just can't accept letting those villains take advantage of us. That's right. Do you really think we are so shallow? It's just a beast and a crystal core, as if everyone has seen it. As soon as the voice fell, the Chiyan people saw a member of the shadow dig out a crystal core that was 20 times larger than a normal crystal core from the brain of a zombie beast. And it was even clearer than what Richard had just dug out, like a deep spring, without any impurities. The shadow member who picked up the crystal core even deliberately raised it up and showed off to the Chiyan members. Hey, coward! Look at what this is. Don't show them. They don't even dare to get off the shuttle. It's just right that you don't dare to come down. All of these are ours. Puff, Captain, did you hear it? Did you hear it? Do you know what this sound is? This is the sound of me vomiting blood. This is the sound of my heart breaking. If God wants to punish me, please kill me directly instead of letting the villain succeed. The resentment of the Chiyan members almost overturned the entire shuttle, but Wu seemed to be unable to hear their voices. Now, her mind was all red, blood red. As the blood red grew bigger and bigger, it was about to occupy her entire mind. Wu suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Wuchong, now, immediately used full power to pull the shuttle up infinitely. Shuttle. Wuchong used all his strength to push the drive to the highest level. Ah, we really left like this. If I had known, I would have been more frugal and not fired so many shots. Wow, me too, I am such a spendthrift, but in the end, all of it went to Shadow. Ha ha ha. Chiyan and his gang of cowards actually ran away like this. No way, what are they afraid of? Who knows, they are so timid. Oh my god, look at this crystal core in my hand. Bang! The shadow member froze in place with a wild laugh. He looked in the direction of the loud noise and confusion, and saw that the canyon mouth that was originally full of corpses suddenly became clear. All the corpses of the strange beasts flew out, and the shadow members, who were close to the canyon mouth, were wiped out. The giant beast instantly smashed him into a mud cake, with broken limbs and corpses everywhere. Even the one who was still alive, he looked at himself, and his lower body was gone. The huge crystal core slowly fell to the ground, and before he could even wail, he fell into eternal darkness. The mutation happened in an instant, and the Chiyan members, who were still lamenting the waste of bullets in the shuttle in the last second, all widened their eyes in shock and suddenly lost their voices. For a moment, the shuttle was so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard clearly. None of the 50 ordinary people who were sent by Shadow to clean up the battlefield survived, and all of them were killed by the Great Change. Even the Shadow members, who did not enter to clean up the battlefield, were also affected by the Great Change because they did not leave the canyon, and suffered heavy casualties. For a while, there were wailing everywhere under the canyon. Shadow, who was just gloating and mocking that he had picked up a big bargain, almost met with a catastrophe because of his greed. Chapter 44. Looking at the Chiyan people who were stunned and secretly thankful for escaping the disaster, Richard, who had fully recovered, sneered, "Why don't you say anything? Go on, didn't you just say one thing after another? If you don't feel sorry for the bullets, the shells, the fuel, and yourself, what else don't you feel sorry for?" Everyone hesitated. Look at you, aren't we children with shallow eyes? That's right, we didn't know there would be such a big danger. That's right, no matter how unwilling they are, they can only speak softly. That's enough. Wu knew the thoughts of the Chiyan team members very well. They didn't want to give these crystal cores to Shadow, even if they were lost or thrown away. Compared to the mean faces of Shadow team members in the previous life, the Chiyan team members were all sincerely worried about her. Shadow was now in disarray. Su Imo was injured, and Shinjingsi was taking her to evacuate urgently. The direction of evacuation was exactly the refugee camp they had mentioned before. After the entrance of the frozen canyon was knocked open, the remaining half of the zombie beasts all rushed out. In the previous life, Richard sacrificed himself to save the refugees. In this life, the vampire bats that made the contract have been completely destroyed by Chiyan. Under the relentless pursuit of these beasts, the plot actually followed the direction of the previous life and followed Shadow and others to the direction of the refugee camp. Richard frowned deeply. Shadow and his people are still trying to lead the beasts to the refugee camp. Shadow and his people are too shameless. Just now, they wanted to take advantage of the situation and harm themselves, and now they are going to bring the alien beasts to harm the refugees. If they hadn't insisted on taking advantage of the situation just now, the alien beasts wouldn't have gone berserk again. These evildoers, not only would they die themselves, but they would also harm others. Are we just going to sit back and do nothing? The members of Chiyan were extremely anxious, but thinking of Wu Yu's decision just now that saved their lives, everyone quietly waited for Wu Yu's order this time. Wu Yu turned around and looked at everyone, who said we should sit back and do nothing? We have brought the most advanced combat weapons, and the most experienced and combat-literate members. All Chiyan members raised their heads and chests with pride. We also have the strongest wizard of the Wu clan, who can bless us before the battle and crown us. Wu Chong's red hair was shaking with pride. It's me. It's me. The elegant and noble Father Richard will escort us and avoid mental interference. Richard placed one hand on his chest. Captain, I am happy to serve you. And our master Chiyan, who kicked the tiger of Nanshan and punched the dragon of Beihai. Chiyan suddenly raised his Zen staff and held it behind his back. Okay, stop flattering me. Just say what you want to say and give orders. Wu Yu looked at everyone with a smile. I hope you can do your best to assist me and win this battle. Finally, I hope everyone can enjoy this battle to their heart's content. Good. This time, Chiyan's shuttle opened fire and directly intercepted the alien beast's pursuit route in the air. Under the dense artillery fire, a 38th parallel was formed that clearly separated the Wei and Jin dynasties. The people of Shadow stood behind the line and shouted angrily, Captain, it seems that the people of Chiyan knew that an accident would happen just now. Yes, they deliberately wanted our people to go in as bait. Now they are pretending to save us. What hypocrites and villains. We will never appreciate their kindness. Shin Qingxi's eyes were surging. Of course, I won't appreciate their kindness. Not only will I not appreciate it, but so many people in Shadow were injured and died. I must settle this account with them. I just saw that Chiyan's commander looks very similar to Wu Yu. Could it be that Wu Yu is deliberately taking revenge on us? How could Chiyan's commander be Wu Yu? And why would Wu Yu take revenge on us? She has always been the one who has been snatching our things. After Su Mo finished her scolding, she looked at Shin Qingxi. She was so pale with pain. Brother Qingxi, I'm in so much pain. I'm really in so much pain. Am I going to die? The gunshot wound just grazed Su Mo's shoulder, but she had always been spoiled and had never suffered a bit of hardship. So how could she possibly endure such a crime? Shin Qingxi hugged her tightly with heartache. Momo, I take you to the hospital for treatment first. I will settle this account with Chiyan. Chen Zhou was unwilling. Are we going to leave like this in disgrace? So many crystal cores. Will Chiyan get them for free? And, Wu Yu, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have lost a hand. It's all because of this bitch. I'm going to kill her. Shin Qingxi picked up Su Mo and sneered. Don't forget who insisted on taking these crystal cores just now. Chen Zhou, you made such a big mistake this time. Shadow, can't keep you here, go. Chen Zhou couldn't believe it. Shin Qingxi, you clearly agreed to it. Now you are putting all the blame on me. You hypocritical hypocrite. You. Bang bang bang. Before Chen Zhou could finish, he looked at his chest. Shin Qingxi freed a hand and fired several shots at him. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. Remember, this time, it was Chiyan who stabbed me, Shadow, in the back, causing me to suffer a catastrophic disaster. When I, Shadow, gather my strength and come back, it will be time for Chiyan to pay the price. Let's go! Yes! When Chiyan took control of the battle and landed from the shuttle, Shadow's people had disappeared without a trace. Only Chen Zhou's body was on the ground, and he seemed to have died a long time ago. We walked up to Chen Zhou, and Wu Chong stood by with a look of disgust. Hey, Yu, why are you looking at this garbage? Wu Chong didn't expect that Wu Yu not only wanted to look at it, but also squatted down to study it repeatedly. Even Wu Yu took out the communicator and recorded all of Chen Zhou's fatal injuries, the marks of the bullets used to injure him, and the trajectory on the ground. Wu Chong, yeah, why are you doing this? Swish. Wu Chong's shock. After filming Chen Zhou from head to toe, both recording and live, Wu Yu took out a dagger and started stabbing Chen Zhou. It was just like what she and Jian Suiyu had said before, a knife in the left heart, a knife in the right heart, a knife in the carotid artery in the neck, and finally a lot of effort to chop off the head and kick it far away. After witnessing all this, Wu Chong said weakly and cautiously, yeah, the Alliance has a rule that you cannot abuse the corpse after killing someone. Wu Yu nodded, yes, but I didn't kill the person, I just tortured the corpse, so it shouldn't be considered a violation of the regulations. Wu Chong. Can it be like this? Isn't this a loophole in the law? Wu Yu looked at Wu Chong and frowned. Wu Chong, you have to be flexible. Torturing a corpse. What is considered abusing a corpse? I feel sad when you think of me like this. Am I the kind of person who tortures corpses? I just wanted to see if he was dead or not, and if he was dead, my actions were actually healing him. I want to see if he can survive under extreme stimulation. Alas, it's a pity, it seems that he is really dead. If Wu Yu didn't look so happy and glowed when she said it, it might be a bit regretful. Wu Cheng nodded. You are right. It turns out that after all this talk, he even denied the abuse of the corpse, right? Soon after Wu Yu and Wu Cheng left Chen Zhou's body, a faint hexagram slowly appeared under Chen Zhou's body. This hexagram was the vampire contract that Richard was about to sign. Chapter 45. The blood in Wu Yu's consciousness has dissipated. This time, she ordered the team members to start a comprehensive cleanup of the battlefield. The crystal cores that were just taken away by the Shadow members exploded because of their deaths, and Shadow didn't gain any advantage at all. Ah, my beauty, this feeling of regaining what you lost is so wonderful. As the old saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage. These crystal cores are not worthy of a poor loser like me. On the way here, Jiachen told Wu Yu, Jian Suiyu allocated a large number of weapons for us this time, and these are all from the team's public account. Looking at these crystal cores, Wu Yu gestured to Jiachen. I wonder if the crystal cores we obtained this time are enough to offset the losses in the battle? Jiachen looked at the quality of these crystal cores. Enough, based on the quality of these crystal cores. Only the most powerful upper class can enjoy them. Those people's money is not money at all. They are just suckers who can be slaughtered at will. Those alien beast corpses are huge and difficult to deal with. You can hand them over to the team. Jian Suiyu has many ways to deal with them. I just took a rough look. After removing the part to be handed over to the team, there should be at least 600 crystal cores left. 600 crystal cores. Oh my god, 600 crystal cores, like this can equal 12,000 ordinary ones. 12,000, almost the total consumption of a battle for alliance teams. That can't be used up. It's all here, Captain, you're making a fortune. Wu Yu blinked, but I can't use many crystal cores at all. With her current mental power, one crystal core of such high quality and purity may be enough for her to use for 10 lifetimes. Richard raised his eyebrows. So, I remember that the vice captain asked me to return to the team before to train your mental power. Now it seems that your training really needs to be put on the agenda quickly. Wu Yu, yes. Family, who understands? What's the difference between this and the office worker who is already on a miserable business trip, and the boss notifies him to work overtime when he returns? Just when the Chiyan team members were cleaning the battlefield, Wu Yu's little golden crow suddenly woke up. It blinked, Jijiji. Then it turned around and ran into the depths of the canyon impatiently. Wu Yu was puzzled for a moment, and quickly followed. Where are you going? It's not safe there. But little golden crow seemed to not listen to Wu Yu's words at all, and kept running into the canyon. Fortunately, Chiyan had cleared all the strange beasts along the way, otherwise, with little golden crow's current physique, he would have been trampled into a chicken paste. The further he ran in, Wu Yu found that the canyon that seemed extremely narrow at the entrance suddenly became clear. The inside of the entire frozen crack canyon was a frozen world. The sunlight shone in, and the countless ice sculptures refracted colorfully and beautifully. This place seemed to be completely isolated from the outside world, an isolated space. Shiji. How? Wu Yu turned her head in surprise, and heard something responding to Jin Wu. That voice was like the first time Wu Yu heard Jin Wu's voice, desolate and sad. Chijiji. Jin Wu kept rushing in with 3 legs, and Wu Yu could only follow her, not leaving her step by step. The closer you get to the deepest part of the canyon, the more extreme the cold makes your head tremble. Fearing that the golden crow would freeze, Wu Yu quickly ran a few steps and took it into her arms. Tell me, where is it? The golden crow kept pecking at a narrow gap, and Wu Yu immediately ran in the direction it pointed. The gap was extremely narrow, and the edges were covered with thick ice. Unless a thin person had a thin body, it was impossible to pass through. Wu Yu squeezed herself in, and finally passed the narrowest part with great difficulty. However, the extreme cold still left her body with light purple frostbite all over. If you stay in such a cold place any longer, you will probably freeze to death. After walking for about 10 minutes, the narrow passage finally widened and became clear. In the process just now, Wu Yu found that she was walking down all the time. In other words, she has now come to the underground of the canyon. When she reached the end of the passage, Wu Yu was surprised to find that there was an ice castle under the canyon. The entire castle is surrounded by underground rivers formed by turbulent water, which protects the castle and prevents anyone from approaching. Wu Yu murmured, how is it possible that the water didn't freeze at such a low temperature? Strange, in the previous life, the entire dungeon strategy forum didn't mention that there would be such a place under the frozen canyon. Before she could think about it, Wu Yu's mind flashed with the little angel's danger warning. The warning showed, these river waters are extremely corrosive, and the skin will rot quickly if it touches them. Wu Yu frowned. It seems that this castle can't be entered. How about we go back? Shichichi. How? Unexpectedly, the closer they got to the castle, the more nervous and anxious little Golden Crow's expression became. She even wanted to jump into the dangerous river regardless of the water. She grabbed little Golden Crow and stopped it in midair. Too dangerous. Little Golden Crow, Shichichi, Chichichichi. This was the first time Wu Yu saw little Golden Crow so anxious, and she turned to look at the castle. Suddenly, her entire perspective began to shift infinitely, just like when she was looking at Chiyan before. Penetrating the ice sculpture outside the castle, Wu Yu saw a little white snake trapped by a black cloud in the castle. Wu Yu turned to look at Jin Wu. There is no future for chickens and snakes. How about forgetting it? Little Jin Wu, Chijiji, jumped up and poked Wu Yu's dog head, Chijiji. Go to save it. Go to save it quickly. Wu Yu was really speechless when the little Jin Wu chased her and pecked her. Forget it. Let's fight. She glanced at the distance of the river, stepped back a few steps, and put the jumping charm on her feet. With a run-up, he jumped and dived. By the time he reacted, he had already reached the other side. Turning his head, the Golden Crow, who was about to jump into the river, flapped its wings and flew over with its heavy body. Wu Yu, so you were deliberately playing me just now, right? Yes, it must be. The little Golden Crow looked ahead proudly, ignoring Wu Yu. It rushed in with a da-da-da sound and ran quickly to the side of the little white snake. Chi-chi-chi. Howl. Wu Yu, I don't know what they are whispering about, but shouldn't snakes hiss? Forget it. I don't want to disturb your cross-species love, but I just want to ask if we can hurry up. Chiyan's people don't know she's missing yet. Wu Yu's communicator has no signal when she enters the castle. They will worry about it then. However, Wu Yu found that after the intimate talk between the chicken and the snake, the little Golden Crow suddenly lit up like a light bulb, and the black gas on the little white snake quickly dissipated under the cover of sunlight. With a flash of golden light, the little white snake disappeared. At the same time, a bold and enlarged golden font announcement was released throughout the Alliance channel. Chiyan Wu Yu had discovered an unknown map of the Frozen Rift Valley, and the S-level treasure dungeon Frozen Rift Valley has been refreshed. To open the dungeon, you need a dungeon key, which is bound to the discoverer and cannot be plundered. All teams are welcome to go treasure hunting. The announcement was refreshed, and the entire ice castle and the moat disappeared. Instead, there was a huge ice blue door with intricate patterns carved on it, and in the middle of the pattern was a keyhole. An S-level treasure dungeon, full of S-level items, crystals and crystal cores. It is conceivable how much of a sensation such a dungeon would cause to the entire Alliance. However, Wu Yu took a closer look and realized that a dungeon key was needed to open the dungeon. The key was bound to the discoverer and could not be plundered? Doesn't that mean she's the only one who has the key? Then all teams are welcome to go treasure hunting. What the hell? Moreover, Wu Yu took a look at the key prop that suddenly appeared in front of her. It was a dungeon key made of blue ice crystals, with a white snake carved from white marble inlaid on it. It was lifelike and vivid. Clicked on the prop description. Only the holder with S-level mental power can use it. Wu Yu choked with blood in her throat. She was in a mood where she didn't know whether to say MP or not. Chapter 46. The castle disappeared, the signal was restored, and the information on the Wu Yu team channel was overwhelming. Wu Chong, S-level treasure dungeon. Yeah, you are so cool. I want to go. I just want a brand new wizard staff. Richard, S-level treasure dungeon. This kind of dungeon is completely welfare-oriented. The highest level I have seen so far is only A level. S-level, it is unheard of and incredible. Wu Chong, so I said yeah is so cool. My yeah is simply the best. You are not allowed to compete with me. I want to be the first to see the world. Chiyan, Wu Yu, where are you now? Why can't I get in touch with you just now? First reply to the one you can't afford to offend and can't beat. Wu Yu, there is a very narrow gap deep in the frozen canyon. Go down along the gap, and you can see the door of the dungeon. I am here. Not long after Wu Yu sent the message, he heard a loud noise in his head. Then, Chiyan and his group appeared in front of her. Everyone was very surprised that there was such a wide space under the frozen canyon. Wu Yu, how did you find this place? It's amazing. You can't see it from the outside. It's because Wu Yu is a slender girl. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to get even one arm through. Wu Yu, did you blow up the gap? Wu Chong shook his head. It was Chiyan who used the Zen stick to expand the gap to 1 meter wide. After he found you missing, he got anxious. Wu Yu, Chiyan, her living father. Wu Chong was excited. Yu, open this dungeon quickly, and let us have a look. Wu Yu, I can't open it. Wu Chong was disappointed. Huh? Why? Richard looked at Wu Yu and realized immediately, I have been to an A-level treasure dungeon before. The requirement to open the dungeon is that the key holder has A-level mental power. If I'm not mistaken, the key in your hand requires S-level mental power to open. Wu Yu nodded. That's right. So why give her this key? What for? Is it to humiliate her? Wu Yu angrily rubbed the little golden crow's head. I don't know what it just whispered to the little white snake, but in the end it turned out to be like this. Giving her such a rare S-level treasure dungeon key, isn't it a waste of talent? It's thrown directly into her hands. Even if she died, she would die right now. She couldn't possibly have S-level mental strength. But, seeing Wu Yu's depressed expression, Richard continued, so far, there has not been a treasure dungeon that cannot be opened with a key given by it. Chiyan looked sideways. What do you mean? Richard, it's very simple. A dungeon will not give out a key that can never be opened. Since it has been given, the recipient of this key will definitely be able to use the key to open the dungeon's door. Wu Chong whispered to Richard, but Wu Yu has no spiritual power. Richard smiled. So, it can be used, but not now. Neither the key nor the dungeon will expire. It will wait for the arrival of the recipient. Wu Chong was at a loss. Richard, what do you mean? Richard and Chiyan looked at each other, and both looked at Wu Yu at the same time, with dangerous light in their eyes. It means that Wu Yu must have spiritual power, but for unknown reasons, it cannot be used or detected. Being stared at by such a terrifying gaze, Wu Yu swallowed her saliva. What do you want to do? Richard smiled gently, but his eyes were full of bloodthirsty light. Nothing, it's just that everyone has a desire to survive. Under extreme stimulation, it may stimulate your hidden potential, so that your mental power will appear. For example, destroy and smash your mental power core, and keep you reincarnating in the nightmare space. Or, kill you repeatedly in the depths of your consciousness. All of these methods are possible, and can awaken your spiritual power. Don't worry, I am a professional in this area. I will be gentle within your tolerance. Wu Chong, I always feel that what Richard said is familiar. That's right. When Wu Yu tortured Chenzhou's corpse just now, she said something similar. Is this the legendary feng shui wheel? Wu Yu took 2 steps back. No, I don't think it's necessary to go to this treasure dungeon. What a joke. Just listening to what Richard said was terrifying. If he really did it, she would be skinned alive. Chiyan's skills were as ghostly as a ghost. He flashed behind Wu Yu and grabbed her. Wu Yu turned back in horror. Dad, what do you want to do now? Have you forgotten that you sent me to the ICU just now? Chiyan sneered. It is precisely because I know that you have unlimited potential that I can't let you degenerate. No. She has not been idle for a second since her rebirth. She was either in the dungeon, or on a mission, or purifying the land, and even sleeping in the treatment cabin. She was bleeding at 3 o'clock in the morning, and she was energetic at 7 o'clock in the morning to be beaten. She is a master of time management, working 24 hours a day, all year round. Not only did he not praise her as the queen of the role, but he actually said that she was self-degrading. What the hell is this bald donkey saying? Wu Yu was about to open her mouth to defend herself, but she was lifted up by Chiyan and flew up. These people have a unified attitude. Don't talk, quibble. As long as you open your mouth, you are quibbling. In this way, Wu Yu was dragged all the way back to the shuttle, all the way back to the team base, and all the way into the small dark room. Suddenly, it was pitch black. Before Wu Yu could adapt, a huge 5,000-watt searchlight lit up directly in her face. Wu Yu suddenly stretched out her hands to cover her face. What are you doing? What are you doing? Interrogating prisoners is not so outrageous. Kicking the table over, Wu Yu drew a knife, with a fierce look in her eyes, and bean paste was used. Sorry, the holographic projection has been useless for too long. I'm in the wrong direction. Richard's gentle voice sounded, and Wu Yu's eyes fell on his amazing face. At this moment, there were only her and Richard in this small dark room. Wu Yu simulated 101 possibilities in her mind, and she kicked Richard away and ran out of the door. Don't think about it. I can defeat your mind before you do it. Wu Yu, you probably don't want everyone to see you, with your eyes distracted and your mind unclear, being carried out by me, right? Wu Yu, Wu Yu's brain nerves were broken. Why did Richard, who looked as handsome as a god, speak in such a vulgar neon tone? Chapter 47. 18 years ago, at the beginning of the new year, terror descended, and the end of the world came. The arrival of the Dharma ending age has reshuffled the entire world. The world has become a community of interests. The world government has been established and exists in the form of an alliance. The existence of the alliance is complicated and involves the interests of many parties. The chaebol are divided and the aristocratic families dominate. However, no matter which force it is, the psychic is the existence they are fighting for. The psychic, since the terror descended, some humans have awakened and generated psychic power. Mental power can be compared to the skill blue bar in the game. It is a necessary ability to use one's own awakening ability and various props and mental weapons. Currently, mental power is graded from F to S. The stronger the mental power, the more powerful the props and mental weapons can be used. In the small dark room, we watched the slideshow played by Richard and listened to his description of mental power. After the apocalypse, humans will undergo 2 rounds of mental power tests since birth, at the age of 12 and 18 respectively. 12 years old is the first development period of human beings. Most of the people who have awakened their psychic powers will be tested for psychic powers in this round of testing. Of course, there will be occasional slip-throughs, so there will be a second test. 18 years old is defined by the world government as the age dividing line between ordinary people and psychic powers. So far, no human has transformed from an ordinary person to a psychic power user after the age of 18. You thought of her previous life, when Ina was tested for S-level healing ability at the age of 12. As for Suemo, because he was born in a noble family, he was confirmed to have S-level mental power very early, and grew up with everyone's support. The only person who grew up with Wu Yu was the cold test robot. It is impossible to detect mental power, so he is an ordinary person. He is an ordinary person, really useless. That's right, ordinary people should not live in orphanages. I heard that orphanages no longer accept ordinary children. That's right, ordinary people should stay in refugee camps. In the end, this world still depends on us psychics. Fog Moon. Fog Moon. Fog Moon came back to his senses and looked at Richard. I grew up in an orphanage. At the age of 12 and 18, no mental power was detected in the 2 mental tests. Richard's eyes flashed with surprise, and he apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up your sad story. Fog Moon shook his head. This is not a sad story. After all, many children can't live to the age of 18. Some even don't live to the age of 12. Richard, I heard from the deputy captain that you have an S-level prop, and you can use the power of the S-level prop. You nodded, yes, but there was a mistake when I used it for the first time. I was bleeding from all 7 orifices and unconscious for a long time. If Chiyan hadn't found it in time, I might have died. Richard thought, but people without mental power cannot use the power of props. Even S-level props are not allowed. Wu looked at Richard in surprise. In her previous life, she had always lived at the bottom of the shadows. She really didn't know the details about these high-level props. That's why Jian Suiyu told her to hang the little angel as a wind chime on the bedside. He probably thought that she couldn't bind to the props at all. Doesn't that mean that someone as smart as Jian Suiyu knew from the beginning that she might be different from ordinary people? Richard looked at Wu thoughtfully and suddenly laughed. I'm really jealous of the deputy captain. He was the first to discover your difference at the very beginning. Wu was puzzled. What? Richard shook his head. Nothing. Let's stop here today. Putting away the holographic projection, Richard turned on the lights in the room. Richard, Wu, from now on, I am 135 and Chiyan is 246. We will take turns to teach you. I am different from Chiyan. He likes to be in the training ground. The spiritual power course is different. I don't have a fixed class location. I may appear by your side anytime and anywhere. The course format is ever-changing, but the one thing that remains unchanged is to find the outlet of your consciousness. Otherwise, you may be lost in the illusory world forever. You could see that Richard really wanted to help her, so she nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Richard smiled. It's not hard. If you hadn't shown up in time, I would have been a vampire now. You saved my life, so I will naturally spare no effort to teach you everything I know. As he spoke, Richard stretched out his hand and drew a cross on his chest, and finally touched Wu-Yu's forehead. May God bless you, my girl. Wu-Yu looked at Richard in surprise. His pupils were very light, and when he was being stared at, he could clearly see himself in his pupils. Thinking of the terrible changes that Richard had caused to the entire group of alien beasts, because he had intended to hurt Suemo. Wu-Yu tried to probe. Richard, did you want to kill Suemo before? Richard's smile faded by 3 points. No, I just wanted to cut off her arm. Wu-Yu's pupils flashed. Just cutting off the arm. which can be completely restored by current medical technology, actually cause such a big commotion? Take a deep breath, Wu Yu said earnestly. Next time if you want to cut, just cut me. I have thick skin and flesh, so I can't be killed by a chopping. Richard's expression immediately became a little strange after he said this. Realizing that his words were ambiguous, Wu Yu said again, what I mean is, don't hit her, hit me. No. Richard's expression became even stranger. Wu Yu covered her face in despair, feeling like a perverted masochist. Wu Yu was completely haggard. No, I just want to say it. I know. Wu Yu was confused. Ah, what did you know? Richard smiled and said, are you jealous? I will stay away from that woman. What? Jealous? What does this have to do with jealousy? She was advising Richard to be on guard against fire, theft and heroines. But Richard didn't give Wu Yu a chance to say more, and turned around and left with a happy face. Wu Yu was completely depressed. Forget it, who cares, anyway, the ultimate goal is the same as for the process. It doesn't matter. Holding the little golden crow in her hand, Wu Yu floated towards the dormitory like a ghost. On the way back, she received a private message from Jian Suiyu. Wu Yu, the spoils of this battle have been cleared. A total of 980 zombie beasts and 950 S-level crystal cores were harvested. After deducting the expenses of the team, 750 crystal cores belong to you personally. Wu Yu thought about it and replied, then please help me divide the crystal cores equally among the team members who went with me. Jian Suiyu, I asked. Jietchen, Richard and Wu Chong didn't want it. The remaining 20 accompanying members will be divided according to combat output, and 150 crystal cores will be removed. The remaining 600 are all yours. I have transferred them to your communication account. Ding! Your communication account has received 600 S-level crystal cores, which are equivalent to about 300 billion alliance points. 300 billion, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Wu Yu looked at these zeros, and felt that her brain was exploding and fireworks were set off. Ah, the feeling of getting rich overnight was damn wonderful. Chapter 48. All the unpleasantness disappeared, and even the dogs passing by the base were caught and kissed by Wu Yu. This trip took a total of 3 days, and the cabbage seeds given to Aunt Chen were used up. 3 days allowed Wu Yu to produce about 120 cabbage seeds. When she passed the wasteland behind the mountain, she had an idea. You said, you want to fence off the back mountain and plant the land? Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Yu, who suddenly came over with a bright face. Wu Yu nodded, yes, it's not a problem to always plant these cabbages in pots. Now that the number of cabbage seeds has increased, we still need to find a place to centrally manage them. Jian Suiyu nodded, you are right, but I heard that you are very busy recently. Richard and Jietchen have arranged intensive courses for you. Wu Chong didn't even enter the base, and ran directly back to the Wu clan. Wu Chong is a traitor. Vegetable planting does not require a lot of time. After centralized management, it will be equipped with automatic sprinkler equipment and sowing robots. I only need to provide seeds and purify vegetables for mass production. I can complete this work in my spare time after being beaten every day. This was said with a bit of tragic spirit. Jian Suiyu nodded, thank you for your hard work. Wu Yu waved her hand, it's not hard, it's just a hard life. Jian Suiyu, by the way, how is the book Heavenly Master Secret that you took back? Wu Yu was surprised. Why did Jian Suiyu suddenly mention this book? She thought about this tattered book. It seemed that she had thrown it into a corner after taking it back last time, and said uncertainly, maybe it was used to pad the corner of the table? Jian Suiyu reminded her, when you have time, you can take a look, maybe you will get something unexpected. Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu, and felt that what he said was a bit meaningful. I have something else to do. I have to go to the captain's office. I will immediately ask someone to handle the matter of rebuilding the plantation in the back mountain that you mentioned, and implement it for you as soon as possible. Finally, I wish you good luck, and I hope that you will be the same as now when we meet next time. Wu Yu stared at him instantly. What do you mean by still the same as now? Can you speak? If you can't, you don't have to. After returning to the dormitory, Wu Yu's first thing was to purify the seeds for the next round of sowing. The batch of tomatoes planted before had matured, but the number was a little small. Wu Yu tasted one. She took a bite, and her mouth was full of juice and sweetness, making her squint her eyes. Wow! This sense of happiness is so overwhelming. If I could have 2 eggs, even the simplest tomato scrambled eggs, I could finish a full bowl of white rice. Unfortunately, in her previous life, Wu Yu only ate tomato scrambled eggs once in her life. Not to mention the purified tomatoes and eggs, even the tomatoes and eggs contaminated by impurities made her feel extremely satisfied. That was the only time Shadow became the first team, and gave ordinary members like them a good meal. At that time, Wu even felt that she was very satisfied to be alive and to have food. Now thinking about it, I was so easily satisfied in my previous life that it was pathetic. Perhaps it was because she had nothing in her previous life that she was satisfied with some small favors and was devoted to shadow. I will sacrifice my life and shed my blood. I will not hesitate to die. After chewing 2 fresh tomatoes, Wu Yu's eyes lit up. That's right, purify eggs. Doesn't Little Golden Crow have the ability to purify strange beasts? If Little Golden Crow hadn't purified the little white snake this time, she wouldn't have gotten the key to the S-level treasure dungeon. Even the strange beasts guarding the S-level treasure dungeon can be purified, so purifying chickens and ducks shouldn't be a problem. As soon as she said it, Wu Yu jumped up and walked towards the cafeteria of the base with Little Golden Crow. A group of exotic animals were raised in the base canteen for daily consumption. It was not mealtime, so no one was in the base canteen. Wu Yu quietly came to the special iron cage where the exotic animals were raised, and stared at the mutant chicken inside, which had 2 heads, 4 pairs of wings, 6 legs, and a body as big as a cow. The mutant chicken had been domesticated to a certain extent, but its attacking instinct and wildness were still difficult to tame. Seeing Wu Yu appear, it used its sharp and huge beak to hit and peck at the special iron cage, and at the same time, it made a cluck, cluck sound from its mouth. The loud noise could be heard from far away. Wu Yu poked the Little Golden Crow, who was dozing with his eyes closed. Oh, it's your turn. Wu Yu remembered that in the underground of the frozen canyon, the Little Golden Crow was very enthusiastic about purifying the alien beasts. It was so enthusiastic about other species. After all, this one was from the same family as it. They were all family members thousands of years ago. Wouldn't it be more tearful when seeing a fellow countryman? Unexpectedly, the Little Golden Crow raised his eyelids and took a look at the mutant chicken, and he was very disgusted. He even rolled his eyes at Wu Yu, as if to say, "What kind of idiot? Why did you bring me here?" Wu Yu couldn't believe it. No, how come it was still the chicken in front of the chicken, like 2 completely different chickens? When communicating with the little white snake before, he was so flattering and enthusiastic. Little Golden Crow, chirp, chirp. Don't you see how much the little white snake is worth? A whole S-level treasure dungeon. What is the value of this mutant chicken? It looks so shabby. It's embarrassing for the chicken. Wu Yu could see that before, the Little Golden Crow and the little white snake were proactive in socializing and expanding their network. As for this mutant chicken, if you want to purify it, do it yourself. Whether you want to do it or not, I won't do it anyway. Seeing that the Little Golden Crow was in a mess, Wu Yu had to do it herself to make ends meet. She used the Little Golden Crow's purification skill on the mutant chicken, fearing that she would die halfway, and she even took out a crystal core in her hand, as if she was facing a great enemy, ready to replenish her mental strength at any time. After all, the seed was so small that she was exhausted, and this mutant chicken was so big that it was enough for her to die 10 times. As Wu Yu activated his spiritual power, the Little Golden Crow's body radiated warm yellow light. At the same time, the little angel also activated the purification blessing for Wu Yu's purification. This surprised Wu Yu a little. He didn't expect that the little angel could bless even the purification of the Little Golden Crow. In an instant, the mutant chicken was shrouded in golden light. The comfort of purification made the mutant chicken calm down. It closed its eyes quietly, enjoying the unprecedented pleasure of being cleansed whole body and mind. As the light faded, the purification was completed. Wu Yu was surprised to find that the mutant chicken in front of her had changed from its original horrible appearance to a normal chicken. Although its appearance had changed, its size had not shrunk at all, and it was still as big as a cow. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck. Just as Wu Yu was wondering where the missing part of the mutant chicken had gone, the overlapping chicken calls made Wu Yu's eyelids jump suddenly. She only saw that there was another mutant chicken behind the mutant chicken. However, due to the space problem in the cage, the 2 chickens overlapped and were blocked. Facing 2 identical purified mutant chickens, Wu Yu fell silent. What to do now? How to explain the extra chicken? If someone saw it, they wouldn't think it was her child, right? Chapter 49. Wu Yu looked around furtively, and after confirming that no one was around, she decided to take the 2 chickens back to the dormitory first. Anyway, her dormitory was big enough, and there were only 2 people on the same floor. Her neighbor was elusive, and she hadn't seen him for half a month since she joined Chiyan. Or should she put the mutant chickens in the public area for a few days? Shinkei was a captain of a team, so he wouldn't be angry about such a small matter, right? Of course. Wu Yu nodded seriously. The captain was not such a petty person. The chicken cages of the 2 mutant chickens were secretly opened. After being purified, the two mutant chickens became much more docile, and seemed to regard Wu Yu as their master. Under Wu Yu's command, they left the cages one after another, and followed behind Wu Yu under the leadership of Xiao Jinwu. Along the way, they chose to walk on the deserted roads, sneaking around. Back to the dormitory area, Wu Yu kept the two chickens at the corner connecting her dormitory and Shinkei's dormitory. There was a safe passage there, and no one would usually walk there. The two mutant chickens were obedient. Wu Yu did whatever she asked. She built a temporary chicken coop for them and locked the door. After completing the construction of the chicken coop, Wu Yu looked satisfied, but she couldn't help feeling guilty. If she was found to have illegally built in a public area and raised poultry in a residential building, would she be criticized? Wu Yu whispered to the two mutant chickens, "You are fine, don't make noises and disturb the neighbors." The two chickens looked at Wu Yu, not quite understanding. Cluck. Wu Yu was just about to leave when suddenly, cluck, cluck. Two mutant chickens started to call endlessly, and the sweat on her forehead, swish, dropped. Wu Yu whispered, "What's going on? Didn't I just tell you not to call?" But she found that the two mutant chickens suddenly began to contract their entire bodies regularly. After a few beats, bang, two oval eggs fell to the ground. The color of the eggs was completely different from the black and gray ones that Wu Yu had seen in her previous life, and the surface was bumpy, as if it was poisoned. The surface of the egg was very smooth, and the color was light yellow, just like the farm eggs recorded in ancient documents. The mutant chicken was huge, and the eggs it laid were as big as Wu Yu's head. Wu Yu squatted down and stared at the two eggs for a while, and finally reacted and stretched out her testing equipment. Evaluation object, eggs from purified mutant chickens. Egg quality, S+. Introduction, mutant eggs that are not contaminated in any way, unfertilized, whether fried, have excellent flavor. Consumption bonus, 1% physical enhancement, the effect cannot be accumulated within 24 hours. Wu Yu's eyes fell on the physical enhancement for a long time, and she couldn't come back to her senses. The mutant chicken that had laid eggs flapped its wings, and Wu Yu curled up in the chicken coop and began to sleep. Holding two eggs as big as watermelons, Wu Yu floated back to the dormitory as if in a dream, and slowly climbed into her treatment cabin. Before entering, she thought of Jian Suiyu reminding her to read the Tian Shiju when she had time. Alright, find the Tian Shiju that has been integrated with the floor in the corner, bring it into the treatment cabin and put it on your body. Then, close your eyes and calmly press the button to close the treatment cabin. Sharing the same treatment cabin, rounding it off, even if she has seen it. After nightfall, the floor where Wu Yu is located is very quiet, with only the inaudible footsteps coming from the safe passage. The footsteps suddenly stopped at the entrance of the safe passage. Looking at the two mutant chickens sleeping soundly, the eyes hidden under the cloak were full of doubts. Who is so bold as to raise chickens at his doorstep? Wu Yu. Wu Yu? Wu Yu opened her eyes in confusion. Wu Yu, who allowed you to run around? She looked around and found herself in an orphanage, looking at her own small hands, probably only 3 years old. The fleshy, white and tender little hands looked like a glutinous rice dumpling. But the orphanage teacher had long been fed up with the endless stream of children, and there was no love in her eyes at all. I just don't understand. Why do we still have to raise these children now that the end of the world has come? Children are a burden, and adults can't survive, so why raise children? Children are the inheritance of the future, and they are hope. Take care of yourself first before you become a saint and pass on hope. If I can't have food to eat by raising children, and not be abused by men, I won't come. Hey, didn't you notice? All these children sent here were born in the year when the end of the world came. So, they are all children around 3 years old. What's the explanation? I heard that the higher-ups are looking for children born at the beginning of the apocalypse. That child has a mysterious power that has been sealed away. Mysterious power that has been sealed away. What is that? The voice suddenly became farther and farther away, and Wu Yu suddenly opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, a flash of scarlet flashed across her eyes. She couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Children born at the beginning of the apocalypse, mysterious power that has been sealed away. Wu Yu remembered that Suimo and Yaina, who was taken away from the orphanage, were children born at the beginning of the apocalypse. Could it be that the mysterious power that has been sealed is in them? In this case, it makes sense that Richard would cause a terrible noise when he wanted to hurt Suimo. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Wu Yu opened the treatment cabin and started to wash up. Today is Jiechen's beating class. When she rushed to the training ground, Jiechen threw a stick at her. Wu Yu took the stick. Is the class over again after I beat you? Jiechen sneered. Do you still want to get by like this every day? You used to be a little smart, But you don't look at your own foundation, you are worse than a dog. From today on, you have to start from the most basic course to lay the foundation. Stand in horse stance for 4 hours, swing the stick for 4 hours. If you dare to rest for a moment, I will let you know what it feels like to die. What about you? Are you just watching me? Chiyan, oh, I'm not as lazy as you. I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and have been training until now. I will train with you in the future. Very good, this is a very self-conscious king of curling. Don't worry that he will be outdone by the protagonists because of laziness. Wu nodded with satisfaction, okay. Chiyan was also very satisfied with Wu's active training attitude, but Chiyan, do you want to consider adding 100 kilograms to your dumbbells? I think your dumbbells are too light, and can't achieve the expected training effect. Chiyan, you have only trained for an hour, and you have to rest? You should continue training. I think you can run at least 30 more laps. Chiyan, you only did 200 pull-ups? What's the matter? Did you not eat enough? Chiyan. Chiyan, shut up, or I kill you. Chapter 50. Wu walked into the cafeteria with a bruise on her head. Chiyan was surprised. What happened to you? Wu said in a sad voice, I was beaten by Chiyan. He said that if I dared to open my mouth again during training, he would tear my mouth apart. Chiyan was angry. How could Chiyan do this? You just said a few words. How could you be as strict as you were to Wu Chong? But what did you say? Wu agreed, that's right. I said he didn't eat enough. Why did he only do 100 pull-ups? Is he too old to swing a stick? The old man who guards the door is stronger than him, and can do a 360-degree Thomas spin. Apart from that, I really have nothing to say. Wu look sincere. Chiyan, if Chiyan tells you to shut up, you should shut up. For the sake of your life, don't be stubborn. Chiyan gave Wu 3 big pots of food. Is that enough? If not, Chiyan will lie down in it too. Wu wanted to speak again, but Chiyan sighed. Even food can't stop your mouth. Wu immediately stuffed the food into her mouth obediently. Oh, Chiyan has changed. Chiyan doesn't love her anymore. She just loves me so much that she criticizes me so harshly, and she hopes that everyone will be fine. Although her method may be a little biased, her heart is good. Wu finished her meal in a depressed mood, and came to the training ground again with great interest. Today afternoon, you will practice swinging the stick by yourself. I have demonstrated the key points of the movements this morning. You must swing it 5,000 times, otherwise you will not be allowed to leave the get out of class. After saying that, Chiyan turned around and left. Wu hurriedly called him, aren't you watching me? Chiyan turned around and sneered. I'm afraid if I stay with you any longer, I will not be able to help but cut you into pieces. Seeing Chiyan ready to kill at any minute, Wu felt a chill on the back of her neck and nodded obediently. Okay, master, you go about your business, just treat me like shit. After Chiyan left, Wu trained alone. Although Chiyan was not there, she did not slack off at all and completed the 5,000 swings of the stick seriously. Even though it had exceeded the 4 hours of swinging the stick that Chiyan had said at the beginning, and even though it had darkened, Wu's eyes were calm and firm. Finally, after 5,000 swings, the sky had completely darkened. Wu's training suit was completely soaked with sweat, and he felt as exhausted as if he had just been pulled out of the water. His physical strength had been squeezed to the limit. Even so, Wu did not go back to the dormitory directly, but went around the back mountain to purify a new batch of vegetable seeds. Chiyan Sueyu's speed was amazing. Wu asked him to discuss the construction of a fully automated plantation yesterday. Today, we can already see the initial shape of the plantation, and the next step is to introduce the most advanced fully automated equipment. Therefore, the planting of vegetable seeds today is still done by Wu's manpower. This time, Wu is really not able to squeeze out a drop of physical strength or mental strength. He brought 4 baskets of small Chinese cabbage back to the dormitory, and used them to feed Xiao Jinwu and 2 mutant chickens. Wu thought that after the plantation was built, the chicken shed would also be built in the back mountain for unified management. After all, it is not a good idea to always keep such a large mutant chicken in the dormitory building. Good. No! Wu made a sharp explosion. Where are my chickens? The moment she stepped into the dormitory, Wu, who was carrying a sack of vegetables, saw the empty chicken coop and her adrenaline was stimulated. Who is it? Who stole my chickens? Cluck. Wu turned around in surprise, and found that her chickens and the coop had been moved to another place. The chicken coop that was originally built at the emergency exit was now moved to another dead corner. The safety passage of the chicken coop was now as clean as new. Wu turned her head back and forth, and even began to doubt herself. Where did I put the chicken coop yesterday? Am I tired and crazy? She looked at her neighbor's door with a puzzled look, but it was still exactly the same as it had been for the past 2 weeks, with no trace of anyone. Forget it, maybe she was old and her eyes were blurry, and she remembered it wrongly. Wu Yu carried 2 baskets of cabbage, and threw them into the trough of the chicken coop. The 2 mutant chickens immediately gathered around and started eating. The chicken coop used the most advanced breeding equipment, which automatically stored water and automatically processed feces. These purified mutant chickens are very smart. They know to go to the toilet and drink water at designated places, and even lay eggs in a nest covered with soft cloth. After collecting 2 more hot and newly laid eggs, Wu Yu thought it was time to tell Jian Suiyu about purifying the eggs. It is detected that the feces of mutant chickens can be used as fertilizer to increase production. Should they be recycled? Faced with the prompt popped up by the intelligent system, Wu Yu clicked on it in confusion. Evaluation object: purified mutant chicken feces. Feces quality S+. Introduction: mutant chicken feces that are not contaminated can be used for planting and fertilization. Eating bonus: 10 times extra yield. When Wu Yu saw the S+ of feces quality, the corner of his mouth twitched. Why, the quality of everything that has been purified is so terrible. However, 10 times extra yield, is this even worth considering? Definitely recycling. Not only recycling, Wu Yu also immediately took the recycled feces back to the plantation for fertilization, and tomorrow he can get a piece of black soil with a yield of 500 cabbages. Returning to the dormitory, Wu Yu felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Ah, this kind of self-sufficient small-scale peasant economy is damn wonderful. As expected, no Chinese can resist the temptation of farming. Back in the dormitory, Wu Yu took a fragrant aromatherapy bath, and finally washed away the sweat odor on her body. After washing, Wu Yu went to sleep in the treatment cabin as usual. She finally found that ordinary beds can't recover as fast as the treatment cabin. With her life-threatening method of exhausting herself to the limit every day, if she doesn't go to the treatment cabin, she won't be able to recover the next day. Wu Yu used the Heavenly Master Ju as a pillow under her head. She was still at the title page, thousands of years ago. She couldn't even see the first comma. Wu Yu was so tired that her eyelids were fighting, and she fell asleep peacefully. She was so exhausted that she couldn't concentrate on reading. But Wu Yu promised, "Tomorrow, I will listen to the deputy captain and open the book tomorrow." Here, Wu Yu just fell asleep in the treatment cabin. Outside, her communication device lit up. Jian Suiyu. Wu Yu, do you raise chickens in the dormitory? Jian Suiyu. The captain asked me to tell you that he moved your chickens. Jian Suiyu. The captain hopes that there will be no new species of creatures at the door next time he comes back. Jian Suiyu thought for a while. You have withdrawn the 3 messages you just sent. The person standing on the side raised an eyebrow. Question mark. Jian Suiyu, the purified mutant chicken is much more important than your hope. So, I fought hard outside to come back, but I have to crawl back to the room through the cracks in the wall. Jian Suiyu, you can take the elevator, you just want to save trouble. I opened the door early in the morning, and saw 2 chickens sticking there, butts out, and laying eggs at me at the same time. This outrageous thing. You don't care about my life or death at all, right? Seeing that Jian Suiyu was thinking seriously, he gradually looked forward to it. After a while, Jian Suiyu, you are so lucky to see chickens laying eggs. I haven't even seen it. Why don't you call me? Shinkei, Get lost. Chapter 51. Wu Yu woke up from a nap, and it was as if the system had restarted, and the whole body was full of energy. Seeing the message withdrawn by Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu was surprised. Wu Yu, Vice Captain, what did you send me last night? Jian Suiyu, nothing, just a trivial matter. Wu Yu, oh, by the way, I have something important to tell you. It's good news. Jian Suiyu guessed that Wu Yu should talk about the purification of mutant chickens, but he still pretended not to know. Jian Suiyu, good news? What good news? I'm really looking forward to it. Wu Yu, I purified the mutant chicken, and the mutant chicken can lay eggs. The eggs can also help strengthen your body, and the feces of the mutant chicken can also increase the yield of crops. After finishing a long string with a proud look on his face, Wu Yu raised his little head and waited for praise. Hey, a mutant chicken that can lay eggs, isn't this enough to fascinate Jian Suiyu? Jian Suiyu, oh really? That's really good news. Why is Jian Suiyu's reaction so cold? Wu Yu, I am not satisfied with your response. I will give you one chance to reply to me again. The other party has withdrawn a message. Jian Suiyu, wow, are you talking about eggs that can lay eggs and purify the body after laying eggs? This is amazing. I have never seen such amazing chickens and eggs in my life. Wu Yu, you are really pretentious. It makes me feel sick, Jian Suiyu replied helplessly. Jian Suiyu, let's go to the back mountain. I have cleared a piece of land next to the plantation for breeding mutant chickens. Wu Yu blinked. Huh? Is Jian Suiyu the worm in her stomach? How come he already knew what she just thought of yesterday before she even opened her mouth? No. Wu Yu suddenly reacted, and she turned her head to look at the opposite door. The opposite door was as quiet as a chicken, like a cemetery. Could it be that her neighbor made a suggestion? Wu Yu asked cautiously. Wu Yu, why did you prepare the chicken coop for the mutant chickens for me in advance? After sending it, Wu Yu felt uneasy. And Jian Suiyu's reply completely confirmed her thoughts. Jian Suiyu, when the captain returned to the dormitory in the middle of the night the day before yesterday, your chicken blocked his way. Wu Yu, What's going on with this vague feeling of social death and shame? Wu Yu deleted and typed word by word. Wu Yu, does the captain have a problem with me? I'm really sorry for raising chickens in the dormitory building. The situation was a bit unexpected at the time, and I didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Jian Suiyu? No, don't worry about it. He left the base this morning. I asked him, if you don't want to raise mutant chickens in the chicken shed, you could also raise them directly in Shinkei's dormitory. Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu's last sentence several times with uncertainty. Jian Suiyu, did he really ask? Isn't Shinkei the captain of Chiyan? Why do all the people talk about him as if they are discussing a sloppy puppy? In the previous life in Shadow, Shinxingxi's orders were final. No one dared to disobey his orders. Even the heroine Suimo had to look at his face. Otherwise, everyone would be in for a disaster. Shinxingxi has 10,000 disgusting ways to establish his prestige. But Shinkei always gives Wu Yu a feeling of being cowardly and aggrieved. After politely rejecting Jian Suiyu's suggestion, Wu Yu hurriedly led the two mutant chickens to the back mountain. She was afraid that Shinkei, who Jian Suiyu said had left the base, would open the door and walk out the next second. God knows, this level of social death is no different from her shitting in the street. Arriving at the back mountain, Wu Yu was surprised to find that in just one night, all the intelligent supporting equipment of the entire plantation had been installed. Automatic watering machine, automatic seeding machine, automatic tiller, automatic harvester, and even fertilization were completed by very advanced intelligent machines. For the entire fully automatic integrated planting equipment, Wu Yu only needed to put the purified seeds in the seed preparation area. The smart device will automatically identify the types of seeds and classify them into different categories, and scientifically proportion them according to their different growth cycles, so as to maximize the utilization rate of the black soil. Jian Suiyu, the chicken coop is next door, and you mentioned that chicken manure can be used as fertilizer to increase crop yields. It just so happens that I have purchased robots with fertilization functions in advance. These robots will automatically go to the chicken coop next door to collect chicken manure for fertilization of crops. Wu Yu looked at the entire plantation and the clean and tidy chicken coop next to it, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Deputy Captain, it must have cost a lot of points to build a plantation of this size, and a chicken coop in such a short time? Jian Suiyu, compared with purifying vegetables and purifying mutant chickens, the points are not worth mentioning at all. Wu Yu was worried, but you also know my mental state. I may not be able to purify it one day. At that time, in her previous life, Wu Yu had never received such attention. She was afraid that Jian Suiyu would have expectations of her beyond her ability. Seeing Wu Yu's uneasiness, Jian Suiyu smiled indifferently. Wu Yu, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I have already put the entire back mountain at the strongest level of protection. No one can set foot in without permission. The security level is comparable to the bedroom of the leader of the Alliance. No one except the top leaders of Chiyan will know what you are doing here. It would be best if there is a purification dish, but if there is really no one, there is no need to force it. This is why I don't want you to announce that you are the creator of the purification dish. Human nature is greedy. Once something that was originally dreamed of becomes a matter of course, then they will habitually ask for it, and even if you don't give it, it will offend them. I believe that you have never thought of controlling people's hearts, or even gaining their gratitude through purification vegetables. In this case, there is no need to feel sorry and guilty for purification vegetables. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu in surprise. No one had ever said such words to her in her previous life. What she heard most was, Wu Yu, an ordinary person like you should be grateful to the orphanage and the teacher for being able to survive. Wu Yu, you must remember that every day you are alive is a reward from the orphanage to you. Wu Yu, If it weren't for Shadow, do you think you could have survived? Wu Yu, ordinary people like you should learn to be grateful, otherwise, you would have died hundreds of times. Every moment, every minute, every second, someone reminded her to be grateful, and that her being alive was a gift from others. But it was obviously not the case. She was able to survive in the orphanage, because she could endure hardships better than anyone else, and she was the first to do the dirty and tiring work. As long as she had a chance to eat more, she could clean the toilets of the entire orphanage in her tattered uniform on a cold, snowy night. Even though the cold made her flesh and the broom stick together, and putting down the broom would tear off a piece of skin on her palm, and the blood was thick and blurred, she could still finish the work alone, and took a mouthful of cold rice with trembling hands. In the shadow, every time she survived, she fought for her life. She used herself as bait more than once, went deep into the tiger's den, and survived countless times. And those who kept saying that she was grateful, let alone lending a hand, did not drop stones and took the opportunity to take credit, which was considered a great mercy. Jian Suiyu's words made Wu Yu feel extremely comfortable in her heart, and also made her completely put aside her worries. Taking out 4 eggs as big as watermelons from the storage space, Wu Yu smiled and announced, "We will have a snack today. Let's eat. Super Invincible Pro Max Purified version of scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Chapter 52. Anshin stared at the 4 eggs in front of her and swallowed her saliva in disbelief. "Where did you get these eggs?" Jian Suiyu. This time Wu Yu went out and brought back hundreds of corpses of purified beasts. These 4 eggs were dug out from their bodies. Anshin carefully examined them, as if she were holding a living fossil. When she saw that the physical fitness was enhanced by 1%, she almost couldn't breathe. She asked carefully, "Eat 4 at a time, isn't it a bit wasteful? How about, eat 1 at a time? No, eat half, and save the other half for the next meal." Wu Yu thought of the mutant chickens that lay eggs every day. If she ate half an egg a day, it would take her forever to finish them. Wouldn't it be a waste if she couldn't finish them, and let them go bad? Wu Yu shook her head. "No, just 4, eat them all." Anshin touched this one with heartache, then hugged that one, as if eating them was like digging out her heart and liver. "Jian Suiyu, Mom, these eggs are just what we got from some of the alien beasts. There are some left. If you don't want to eat them, and let them go bad, won't it be a waste?" Although that's what she said, the older generation has really eaten good eggs. Now seeing these authentic country eggs, she wanted to hide them as a treasure. How could she bear to eat so many at once? Gritting her teeth, reason finally prevailed over the situation. Anshin rolled up her sleeves. "Okay. Today, let me show you my skills. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This is the legendary artifact that goes well with rice. Even in peacetime, it is a home-cooked dish that no one can dislike, let alone in this apocalypse where watered-down nutrient solution is everywhere. We use batch of 100 tomatoes, with 4 huge eggs, is just enough to make 100 servings of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The sourness of tomatoes meets the fragrance of eggs, and only a little salt and sugar are needed, without any other seasonings, to make it the most delicious food in the world. Before mealtime, the fragrance wafting from the cafeteria has already made people lose their minds. What's in the cafeteria today? Why do I feel like my feet are out of my control? Maybe it's the Anran Shaohan powder and Han Shao Banbutin. I'm already waiting at the cafeteria door. Even if it's arsenic, I'd be the first to drink it today. Look at you guys who are useless. Let me, your brother, smell it. I want to see. Brother upstairs, why is there no news? He went crazy because he smelled the fragrance and wanted to climb into the cafeteria chimney. Jichen kicked him off the roof. Is he still alive? I saw that he was still breathing, but no one on the scene had the time to send him to the treatment cabin. Judging from the extent of the crowd, he will probably be trampled to death soon. You can't really let people die, right? They've finished their meals, so they can't care about it right now. How can human life be more important than eating? Wu Yu, who was sitting at the SVDVIP table, took a deep breath, inhaling the aroma of the fried tomato and eggs into her heart, and engraved it on her lungs. Even Jian Suiyu, who was always cold and aloof, was standing by and breathing heavily. Anshin saw the 2 children looking so embarrassed, so she served each of them a bowl of food right after it came out of the pot, and told them, "Eat in the corner, or people will rush in and bump into you again." Wu Yu blinked. "Is it so scary?" Anshin sneered. "More than that, you don't know. On the first day of putting the cabbage in the canteen, there was a fight. Those good brothers, who seemed to be in the same bed, and had been through life and death together. Just for 2 cabbages, they poked their eyes, and picked their noses, and some of them had their clothes torn. If I hadn't been there, I wouldn't dare to imagine the scene." Wu Yu explained. "Wow," with admiration on her face, Aunt Chen, you are so awesome. Aunt Chen waved her hands boldly. Hey, Aunt Chen, I've seen all kinds of situations. Okay, you two go. If you stay here, I have to worry about you too, and I won't be able to perform well. Especially you, Wu Yu, you're like a small potato mine, you can't be seen when there are too many people, and you step on you later. Wu Yu, Jian Sui Yu pressed his mouth. Wu Yu immediately glared at him. What are you laughing at? Jian Sui Yu looked calm and shook his head. Nothing. Little potato mine. Wu Yu jumped up and kicked Jian Sui Yu's knee. Jian Sui Yu ran away without spilling a drop of soup in his bowl. Aunt Chen watched the two of them leave with a kind face, threw the soup spoon, and said majestically, Jie Chen, open the door. As the door of the cafeteria slowly opened, there was flying sand and rocks, knives, guns, sticks and clubs. Aunt Chen, I want a small. Damn! Today's meal is the Super Invincible Promax Purified Tomato Scrambled Eggs. What? Are you talking about the Super Invincible Promax Purified Tomato Scrambled Eggs made by frying purified tomatoes and purified eggs? Yes, it is the Super Invincible Promax Purified Tomato Scrambled Eggs that can enhance 1% of physical fitness and purify 3% of body impurities after eating. Don't fight with me, I must eat it today. You dare to cut in line, I will kill you. Wu Yu stopped chasing and stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. Deputy Captain, do these people have to be so exaggerated? As soon as the words fell, Aunt Chen took out a sign, tomato scrambled eggs limited to 100 servings. Instantly, Wu Yu actually saw someone take out a laser gun and a rocket launcher. Why on earth would someone bring a rocket launcher to the canteen? Wu Yu was horrified. They won't really fight, will they? It's too dangerous. Deputy Captain, are you really not going to persuade them? Jian Sui Yu calmly took a bite of the egg. The aroma of the grease-filled egg accompanied by the sourness of the tomato instantly whetted his appetite, giving his taste buds an extreme enjoyment. He enjoyed it with satisfaction, chewing it carefully until the egg was completely swallowed. Jian Sui Yu finally had time to care about the messy cafeteria. It's okay, with my mother and Jie Chen here, these guys are just talking and dare not really fight. They can still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. After saying that, as expected, Wu Yu saw Jie Chen walking into the cafeteria with his Zen stick in his hand and moving his whole body. Seeing Jie Chen appear, the team members who were about to fight and kill him just now instantly became as obedient and honest as quails. When Jie Chen passed by Wu Yu smiled and waved at him, Jie Chen. But Jie Chen, who was feared by everyone, turned his head sharply when he saw Wu Yu as if he saw a bad luck god. Wu Yu froze in place with her hands raised. She looked at Jian Sui Yu confusedly. Why does Jie Chen seem to not want to see me? Probably after hearing what happened between Wu Yu and Jie Chen at the training ground yesterday, Jian Sui Yu's expression froze. He looked at the players in front of him, who were obsessed with scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and Jie Chen's twitching eyes, and avoided Wu Yu like a snake and scorpion, and sighed, Wu Yu, you have some skills. Wu Yu blinked in confusion and tilted her head. Huh? Meow meow meow? Chapter 53. After dinner, Wu Yu returned to the chicken shed in the back mountain, and found that the mutant chickens had laid an egg each, as if they were offering food on time. Holding one in each hand, she looked at the two mutant chickens. Jian Sui Yu, what are you looking at? Wu Yu, do you think these two chickens are afraid that I will eat them, so they lay eggs so diligently? What if I put a loudspeaker here every day and play it on loop, and if you don't lay eggs, I will kill you. If you don't lay eggs, I will kill you. Will they lay more eggs? Jian Sui Yu, This living devil has started again. Will you turn around? You don't seem to agree? Jian Sui Yu had a headache. I think it's better not to go against the will of the creature itself. Before he finished speaking, cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck. In front of the two of them, the mutant chicken laid another egg. While Jian Sui Yu was stunned, Wu Yu happily went to pick up the eggs. Even muttered, sure enough, life still needs a sense of urgency. Very good, Jian Sui Yu thought. Yesterday, he was still saying that he had never seen a chicken lay eggs, but today, he got what he wanted. When Wu Yu picked up the eggs, Jian Sui Yu was watching from behind. The two mutant chickens seemed to really understand what Wu Yu had just said. Not only did they watch Wu Yu take away their eggs, they even wanted to bow their heads and say, have a safe trip, madam. Come often when you are free. Wu Yu was about to go to the cafeteria again with the eggs in her arms, but was stopped by Jian Sui Yu. The cafeteria is busy right now, and my mother and Jie Chen can't take care of you. Why don't you give me these 4 eggs first? I have other uses for them. Wu Yu didn't even think about it, and immediately unloaded the heavy eggs into Jian Sui Yu's hands. Here, take them. Seeing that Wu Yu gave the eggs without even thinking about it, Jian Suiyu's face was full of confusion and surprise. Wu Yu, do you know the value of these purified eggs in the alliance? Wu Yu nodded indifferently. I know. Isn't it a supreme treasure that is in short supply and is snatched by everyone? Jian Suiyu was puzzled. Why did you just give it to me so casually? Don't you want to know what I'm going to do with it? Wu Yu was puzzled. I wasn't so casual. I was afraid that the eggs would break, so I picked them up carefully and put them in your hands. And I was afraid that you couldn't hold them and broke them, so I resisted the idea of putting 2 more eggs in your hands. Wu Yu's train of thought was really going to burn Jian Suiyu's CPU. He had to repeat it solemnly and seriously. Then don't you want to know what I'm going to do with these eggs? Wu Yu felt that Jian Suiyu was really nagging. She patiently stretched out her ear to Jian Suiyu. Okay, you can talk now. I'm listening. Looking at Wu Yu's small white ears and the impatient aura of Mom, you're really annoying. You talk too much all over her body. Jian Suiyu laughed. Actually, I was thinking, since you've already used the idea of finding purification eggs in the bodies of alien beasts, just take out a few more eggs and auction them together with the bodies of the alien beasts you found. In this way, not only can the value of the beast corpses be multiplied, but the existence of eggs can also be justified. It just so happens that the money from selling the beasts can subsidize the expenses of the plantation and the chicken coop, and you don't need to have any psychological burden. Whether it is the plantation, the chicken coop, or even the vegetables and eggs inside, they are all yours. No one will interfere with you whether you want to give them to the base. Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu in disbelief, thinking that he didn't look like a villain at all now, but like a living bodhisattva, emitting golden light all over his body. He wanted to do everything before her, and even arranged everything for her afterwards, so that she wouldn't have any worries. How could a good person like Jian Suiyu die in such a miserable way as in his previous life? Thinking of the earth-shaking butterfly effect that happened when Su Mo was injured this time, and the final logical consistency of the plot, he moved forward along the original trajectory. Wu Yu was deeply aware that there would be many times in the future when she would meet Su Mo and Shinjingxi. She sank her face, changed her previous laziness, and said seriously, Deputy Captain, what do you usually do in the base? Jian Suiyu didn't know what was wrong with Wu Yu. Handle all the affairs of the base. Wu Yu frowned. Then are you training well? Jian Suiyu nodded. Yes. In addition to handling affairs, I have a fixed time for training every day. Wu Yu glanced at Jian Suiyu's thin body, as if she could see him being stepped on and rubbed by Shinjingxi. Wu Yu said earnestly, but I think you are still not strong enough, Deputy Captain. Time is like water in a sponge. There will always be some if you squeeze it. Jian Suiyu's calm face showed a crack. I already go to bed at 12 o'clock every day and get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. Wu Yu couldn't believe it. 7 hours a day? You actually sleep 7 hours a day. How can you sleep at your age? You don't need to sleep long when you are alive. You will sleep forever after death. I think you sleep too much. You can squeeze out 2 more hours every day to train with me. Richard is 135, Jiechin is 246, and we will improve together. Jian Suiyu snatched the egg from Wu Yu's hand, turned around and left without looking back, and then told Wu Yu that he was a dog. Hey, Deputy Captain. Wu Yu shouted at the top of her lungs, but failed to get Jian Suiyu's attention. She looked at Jian Suiyu's back sadly, as if she saw Shinjingxi twisting his head with a grin. Wu Yu. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her, and Wu Yu turned her head without warning. Under the backlight, her blonde hair dazzled her eyes, and she met the cold gaze under the dark lenses, and heard the tick-tick sound of a clock in her ears. Before falling into darkness, Wu Yu suddenly remembered. It's over. Forgot that today was Richard's spiritual power course. Opening her eyes, Wu Yu found that she was back in the orphanage again. But compared to last time, she was obviously much older this time, looking 12 years old. At this moment, she was sleeping in the dormitory of the orphanage, and there were 3 other children living in the same room with her. When she saw Yana, Wu Yu realized that it was most likely the eve of the 12-year-old spiritual power test. Wu Yu slowly stood up and looked around, but found nothing unusual. However, click. Click. The strange footsteps coming from outside the door were like a large cat deliberately restraining its claws, and moving lightly when hunting. However, the scratches between the fingertips and the concrete floor still betrayed its existence. Bringing Wu Yu, who was in a coma, to the mental training room, Richard lowered his eyes and looked at her. Wu Yu, if you die in your subconscious, then you in reality will also be brain dead. Chapter 54. Wu Yu looked at the door vigilantly. She remembered that before the mental test at the age of 12, the orphanage had been attacked by a mutant leopard. The mutant leopard was as big as a Siberian tiger. Not only was it as fast as lightning, but its combat power was also much higher than before the mutation. This night attack caused heavy casualties in the orphanage. The mutant leopard started the raid from the girls' dormitory. Almost half of the children were killed in their sleep and swallowed. Wu Yu's room was at the end of the entire corridor. If the mutant leopard had not eaten its fill later, they would have had no chance of survival. Even if they survived, they would still be in danger of death. Right now, the mutant leopard was outside their door. The mutant leopard's movement slowed down after it finished hunting, and the bloody smell around it became clearer and more disgusting as it approached. Wu Yu looked at the other 3 girls in the dormitory with her peripheral vision, and her memory gradually came back. Wu Yu remembered that of the 3 girls in the dormitory, except for her and Yana, the other 2 girls died. Even if she survived, she was seriously injured, and her limbs were broken. If it weren't for Ayane's powerful healing spirit awakening at the last moment, and being able to indiscriminately heal everyone around her, she would have no chance of surviving. It was Ayane's outstanding performance in this night raid that made the orphanage pay great attention to her, and notify the orphanage's top management in advance. As soon as the results of the spirit test came out on the day, Aina was taken away. Wu Yu knew that she was now in her own consciousness, and this was Richard sneaking into the depths of her consciousness while she was not prepared. Richard was very likely trying to stimulate her spirit again before the age of 12 in the depths of her consciousness, so he chose this memory. Wu Yu began to observe the surroundings, trying to obtain a useful combat tool. In her previous life, she used the Sailor Moon Peachwood sword that had always been with her. This Peachwood sword has been with her since she arrived at the orphanage, accompanying her as she grew up. The moment she picked up the Peachwood sword, Wu Yu suddenly saw that there was a heart-shaped gem in the center of the Peachwood sword. This gem was bright red, as ghostly as flowing blood. When it turned slightly, it reflected a strange luster under the moonlight, as if the whole gem was alive. Wu Yu was wondering, what happened to this gem? The Peachwood sword she was holding was obviously buried here. How could there be an extra gem suddenly? Did she remember it wrongly in her subconscious? Before Wu Yu could think too much, she heard a bloody breath outside the door. Wu Yu narrowed her eyes in alertness. Although she was only 12 years old, she was exercising all day long, so her body shape was not stiff and slow, and even her bones were not developed yet, so she was particularly light. In addition, under Jiechen's training recently, all the mistakes Wu Yu made in exerting force were corrected. Now both her consciousness and body shape are in the best condition. Wu Yu's agile figure jumped back and forth between several beds, landing steadily without making any sound. She woke up the 3 girls, who were sleeping soundly on the bed one by one. The moment the girls were woken up, Wu Yu suddenly covered their mouths, pointed outside the door, and mouthed, "Don't talk, there are strange beasts outside." The girls widened their eyes in fear, and woke up instantly. At Wu Yu's signal, they gathered together. Wu Yu pointed to the window, and signaled them, "Go out through the window." Howl! The girls heard the terrifying breathing sound of the beast, and couldn't help but let out tiny screams in fear. Wu Yu frowned instantly. "If you don't want to die, shut up and run." This is just her consciousness. If these girls don't obey, Wu Yu will kill them before they get in the way. Fortunately, Yana regained her sanity first, and she pushed the window trembling all over. In order to prevent the invasion of the beast, the windows of the orphanage are all thickened and heavy, which is difficult to push with the body of a 12-year-old girl. The 2 people nearby hurried to help, and with the combined efforts of the 3, the window finally moved. However, the door also moved along with the window. The strange beast outside began to hit the door, and with a loud bang, the girls who were pushing the window lost their strength instantly. Everything was back to square one, except for the shaky dormitory door that was about to fall. Wu Yu's face darkened, and she looked back coldly. "Since you can't even push the window, just sit there as bait and wait to be eaten." "Just right, help me buy some time." After hearing what Wu Yu said, the girls were unwilling. "Wu Yu, how can you say such a cold-blooded thing?" "That's right, Wu Yu, why can't you push the window with us? We are so scared that we have no strength, that's why we are like this." In the previous life, Wu Yu woke up the girls as soon as she found the strange beast. But at that time, she had no practical experience, she was also very scared, and lacked correct judgment. Facing the accusations of the girls, she felt extremely tormented in her heart, and finally had to bite the bullet and face the strange beast head-on. Yana comforted her. "Don't be angry, Wu Yu is worried about you. Wu Yu, don't talk like this next time, otherwise even if you are kind, others will misunderstand you." Wu Yu said coldly, "They didn't misunderstand me, I am just that kind of person. Besides, if you continue to stay there, don't think about the next time, you will all die this time." Seeing Yana's face turn pale in an instant, Wu Yue's eyes were frighteningly pale. Wu Yue, how can you talk to Yana like this? Aren't you best friends? That's right. You know Yana has had a bad health since she was a child. Not only did you not try your best to save Yana, but you even said such heartless words to Yana. It's a pity that Yana treats you as her best friend. Don't be sad, Yana. If the monsters rush in, they will eat Wu Yue first. When the monsters eat her, we will run out and call for help. Wu Yue suddenly smiled. She looked at Yana. They say I'm your best friend, am I? Yana nodded softly. Yes, Wu Yue, I always think of you as my best friend. Wu Yue nodded. Yeah, that's right. Since we are best friends, when the monster rushes in, can you help me block it? Yana bit her lower lip stiffly. But I will get hurt. Wu Yue smiled. It's okay, I will definitely call someone over as soon as possible. You can give your legs to the monster first. Medicine is so advanced now, you will definitely be saved. Yana shook her head repeatedly and stepped back, saying, No, Wu Yue, I will die like this. Wu Yue nodded. Oh, so you also know that you will die like this? Then how could you say such hypocritical words to me with such a weak and broken face? Under Yana's astonished gaze, Wu Yue did not hesitate to pull out the dagger he had hidden under his pillow. The knife fell. Yana's eyes did not even have time to close, blood splattered, and the head fell to the ground. Ah! Murder. Wu Yue killed someone. The remaining two people watched Wu Yue chop off Yana's head without saying a word, screaming with adrenaline, and pushed open the heavy window in the blink of an eye with the combined efforts of the two of them, and ran away with their butts and urine running. Wu Yue blinked. Unbelievable, really. If I had this execution ability just now, I wouldn't have to kill anyone. As soon as the voice fell, bang! The dormitory door behind her was smashed to pieces by the monster. In the blink of an eye, the monster had come behind her, just a few feet away. Chapter 55. The beast's breath was full of blood. Wu Yue kicked Yana's head to the beast. Eat it, the brain of a person with special abilities, crunchy and delicious. Isn't it more delicious to eat an S-level person like Yana? But unexpectedly, the beast was not interested in Yana at all. It crushed Yana's head with one foot, and red and white blood flowed everywhere. Looking at Yana's brain without any trace of mental power core, Wu Yue was puzzled. What happened? Yana had clearly exploded with super S-level group healing ability in this night attack. How come there is nothing in her brain now? Is it because her mind cannot simulate something that has never really existed? After stepping on Yana's brain, the beast rushed straight to Wu Yue. It kept roaring, with an obsessive light flashing in its eyes, and its red and alienated eyes stared straight at Wu Yue, as if Wu Yue was the real purpose of its coming tonight. The mental power rating of this mutant leopard in front of him is B-level, a large cat with enhanced reaction and action capabilities. For a 12-year-old child who has not yet awakened his mental power, even if it contains Wu Yue, who has experienced the end of the world for 10 years, it is like a Tianking that cannot be crossed. Without giving Wu Yue time to think, the beast roared and rushed straight at her. Even though she had no chance of winning, Wu Yue still took up her knife without hesitation. The man and the beast exchanged fire in the air, and the huge impact caused sparks to flash on Wu Yue's dagger. The beast was huge in size, and had an absolute advantage in strength, forcing Wu Yue to retreat step by step. Wu Yue gritted her teeth, and her brain worked rapidly. No, she couldn't continue to fight the beast physically. She would die of exhaustion. If she died in the depths of her consciousness, with Richard's reputation, Wu Yue felt that she would never be able to return to the world. She lightly released the force in her hands, did 2 backflips, and distanced herself from the beast. She saw the window was still open, and ran without hesitation. What a joke, fighting with such a large cat in such a small and confined space. What's the difference between it and a cat catching a mouse? She's not stupid. She won't fight to the death with this thing. Seeing Wu Yue was about to run, the beast immediately caught up with her. If Wu Yue hadn't moved quickly, she would have been slapped to death by the window. After escaping from the dormitory, Wu Yue ran to the other side of the boys' dormitory. There is no other reason. It is just that there are many living people in the boys' dormitory, and many of them are scapegoats, and it is healthier to die. Wu Yue estimated that with the true level of her consciousness, even if Richard's mental power is strong, he could only last until dawn at most. In other words, if she is not dead before dawn, she can return to reality. Whether or not to activate mental power is put aside for the time being. Saving her life is the most important thing. When Wu Yue ran, she turned to small corners and small places. Although the alien beast is fast, it is huge in size. There are many small places that Wu Yue's body can fit into. It can either destroy it by force or run around in a hurry. From a distance, Wu Yue saw that the lights in the boys' dormitory were on. Panic noises could be heard faintly. An alien beast is coming. Run to the safe house. When will the support arrive at the earliest? The mountain is blocked by heavy snow, and the support from the bottom of the mountain will arrive at the earliest tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, when the support arrives, we will all die. Run quickly before the alien beast comes. What about the girls' dormitory, and Wu Yu? Why do you care about Wu Yu? Wu Yu killed Yana. Let her be eaten. Yes, if the alien beast eats Wu Yu, it can buy us some time. Wu Yu raised her eyebrows. Yes, the safe house. How could she forget about it? She can lead the alien beast to the safe house. The protection level of the safe house can completely lock up a B-level alien beast. In this way, won't she be able to spend the night safely? Wu Yu, who had been hiding desperately, stood up suddenly, turned to the alien beast, and raised her voice. Hey, follow me. The alien beast saw that Wu Yu was out of character, and doubts flashed in his eyes. But it seemed to be very obsessed with Wu Yu, and it looked determined to get her, so it followed without hesitation. Wu Yu turned and ran towards the safe house, and while running, she did not forget to attract hatred from all her friends. Beastmaster, the humans are doing the work here. I lead you the way. What's going on? Who's talking? It's Wu Yu. Wu Yu is actually leading the beast to the safe house. How is it possible? When we just escaped, we clearly saw the beasts had already broken into the house. How could Wu Yu not be dead? Wu Yu is a jinx. I think she is always unlucky. Now she is not leading the beasts to a deserted place to wait for death to buy us time. But she actually wants to kill us all. I remember the orphanage has guns. Otherwise we can kill Wu Yu? Are you stupid? Now that strange beast is staring at Wu Yu, we are all safe. If Wu Yu is killed, the strange beast will attack us. Yes, yes. Since Wu Yu has led the strange beast to the safe house, we will run in another direction. When Wu Yu and the strange beast enter the safe house, we will lock the door and lock them all in. This way we will all be safe. Halfway through the words, the orphanage teacher who was speaking suddenly lost her voice. She turned her head in astonishment and looked at Wu Yu, who had come behind her without knowing when. Wu Yu smiled gently and even found time to free her hands to greet the teacher. What a coincidence, Teacher Chun. It's been a long time since we last met. Wu Yu, what are you doing with your other hand? What? Killing people. Puff. With a sound, Wu Yu drew back the knife expressionlessly. The blood of Ina on the knife had already turned rusty and dried, but now it was stained with scarlet blood again, and the sticky blood slowly dripped down the tip of the knife. After kicking the orphanage teacher, who was stabbed to death, into the arms of the strange beast, Wu Yu continued to run to a crowded place. Along the way, Wu Yu picked out those who were mean-spirited and killed them. The whole orphanage was filled with ghosts and wolves howling. For a moment, everyone didn't even know whether to hide from the beasts or Wu Yu. The wailing was everywhere, resounding through the sky. Witnessing all this, Richard twitched his mouth and looked at the person coming at the door. Jian Suiyu and Jietchen appeared in the mental power classroom together. They said they didn't care, but they were afraid that Richard would not be too harsh. Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows. Your expression looks a little strange? Jietchen glanced at him. What did that rebellious Wu Yu do again? Richard took a deep breath. I originally wanted to try to see if I could get her to go back to before she was 12 to awaken her spiritual power. Then, Richard directly projected the holographic image of what Wu Yu did in her dream to Jietchen and Jian Suiyu. Then, she turned into a murderous demon and went on a killing spree in the orphanage. According to incomplete statistics, more than 30 people were killed or injured, all of whom were caused by her. The strange beast even saved 2 people who flew over. She even killed him so hard that the beast took 2 steps back. The two looked at the projection at the same time. Wu Yu on the screen was covered in blood, with bloodthirsty light flashing in her eyes, and her mouth almost stretched to her ears. The knife in her hand was stained with blood, and no trace of its original color could be seen. When she looked directly at everyone, her smile was weird and creepy. After a long silence, Jian Suiyu said, maybe there was something unpleasant in the orphanage before, understand. Jietchen said, the child is under great mental pressure, let her relax. Richard, ? Just spoil her. If you continue like this, it will be lawless. Chapter 56. When Wu Yu was forcibly pulled back from her subconscious, she was enthusiastically stuffing people into the safe house. She looked at everyone in confusion. What's going on? I haven't had enough fun yet. It was not even dawn when she brought the strange beast into the safe house. Richard looked down at Wu Yu. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Wu Yu's neck stiffened, and he lowered his head obediently and didn't say a word. Richard, Wu Yu, I think I'm taking a mental power class. Wu Yu nodded, lowered her eyebrows and eyes. Yeah. Richard smiled. So did you use your mental power? Wu Yu shook her head obediently no. She couldn't even sense the mental power core. So what kind of mental power did she use? Richard took a deep breath, and his smile gradually revealed the breath of death. Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu for help. Save me, save me, save me, save me, Jian Suiyu. Hey Richard, how about trying a different scene next time? Maybe the scene is indeed a little simple for Wu Yu now. Jian looked proud. Yes, under my education, Wu Yu's physical skills have improved by leaps and bounds, and the beast you chose is too weak. Richard glanced at the two people who doted on him unconditionally with a sinister look, and sneered, just spoil them. After saying that, he walked away. Wu Yu looked at the two people pitifully. Is Richard angry? Jian Suiyu glanced at her sideways. You were quite happy when you killed people just now, right? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, yes, these grandsons, I have wanted to kill them for a long time. Jian Suiyu smiled kindly. Will you chop them next time? Wu Yu, I will chop them next time. He looked up at Jian, and Jian understood instantly. I understand. I will let her chop enough tomorrow, and I guarantee that she will not be able to lift the knife when she goes to Richard's class next time. Wu Yu's eyes widened instantly, shock. So he was waiting for her here. Wu Yu said pitifully, is it too late for me to repent now? I really know I was wrong. Jian Suiyu held his forehead. You are the only one who dares to openly disobey Richard in such a long time. Even Wu Cheng was obedient when he went east in Richard's class, and dared not go west. But after all, this subconscious training is the first time for you. I believe Richard will definitely forgive your first jumpy reaction. After all, Wu Cheng summoned the Hellhound when he first took the subconscious course. Anxiously watching Jian Suiyu leave, Jian patted her shoulder. Don't think too much. Richard is not such a petty person. Moreover, if Richard is really angry with you, he will not suffer alone to sulk if he can solve the problem with his fists. Wu Yu, thank you, I am comforted. Wu Yu left the training room alone with a sad face, went to the back mountain to purify the seeds alone, and sighed alone in the chicken coop. After returning to the dormitory, all the worries were forgotten, and she was instantly revived. She threw herself on the bed she had not seen for a long time. Ah, the bed. It was her wonderful 50 square meter king size. Wu Yu rolled around on the bed, not to mention how relaxed she was. Suddenly, a long stick hit her, and when she turned around, she saw that it was the peachwood sword that had just appeared in her subconscious and had accompanied her growing up. Thinking of the strange heart-shaped red gem on the peachwood sword in her subconscious, Wu Yu carefully examined the peachwood sword, and after a while of observation, she actually discovered it. There are traces of attachment on the peachwood sword. After a long time, the traces are almost invisible. If she hadn't returned to her subconscious, she might never have known that there was a gem on the peachwood sword. However, even if she can see the clues now, Wu Yu has no relevant memory in her mind. The only possibility is that Wu Yu, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death in the battle with the strange beast, lost some memories even if she was cured. If she wants to regain her memory and find this ruby, the best way is to return to this subconscious. Wu Yu jumped up from the bed, came to Richard's dormitory, took a deep breath, and knocked on his door. Who? It's me, Wu Yu. The door opened. Richard looked down at him, and said coldly, What's the matter? Wu Yu sincerely apologized to Richard and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Richard. I was not in a good attitude in class today. I hope you can forgive me. Richard's eyes fell on the swirl on Wu Yu's head, on which there were a few stupid hairs. He curled his lips. Forget it. I forgive you. I won't allow it next time. Wu Yu raised her face happily. You forgive me? Richard nodded yes. Wu Yu looked expectant. Can we do it again today? Richard refused without hesitation. No. Wu Yu took out 50 top-level crystal cores from the space. Then I want to buy you a lesson, today, right now. Seeing Richard indifferent, Wu Yu took out another 100 crystal cores. If it's not enough, there are these. Finally, Wu Yu simply took out all 600 crystal cores and stuffed them into Richard's hands, almost burying Richard's people. These, all for you, buy you a lesson. I want to go back to that subconscious moment. Believe me, I will do my best to stimulate my spiritual power this time. Wu Yu, what are you going to do to go back to that subconscious moment? Richard's voice came from behind the crystal core. Wu Yu took a deep breath. I will follow the original trajectory and try to stimulate my spiritual power again before the age of 12. After a long silence, Richard nodded. Okay, I promise you. Wu Yu's eyes flashed with excitement. Really? Richard nodded. Really? But before that, I must remind you of something. Wu Yu, I don't need your spiritual power cores. You saved my life, and this extra class is my way of repaying your kindness. If you disappoint me again this time, in the future, we will be strangers in the base. Hearing the seriousness and solemnity in Richard's tone, Wu Yu's face slowly calmed down. She looked back at Richard, nodded solemnly and promised, "Okay, I will definitely do what I say." Wu Yu opened her eyes, and it was exactly the same scene as last time. In the girls' dormitory under the night, 3 female classmates were sleeping next to each other, and the footsteps of the strange beast came from outside the door. Wu Yu tried to recall what she did next in this scene in her previous life. At that time, Wu Yu was awakened by the urge to urinate in the middle of the night, and wanted to go to the toilet. She didn't notice the existence of the strange beast at all, and opened the door without any precautions. As she remembered, Wu Yu got out of bed, and put on her shoes, making a sound in the dark night. Tada! The slippers made a slight sound on the concrete floor. Wu Yu calmly came to the door, and pushed it open. Unexpectedly, she looked into the scarlet pupils of the strange beast approaching outside the door. The man and the beast were close at hand. The next second, the strange beast suddenly raised its huge claws, and slapped Wu Yu. Wu Yu's eyes were frighteningly pale, and she didn't move, without dodging at all. Half of her body was instantly covered in blood, and the flesh was visible. Chapter 57. Seeing Wu Yu suffer such a head-on blow, but she didn't give in at all, Richard's indifference faded away. It seems that this time, Wu Yu has really come to her senses. Subconsciously, Wu Yu fell to the ground injured, and the loud noise woke up the other 3 girls in the dormitory. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were extremely terrified. Ah, it's a strange beast. How could a strange beast appear in an orphanage? Wu Yu is injured, she bleeds a lot. Yana, don't go over there. You be attacked by the monster. But we can't escape either. Then let Wu Yu be eaten by the monster to buy us some time, so we can escape through the window. Isn't that bad? What's wrong with that, Yana? Go and tell her. If Wu Yu really treats you as a friend, she will understand your difficulties. Anyway, she will die. You can't force all of us to die with her at this time, right? That's right, Yana. If we don't hurry up, we really won't be able to run away. The dialogue that completely overlapped with the memory kept flashing, and in order to ensure that everything went on the same way as in the previous life, Wu Yu moved into the house with difficulty like in the previous life. While moving, blood continued to seep out of her body, and severe pain came, but she did not make any sound. In the night, Wu Yu's calm eyes seemed to be as pale as if they were about to merge with the entire night. Wu Yu. Yana's voice came, and Wu Yu looked up at her. When the two looked at each other, Yana didn't dare to look directly into Wu Yu's eyes. These eyes, that usually looked clear and innocent, now looked so cold, as if she was no different from a dead person in her eyes. Fear made Yana hesitate. In order to ensure that everything would develop as in the previous life, Wu Yu blinked, and hid all the emotions in her eyes. When she looked at Yana again, she looked just like the timid 12-year-old girl. Seeing Wu Yu return to normal, Yana thought that she must have seen it wrong in a hurry just now. She bit her lower lip. Wu Yu, can you please buy us some time to escape? Don't worry, the medical science of the Alliance is very advanced now. We will definitely call for help as soon as possible, and we will definitely come to rescue you as soon as possible. Don't be too scared, maybe you can let the beast eat you from your legs, which can prolong your life to the greatest extent. Yana, stop talking nonsense with her, come and push the window with us. That's it. Yana, come on. Wu Yu, why don't you hurry up and let the beast eat you? It's obvious that you don't have the chance to awaken your spiritual power with your dull appearance. It's your honor to die for us. That's right, I have awakened my spiritual power, and Yana and Rachel are also rated by the teacher as children who are very likely to awaken their spiritual power. Ordinary people are useful at this time. That's right. Seeing that Wu Yu didn't move, the strange beast outside the door was ready to move. Yana was a little anxious. Wu Yu, didn't you say we are good friends? I have always regarded you as my best friend. Can you save me? Wu Yu curled her lips sarcastically. Good friend, best friend. Yes, isn't it true that good friends are willing to help each other when needed? Once, Wu Yu did always regard Yana as her best friend. Yana was like a warm flower, lighting up Wu Yu's heart in the cold orphanage. Once, Wu Yu always regarded Yana as her only salvation. Even in order to catch up with Yana's footsteps, Wu Yu always hoped that she could become stronger and stronger. In this way, she can protect the weak Yana in a critical moment. Wu Yu smiled bitterly. In a sense, she has now achieved what she wanted. Yeah. Wu Yu nodded. In the surprised eyes of everyone, she stood up with difficulty. During the movement, the torn flesh kept dripping blood, and the place where she was sitting was like a pool of blood. But no one noticed Wu Yu's poor condition. Everyone in the room was thinking about how to escape. They even gave up Wu Yu without thinking or hesitation, and let her be the bait to lure away the strange beast. Richard looked at Wu Yu in his subconscious through the holographic projection. Her expression was calm, without any pain, only numbness engraved deep into her bones. It was as if she had already seen such betrayal and sacrifice, and was used to it. Richard frowned slowly and began to regret what he had just said to Wu Yu, saying that they were strangers. When selecting memories, even Richard could not see the whole picture of the memory. He could only judge the rich emotions behind this memory through the fluctuations of the memory. In the end of the world, most people will have extremely painful memories that they don't want to mention. At first, Richard didn't care about the depth of this memory, so he was angry about Wu Yu's attitude before. However, as the situation developed, Richard gradually realized that the secrets hidden behind this memory might be far more tragic than he imagined. If this is true, Richard took a deep breath. He began to feel guilty, deeply guilty for his arrogance. The severe pain made Wu Yu's consciousness extremely clear, and even revealed a strange excitement. Pulling out the peach-wood sword with a heart-shaped ruby, Wu Yu dragged the half of her body that could no longer move towards the beast. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the beast had been waiting for her. The beast disdained Yina's brain. She was a person without a spiritual power core. What could make the beast so unscrupulous? He went on a killing spree. Even if he killed so many lives in the orphanage to find her, Wu Yu swung the peach-wood sword at the beast. If her reaction ability in the real world could reach 100, then at this moment, Wu Yu's reaction ability was only 1. Wu Yu suppressed her instinct to resist and showed an exhausted look. In the battle with the beast, Wu Yu's wounds increased, but from beginning to end, her eyes were cold as if she was a bystander. There were no waves, and it was as cold as a pool of stagnant water. She could see that the beast was teasing her like a mouse, leaving countless scars on her body. The blood loss began to make her feel cold, and her consciousness blurred. Finally, she stumbled and fell face down into the ground covered with her blood, raising a layer of dust. The window is open. Let's run. Wu Yu. Wu Yu she? Don't worry about Wu Yu. She has lost so much blood. She must be dead. That's right, let her die. Wu Yu raised her head slightly, and the last scene she saw was the backs of the two girls surrounding Yina and leaving by the windowsill. Yina, who was calling her name, never looked back from beginning to end. He didn't even give her a sidelong glance. The moment the three people left the window, Wu Yu felt a giant claw with a sharp blade stepped on her back. The claws instantly scraped her skin and flesh, and blood was dripping. In the silent night, the sound of flesh being squeezed was clearly audible. Ugh! Even Wu Yu, who had never cried out in pain from beginning to end, finally couldn't help but let out a low cry. Wu Yu began to recall what she thought when things developed to this point in her previous life. By the way, she thought, it hurt so much, Mom, why not just let her die like this? Chapter 58. Late at night, seeing the lights in the mental training room still on, Jian Suiyu's eyes flashed with doubt. He and Jiechen looked at each other, and walked into the mental training room at the same time. What surprised the two was that Richard was still training so late. Moreover, not only was he there, but Wu Yu was also there. Jian Suiyu and Jiechen, who were still worried that there would be a gap between them, were relieved at the same time, but in a flash, they were surprised to realize that Richard did not notice their existence at the first time. This is almost fatal to a psychic who emphasizes taking the initiative. Richard lost his vigilance like this. Not to mention Jiechen, who was as fast as lightning. Even Jian Suiyu with a gun could kill him. Richard, what are you doing? Jiechen was one step faster than Jian Suiyu, and he was the first to expose his existence. Richard looked at the two people, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Jian Suiyu frowned. What's going on? Richard showed Jian Suiyu and Jiechen the subconscious state of Wu Yu at this moment through holographic projection. Seeing Wu Yu being trampled on the ground with blood all over her body, the two of them instantly tensed up. Jiechen, why is it this memory again? Richard's eyes were strange. Wu Yu just suddenly came to me and said she wanted to return to this memory. She paid 600 top crystal cores to buy me a lesson. She said that after she entered this memory, she would do her best to stimulate her mental power. But I always feel that her real purpose is not to stimulate mental power. From the beginning, she was intentionally recreating the original appearance of this memory. Jian Suiyu, looking at the current situation, it should be the final moment of life and death. Is it possible that she wants to take advantage of this last moment to see if she can unleash her potential? Richard subconsciously wanted to deny it. With his profound research on mental power, he felt that Wu Yu was planning something else. He even absurdly felt that she would take the risk even at the cost of her life. Jiechen crossed his arms over his chest. With her current injuries, Her chest is sunken and her ribs are all broken. Both of her legs are useless. If she can't activate her mental power to heal herself instantly, there is no possibility for her to fight this B-level monster. If she can't activate her mental power now, you can pull her out of her subconscious. Richard nodded, but before he could get ready, something unexpected happened in an instant. The monster stomped down on Wu Yu, and Wu Yu was instantly crushed into a piece of paper. Crack. The sound of bones breaking came clearly, and the expressions of the three people present changed drastically. Richard, pull Wu Yu out immediately. However, the beast was faster than Richard. It suddenly raised its other claw and slapped Wu Yu's skull with all its strength. In an instant, blood splattered, half of Wu Yu's brain collapsed, and even his eyes turned into a pile of rotten meat. At the same time, Richard's stunned voice came from the silent mental power classroom. I lost control of Wu Yu's subconscious. This means that now, except for Wu Yu awakening her own spiritual power, there is no possibility of returning to the world alive from the subconscious. Chiyan grabbed Richard's collar and punched him hard. Richard, you still claim to be the number one in the field of spiritual power. Twice in a row, you didn't find that there was a fatal problem with her memory. Richard's eyes flashed with confusion. He didn't understand why things turned out like this. This feeling of being out of control made him realize that he was not so omniscient and omnipotent. He looked at Jian Suiyu helplessly. Is it because of my attitude that she wants to go in a second time? If I hadn't forced her, things wouldn't have turned out like this. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so angry, and hadn't been so cold and distant to her, she wouldn't have tried so hard. Chiyan sneered. Are you okay? Don't rush to self-conquer here. Put away your love brain. We won't rush in a second time just because of your idea. Instead of thinking about these things, you might as well think about how to regain control of this memory. Richard nodded repeatedly. Yes, you are right. Wait a moment. I will do deep intervention immediately. Wait. Jian Suiyu's voice suddenly sounded solemn and surprising. Chiyan looked at him angrily. No, can't you stop joining in the fun at this time? Jian Suiyu's eyes never left the holographic projection. He gestured to Chiyan and Richard. Look, keep looking. The two followed Jian Suiyu's line of sight, and saw a strange light flashing in Wu Yu's skull, which was no longer recognizable. The light grew from small to large, and finally became so huge that it was blinding, and the entire night was illuminated by this shining light. Richard couldn't believe it. This is a spiritual power core. It is higher than S level, and only appears in Legends, S plus Silver White Diamond Spiritual Power Core. Because no one has ever had such a spiritual power core, no one knows how high the upper limit of such spiritual power is. A greedy light flashed in the eyes of the strange beast. Obviously, the strange beast's goal has always been Wu Yu's spiritual power core. It exhaled excitedly, and stretched out its claws without hesitation to dig out the spiritual power core. However, the moment it touched it, the beast screamed as if it was in a furnace. It was visible to the naked eye that the beast was dissipating. The S plus spiritual power core of the B-level beast was destroyed with just a touch, let alone taking it for oneself. Chiyan frowned. That's not right. If Wu Yu had a spiritual power core before she was 12 years old, and it was the highest grade S plus spiritual power core, then how could she have no spiritual power now? Where is her spiritual power core? As soon as the voice fell, someone came back. Yaina's figure appeared at the window again. She sneaked into the house, and looked in Wu Yu's direction. The picture stopped on her face. She looked at Wu Yu's S plus crystal core, and her eyes flashed with greed and obsession. Wu Yu, who fell in a pool of blood, had been repairing her body rapidly since the crystal core appeared. Starting from the legs, bones regenerated, and flesh and blood reshaped. Slowly, until the end, only half of the collapsed skull and eyes were left, and the repair was not complete. Richard's eyes suddenly shone. Although I haven't heard of anyone awakening their spiritual power from scratch after the age of 18. But in an orphanage like this where there is no supervision, the incidents of snatching spiritual power cores and causing death are common. Especially in a situation like Wu Yu who is defenseless. Yaina walked towards Wu Yu uncontrollably, and Wu Yu, lying in a pool of blood, did not move. The back of the heart-shaped gem inlaid on the peachwood sword was facing down, completely stained with Wu Yu's blood, and under the cover of the spiritual power core, it was faintly dark red. As Yaina approached, a dangerous aura was exuded. Chapter 59. Yaina's goal was clear. She walked straight towards Wu Yu. Having witnessed the disappearance of the strange beast, she did not dare to act rashly, but the greed in her eyes became more and more obvious. After staring at Yaina's face for a long time, Jian Suiyu felt that she looked familiar. I seemed to have seen her somewhere. Richard, Yana, an S-level spiritual power with healing ability, was taken away from the orphanage and entered the Hua family, one of the 4 major families, for systematic training when she discovered her ability at the age of 12. Later, she performed extremely well in the mental ability test at the age of 18, and the Hua family held a grand coming-of-age ceremony for her. The head of the Hua family regarded her as his goddaughter, and after the coming-of-age ceremony, she was officially engaged to Fu Mingli, the eldest son of the Fu family, the head of the 4 great families. In addition to her ability, Yana is also a famous beauty in the end times, second only to Su Imo of Shadow. Jane Suiyu raised his eyebrows. You check her? Richard nodded. After the first simulation, he had investigated Yana's relevant information. Richard, in the first simulation, Wu Yu showed great hostility towards Yana. You came in late, and didn't see it. At the beginning of the simulation, Wu Yu blew up Yana's head. A real head blast, the whole head was cut off, and the beast stepped on it. As soon as the voice fell, everyone saw a black halo appear in Yana's hand. Jietchen frowned instantly. This halo is not right. You just said her ability is healing? Richard nodded and stared at the black halo for a while. He suddenly remembered, this black halo is very similar to the dark aura emitted from my previous vampire contract. This Yana may have signed a pact with the devil. The black light circle in Yana's hand is getting bigger and bigger, and her eyes are dark and turbulent, and her target is the spiritual power core in Wu Yu's brain. Jietchen said impatiently, Richard, don't you have any other way? If Wu Yu's spiritual power core is taken away by Yana in this state, won't her consciousness also fall into a deep sleep in her subconscious? Richard was extremely anxious. This was the first time he was so helpless. He now regretted his arrogance, and even more so, he shouldn't have agreed to Wu Yu to enter this memory again. Jian Suiyu's eyes were fixed on the holographic projection, not daring to relax at all. Suddenly, he turned around and came to Wu Yu's side, and kept repeating to her ear, Wu Yu, wake up. You can't just die like this. If this is the case, then all your previous efforts are in vain. Seeing that Yana was getting closer and closer to the spiritual core in Wu Yu's brain, the moment her hands with a dark aura were about to touch Wu Yu, the whole world suddenly fell into a blood-red color. This was a blood-red color that would flow, and there seemed to be a sound of red blood flowing in my ears. The 3 people present all widened their eyes in disbelief and looked at each other. Jietchen said, What's going on? Richard suddenly raised his voice, Look. The moment Yana paused in surprise, Wu Yu was completely wrapped in blood red. The light of the silver-white crystal core was completely covered by the blood red, and in the dark night, only the scarlet light was shining. Under the illumination of the scarlet light, Yana screamed in pain. Her whole body was melting. If it were not for the maintenance of the black power, she would have almost turned into a pool of blood. As the light of the silver-white crystal core was completely covered and suppressed by the scarlet breath, Wu Yu's collapsed brain and eyes were also repairing themselves at an astonishing and strange speed. The skull bulged again, and the moment Wu Yu opened her eyes, a red light flashed in her eyes. The originally dark pupils now seemed as dazzling as rubies, like a rare treasure. Even the top masters of the end of the world, like them, could not help but look at such a pair of eyes. The red light faded away, Wu Yu closed her eyes, and collapsed to the ground. The room returned to silence, and Yana finally had a chance to breathe. She was all black, dirty and ugly, and with the help of the dark aura, she barely changed back to her original appearance. She stared at Wu Yu with resentment and anger, wishing to cut him into pieces. She cursed viciously. What's going on? What the hell made me like this? Wu Yu, you are just a dirty rat? How can you be so special? Come on, there are still survivors here. Yana turned her head and looked in the direction of the voice. She looked at Wu Yu, whose consciousness was still hazy, and forced down the surging malice in her eyes, and made a weak and fragmented cry for help. Help! Yana. Are you okay? Wu Yu, how could Wu Yu be? I remember she was injured. Strange beast, yes. Where is the strange beast? Yana slowly released the healing power in her hand and coughed lightly. I seem to have awakened the ability of group healing, and the strange beast was scared away by me. Wu Yu also received my treatment. Oh Wu Yu, go check on her. Is she okay? Oh my, group healing ability. Yana, you are amazing. That's right. I asked the teacher to come and take a look at you. Yana pursed her lips and reminded then Wu Yu. Who cares about Wu Yu? She is an ordinary person. If it weren't for you today, she would have died long ago. That's right. She is an ordinary person, who is so lucky to be treated by a psychic. She is so lucky. Yana was surrounded by the crowd and left. When she left, Yana looked back at Wu Yu on the ground with a worried look. revealing a cold and sinister smile like a snake. Chiyan punched through the wall of the mental training room, and his anger almost made him lose his mind. I'm going to kill this dead green tea named Yana right now. Jian Suiyu held his forehead. Wuyue is still unconscious. Chiyan took out his anger on Richard. You decide what to do now. Richard frowned. Normally, Wuyue should wake up by herself. Why is this memory over, but she hasn't woken up yet? Jian Suiyu, have you ever thought about what the red light was? Richard and Chiyan were both stunned. Red light? Jian Suiyu nodded. Yes, the red light. That light enveloped Wuyue's entire spiritual power core. I even suspect that Wuyu can't detect spiritual power, and has no spiritual power core, but can use spiritual power, which is also closely related to the red light. Chiyan recalled the scene just now. Now that you put it this way, it's a bit like the seal in the mysterious art. Mystical art seal. Jian Suiyu frowned. It seems that I have to ask Fu Yanqi to come back immediately. Fu Yanqi? Who is it? Jian Suiyu. The 4 great families are headed by Fu. The Fu family has a 1,000-year-old heritage, and was the orthodox Taoist before the end of the world. When the end of the world came, they were at the forefront of the battle, facing ghosts and monsters, and paid a painful price of almost exterminating the whole clan for the sake of mankind. In the 18 years since the end of the world, no matter how the 4 great families changed, the Fu family has never changed. Fu Yanqi is the most senior Taoist descendant in the Fu family, and a genius in the mystical arts. So far, no one has been able to surpass him. After saying that, Jian Suiyu suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned around and saw Wuyue, who was lying there, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. He nodded repeatedly. Oh, so that's how it is. Looking at the 3 people with different expressions, Wuyue blinked in surprise. Huh? What's wrong with you? Is there something on my face? Chapter 60. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes crossed in the air, and Richard asked Wuyue tentatively, How do you feel this time? Wuyue thought for a while. I only remember that the monster crushed my head, and then my whole brain was blood red, and the whole person kept falling down. I heard the deputy captain calling me, and a warm power wrapped me, and I woke up. Jian Suiyu thought for a while. Wuyue, there is something I must tell you. Seeing Jian Suiyu's solemn expression, Wuyue smiled bitterly. Is it because I haven't awakened my spiritual power? In fact, I should have guessed it long ago, but I still feel a little unwilling. Moreover, she still couldn't find the clue of the lost gem after trying it again. Chiyan couldn't bear to see Wuyue's sad face. Who are you scolding with such a sullen face? Wuyue muttered, If I hadn't awakened my spiritual power, how could I have survived the monster? Is it Yana who saved me again? Although I don't want to owe her a favor subconsciously, she saved me, but I still have to apologize to her for killing her the first time I came up. Well, although she didn't know this. Chiyan couldn't stand it at all. You apologized to her for nothing. She owed you nothing. Wuyue blinked, confused. Ah, Chiyan, why do you look so irritable? Have you forgotten that you went to the orphanage once before, and you praised Yana as a kind-hearted girl? Chiyan didn't expect that he would be so blind. He resisted. My brain must have been kicked by a donkey at that time. Moreover, Chiyan was curious. What did I say when I saw you? Wuyue had a complicated expression. You said where did this skinny guy come from, black as a man? Chiyan froze in place, bearing the condemnation from Jian Suiyu and Richard. Taking a deep breath, he searched everywhere in his space, found an invulnerable S-level golden bell iron cloth shirt, and stuffed it into Wuyue's hand. Hush, money, from now on, don't mention this matter again. Wuyue sniffed it. You haven't worn it, have you? If you have worn it, let alone S-grade, I don't even want SSS grade. I hate your stinky smell. Chiyan shock. Wuyue, this rebellious son, is simply going to piss him off to death. You don't even want SSS grade, you still want it to stinky. God knows what a sky-high price such an S-grade invulnerable armor can fetch on the black market. Those rich and powerful people simply can't buy it no matter how much money they pay. When he first broadcasted this S-grade armor on the Alliance channel, it almost broke the threshold of Chiyan. That's it. No one can buy this armor from him. Now he's giving it away for free, but she still despises it. Chiyan was furious. I've never worn it. Don't give it back to me. Wuyue quickly hugged him in her arms. No, if you dare to snatch it, I tell the whole world. What do you think of me? Chiyan stretched out his thumb and pinched his philtrum, chanting the Qingxinju over and over. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. There is no filial son in front of a long-term sick bed, and there is no medicine to cure a bad body. Richard took Chiyan aside to calm down, and walked to Wuyue. Seeing Richard, Wuyue's arrogance instantly disappeared. She lowered her eyebrows, and said in a muffled voice, I'm sorry, Richard. You have worked hard to let me return to my subconscious twice a day, but I still can't awaken my mental power. I failed your expectations. Don't worry, I will pretend not to know you in the base in the future. If you still think I am an eyesore, I will hide far away from you as soon as I see your figure 10 meters away in the future, and I will never get in front of you to bother you. Richard twitched his mouth. What was wrong with this feeling of being isolated unilaterally by Wu Yu? It was him who said the harsh words, and now he regrets that he said the harsh words without knowing the cause and effect. Wu Yu, who did not get a reply from Richard, felt more and more miserable and depressed. She knew that ordinary people like her did not have the capital to be willful. As expected, she was too proud of her smooth sailing in Chiyan during this period, and now she has fallen. She is a small cannon fodder. How could anyone tolerate her unconditionally? Wu Yu quickly got up from the training chair in the training room, bowed respectfully to Richard and apologized again. Richard, I will leave now, and will not bother you anymore. Seeing Wu Yu about to run away like a fool, Richard took a deep breath and grabbed her by the back of the neck. Swish, swish, Wu Yu, who failed to run and was almost strangled to death. What kind of hatred or resentment? Do you hate her so much that you want to kill her? But Wu Yu, who knew she was in the wrong, held her feet and lowered her head obediently without saying a word. In Richard's eyes, this look was actually quite tragic and heroic, as if a gentleman could be killed but not humiliated. Puff. Jian Suiyu, who was watching the fun from the side, laughed without any humanity. Richard gritted his teeth. How dare you laugh? Tell her. Jian Suiyu crossed his arms and watched the show from a close distance. I'm not her teacher of mental power class. If you want to say something, you say it yourself. Wu Yu, who was being dragged, looked confused. Huh? What are you talking about? Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows at Richard. Ask him. Wu Yu's face fell instantly. I dare not. She still remembered Richard's angry look before. Seeing Wu Yu like a quail, Richard put him down and turned to Wu Yu. I'm sorry, Wu Yu, I was too arbitrary before. Since I want to be your spiritual power teacher, I should have a lot of detailed understanding of you, not just relying on experience. Wu Yu waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's my fault. I know that helping people return to the subconscious requires a lot of spiritual power. But I acted arbitrarily, and didn't take the course seriously. I should apologize. Richard suddenly laughed. Then we are even. This matter is over. From now on, no one should say sorry again. Wu Yu looked anxious, but I haven't awakened my spiritual power. Is it possible to take spiritual power courses in the future? Richard raised his eyebrows. Who said you didn't awaken your spiritual power? Wu Yu looked confused. Huh? But she didn't feel the existence of the spiritual power core at all. She was still as empty-headed as before. Richard looked directly at Wu Yu and told her word by word. Listen to me, Wu Yu, you have not only awakened your spiritual power. And your spiritual power core is the legendary highest level S+ silver white diamond shaped spiritual power core. You have a stronger spiritual core than everyone here, including me. Do you understand? Wu Yu knew all these words, but when combined together, Wu Yu patted Richard's shoulder. Richard, you really don't have to worry about me being depressed and comforting me like this. Believe me, I can adjust myself. After all, I have been without spiritual power for 18 years, and I am not as fragile as you think. Looking at Wu Yu's energetic look, you don't have to lie to me, I'm okay. Richard suddenly felt that his eyes were dark. Chapter 61. Jian Suiyu held his forehead and laughed. Let me tell you. Wu Yu turned around in confusion. Deputy Captain? Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu, you have indeed awakened your spiritual power, and your spiritual power core is the top and rarest S+ silver white diamond type. As of now, such a powerful crystal core has only appeared in rumors, and no one in the world has ever possessed it. Wu Yu felt both amused and speechless. So now you all make up such outrageous words to comfort me? S+ silver white diamond type, even detailed to the color and shape? I didn't expect that straight men could have such a rich imagination. Jian Suiyu, it's true, believe me. Wu Yu nodded. Okay, since you are so sincere in comforting me, I believe everything you say. But you said that I awakened my spiritual power, but I still don't feel anything. Jian Suiyu frowned. This may be related to the accident that happened when your spiritual power awakened. Wu Yu was puzzled. Accident? What accident? Jian Suiyu, when you awakened your spiritual power, your entire spiritual power core was exposed to the air. Yana wanted to take your spiritual power core away, and accidentally triggered a certain protection mechanism in your body. A red light wrapped around your spiritual power core, and then your spiritual power also became silent. This is very similar to the seal in the mysterious art. Wu Yu frowned slowly. You said, a red light? Jian Suiyu nodded. Yes, this red light not only sealed your spiritual power core, but also helped you reshape your brain and eyes. In the night attack on the orphanage, it was not Aina who awakened her healing ability to save you. On the contrary, she wanted to take away your spiritual power core, which is why Chiyan just said that you don't need to thank Aina. Aina, you actually want to take away her spiritual power core? Why, isn't Aina the most noble S-level spiritual power core? Thinking back and forth about Jian Suiyu's words, Wu suddenly realized that this red light was most likely the heart-shaped ruby that disappeared from her peachwood sword. Because the night attack incident was the node where the memory of the heart-shaped ruby disappeared. The peachwood sword and the ruby are related to Wu's life experience. They have been with her since she was 3 years old and went to the orphanage. Wu wants to know the secrets of the gym. She looked at Jian Suiyu seriously. Deputy Captain, can you tell me more about the seal you just mentioned? Jian Suiyu, I'm not good at this either, but don't worry. When Yanqi returns to the base, I believe there will be new clues. Wu nodded seriously. Thank you, Vice Captain. Jian Suiyu laughed. Wu, you don't have to be so polite. And to be honest, I'm also curious about how powerful your sealed spiritual power core will be once it is unlocked. Wu couldn't believe it. So, your S+ silver white diamond spiritual power core really didn't deceive me? Jian Suiyu looked distressed. If the subconscious screen projection could be recorded, maybe you would believe it. Unfortunately, the subconscious screen projection itself only acts on the consciousness, and only those who are present can see it. Then, Jian Suiyu said seriously, but, Wu, believe me, and believe in yourself. You have mental power, very strong mental power. This wrapped mental power will definitely help you when you need it. Wu looked at him, and their eyes were sincere. Chiyan and Richard looked at each other at the side, and twitched their mouths at the same time. Chiyan sneered, so I gave you the S-level armor, and you didn't even say thank you. Richard said indifferently, I exhausted my mental power in 1 day, and entered the subconscious twice in a row, isn't it the same? Chiyan, it's hard to be an honest man these days. Richard, you have to be smart and talkative to steal all the fruits of victory. Chiyan, oh, it turns out that green tea is always so annoying. Richard, do you really hate green tea? It's just that I'm not the one who hates tea. Wu's scalp was numb from the mumbling, and she looked at Jian Suiyu with a look of help. Jian Suiyu, what are you two saying to each other? Richard shrugged, wow, nothing. Chiyan rolled his eyes at the ceiling, I'm going back to sleep. Wu, if you dare to be late tomorrow morning, I will twist your head off and kick it like a ball. Wu hurriedly chased after him, Chiyan. Thank you for your armor. Chiyan turned his head, and Wu was surprised to find that there was no dissatisfaction on his face. Instead, there was a slight sense of relief. Chiyan patted Wu's head. The huge height difference made Chiyan seem to be patting a child. Wu, fortunately you have grown up healthily and smoothly. Wu tilted her head in confusion. Ah? Chiyan's eyes flashed fiercely, and he showed a bloodthirsty smile. The annual dungeon will be here soon. When the time comes, you must make those who try to steal your life pay the price with blood. Wu was completely confused. What? Chiyan, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? What do you mean by someone who tries to steal my life? Chiyan, but before that, I will definitely train you well, and let you have the most gorgeous appearance in the dungeon. Wu, Although she didn't understand the previous sentence, she understood this one. Chiyan wanted to beat her to death. If he couldn't kill her, he would beat her to death. Wu thought, actually, it's not that important whether it's gorgeous or not. Chiyan looked down at Wu, and he sneered in the shadows. What did you say? Wu shuddered. No. I didn't say anything. In that case. Richard stood up and walked to Chiyan's side. He smiled and looked at Wu. Now that I have confirmed the existence of your mental power core, I will change the new training plan. Wu felt a chill on the back of her head. What new training plan? Richard snapped his fingers, and suddenly many water ghosts with pale skin and blood dripping from their bodies appeared in the air and rushed towards Wu. She took a breath and wanted to retreat, but Wu calmed down after realizing that it was just an illusion. But the next second, Richard announced mercilessly, this is just a small part of the training. Now, Wu's head, which had been half cold, was completely cold. However, before leaving the training room, Wu still wanted to thank Richard seriously. Thank you, Richard. Thank you for letting me know something that I never knew in my previous life. I hope that in this life, she will have the opportunity to make up for the regrets of her previous life. Chapter 62. After separating from the 3 members of the team, Wu returned to the dormitory alone. It was late at night, but today she felt that she was particularly energetic and not tired at all. As soon as she returned to the dormitory and opened the door, Wu Yu was knocked to the ground by a strong force. Wu Yu's eyes flashed with confusion. No, she didn't seem to raise pigs in the dormitory. What on earth was this thing that pounced on her with such great force? After taking a closer look, Wu Yu found that it was her little Jinwu who pounced on her. But now, the little Jinwu couldn't use little. To describe it, it was like it had been injected with hormones and had grown twice as big as before. Even the third leg that was originally hidden in the fur was clearly visible, and the tail feathers and head crown were much more colorful than before. Wu Yu pushed Jinwu away with great effort, looking left and right. What did you eat behind my back? How could you grow so big all of a sudden? When he looked up again, he was shocked. The little angel, who was originally as big as a wind chime on the bedside, suddenly grew to the size of an inflated balloon. The lines on the face were faintly showing a tendency to develop into a complete face. Now it was floating in the air, smiling faintly at Wu Yu. It was quite creepy to see it suddenly in the middle of the night. And Wu Yu also found that the little angel, who originally had only one pair of wings, had grown another pair of wings behind her. She immediately looked through the information panel of the little angel and Jinwu, but did not find any difference from before. Wu Yu was completely confused. What is going on? Could it be related to what happened in her subconscious today? Not sure. Let's see. After checking the little angel and the golden crow, Wu Yu took out the Tian Shiju from the treatment cabin. In fact, Wu Yu has always had a book of Xianshu in her hand. This book appeared with her Peachwood sword since she was a child. What she has learned so far is from this book of Xianshu. Including how to draw talismans, chant spells, and seals, there are detailed records and records. It is these talismans, spells and seals that help Wu Yu escape many dangers. At the end of the book, it also clearly reminds readers that there are many kinds of mysterious arts, and they cannot be practiced together with other mysterious arts, as there may be the danger of going astray. Wu Yu firmly believed this, and never planned to practice other arts. However, this Tian Shiju deliberately attracted her attention many times. Wu Yu took the time to check, and found that there was no Tian Shiju book in the entire Chiyan library. So this book was meant for her. Since the advent of spiritual power, there have been several cases of dead objects developing consciousness. Wu Yu didn't know what he was here for, so she became more cautious and careful. Slowly turning the first page of the book, the old and yellowed book had some blurred words written with a brush that caught Wu Yu's eyes. 8,000 years ago, the strongest lineage of the Heavenly Master split from the Taoist sect and lived in seclusion in the city. He created the Heavenly Master art to fight against ghosts and monsters, and traveled the world like an ascetic monk, cleansing the world of turbid air and clearing out resentful souls and evil spirits. Turning the page, those who want to practice the Heavenly Master art must first be reborn, cleanse their marrow and clear their meridians, and recast their souls. Wu Yu frowned. Reborn, cleanse their marrow and clear their meridians, and recast their souls. Isn't this what she is now? Reborn, the whole body was reshaped by Jiechen's beating, and the subconscious mind just reshaped its mental power. Turning the page again, the obscure scriptures and incantations came to her face. Wu Yu couldn't recognize many of these words, let alone put them together, even if they were separated. Some words, even she didn't know how to read them with the most advanced text recognition. It seems that the impact of the end of the world on civilization is really almost devastating. Many precious cultural treasures disappeared at the beginning of the end of the world. People were exhausted and had no energy to distract themselves from the protection of civilization. Even if the order is rebuilt after the end of the world, the lost civilization can no longer be found. Wu Yu just read these mantras while looking up the words, and she felt that the whole world had undergone strange changes, as if she was in a different dimension. If she really wanted to start studying, she might really go astray if she didn't understand the obscure words. But it is undeniable that just a few mantras can make her feel so magical. There are many strange rune styles and obscure seals at the back of the book. Wu Yu felt a tingling pain in her forehead just by looking at them. They must be very powerful when used. If she could study it completely, she would definitely make unparalleled progress and have more ways to save her life in the end times. Wu Yu suddenly thought of the Fu family mentioned by Jian Suiyu, the direct descendant of the Taoist sect, the Fu family that dominated the end times until her death. Even though Suemo and Shinqingxi, the male and female protagonists in the later period, had become so powerful that they were almost invincible, the status of the Fu family still stood firm. It relied on the large number of ancient books, ancient methods, and secret techniques of Taoist techniques that it urgently rescued at the beginning of the end times, as well as its great contribution to all mankind at the beginning of the end times. And Fu Yanqi mentioned by Jian Suiyu, is the genius of the contemporary mystical arts. Wu Yu frowned suddenly. No, Fu Yanqi. 10 years after the end of the world, the head of the Fu family is Fu Mingli, not Fu Yanqi. In the previous life, not long before her death, Yana and Fu Mingli held a grand wedding in the end of the world. At that time, Shadow had become the first team, so he was naturally invited to this wedding. Although Wu Yu's identity did not qualify to go. But she remembered clearly that even Suemo, as the heroine, showed great envy of Yana after returning from the wedding. The wedding dress that Yana wore was inlaid with top-grade natural diamonds that were only available before the end of the world. That cake, in the end of the world, you can actually make a cake with pure natural animal cream. At that time, the male and female protagonists had already confirmed their relationship. Shinjingzi looked doting. Momo, don't worry, I will definitely give you a wedding that is more grand than the first family, the Fu family. Looking at the happy smile on Sumo's face, Wu Yu felt numb and ironic. The shadow has come all the way, and the male and female protagonists have become gods, but they are stepping on thousands of dry bones. No matter how Wu Yu recalled, she couldn't remember where Fu Yanqi went. Such a genius of the mysterious arts, who should have been famous in the end of the world, disappeared silently, as if he had never appeared. In the previous life, as a soldier in the base, Wu Yu had no access to the secrets of the upper class. There was no emotional development between Suemo and Fu Yanqi, but there was an ambiguous entanglement with Fu Mingli that could not be explained. In order to protect the heirs, the aristocratic families often did not even tell the world the names of the heirs. In order to prevent the heirs from getting into trouble at the same time, there was almost no possibility that the same heir would appear together, take the same shuttle, and play the same dungeon. Wu Yu realized that her own butterfly effect had led the plot to develop in an unknown direction. Chapter 63. Wu Yu read the Tian Shiju again, wrote down the obscure words in the mental method, and decided to go to the library to look for relevant records after class tomorrow. It would be best if she could find a dictionary similar to the one before the end of the world, so that she could flip through it and read smoothly. After doing this, Wu Yu entered the treatment cabin to sleep. The next morning, she went to Jiechen's physical training class as usual. Today was still a regular training, and Jiechen corrected Wu Yu's force points for each movement one by one. He is like a living martial arts secret book, always able to find Wu Yu's mistakes in the first place, and make timely changes to the training content according to Wu Yu's personal situation. Jiechen, Wu Yu, I found that you always like to use your left hand more than your right hand, but you are right-handed. Is this a special training for yourself? Yes, the end of the world is coming, you still have to give yourself more room. Wu Yu accepted Jiechen's praise with a guilty conscience. Yeah. In fact, it was not that she specially trained herself to have room, but her right hand was injured and disabled in her previous life, and later, she had to train her left hand in order to survive. Although my right hand is fine now, I have developed the habit of using my left hand. Jiechen, since you can fight with both hands, you have several more skills to learn than others. People always think that specializing in one hand is more advanced than using both hands, but they don't know that being able to use both hands well is equivalent to having twice the fighting power. A two-handed sword can also be combined into a single sword. When the two swords are combined, they are invincible in the world, and when they are separated, they are kings. This set of twin swordsmanship, Shuangyue Bingling twin swordsmanship, you should pay attention, I will only teach you once. As he spoke, Jiechen drew out a pair of twin swords that were covered in cold air, as crystal clear as icicles. When he waved them, the cold air in the air drew the outline of Frost Moon. The frost scattered by Ying made the air cold. In this way, the name Frost Moon Bingling is really well deserved. Jiechen is strong and 2 meters tall. The twin swords looked delicate and petite in his hands. However, Jiechen's movements were open and close, chic and sharp. Even if he was holding a female sword, he didn't look shy at all. The two-handed sword in Jiechen's hand separated and joined, but there was no sluggishness. His movements were smooth, making the whole sword technique look like a set of graceful dance. But Wu Yu could clearly see the murderous intent and chill hidden in this sword technique at all times. The biting frost was the most piercing pain when touched. The sword intention drew countless six-pointed star patterns in the air, in the shape of snowflakes. The moment the six-pointed star dispersed, the sword hard was forced out from it, and hit Wu Yu's brow. A drop of snow fell on Wu Yu's brow, bringing a hint of piercing coldness. The snowflakes melted, and water drops fell down Wu Yu's cheeks. Wu Yu slightly opened her eyes in surprise. Jiechen threw the two swords in front of Wu Yu. I have taught you a few lessons, so I am half your teacher. Don't use your broken dagger. I feel dirty when I see it. If people know that you are my student, Jiechen, when you go out, I will be embarrassed for you. This twin sword of Xuan Yu Bingling is given to you, so that our relationship as teacher and student is not in vain. Wu Yu stared at Xuan Yu Bingling, unable to move away, but still had to be polite. Isn't this bad? Is it too expensive? Chiyan pretended to take it back. Forget it. Wu Yu jumped up and grabbed it. The sharp sword intent had not yet faded, and almost cut off half of her palm. Chiyan scolded, "You are so impatient. I will hurt you later." Wu Yu looked at the Xuan Yu Bingling in her hand, and could no longer hear Chiyan's voice. All that echoed in her mind was, "Ah, this beauty is hers now? Really? Really? I couldn't believe it. Oh my god, she, a rubbish person, had lived 2 lives and finally had a sword of her own. Oh my god, I like it so much, I like it so much." Chiyan looked at Wu Yu's silly look, and felt funny and a little distressed. He has been to many orphanages to bring the blessings of the Bodhisattva to the children, hoping that more children can awaken their spiritual power before adulthood, so that they have more chances to be selected and survive. It is precisely because of this that he knows very well how pitiful the children who grow up in the orphanage will be, and how much suffering the children in the orphanage have to endure to grow up normally. After hearing Wu Yu's words yesterday, he went back and thought about it carefully. He finally remembered, strictly speaking, the first time he saw Wu Yu. At that time, he was already famous, and many people flattered him. Every child in the orphanage looked at him with admiration, with yearning in their reverence and greed that was not suitable for that age. The girl named Yana was wearing the most decent clothes in the orphanage. Her white dress was spotless, and even her smile seemed to be just right for a decent lady. He praised her half-heartedly. What a kind-hearted girl. When he turned the corner, a skinny, dark-skinned man jumped out, accompanied by a scolding behind him. "Wu Yu, there are distinguished guests today, who told you to come to the main hall. Wu Yu, go and sweep the toilet for me." Wu Yu. When the mop stick as thick as an arm hit Wu Yu's thin back, Chiyan reached out and grabbed her steadily. His cold eyes fell on the face of the orphanage cleaner, and when he saw the scars on Wu Yu's back where her clothes were torn, his eyes flashed with a dangerous light, causing the cleaner to retreat in fear. Chiyan looked down at Wu Yu, who was shivering. What's going on? Where did this skinny guy come from? He's as black as a mole. Wu Yu looked up at the burly Chiyan in horror. I'm sorry. The orphanage teacher was anxious to pull Wu Yu away. Who asked you to come here? Look at you, you stink. Chiyan broke the mop stick as thick as his arm with one hand, and looked at the orphanage teacher, who suddenly froze. Let the children in the orphanage go to the cafeteria to eat. The orphanage teacher responded repeatedly. Okay, Master Chiyan, I go and arrange it right away. The orphanage teacher mastered the skill of calling other children. Chiyan stretched out his hand gently, avoiding the wound on Wu Yu's back, pushed her, and said, Go, don't look back, I'm watching you. Wu Yu's expression was dazed, and it took a while before she moved, and then she followed the flow of people and walked towards the cafeteria with other children. When she reached the cafeteria door, she couldn't help but look back. Chiyan was really still standing there looking at her, and standing in the sun, Chiyan put his hands together, and sent her the most sincere wishes from a distance. Child, may the Buddha bless you. Chiyan, what are you thinking about? Chiyan collected his thoughts, looked at Wu Yu, who came over with his hair sticking up, and scolded in a low voice, You have no respect for your elders. Wu Yu held Xuan Yu Bingling, and began to imagine the scene of herself dominating the world. She looked proud and said, Chiyan, if you give Xuan Yu Bingling to me, aren't you afraid that I will surpass you in the future? Chiyan sneered. You? The thin and pitiful appearance of Wu Yu in his mind gradually faded, replaced by the vivid appearance now. Chiyan sneered, You are no threat to me in the physical arts world with your strength, but you can humiliate me in the education world. Wu Yu jumped up and hid Chiyan's knees. What did you say? Do you look down on me? Chiyan grabbed Wu Yu's neck and said, Okay, bind to this twin sword. See if you are not satisfied with the gift your master gave you. Chapter 64. Chiyan, this is a twin sword from the S-level Snow Disaster Dungeon. At that time, the entire Blazing Flame team put all their efforts, even the captain was there, to get the first kill with great difficulty. After Chiyan said this, Wu Yu's action of wanting to bind it paused instantly, and she stuffed the Frost Moon Ice Sling back into Chiyan's hand without thinking. Just as quickly as she snatched the weapon away, she returned it this time with the same agility. Chiyan frowned. Didn't you like it just now? He grinned with his teeth bared, his teeth showing but his eyes not showing. Wu Yu glared. What a joke. I thought Xuan Yu was just pretty. Who knew she was so powerful? The whole Chiyan put all their efforts into getting the first dungeon kill from the S-level natural disaster. Even from the description of the weapon, you can't tell the grade. It must be a very high-grade weapon. How can I just accept such a precious gift? Jietchen simply couldn't understand Wu Yu's train of thought. He looked at the Shuang Yu Bingling that Wu Yu stuffed back, and actually felt a sense of absurdity that such a top-level weapon was thrown away. Jietchen, you don't want it? Wu Yu nodded, yeah, but I can buy it. She has 600 top-level crystal cores, but they can be sold for 300 billion points. Jietchen sneered, buy? How much are you going to pay? The Hua family offered 1 trillion points, but I didn't even let them in. How dare you ask for such a small amount of money? Wu Yu, Luckily, she didn't ask for it, otherwise it would be really embarrassing. Woo, why did she have to work so hard to earn dozens or hundreds of points in her previous life? Now hundreds of billions, or even trillions of points are like Vietnamese dong in Jietchen's mouth. Are they in the same world? Why is there such a big difference between the worlds? Wu Yu said sadly, I can't afford it. You sell it to the Hua family. Jietchen was so angry that veins on his forehead were jumping. Who said I want to sell it to the Hua family? Isn't that what your Chinese and physical education teachers taught you? Wu Yu was cowardly, and tried her best not to look in the direction of Shuang Yu Bingling. She kept reminding herself, Wu Yu, that is not a beauty you can dream of. Seeing his eyes rolling away uncontrollably, Wu Yu quickly turned his face back. Stop looking, Lecher, crazy, I told you to stop looking. What's going on? Today, Jietchen and Wu Yu were late in arriving at the cafeteria, so Anshan asked Jian Suiyu to call them. As soon as they arrived at the training ground, Jian Suiyu saw Jietchen was furious, and Wu Yu was dejected like an eggplant hit by frost. Jietchen, I was going to give Wu Yu the frost moon ice that I got in the natural disaster dungeon, but she didn't want it. Jian Suiyu was surprised. Wu Yu, you don't even think highly of the frost moon ice? That's the best weapon in the world. Wu Yu waved her hands. No, I just think it's too expensive. I won't accept it without merit. Jietchen was almost mad. I told you, I'm giving you this frost moon in my name alone. It has nothing to do with the team. Jian Suiyu nodded. Indeed, Wu Yu. Although the dungeon was played by the team together, everyone else got something else. The weapon was originally distributed according to output, so he had absolute right to deal with Shuang Yu because it was his property. He could give it to whoever he wanted, without anyone's consent. Jietchen was furious. Do you understand? Can you accept it now? Hearing this, Wu Yu was also a little moved. Really? Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Yu's expression, and knew what Wu Yu was worried about. He patted Jietchen and signaled him not to worry. Jian Suiyu nodded. Wu Yu, if you don't want this weapon, then don't take it. However, the Hua family has always wanted to buy this sword as a gift for Yana when she turns 20. You know Yana, right? She is the woman who bullied you in the orphanage and tried to take away your spiritual power core at the critical moment of your awakening of spiritual power. She is the culprit who caused your spiritual power to disappear inexplicably. It just so happens that Jietchen has no use for this weapon, so he might as well sell it to Yana. Jietchen frowned and was about to say, Why are you provoking her? The child is so pitiful. I saw that Wu Yu's eyes were already burning with flames, and she came to Jietchen with murderous intent. Jietchen was stunned by the posture, and couldn't help but take a half step back. But who would have thought that Wu Yu would actually kneel on one knee and clasp her fists in front of Jietchen, saying, My lord, if you don't abandon me, Xiao Yu is willing to worship you as my foster father. Foster father, Xiao Yu is willing to take care of you until the end of your life. Jietchen's mouth twitched wildly. What a godly foster father, what a godly Xiao Yu, what a godly foster father. Wu Yu is indeed a rebellious son. I don't know what she is thinking all day long. It's a mess. Take a deep breath. Jietchen pulls Wu Yu up from the ground, and stuffs Shuang Yu Bingling into her arms, with a face full of gloom and bad mood. Now, can you bind it? Wu Yu nodded repeatedly. Yeah. After saying that, she quickly added, Godfather, don't worry, I will be filial to you in the future. Jietchen, you are so filial to me. Be filial, a filial daughter, who can be more filial than you. Jietchen gritted his teeth. If you dare to shout again, I will kill you. Wu Yu quickly stretched out his hand to zip up his mouth, and gestured with his hand. Okay. Jietchen closed his eyes fiercely, and Jian Suiyu beside him was very interested, obviously looking forward to what surprising properties this unknown frost moon ice would have after being activated by Wu Yu. Weapon binding is different from props. Binding weapons requires blood sacrifice, and the best choice is blood from the heart. Wu Yu pointed the tip of the knife at the heart. The blade of the frost moon ice was thin, but as fast as lightning. He didn't even feel any pain, only a slight chill. The frost moon ice in Wu Yu's hand flashed a dazzling light, which was actually emitting the same shining light ring as Wu Yu's silver-white crystal core. When the light ring faded, Wu Yu found that countless snowflake-shaped carvings suddenly appeared on the hilt of frost moon ice. At first glance, it seemed that the runes were applying strong freezing to the sword body, and behind the countless snowflakes, there was a waning moon looming. However, this moon was so thin that it was almost invisible. I wonder if it will produce unexpected changes as it is used. After looking at the sword, Wuyu opened her system panel and checked the system properties of the Frost Moon Ice after binding. Weapon name: Frost Moon Ice. Weapon type: two-handed sword. Weapon level: S++, plus represents unknown. Weapon attack power: it is associated with the user's mental power. The stronger the mental power, the stronger it is, and the weaker the mental power is. Weapon additional attributes: ice attachment, frost piercing, additional ice damage while attacking, which can slow down the opponent's movement speed. Lone Moon Frost: when the lonely moon hidden in the sword intent grows into a full moon, it will issue a fatal blow that destroys the world, piercing the sky and changing the color of the sky and the earth. Unlock skills: Ice number 7 Frozen World: when Ice number 7 descends, everything will return to the Frozen Age. Ice number 7, Wuyu frowned. Could it be that the strongest ice, super ice, that can freeze the world's oceans in a few hours as long as there is enough pressure? Ice number 7? Chapter 65. Seeing Wuyu standing there motionless since the weapon was bound, Chiyan thought it was because the weapon's attributes were not good. When most weapons are activated, in addition to their own appearance level, they are also closely related to the ability of the bound user. The higher the level of mental power, the easier it is to activate a high-level grade. Even Chiyan's Zen Stick and Richard's Cross-Gun Sword have additional blessing skills when they attack, adding bonuses to the attack. Chiyan patted Wuyu's shoulder and comforted her. Don't be sad, this one is not good, you will find a better one in the future. Wuyu looked a little confused. She asked Chiyan, what is the activation grade of your weapon? Chiyan's Zen staff was full of the light of Buddha's light. Of course, it is S level. Wuyu asked again, then S+ is better than S level, right? Chiyan nodded, of course, but S+ weapons have only appeared in Legend so far. I have never really seen them. By the way, I heard that the captain's weapon will be upgraded to S+ soon. Why are you asking this? Wuyu, my weapon activation level is S+. Chiyan nodded. I know your weapon activation level is not very good, but it's okay, the big dungeon is about to refresh. Chiyan turned back suddenly in the middle of his speech. What is your weapon activation level? Wuyu said word by word, S+. Chiyan, are you deaf at such a young age? Chiyan really wanted to slap Wuyu to death. Are you serious, S+? Wuyu said and directly brought up her weapon interface to show Chiyan, look, it's really. Before she finished speaking, she hit Chiyan on the head. Wuyu said ouch, and covered the hot bump on her head. Why did you hit me? Chiyan was really pissed off by Wuyu, who in this world doesn't keep their trump cards tightly hidden. How dare you show me the attributes of your weapon so carelessly? Aren't you afraid that I will know your weakness and kill people for treasure? When you deal with Shadow's gang directly, where did all your cunning and clever energy go? Wuyu is also angry after being beaten. How can it be the same? Those Shadow people want to take it for themselves when they see a good thing. This weapon was originally given to me by you. Let me show you what's wrong. No matter how many cunning you are, the gun is pointed at the outside. Isn't it tiring to play tricks on your own people? And didn't we agree to be father and daughter of different surnames? Let me show my weapon to my living father. Can my living father harm me? What the hell, living father? Chiyan was amused by Wuyu's constant calling him living father. He spat at Wuyu. You are the only one who keeps talking all day long. Wuyu looked proud. I finally understand. I might be a genius. Chiyan, your investment in me is not a loss, really? Maybe we will rely on each other in the future. Chiyan sneered. You are a genius? I am afraid that you will rely on me. I am showing you an S-level weapon. You are so ignorant. Wait until you go to the big dungeon. There will be many geniuses and masters there. Then you will really know what the top genius of the end of the world is like. Wuyu just thought that she was going to counterattack, but Chiyan hit her with a hammer, and she was wilted. She was drawing circles in the corner with her head depressed. Jiansui watched for a while, and suddenly laughed. Wuyu, I seem to see several skills appear on your weapon interface. Wuyu nodded, yeah. She showed it to Jiansui directly and openly. In Wuyu's heart, Chiyan was her living father, who gave her money and effort. Jiansui is the male mother, who guides her and handles things she can't think of. They are all very good to her. Jiansui carefully read the 3 skill descriptions on the weapon, and he looked at Chiyan in surprise. I remember that there is only 1 weapon skill on S-level weapons at most? Chiyan was also shocked. Yes, except for the captain's weapon with 2 skills, I have never seen a weapon with 3 skills. And the last one, number 7 Ice Frozen World, feels that the entire attack strength has exceeded the upper limit of the weapon. Chiyan Suiyu nodded. It's the attack power that changes with the strength of the mental power. Chiyan Suiyu hesitated to speak. Jietchen was so angry. Don't even think about it. Her mental power is so strong that even the machine can't measure it. It's a special move to hit a small snowflake. Even if it's an S+ weapon, it's just the most ordinary double swords in her hands now. Under Wu Yu's angry eyes, Chiyan Suiyu held his forehead. I urged Fu Yinchi again. He said he can come back today. After lunch, Wu Yu followed Jietchen to go through every move of the two-handed swordsmanship carefully, striving to improve and practice the moves to the extreme. Jietchen was very satisfied with Wu Yu's seriousness today. As expected, little kids need rewards to study hard. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was completely dark. Jietchen called a halt. That's all for today. Go back and have a good rest. Wu Yu bowed. Thank you for your hard work today. After leaving the training ground, Wu Yu went to the plantation in the back mountain as usual to purify the seeds and harvest the eggs. After finishing all this, she finally had time to go to the library. After finding the obscure words recorded in the Tian Shiju yesterday, Wu Yu found the tool book section in the library and began to look for a dictionary that specifically recorded rare characters. Finally, in a corner, Wu Yu found a traditional Chinese dictionary before the end of the world. After comparing it with the words on the Tian Shiju, Wu Yu confirmed that this dictionary corresponds to the language of the words on the Tian Shiju. But it is not enough to just find a traditional Chinese dictionary. Some of the words on the Tian Shiju are mixed with special fonts, which are different from the straight horizontal and vertical fonts in the dictionary. Wu Yu probably knows that the culture before the end of the world is like a bright star, and the fonts are all kinds of ever-changing. You need to find the copybook corresponding to the font to truly achieve barrier-free reading. While searching carefully, Wu Yu did not notice that there was a person sitting in the corner behind her, with a book covering his face, so he could not see his appearance clearly. In the middle of the night, only Wu Yu gently moved the ladder and made a slight noise when looking for a book. After a search, Wu Yu finally found a book with a font very similar to the 3 words on the cover of Tian Shiju on the top floor. She climbed to the top of the ladder with great joy and reached out to grab the copybook. Just as she stood on tiptoe, she suddenly heard a lazy strange man's voice in the quiet library. Are you the new team member whose mental power is sealed that Chiyan Suiyu said? Wu Yu turned her head in surprise and looked in the direction of the voice. Chapter 66. Fu Yinchi took off the book covering his face and lazily looked up at Wu Yu. The girl in front of him had clear eyes and looked at him with a hint of doubt, then understood. Hello, are you Fu Yinchi, Taoist Master Fu, as the deputy captain said? Fu Yinchi nodded. Just call me by my name. Wu Yu took the calligraphy that she had finally found from the bookshelf and put it together with the traditional Chinese dictionary and temporarily put it in the storage space. She walked up to Fu Yinchi. I am Wu Yu. Excuse me, can you help me see what the current state of my mental strength is? Fu Yinchi stood up. Wu Yu saw him bite his fingertips and put the blood oozing from his fingertips on his eyes. As the red light flashed in her eyes, she seemed to be in a special space, and the images of the library around her became blurred. Fu Yinchi looked at her, as if he could see through her skin to the depths of her soul. However, as doubt and shock flashed in Fu Yinchi's eyes, the entire illusion disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Fu Yinchi actually spat out a mouthful of blood in front of Wu Yu. This confused Wu Yu, and she asked quickly, Are you okay? Sin, how can you look at a seal and make people vomit blood? Fu Yinchi shook his head silently. It's okay, but something is blocking my prying. It's very powerful, and it's far beyond my reach. I can't detect it at all. This power is fiercely and domineeringly protecting you, leaving no chance for outsiders to take advantage of it, but it is indeed possible, as Chiyan Suiyu guessed, that while this power protects you, it also isolates the spiritual power, a new power that came after the end of the world. It's so strange. Such a powerful seal can't even be penetrated by spiritual power. Logically speaking, no one can do it in the current apocalypse. Wu Yu wondered, no one can do it in the current apocalypse, so what about before the apocalypse? Is it possible? Fu Yinchi was stunned for a moment, and then he fell into thought. After a while, Fu Yinchi pondered, it's not impossible. There was a peak battle at the beginning of the apocalypse. Many hermits came out to join the battle of all mankind, and paid their lives for it. Wu Yu's heart suddenly twitched, and she couldn't help asking, do you know who participated in the peak battle? Before Fu Yinchi could react, the dark night sky suddenly lit up. Hello everyone, the whole Alliance broadcast is now in progress. I repeat, The whole Alliance broadcast is now in progress. Just in the early hours of last night, the Alliance detected that the annual large-scale plot dungeon gate appeared in the cliff abyss, and 2 minutes ago, the Alliance confirmed that the dungeon gate was officially opened. Please note that all teams must complete the assembly of personnel within 24 hours. Each team can send up to 8 people. Go to the Alliance to receive the nameplate of the participating personnel, and enter the dungeon on your own. The team that receives the nameplate must sign an agreement with the Alliance. The agreement is as follows. 1. Doomsday talent resources are precious. After entering the dungeon, you cannot attack other team members at will. If such behavior occurs, the Alliance will send a law enforcement team to sanction it. Even in dangerous moments, teams must put aside their past grudges and fight the enemy together. 2. The Alliance leaves the opening of the plot dungeon to avoid vicious killings and injuries, and advocates the common progress of the entire Alliance. The Alliance does not collect any proceeds from the dungeon. Therefore, the teams entering the dungeon cannot maliciously kill or injure people to steal treasures, and cannot maliciously damage the proceeds of the dungeon. 3. During the entire dungeon process, the perspectives of all participating members will be broadcast live in real time throughout the Alliance, and everyone in the Alliance will watch it simultaneously. I advise you not to take chances, cherish your life, and dungeon rationally. 4. The dungeon income will be converted into points, and the team with the highest points will be the first team of the next year. The first team of the Alliance has many Alliance benefits. Please refer to the benefit system of the first team of the Alliance. This broadcast will take effect from the time of broadcasting. In order to avoid malicious leaks by team members who enter later, the dungeon entrance will be forcibly closed by the Alliance after 24 hours. Please, captains and vice-captains, assemble your teams and go there in time. No one will be allowed after the deadline. The All-League broadcast was played 3 times, and after the broadcast was finished, it was hung on the screen of the communicator in high red. Then, Wu Yu and Fu Yanqi's communicators kept ringing with reminder sounds. When I opened it, I saw that the team group was in an uproar. Is the story dungeon much earlier this year? Yes, it seems that it will take another month or so before it starts in previous years. This is not normal. It's the end of the world, and you're still asking if it's normal. I don't know who will be able to participate in the story dungeon this year. The story dungeon is full of treasures. You can get rich as soon as you go there and retire. Is there any need to talk about our team? Captain, vice-captain, monk, priest, Taoist priest, red-haired, aren't they the same every year? Wu Chong, why am I the red-haired one? Okay, Saint Man, please, Saint Man. Wu Chong, wizard, it's a wizard. But there are 8 places, and in addition to the senior level, you can go for 2 more. I want to go. I remember that in previous years, the remaining 2 places were decided by direct voting, and the one with the highest votes won. If there was a dispute, the points were directly calculated based on the combat gains within a year. Seeing this, Wu Yu was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the competition for Chiyan's place would be so fair. Compared to Shadow, which was Shinxing's one-man show, the plot dungeon, such an important and dangerous dungeon, would take Sumo to kill people. Voting, then calculating the battle points, people's hearts and combat effectiveness, the person selected in this way can really convince the public. Wu Yu knew very well that she had just arrived at Chiyan for less than a month, and there was no possibility of being elected regardless of her qualifications or abilities. At present, she was just starting out in terms of mental strength, physical skills, swordsmanship, and mystical skills. She knew that solid learning and laying a solid foundation were the key to moving forward. Wu Yu simply stopped paying attention to the voting in the group. Rather than dreaming about the quota that did not belong to her, Wu Yu wanted to know more about the peak battle that Fu Yanqi had just mentioned. Fu Yanqi, you haven't answered my question just now. But before Wu Yu could ask, Fu Yanqi suddenly raised his eyebrows and motioned her to look at the communication screen. Wu Yu was puzzled. What's wrong? Looking down, Jian Suiyu, are there any self-recommendations for the remaining 2 places? Fu Yanqi, Wu Yu, did you hear what was just broadcast? Every year when the plot dungeon is opened, in order to prevent talents from killing each other, the Alliance will form a law enforcement team. The people in these law enforcement teams are all powerful people who have been famous before the end of the world. Hearing this, Wu Yu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. These powerful people are all those who survived the peak battle that year. Only the law enforcement team formed by these people can convince everyone. If you want to know who participated in the peak battle that year, it is best to ask them. Hearing this, Wu Yu looked at the team group again. Jian Suiyu's words. Is there anyone who recommends himself for the remaining 2 places? Chapter 67. Zhang Peng, Vice Captain, I want to join. Is that okay? Wu Yu, who had just recommended herself, was suddenly stunned when she saw the name Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng? By the way, isn't this the traitor mentioned before, who awakened the A- healing ability after entering Blazing Flame from Shadow? When Wu Yu first arrived at the base, she had learned about this person indirectly, but he was not at the base at that time and was out on a mission alone, so Wu Yu couldn't just say he was a traitor out of nowhere. Unexpectedly, this person actually recommended himself to participate in the dungeon. There was no instruction from the Shadow. Wu Yu didn't believe it at all. Jian Suiyu. Yes, it's voluntary, open voting, everyone can recommend themselves. After saying that, Wu Yu saw that Jian Suiyu had posted an open vote in the group. The vote had not started yet, but Zhang Peng's name had been added to it. Jian Suiyu. It's the same as before. The vote has been initiated. Now everyone can edit it. Those who recommend themselves can just add their own names. Time is running out. The official voting will start in 10 minutes. Everyone hurry up. Just after posting, Wu Yu saw 3 or 4 more names on the voting column. Watching the time pass by, Wu Yu added her own name without hesitation. She wanted to know the secret of the ruby, and even more wanted to know her own life experience. Even if the hope was slim, she had to work hard. Some of the people who added their own names began to canvass for votes in the group, and one message stood out. Zhang Peng. Wu Yu? Is it Wu Yu from Shadow? Wu Chong. Frowning.jpg. What Wu Yu from Shadow? Now it's Wu Yu from Chiyan. Zhang Peng. Sorry, I was in the same team with Wu Yu before, so I was a little surprised. At Wu Yu I didn't expect you to come to Chiyan. I was sent out by the vice captain to train before, so I didn't have the chance to meet you and reminisce about the past. Wu Chong. Meet you. Reminisce about the past? Our Wu Yu is a pretty girl. Why would she want to reminisce about the past with a stinky man? It will be bad if it gets out. Don't say it again. Seeing Wu Chong's words, Zhang Peng sneered disdainfully. Beautiful? What a joke. Wu Yu is always covered in dirt. The word beautiful is really not related at all. Before, he was sent by Jian Suiyu to train in a dungeon that was cut off from signals for half a month. During this period, he was always with other teammates, so he could not get in touch with the captain Shinxingxi. If the plot dungeon was not opened, all the small dungeons were closed, and they were ejected, he would still be mowing the grass in that broken dungeon where no one was doing shit or laying eggs. After leaving the dungeon, he received a secret communication from Shinxingxi before he could figure out the situation. Shinxingxi, you must follow Chiyan's people to participate in the plot dungeon. Zhang Peng is very confident. You know, there are not many people with healing abilities in Chiyan. Chiyan is a martial arts person who advocates strong martial arts. In addition, there is a powerful treatment cabin as a backup, so the healer is almost a burden in the small dungeon. But the plot dungeon is different. After entering the plot dungeon, you cannot complete the entire plot and cannot leave. If you are injured during the period, you must be treated by a healer in addition to using medicine. Although his A- healing ability is not outstanding, and it is completely incomparable to the S-level Yaina of the Hua family team. But in the entire Chiyan, he is still relatively outstanding. Therefore, when he saw the self-recommendation, he signed up with full confidence at the first time. After adding his own name, Zhang Peng actually saw Wu Yu's name. He had a bit of impression of Wu Yu, who was always dusty and taciturn, had no mental power and no awakening ability, and was always a cannon fodder in the shadow. However, compared with those cannon fodders, who died without even remembering their names, Wu Yu's life was very tough. He survived several times in the dungeon with dangers. Could it be that Wu Yu was also sent by Shadow? Zhang Peng was very dissatisfied when he thought that such an ordinary person could get into Chiyan with a rare healer like himself, and he couldn't help but say something. Zhang Peng was even more displeased when he saw that the top leaders of Chiyan, Wu Chong, the treasurer of the entire Wu clan, was the first to jump out to speak for Wu Yu. We are both traitors. Why can he only dig wild vegetables? Wu Yu can get the protection of Chiyan's top leaders. Zhang Peng at Wu Yu, don't you say anything? Women are different. Even if they look ordinary, they can still get preferential treatment. What's the point of hiding behind a man? Come out and fight him. Jiechan, what? What do you want Wu Yu to say? At Zhang Peng. Wu Chong, do you like it so much? At Zhang Peng at Zhang Peng at Zhang Peng. Richard, just wanted Zhang Peng looking at the red prompts that kept lighting up in the group. Zhang Peng was completely unbelievable. He felt like his lungs were going to explode. Originally thought, Wu Yu had just confused Wu Chong, a brainless second-generation ancestor. Unexpectedly, even Jiechan and Richard are helping her. What did he say? Didn't he just ask Wu Yu to say hello to him? Is he unworthy? After all, he is an A- healer. Shouldn't he get special treatment in the base? When he was in shadow before, he was the center of attention. Who wouldn't smile and greet him? Are all these people like Chiyan mentally ill? Instead of praising him, they praise Wu, an ordinary person. 3 consecutive @s made the group strangely quiet. Seeing Wu's fingers flying, but no one in the group responded, Fu Yanqi couldn't help but look out to see what she was doing. Then I saw. Hello, dear teammates, I am Wu. In the golden autumn of October, the fruits of victory are slowly coming to us with light steps. Although I have only joined the team for less than half a month, I have achieved great results in this half month. I participated in the puppet dungeon with the vice captain, and assisted the vice captain to get the first kill and obtain the S-level props. In the Jinwu resource book, Wu Cheng and I defeated the Chen family team, obtained a large number of crystals, and obtained the cub of the ancient mythical beast. During the rescue of Richard, I led my teammates to kill thousands of zombie beasts, and found the entrance to the S-level treasure dungeon and a large amount of crystal core resources. Although I know that these are not worth mentioning in the eyes of most of Chiyan's powerful teammates, they are a great gain for me. I hope that I can make more progress and get more experience. I sincerely hope that all teammates will raise their noble hands and cast your precious vote for me. Thank you. After reading it back and forth 3 times to confirm that there are no grammatical errors and typos, Wu, with a nervous and trembling hand, clicked to send in the team group. Without even waiting for the reaction from the team group, Wu immediately clicked on the personal avatars of Wu Cheng, Jiechen, and Jian Suiyu. Wu, cuteface.jpg, can you vote for our Zihan? Wu, the 6th one in the link is our Zihan. Wu, if you don't vote and I don't vote, when will Zihan be able to stand out? After posting, Wu was satisfied and finally had time to go back and look at the team group that was constantly beeping like a pot of boiling water. Chapter 68. Although it is not good to peek at the screen, Fu Yanqi could not help but twitch his lips after witnessing Wu's series of immersive vote-gathering operations. Feeling the gaze, Wu subconsciously looked up. When she saw Fu Yanqi, Wu asked in a low voice, "Can you vote for me? It's in the group, you see." As she opened the group and was about to point it out to Fu Yanqi, Wu was stunned. The overwhelming had made her unable to recognize the symbol. What's going on? Fu Yanqi could tell that Wu's thinking process seemed a little different from that of an ordinary person. Wu quickly flipped through the chat history and scrolled to the part she missed. Zhang Peng, there's no need to be so aggressive, right? Zhang Peng, we're all on the same team. I just wanted to say hello. Zhang Peng, can't we talk about what happened in shadow before? No, why are you, a grown man, staring at a girl? You don't think you're right, do you? That's right. You must not have been familiar with Wu in shadow before. Why are you trying to get close to her now? Zhang Peng, why are you pretending to be dumb when you can just respond? Brother, are you okay? Can't they just not see the message? Zhang Peng, I was able to add my name, which means I was still watching the group. After saying that, the messages in the group stopped. Zhang Peng smiled smugly. What was he pretending for? He must have been exposed. Zhang Peng, what's more, I think the team still selects people to go to the plot dungeon based on their abilities, right? It's not possible that anyone can go, right? Wu, hello dear teammates, I'm Wu. In the golden autumn of October, the fruits of victory are slowly coming to us with light steps. It was just such a coincidence that just as Zhang Peng finished saying this, Wu's message to canvas for himself was sent out. Looking at the first kills, resources, ancient beasts, and S-level treasure dungeons listed by Wu, Zhang Peng's face was almost crooked in disbelief. Half a month? Wu went to so many dungeons and did so many things in just half a month? Zhang Peng couldn't help but think about what he had been doing in the past month since he entered Chiyan. Either freezing to death in an extremely cold dungeon, or digging wild vegetables in a deserted island dungeon. There are so many wild vegetables that you can't dig them all up. Wu Cheng, hee, I'm dying of laughter. Of course, it depends on your ability. Wu Cheng, please vote for number 6 Wu. Help us Wu. We really want to participate in group activities. Jiechen, everyone, vote for number 6. Anchen, Yu, I received a message from a Suiyu. I'm here to vote for you. Richard, how do you have the internal voting link? Wu Cheng, because Yu sent it to us through the small window. Richard, you don't have it, right? It's a pity. Richard, smile.jpg, Wu, why don't you let me vote for you? Faced with Richard's questioning and sure afield, Wu clicked stiffly and closed the team group chat interface. From beginning to end, Zhang Peng, who was jumping up and down, was not in her eyes. Fu Yanqi, I voted. Wu Yu immediately smiled, thank you. Wu Yu looked at the voting link. At present, her number of votes ranked first. She was so happy that she couldn't help grinning. Wu Yu, I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be in the library. Yanqi, you are here too. What do you think of the seal? Fu Yanqi looked at Jian Suiyu, who appeared at the door of the library, and shook his head. It's a bit troublesome. I originally planned to go back to my family. Now that the plot dungeon has started, we can only put it on hold for now. Jian Suiyu nodded. Okay, in that case, Yanqi, Wu Yue, you two come with me. Wu Yue blinked. Ah, but the voting is not over yet. Jian Suiyu smiled. In fact, we have already evaluated the gains of the entire team members in the past year into points. Voting accounts for a part, and the evaluation of points is a more important hard indicator. Wu Yue, if it's points, then I have no chance, right? Jian Suiyu shook his head. You forgot the cabbages and eggs you distributed to the base. These are far more valuable than those resources. In fact, I discussed with the captain early in the morning that I would give you one of the spots in this dungeon. Wu Yu blinked, Captain? Fu Yanqi, speaking of which, Shinkei hasn't come back yet? Jian Suiyu, let's talk while we walk. Shinkei will leave from his home and go directly to the entrance of the dungeon to meet us. Fu Yanqi raised his eyebrows. Home? Nothing will happen, right? Jian Suiyu, are you still worried about Shinkei's work? Let's go to the treasure house. Wu Yu followed Jian Suiyu and Fu Yanqi, looking confused, not knowing what they were talking about. But soon, when the door of the treasure house opened in front of her, the light suddenly lit up, and the dazzling array of weapons, equipment, and props in the entire treasure house made Wu Yu open her mouth in surprise, like a pumpkin. Jietchen, my mouth is watering. Wu Yu wiped it quickly. Not at all. Richard said in a faint voice, Wu Yu, why don't you let me vote for you? Wu Yu's scalp tingled. Why is Richard still entangled in this matter? Jian Suiyu, to make a long story short, the plot dungeons in previous years have lasted for about a week. Apart from the threat of the dungeon itself, we need to prepare our own food, clothing, housing and transportation. Take whatever you need from the treasure house, but don't bring large hot weapons and equipment. You can't enter the dungeon. You only have 3 hours. We will set off on time in 3 hours, and our goal is to face the abyss. Will you notice that in addition to the familiar faces, another participant looked older than everyone else? He looked very steady and reliable with a beard, carrying a big sword behind him, and the name on the team nameplate was Zhou Jianjun. When he saw Wu Yu standing there in a daze, he approached with a stern face like a stern elder. Although his expression was serious, he gave the most useful advice. Wu Yu, this is your first time to participate in a plot dungeon. This type of plot dungeon usually has 4 levels, namely ghost stories, terrorist invasion, natural disasters, and the final home defense. The things needed to prepare for these 4 levels are different. At such a tense moment, Zhou Jianjun patiently explained the details to Wu Yu, and Wu Yu listened very carefully. Combining Zhou Jianjun's tips on what to bring, plus Wu Yu's understanding of the levels in the plot dungeon, as a god's perspective in the previous life, and the analysis of the dungeon's direction, and key points by the big guys in the Alliance Forum, Wu Yu quickly put all the things she needed into the space storage, went to the back mountain to collect all the latest vegetables, and deliver them to Aunt Shin. Wu Yu directly put the black soil, seeds, purified chickens, and eggs from the back mountain into the space. The notice for the team to assemble in the last 3 hours sounded, and Wu Yu, holding Jin Wu, boarded the shuttle to the dungeon in the brightly lit night. Chapter 69. Before the shuttle took off, Wu Cheng rushed back from the Wu clan and left together. Entering the shuttle, Wu Yu found that there were other people in the shuttle. Zhang Peng's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Wu Yu. His capable short hands and firm and clear eyes were like a freshener in his heart in the chaotic end of the world. He didn't even think that the person in front of him was Wu Yu. In his memory, Wu Yu was still an inconspicuous dried pickle. Zhang Peng straightened his clothes and stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, I'm Zhang Peng, a healer. After saying that, Zhang Peng raised his chin proudly, waiting for the praise from the beauty in front of him. Wu Yu nodded. Hello, I'm Wu Yu. You are Zhang Peng? It seems that you don't remember what I look like at all. Then why did you keep reminiscing with me in the group before? What kind of reminiscing? Zhang Peng never thought that the person in front of him was Wu Yu, and he was even more confused by the 3 consecutive questions. He pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly. Wu Yu, you are different now. Wu Yu nodded. It's still Chiyan's feng shui that nourishes people, but it depends on the person. You look a lot shriveled. Are you worried about digging wild vegetables? Jian Suiyu asked Zhang Peng to dig the wild vegetables. so even if he was dissatisfied, he couldn't show it. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and shook his head. No, I'm happy digging wild vegetables. Puff. Wu Yu laughed mercilessly in front of him. Oh, then you're happy. Before Zhang Peng's face turned completely black, Jian Suiyu introduced lightly. Wu Yu, Zhang Peng is our reserve player this time, and he will go with us as a substitute. Wu Yu nodded. Oh, you are indeed a healer. You can even get a substitute seat by digging wild vegetables. I'm so envious. Zhang Peng didn't think Wu Yu had anything to envy. His weird look was clearly mocking. Soon, everyone arrived, and the shuttle officially took off and headed towards the cliff abyss. The flight lasted 2 hours. Wu Yu closed her eyes and reviewed the plot of her previous life in her mind. Suddenly, she heard a puff sound. She turned her head in surprise and saw Fu Yanqi vomiting blood again. And this time, not only did she vomit blood, but all her orifices were bleeding, just like the first time she used her mental power to overload. Wu Yu quickly stood up and walked to his side. What's wrong with you? Fu Yanqi took the crystal core that Wu Yu handed him and absorbed it to replenish his mental power. When he found that this was a top-level crystal core that could instantly fill up his mental power core, he was slightly surprised. Thank you. I just made a fortune for myself to see if this trip to the cliff abyss would be good or bad. Now it seems that it is more likely to be bad than good. Wu Yu frowned fiercely, wiped all the blood off Fu Yanqi's face, stuffed the golden crow into Fu Yanqi's hand, summoned a little angel and circled around him. Bless, bless, bad luck away. The child is still young. Children's words are innocent. Purify, 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 purify. After Wu Yu's tinkering, Fu Yanqi's face glowed golden and green, and he drooped his face and didn't say a word, as if he was accepting a torture. After finishing his work, Wu Yu took back his props, stuffed a talisman into Fu Yanqi's hand, and said, try it again, test it. Fu Yanqi, Unable to refuse the kindness, he decided to test again. While he was testing, Wu Yu kept putting her hands together and praying to all directions. Rubbing her hands, Fu Yanqi was the only one who could possibly find out her life experience, so nothing could happen to him. Wu Yu believed that as long as she was pious enough and prayed enough, she would meet a soft and soft-hearted god one day. Zhang Peng witnessed this scene from the side, silently rolling his eyes and sneering. What a joke! How could a genius Taoist like Fu Yanqi make a mistake in his calculations? Even if it is calculated again, the result will never change. However, the next second, Fu Yanqi opened his eyes, and a light of shock flashed in his usually lazy eyes. Wu Yu looked expectant. How is it? It has changed. Zhang Peng stared. How could it be possible? It has changed just like that? Just for lying on Wu Yu's magic trick, it has changed. Fu Yanqi, this time the hexagram shows that although it is still extremely dangerous, it will be successfully escaped in the end. Now, Wu Yu smiled with satisfaction. Hee. She proudly stuffed all the amulets she had prepared in advance into Fu Yanqi's hands. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Take more. Then, she left with satisfaction. Fu Yanqi held the amulets in his hands, thinking that the amulets that could change the extremely evil hexagram must be extraordinary. However, didn't Wu Yu say that she couldn't use her mental power? How were these amulets made? Curious, Fu Yanqi opened an amulet. He stared at the amulet with the 3 words amulet written in black pen on the white paper for 3 seconds. Without special yellow talisman paper, without top-grade cinnabar and the sharpest wolf hair, a talisman written with a black pen on white paper is called a talisman. He must have bled too much when he was predicting just now, and had hallucinations. Fu Yanqi silently folded the talisman back to its original shape and stuffed it all into his space. Forget it, a piece of heart, don't waste it, just in case it can be used. Arriving at the cliff abyss, the shuttle landed, and Chiyan began to receive personal nameplates under the leadership of Jian Suiyu. The nameplate will display the team name, and mental power level. The players who receive the nameplate will officially start the live broadcast of the entire league. Looking forward to it. It's another year of big dungeons. It's not that I don't want to enter the big dungeons, but watching the War of the Gods is more cost-effective. Let me see which teams will participate this time. The wide-angle lens has already scanned the shuttles of Chiyan, Chen family, and Hua family. Look, another shuttle has arrived. It seems to be Shadow. I heard that the entire Shadow team almost lost in a frozen canyon before. The forums were saying that the Shadow team might disappear from the scene, but I didn't expect that they could make a comeback in this big dungeon. I have a friend in Shadow. I heard that Shadow had an unexpected big harvest this time. Not only did the team's combat power upgrade, but they also recruited several powerful ability users. No matter how big the harvest is, Can it have the strength and foundation accumulated by Chiyan in the 3 years of big dungeons before? Chiyan is very strong, but don't you think Chiyan has been slacking off as the number 1 for too long? I've seen that Chiyan's captain Shinkei hasn't appeared yet. As Chiyan's popularity increased, all cameras were focused on Chiyan. As the teammates in front of him received their identity badges, it was Wuyue's turn. When the message Chiyan Wuyue, no mental power popped up, no mental power? Am I blind? No mental power. Now anyone can represent Chiyan to participate in the dungeon? What does Chiyan think of such an important place as the dungeon? Is he fooling us ability users? Haha, I can do it even if I don't have mental power. The camera flying in the air was almost directly hitting Wuyue's face. Wuyue raised her face and waved to the camera with a big smile. Hello everyone. Although she looks as calm as an old dog, her calves are actually trembling. But she is now representing Chiyan, so she must be dignified. She must not be stage frightened. She must not embarrass the team. Wuyue is full of energy, and she can withstand such a close-up 360-degree lens without blind spots. In the dull end of the world, her eyes are full of light for life. The barrage of comments that were originally full of resentment suddenly changed the subject. Chapter 70. Such a lovely sister, you are not allowed to scold her. If you want to scold her, scold me. Without mental power, my sister must have other strengths. Those who scold her are all weak-guarded dogs, right? I am not saying bad things about Chiyan. The captain did not show up, and took ordinary people to fight. It seems that it is time to change the first place. Jietchen frowned. Shinkei has not arrived yet? Jian Suiyu glanced at the communicator. He was blocked by his family on the way, so let us go in first without waiting for him. He will definitely catch up with us before the dungeon gate closes. Everyone nodded. Let's go. Wuyue blinked in surprise. It seems that Chiyan's people really trust Shin Quebec. They are not afraid of mistakes in such an important occasion. However, Wuyue frowned. Once you enter this dungeon, you will reach the other side by water by boat. Each team has only one boat. If they leave by boat, how will Shinkei reach the shore? Wuyue suggested. Why don't we wait for the captain? Jian Suiyu smiled. It's okay, trust Shinkei. However, in order to avoid accidents. Jian Suiyu looked at Zhou Jiangwo. Uncle Zhou, please wait for Shinkei here. Zhang Peng, come with us into the dungeon. Zhou Jiangwo, I'm here, don't worry. Zhang Peng was racking his brains to think of how to squeeze someone out to enter the dungeon, but he didn't expect that Shinkei's lateness would bring him an unexpected gain. He quickly agreed, okay. Through the huge and heavy dungeon door, the world in the dungeon appeared before everyone's eyes. This is a river beach, with rowboats parked one after another on the river beach, and a fisherman's daughter standing on each rowboat. Each fisherman's daughter wore the same outfit, with a mask-like smile that never changed, and looked eerie. Sir, would you like to take a boat? The Hua family, which arrived the fastest, had all boarded the boat and slowly set off to the sound of the fisherman's daughter's faint singing. From a distance, Wuyue saw a figure surrounded and protected by many people in the middle of the boat. As expected, it was the distinguished S-level healing psychic Yana. The first 2 days of exploring the plot in the big dungeon, during which the ghosts in the dungeon will not take the initiative to attack, is the best time to explore the plot. The big dungeon has a ghost story as the main line of the entire dungeon, and the team that first grasps the main plot will gain the upper hand. So now, all teams are rushing to go ashore to look for clues as soon as possible. Following behind the Hua family team is the Chen family team. The figure of Chen Yuanlang, the dude, is not seen. The leader is Chen Yuanchao, the eldest son of the Chen family. Seeing that the 2 boats were already racing against time to set off, the tense atmosphere was about to explode. Zhang Peng urged, shall we go too? The river is so wide that there are a total of 4 boats parked, which is exactly the number of participating teams. After they left, Zhang Peng didn't believe that Shinkei still had the ability to reach the other side. Unless he dared to swim across, however, the gloomy and unfathomable river water was obviously the forbidden area of the entire dungeon. If Shinkei was not afraid of death, he could give it a try. What? If Shinkei doesn't come, you won't even dare to get on the boat? Shinxingxi's voice suddenly sounded. Wuyue turned her head, and happened to see the shadow that had undergone a major change. The prototype of the shadow of the future has already been seen at this moment. Except for Shinxingxi and Suimo, they have successfully absorbed new teammates. All of them are S-level, with super abilities. Wu Cheng rolled his eyes. Are you okay? You will die if you don't touch our captain, right? Even if Chiyan is the last one to start, he can still get first place. Don't come to seek a sense of existence. Go wherever you want. Shinxingxi sneered disdainfully. I hope you can still maintain your arrogance when Chiyan loses the first place. Wu Chong was so angry that his face puffed up instantly. Wu Yu, I hope Shadow can get the first place once before saying such harsh words, instead of just empty words and carnival in the brain. Shin Qingxi's eyes scraped towards Wu Yu like a knife, but when he saw her face, he was stunned for a while. You are Wu Yu? Brother Qingxi, let's set off quickly. Suemo didn't want the two to contact each other, and urged repeatedly. Shin Qingxi looked at Wu Yu deeply, then turned around and left with Shadow. Now, Chiyan was the only one left on the entire river bank. Zhang Peng looked anxious. Deputy Captain, the 3 teams ahead have all left. If we don't leave, we will lose. Richard glanced at him. Although the beginning of the big dungeon is important, the absolute suppression of firepower in the later stage is more important. Even if they hold the answer directly in their hands, they still can't beat them. Jiechen and Fu Yanqi simply meditated on the spot, chanting sutras and practicing Taoism, without any panic or anxiety about the situation in front of them. Sir, are you going to take the boat? Seeing that Chiyan's men were not getting on board, the only fisherwoman kept urging them. Wu Yu, she must be eager to get off work. Wu Chong, Wu Yu looked at Wu Chong. I negotiate with her. If she's willing to rent the entire boat to us, we can get off work on the spot. Zhang Peng sneered. Huh, you're really capable. You don't think we can row this boat and reach the other side safely, do you? Wu Yu was surprised. Of course I don't think so. Why do you think so? Zhang Peng, you are so stupid. Using your brain is not suitable for you. Have you ever heard of a saying? Zhang Peng, what? Wu Yu, when you think, God laughs. Zhang Peng, Damn it. Wu Yu took out an old-fashioned radio and clicked the play button. The song played was the song of the fishing girl who had just rowed away. Zhang Peng was shocked. When did you record it? Wu Yu was puzzled. You recorded it right after entering the dungeon. Is it annoying to enter the dungeon without working? Zhang Peng, He felt Wu Yu was hinting at him. Wu Yu gave every team member present except Zhang Peng a copy of the fisherwoman's song she recorded, just like giving cookies to children. Wu Yu, within 2 days, with this, you can safely travel back and forth in the water by boat. Taking a rowboat and hearing the fisherwoman's song, I think this is the condition for safely passing this river. No need to think about it. This is it. In the previous life, the Chen family team personally tested it with the lives of their team members. Zhang Peng was annoyed. Why do they have it, but not mine? Wu Yu blinked and covered her mouth suddenly. But you are a distinguished healer. How can you act alone? Besides, you must be busy healing your teammates. How can you be distracted to take such sundries? Leave this rough work to me. Zhang Peng said angrily. Even if you are right, the fisherman's daughter is an important NPC boss in the early stage. How could she lend you a rowing boat so easily? Wu Yu smiled mysteriously, her eyebrows curved. It's not up to you whether to lend it or not. We wait and see. Chapter 71. Oh my god, is Chiyan crazy? He actually went into the dungeon and confronted the fisherman's daughter. Isn't this courting death? No one with a brain would do this. Don't you think you are so smart? You really do everything to gain a sense of presence. Hee, the captain hasn't arrived yet, so we have to lose a team member first. I have already anticipated Chiyan's ending this time. Wu Chong was a little worried. Yeah? Is it too dangerous? Wu Yu, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Wu Yu walked to the fisherman's daughter. The closer she got to her, the more she could see her face was pale, and her smile was stiff and weird, as if her whole face was sewn up with needles. Her eyes had no black and white pupils, only a whole piece of blood. Sir, are you taking a boat? Wu Yu shook her head. The fisherman's daughter's tone was gloomy and terrifying. Sir, are you looking for death? As soon as this sentence came out, Jiechen, who was still meditating next to him, opened his eyes instantly. Wu Chong, who was standing on the side, was also ready to go. Wu Yu seemed to not notice the fisherwoman's weirdness at all, and said calmly, We want to borrow the boat, can we? The fisherwoman stared at Wu Yu, and just when everyone thought she would definitely attack Wu Yu, she suddenly smiled sinisterly. Yes, but we need 30 fish a day to borrow the boat, and they must be fish from our Diha River. Borrowing a boat for 30 fish a day, Diha River, Wu Yu wrote these two down. Wu Yu nodded. Okay, I'll be back soon. As he said that, Wu Yu turned and walked towards the river bank. The fisherwoman stared at Wu Yu's back and suddenly said, Sir, I will only wait for you until dark. After dark, even I dare not cross the river by boat. Another message. After dark, you cannot cross the river by boat. Wu Yu smiled. Okay, thank you for reminding me. Seeing that this person and this ghost could communicate so normally, Zhang Peng suspected that he had been possessed. No, this is all right. Zhang Peng, why didn't she kill you? He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Wu Yu glanced at him. This is a plot dungeon. The ghosts won't attack actively in the first 2 days. It's easy to understand, isn't it? Zhang Peng's face turned green with anger. Wu Chong looked curious. Wow, I didn't expect it to be like this. We used to kill and kill all the way. In fact, in the previous life, plot dungeons had always taken the route of killing and killing under the influence of Chiyan, but in the last 2 years, people gradually discovered that the ghosts in the plot dungeons actually had certain communication abilities, and they all had their own simple side quests. Wu Yu was now using the method of solving the problem 10 years later to infer the answer. Fortunately, she succeeded by accident. Wu Yu, I'm just lucky. Wu Chong was very excited. I'm free anyway, let me go fishing with you. Wu Yu shook her head. Don't come over, the water in the river is likely to be highly poisonous. It's best not to get close. Then, in the puzzled eyes of everyone, Wu Yu took out a huge fully automatic long-distance fishing net. Zhang Peng was stunned. Why did you bring this in? Wu Yu, Uncle Zhou told me that there will be a wild survival part in the dungeon every year. Look, isn't this just for use? The fishing net is huge. It can easily catch 100 fish, not to mention 30. Jietchen took the fishing net from Wu Yu. Give it to me. You don't have enough strength. Wu Yu handed over the fishing net and started to dig in the space again. Then, there was a handful of bloody and smelly intestines, which looked like the intestines of a strange beast. Zhang Peng pinched his nose and jumped aside. What the hell is this? It's so disgusting. Wu Yu was speechless. How can you attract the fish to gather together without bait? Or you can sacrifice yourself and run into the river. Zhang Peng ran to the side. I don't want to. Throwing the intestines into the river, the stench drifted away, and soon the quiet water surface began to ripple. Chiyan and his group looked at the water surface intently, and saw many white fish as big as normal piglets swimming from the bottom of the river. These white fish were not in a hurry at all, and all floated over leisurely with their bellies turned upside down. Their leisurely appearance made people want to find a class for them. Zhang Peng watched for a while, and didn't expect that Wu Yu would actually attract fish, so he couldn't help but look out. Fu Yanqi's voice sounded lazily. It is said that there is a kind of water ghost that will disguise itself as a fish and float on the shore to lure curious and greedy humans to approach. Once humans go into the water, these water ghosts will stretch out their claws hidden under the fish and pull people into the water. When humans go ashore again, they have already been replaced by water ghosts. The trapped souls will quietly wait for the arrival of the next human. Zhang Peng felt a chill on the back of his neck. He looked at the white fish again. They were no longer as cute and plump as before. The eyes of each fish were blue, blinking like human eyes, and their bodies were dark and unclear, as if they were hiding claws and fangs. When they stared at him, it seemed as if there was a magic that was tempting him. Come on, come on. Under such temptation, Zhang Peng could not help but walk towards the river. As he was about to step into the river, the white fish changed their lazy appearance before, and excitedly jumped up and down in the river to catch Zhang Peng. Seeing the white fish finally gathered together, Wu Yu said, Jietchen now. With a bang, Jietchen pressed the button of the fishing net, and the huge fishing net was thrown out, catching all the hundreds of fish in front of him. When Jietchen dragged all the fish ashore, everyone was shocked to find that these fish actually all had legs, which could be freely retracted under the abdomen, switching back and forth between swimming and crawling. Jian Suiyu, it seems that these fish will come ashore as long as the conditions are met. Richard looked at the vast river. How many such fish are there in this river? Jian Suiyu shook his head. I don't know, but there are thousands if not tens of thousands. As soon as the fish came ashore, Zhang Peng suddenly came to his senses, and saw the white fish that looked like bullfrogs close at hand. He screamed, just now, these fish were tempting me. They wanted to lure me into the river. Wu Yu, are you tempted? TSK. After being single for a long time, even bullfrogs look handsome. Zhang Peng, He felt that there might be no other trader who lived a more miserable life than him. The white fish that were pulled ashore began to cry like babies because of dehydration. These cries were very harsh and directly affected the consciousness. After a while, Wu Yu felt a headache and nausea and wanted to retch. Richard frowned. Wu Yu can't listen to this sound too much. Her mental strength is too low, and it may damage her brain stem. Jietchen walked towards the fisherman's daughter with the fish in his hand and put his hands together. Donor, the fish you want. Only to see these white fish that were screaming just now. Once they were in the hands of the fisherman's daughter, they immediately became quiet and dared not say a word. Each one of them blinked obediently like a mouse seeing a cat. Wu Yu felt much better immediately. She asked the fisherman's daughter, "How many days can we rent the boat for?" The fisherman's daughter smiled with satisfaction. "Yes, with these fish, my mother's illness can be cured. I am in a good mood, so I will give you this boat. By the way, I only need the meat of these fish, and the white pearls in the fish's belly will be the return gift. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, you will come to the east of the river village to find me. The one with fish hanging all over the yard is my house. I will not wait for you later." After that, the fisherman's daughter grabbed the fish in one hand, stepped onto a small boat, and left leisurely. Chapter 72. I feel like a dog now. I can only shout awesome all the time. I've never seen a dungeon like this. Chiyan, incredible. Look at that fisherwoman who just carried a fish in one hand and rowed the boat with one hand. I won't believe this is a boss. Did Wiyue trigger the legendary dungeon main plot? My god, it's unheard of. Now Chiyan has got the boat, but there is a more urgent situation before them. The sun was setting in the west, and it was about to get dark. Jian Suiyu glanced at the sky. Everyone board the boat and prepared to cross the river. Wu Chong was anxious. What about the captain? Jian Suiyu laughed horribly. He said he could make it. If he can't, he deserves to be fed to the fish. Everyone boarded the boat with worry. Zhang Peng was worried on the surface, but smiling in his heart. He was not a good person. After boarding the boat, Jiachen rowed the boat, and Wiyue played the singing of the boatwoman in all 4 directions of the boat. Sure enough, when they heard the singing, the fish hiding in the river turned around and left. Among them, Wiyue even saw a white fish that was 10 times bigger than the fish they had caught before. The eyes of the big white fish were bigger than human eyes, and there was a chill in the shadows. Just a quick glance, Wiyue felt a stinging pain in his temple. Richard, Wiyue, don't look at these fish. The mental power of these fish is at least C or above, and the big ones can even reach A+, which is very dangerous. Wiyue nodded yes. As the boat slowly moved away from the river bank, the sun was also setting rapidly. Jian Suiyu kept looking westwards. Suddenly he frowned. Jiachen, speed up. Time in this dungeon flows faster after dusk. At the current speed, we can't reach the other side before dark. Jiachen, who had been thinking about rowing while waiting for Shinkei, had to grit his teeth and speed up. Wu Chong looked at the river bank worriedly. What's wrong with the captain? Seeing the river bank getting farther and farther away from them, it gradually disappeared from the end of their sight. Wiyue suddenly saw a black figure appear on the river bank, and she raised her voice suddenly. Look! Wu Chong wanted to jump up on the boat. Captain! It's the captain! He's finally here! What should we do now? Should we go back to pick him up? Jian Suiyu shook his head. No, it's too late to pick him up in the first place, and it's even more late to pick him up. Richard and Fu Yanqi stood up at the same time. Let's go pick him up. Jian Suiyu frowned. How are you going to pick him up? Get into the water? It's getting dark soon. Even if you have a strong fortress, you can't withstand the river water and the water ghosts in it. Fu Yanqi said indifferently. It's just a matter of exploding a few pieces of armor. Richard nodded. Yes. We can't let that kid be abandoned on the shore and cry, right? Zhang Peng fanned the flames. It's too dangerous. How about we come to pick up the captain tomorrow? He thought happily. When the tide rises at night, the river bank will be flooded by the river water, and Shinkei will not die. Wiyue blinked, seeing the tense atmosphere. She raised her hand to ask for the floor. Actually, I brought some stuff that should help the captain get on the boat. Everyone looked at her. Wiyue cautiously took a half step back. You guys didn't bring anything? Uncle Joe said that the situation in the dungeon is ever-changing, so you have to be fully prepared. I brought a drone, a surfing pedal, and dismantled an old shuttle engine that can be used to modify the boat to speed up. My idea is to use the drone to give the surfing pedal to the captain, modify the rowing boat, and speed up the captain so that he can catch up with us. 3 seconds after he finished speaking, everyone was as quiet as a chicken. Wiyue was depressed. Is it my idea that doesn't work? Okay. Jian Suiyu, take out the things, and according to my simulation, it can be done. Wiyue quickly took out all the things from the space, the drone and the surf pedal. These two were pretty good, but when they saw the engine, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Zhang Peng, how did you think of bringing this? Wiyue neatly attached the surfing pedal to the drone and controlled it to take off, quickly and accurately without any unnecessary movements. She calmly flew the drone towards the river bank. When I was in shadow, I flew too many old planes, and there were always some minor problems. I habitually brought spare parts. Watching Wiyue operate the drone like a fighter jet, it drew a lightning in the air and landed steadily in front of Shinkei. Shinkei, who was standing alone on the river bank, raised his head in surprise and looked into the distance. Wu Chong waved his hand vigorously at him. Captain, Hurry up and use the surfboard. Wu Yu came to the stern and pressed the engine to the stern of the rowing boat. Countless white fish jumped excitedly, trying to bite her, but were shot down by Fu Yanqi and Richard. 7 seconds. Wu Yu only took 7 seconds? The time it took for the fish to turn around, to complete the engine installation. 7 seconds? The rowing boat was transformed into a speedboat. She turned her head and looked at Jietchen. All right. Zhang Peng collapsed. No, Wu Yu, what did you do in shadow before? How can someone install an engine in 7 seconds? Wu Yu turned her head to look at Zhang Peng and said calmly, what are you doing? What can I do with my lack of mental power? I am just a frontline cannon fodder. Zhang Peng, frontline cannon fodder. Frontline cannon fodder can change the engine in 7 seconds. Will anyone believe it if I tell them? Wu Yu smiled. Why not? When you have a monster chasing you, and its teeth have already touched your brain, you may be faster than me. Ignoring Zhang Peng, who fell silent for a moment, Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu, Deputy Captain. Everything is ready. Jian Suiyu said, the moment the engine is turned on, the huge thrust will inevitably cause the boat to tilt and capsize. Except for Wu Yu, who was operating the direction, all the others stood on the bow to press the weight. Wu Yu, start the engine. Facing the white fish that was close to her and opened its claws, Wu Yu turned on the engine without blinking or hesitation. Bang! With a sound, the boat instantly made a beautiful spin in the water 5 meters away. The white fish was sprayed 10 meters away by the exhaust gas of the engine, biting a mouthful of air, and its mouth and stomach were not even in balance. As soon as Shinkei stepped on the surfboard, he was pulled out by a huge force. The huge power of the engine allowed him to cross the river on the surfboard. After a brief panic, Shinkei quickly mastered his balance, and even used the long knife in his hand to cut down the white fish that jumped up and intended to attack him while surfing. Shinkei took a deep breath and sighed. Which genius came up with this idea? It's really exciting. Chapter 73. I can't take my eyes off Chiyan. Compared to Chiyan's ups and downs, the other 3 teams are so dull that I can't get interested at all. Surfing in a poisonous river full of ghosts, damn, there is nothing cooler than this. From now on, I officially join the moon worship cult, and become a loyal believer of the moon worship cult. Interesting, really interesting. I thought Chiyan had been eliminated early. The big dungeon is really, you never know who the final winner is until the last second. Captain, look at the river. Shinxingxi looked towards the riverbed, and saw the rowing boat that looked like a speedboat and the black figure behind it. The whole atmosphere became gloomy. He had clearly spread the news to let the people of the family come to catch Shinkei, but he still got there. These useless people of the family sent 2 teams of people, and let Shinkei run away. It was really useless. Shinxingxi used his eyes to signal his teammates to shut up. Let's go help them. The rules say that you can't kill or injure people, but they are going to kill ghosts, so it doesn't count as a violation of the rules. Chiyan is Shadow's rival for the championship. In this doomsday, success or failure is the only thing that matters. The distance that would normally take a rowing boat about 40 minutes to reach can now be reached in less than 10 minutes at the speed of a speedboat. Seeing the river bank approaching, everyone in Chiyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wu Chong could even wave his arms and chat with Shinkei remotely. Captain, we're almost there. But Shinkei had a small problem. He found that something was wrong with his surfboard. The corrosiveness of the poisonous river and the bite of the white fish made his surfboard unable to hold up. Wu Chong, yeah, can you go faster? I think the captain is in trouble. Jian Suiyu, the surfboard is about to break, but if we speed up, the boat may break. Jietchen sneered at the shore. Everyone, there are guests. If we don't speed up, let alone the boat and surfboard, we will all have to go into the river to feed the fish. Chiyan looked at the shore and saw that Shadow, led by Shinxingxi, came to the shore and took the initiative to attack the dormant white fish in the river. Shinxingxi increased the attack. The movement on the shore attracted a large number of white fish in the river. If this continues, even if they have the recording of the fisherman's daughter, they will not be able to penetrate the white fish and successfully reach the shore. Zhang Peng frantically released negative emotions in an attempt to shake the morale of the army. What should we do? If this continues, we will all die in the river. Wu Yu blinked, unable to understand why her teammates were so impetuous. Wu Yu, I just said it, this is the engine of the shuttle. Everyone looked at her in confusion. Only Jian Suiyu suddenly widened his eyes. You mean? Wu Yu nodded, and she suddenly pushed the engine switch to the highest equivalent. Suddenly, the whole river was gusting with wind. In the astonishment of countless people, the rowing boat took off into the air and flew away from the water. The hurricane caused by the rotation of the engine seemed to hit the face of every psychic present. Pia Pia Pia? Wu Yu looked at the team leaders on the boat and the shore who were dumbfounded, and Shinkei who was hanging alone in the air holding a rope, and said earnestly, "When you are exercising your mental power, try to get in touch with some cutting-edge technology of the times. Otherwise, what you say and do will be embarrassing, like a bumpkin." After saying this in an unfathomable way, Wu Yu's little bear threw a set of punches and danced proudly. "Finally, I have a chance to teach these psychics a lesson. It's awesome." Watching Chiyan's ship land from the air, Shadow wasted a lot of firepower to attack by you. Shinjingzi gritted his teeth fiercely. "Let's go!" When he turned around, there was a strange sound in the air. He looked around vigilantly. The law enforcement team issued a verbal warning to Shadow Shinjingzi. A majestic voice came, and until the voice completely dissipated in the air, Shinjingzi couldn't even determine where the law enforcer was. Now, Shinjingzi's already livid face turned completely black. The rowboat landed, and Shinkei, who had been fed by the northwest wind in the air, finally landed. So far, all the members of Chiyan have arrived. This was the first time Wu Yu saw Shinkei in person. She only saw Shinkei wrapped in a huge black cloak with the Chiyan team logo tattooed on his back. Shinkei was tall and slender, estimated to be 188 centimeters tall, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. But Wu Yu was surprised to find that Shinkei's slightly exposed eyes and hair were all silver white. Silver white hair, silver white eyelashes, and even his pupils were pure white. Shinkei looked like God forgot to color him. Sensing Wu Yu's gaze, Shinkei tilted his head and looked at her. He raised his hand and greeted, "Hello, are you my neighbor who raises chickens? Was all this your idea just now?" Shinkei's voice sounded very young, even younger than Jian Suiyu, with the texture of a boy's voice. Wu Yu nodded, "Yeah." Shinkei's voice was full of laughter. "You are really amazing, with a quick mind, and you are a rare talent type in Chiyan. With your joining, Chiyan will definitely get better and better." Shinkei was like a leader who was used to making big promises and flattering others, which made Wu Yu feel a little embarrassed. With the affirmation of the leader, the small worker Wu Yu worked harder. She was busy checking the rowing boat, and when she found that the rowing boat was damaged due to the impact of the engine, she immediately took out a small hammer to repair the hull. Zhang Peng secretly glanced at Shinkei, and met Shinkei's accurate and cold gaze. He shrank his head, and came to Wu Yu's side. "Just kidding, this is Chiyan's Captain Shin Quebec. I always feel that I am running naked just by looking at him." In comparison, Wu Yu, who always confronts him, makes him feel stable and at ease. Hiss. Hearing Wu Yu's low cry, Zhang Peng immediately straightened his clothes proudly. "Are you injured? But I won't treat you casually." Wu Yu drooped her face and urged Zhang Peng run faster. Zhang Peng sneered, but his feet were walking honestly. "How dare you order me?" I said. "I won't do it casually." Wu Yu looked at the small cut on his hand caused by the wooden thorn and interrupted him. "Otherwise my wound would have healed." Zhang Peng suddenly stopped and trembled with anger. "Wu Yu. Kill you. Sooner or later, I will kill you." After repairing the rowboat, Wu Yu put it into the space. Jian Suiyu glanced sideways. The boat can be put into the space, but the points have not increased. It seems that this boat can only be used in the dungeon, and is an important prop. "Richard, let's find a place to build a base first." Wu Cheng sighed. "It's all the captain's fault. We came so late. The good places must have been occupied by other teams." Shinkei threw a small stone at him. "Shut up. Don't talk about me." In the direction of the team in the distant woods, lights have been lit. We found that these teams all chose locations away from the water source. They were all afraid of unknown creatures in the water. Unintentionally, none of the teams chose to enter the village on the river island. Chapter 74. Alliance World Government. The old man in a suit returned to the office and asked the secretary beside him, "Is the dungeon open?" Secretary: "Yes, Secretary General." Zhou Qianfeng: "What teams are there this time?" Secretary: "Chiyan, Chen family, Hua family Shadow." Zhou Qianfeng: "Chiyan has been ranked first for 3 consecutive years, and is very powerful." The secretary's expression drifted for a moment. "Yes." Zhou Qianfeng tilted his head. "Your expression, as if you have something to say?" Secretary: "Please watch the VCR." The live broadcast camera holographic projection, Chiyan and his group appeared in front of Zhou Qianfeng. "Wu Yu, why don't we go into the village?" Zhang Peng felt like he was listening to a big joke. "Are you crazy? You don't think that if the fisherman's daughter is willing to lend you the boat, all the NPCs in the dungeon will listen to you, right? If you go into the village so dark now, you won't be afraid of being eaten by ghosts in the middle of the night." In the previous life, Wu Yu was eaten by ghosts. Zhang Peng spoke without restraint. causing Wu Yu to instantly frown and show murderous intent. She said in a deep voice. The fisherwoman said before that she didn't dare to take a boat on the river at night, which means that the white fish in the river will become extremely ferocious and attack indiscriminately at night. Later, the fisherwoman mentioned that her mother was sick and only the meat of white fish could cure her. It fully shows that in this dungeon, the white fish and the ghosts in the village are in a mutually restrained relationship. The ghosts in the village can move freely during the day, but at night, even the powerful fisherwoman is anxious to go home. Guess why? You don't think she's just afraid that the white fish in the water will become ferocious, right? Wu Chong blinked. Why is that? Jian Sui Yu, it's very likely that the white fish will come ashore at night and become extremely strong under the influence of the night. Zhang Peng's eyes widened instantly. Come ashore? Fu Yinqi's voice was faint. Imagine that you sleep in a tent at a temporary base until midnight, and when you open your eyes, a white fish with legs is looking at you with a pair of eyes exactly like a human's. Zhang Peng imagined it and shuddered all over. No matter how many words of resistance he had, he would hold them back. He was a principled trader, and his temporary agreement was to better understand the enemy in the future. Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu, who was lowering her head. Everyone, get ready to enter the village. Approaching the village, everyone found that dark red lanterns were hung everywhere in the village, and the whole village exuded a terrifying and weird atmosphere under the reflection of the red lanterns. The 2 red lanterns at the entrance of the village were particularly large, and the village sign read, Brain-Eating Village. Zhang Peng shivered. Brain-Eating Village? What good village would be called Brain-Eating Village? Are we really going in? Instead of having my brain eaten, I think it's less scary to be watched by a long-legged fish sleeping. Jian Sui Yu. Before the end of the world, there was a kind of brain-eating worm, a kind of parasite, mostly found in remote villages near rivers. It is said that after the brain-eating worm eats the human brain, it will completely control the human consciousness. The brain-eating worm grows in the human brain and can have an IQ of nearly 10-year-old children. Brain-eating worms are transmitted through blood contact. Tiny eggs only need an opportunity to swim and thrive in human blood. After entering the village, protect yourself and don't get hurt. Blood transmission. Wu Yu subconsciously rubbed her fingertips, and there was a slight pain from the place where she was just pierced by the thorns. Chiyan and the others came to the village sign and suddenly heard a strange voice. Everyone, are you here for tourism? The man dressed as a villager approached with a strange smile, like the fisherman's daughter, his mouth exaggeratedly grinning to his ears, and his excessive hospitality was tempting. We have a single-family courtyard specially prepared for farmhouses. Everything is ready in the courtyard. You can move in with your luggage. Zhang Peng trembled. How can such a good thing happen? Are they going to trick us into going in and make us a fool? The villager suddenly shut his mouth, and his normal black pupils turned into a terrifying vertical line, which looked like a worm twisting. Brain-Eating Village does not welcome tourists with dishonest hearts. Seeing that the villagers were about to leave, Wu Yu directly took out 2 large nets of fish from the space. This was the leak she took when the kind-hearted people of Shadow gathered the fish together just now. 1 net of fish can make the fisherman's daughter send the boat, and 2 large nets of fish will surely make this villager change his attitude. Wu Yu, sorry, our friends don't use their brains when they go out. A small gift as an apology. The villager sneered. No matter what you give me, it's actually 2 big nets of river salamanders. The villager, who was originally arrogant, changed his face in an instant. Seeing these 2 big fish, his mouth was no longer cracked, and his eyes returned to normal. He looked at Wu Yu as if he was looking at the sponsor, the god of wealth. The fly rubbed his hands like a dog, and his eyes couldn't help looking at these fish. Dear tourists, follow me. Under the guidance of the villagers, Chiyan and his group entered the brain-eating village safely. The villagers took them to a small courtyard. It was just as the villager said, a separate courtyard, clean and tidy. The villager said, there are 3 single rooms in the courtyard, enough for the 8 of you. With these river salamanders, you can stay as long as you want, hee. As he said that, the villagers looked at the fish in Wu Yu's hand with a greedy look. Wu Yu shook the fish in his hand and smiled. Brother, I have something else to ask you. Villager, ask me anything, I tell you everything I know. Wu Yu, how many years has it been since the brain-eating village was established? Villager, 18 years. When they heard 18 years, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. In 18 years, it seems that the villagers here have long been controlled by the brain-eating bugs. Since that's the case, we can't trust everything the villagers say. Jian Sui used his ability on the villager. Does Big Brother have a child? The villager smiled and nodded. Yes, the child is 15 years old. Identified as Li Jian Sui, you remain calm. There are still many people in the village, right? Villager, yes. We live together, we are from the same village, we help each other. Identified as True Chiyan Suiyu, the village is remote, it must be difficult for you to make a living. The villager's eyes flashed with a strange color. Originally, we made a living by fishing, everything was fine, until that thing in the river. Identified as Truth, the villager suddenly stopped talking. Chiyan Suiyu asked, what's in the river? The villager's eyes became cold. Nothing. Everyone in the village is living well. Everyone should go to bed early. Identified as like carrying 2 bags of river salamanders. No matter what Chiyan's people asked, the villager said nothing and turned around and left. Chapter 75. After the villagers left, Chiyan Suiyu looked at everyone. What he said about having a child was a lie. It seems that after being eaten by brain-eating worms, they can no longer reproduce. The Zerg have the instinct to reproduce. So the fisherman's daughter will appear on the river bank and constantly lead people to the river island. Richard nodded. Indeed, I didn't feel any fluctuations in his consciousness. The existence of brain-eating worms has completely devoured his own consciousness. Chiyan, didn't you say that he only has the IQ of a 10-year-old? Richard, over the years, the brain-eating worms must have been strengthened. What's more, they also eat fish, and the bottom river giant salamanders make them evolve continuously. Combining all the clues now, you tried to deduce the entire dungeon storyline. The original village suffered a catastrophic disaster because of the brain-eating worms. After the order was restored, the unknown ghosts in the bottom river brought the bottom river giant salamanders. The bottom river giant salamanders frightened the brain-eating worms, but also made them evolve. The giant salamanders can cure sick brain-eating worms. The two seem to be in a balance of power, but in fact they are in a vassal relationship. The brain-eating worm is a vassal of the giant salamander, which is the basis for the brain-eating worm to survive without the existence of new parasites. Shinkei nodded in appreciation. It's great, the logic is tight, there is no loophole. Zhang Peng was shocked and couldn't help but say sourly, what's the point of saying this? When the time comes, we will have to fight with real swords and guns. You have no mental power, and can't even look at a white fish. Do you know that the plot will allow you to kill the brain-eating worm and the giant salamander? Wu Chong rolled his eyes. What do you care? Why are you so talkative? Will you die if you don't talk? Yaya is amazing, 100 times more amazing than you, 8,000 times more amazing. Wu thinks that Wu Chong might be her toxic fan. She sprays everyone she catches. However, Wu nodded. Zhang Peng, you are right. Knowing the plot can't help me kill insects and fish. But do you want to know what weaknesses of brain-eating worms and giant salamanders can be deduced from these plots? Zhang Peng couldn't help but stretch his neck, waiting for Wu Yu, the fool, to tell him the clues, and then he would find a way to tell Shin Qingxi as soon as possible. Wu Yu saw through Zhang Peng's thoughts at a glance. She smiled. I won't tell you. Zhang Peng shocked. Damn it! Are you angry? I piss you off. Chiyan Suiyu, it's already late today. The dungeon is still long. You need to get enough rest in the early stage to cope with the high-intensity battle later. I looked at the 3 rooms, 2 big and 1 small. Wu Yu lives in the small room alone, and the 7 of us will squeeze into the remaining 2 big rooms. Zhang Peng was unwilling. Why should Wu Yu live in 1 room by herself? How can the 7 of us squeeze into 2 rooms? There is no room at all. Chiyan sneered. You are a man too? He was fussy all the way. If you don't want to kill yourself, even if you are Wu Yu's sister, you can live in the same room with her. Wu Yu looked disgusted. Disgusting? Zhang Peng. No, who are you disgusted with? She walked directly into the largest room. This room has the largest partition, and it can be opened up to another room. As she said that, Wu Yu took out many things from the space. She made partitions on the wall, and drew curtains to divide a large room into 2, then hammered nails, and twisted hemp ropes to set up a tent, and put sleeping bags. The whole action was done in one go, and it was so skillful that no one present here, who had not been a wild man for at least 10 years, would believe it. After finishing the work, before finally entering the tent, Wu Yu politely said goodbye to everyone. Thank you for your hard work, I will sleep first. Finally, the 3 rooms were allocated to Chiyan Suiyu and Shinkei, Wu Chong and Fu Yanqi, Chiyan, Richard and Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng didn't even dare to take out the communicator specially used for sending messages, let alone to inform Shadow. He was afraid that Chiyan would turn his head away in the next second, and Richard would shatter his mental core. In the middle of the night, Wu Yu was awakened by a scream in the distance. She jumped up, confused for a second, and opened the tent like a bean worm. What's wrong? Shinkei, who was standing by the window, glanced at her. Nothing, you continue to sleep. Wu Yu nodded blankly. Oh. Just as she was about to go back, Wu Yu suddenly shuddered and looked around. There were only her and Shinkei in the room. Where's the deputy captain? Shinkei, he went outside to investigate the situation, don't worry. Wu Yu okay? No one spoke, and the night was particularly quiet. Wu Yu was like a child who had a guest at home, but no adults were around, fidgeting, at a loss, and rubbing her hands awkwardly. Even if Zhang Peng slept in this room, it would be fine. Why did it have to be the captain? Wu, deputy captain, when can you come back? Seeing Wu Yu's embarrassment, Shinkei simply said, go back to sleep. You don't have to worry about these. Wu Yu hesitantly went back, okay, then captain, you should also go to bed early. By the way, Wu Yu. When Wu Yu heard Shinkei calling her, she suddenly stopped while trying to get back. What's wrong? Shinkei, according to the plot, what are the weaknesses of the brain-eating worm and the giant salamander? Can you tell me? Wu Yu nodded quickly, of course. She moved closer to Shinkei, covered her mouth with her hand, and lowered her voice. The weakness of the brain-eating worm is easy to guess. It's nothing more than the body cannot be damaged, let alone sick, which is the most fatal to the parasite. Without the parasite, no matter how strong the parasite is, it will die. As for the giant salamanders, guess why they can go ashore at night but not into the village? Is it because they really don't want to eat the brain-eating worms? Definitely not, I guess. It's because there are things around the brain-eating village that the giant salamanders are afraid of and dare not approach. This is the same reason as, within 10 meters of a sleeping dragon, there must be a phoenix chick. Shinkei looked down at Wu Yu, who wondered why he didn't say anything. What's wrong? Captain, do you think what I said is wrong? Shinkei shook his head. No, what you said makes sense. Wu Yu was very happy to get the affirmation from the big boss of the group. Wu Yu, then I go to sleep. Just after taking 2 steps, there was another scream in the distance. This time, Wu Yu heard that the scream was from Su Mo. Wu Yu frowned. Shadow was attacked. The door was pushed open, and it was Jian Suiyu and others who went out to get information. Shinkei, what's going on outside? Jian Suiyu, using Wu Yu's drone, I saw that the 3 teams staying outside the village tonight were attacked by giant salamanders. These giant salamanders have grown in size since nightfall. The smallest ones are as big as dolphins, and the largest ones are like humpback whales. Those that came ashore were all small fish, but judging from the battles between the various teams and these giant salamanders, their skins are very hard and invulnerable. Shinkei, didn't you say they wouldn't attack actively in the past 2 days? Jian Suiyu nodded. They really won't attack actively, but these giant salamanders will catch people. There was an A-level psychic in the Hua family team who was captured and taken directly to the bottom of the river, and there was no trace of him anymore. Fu Yanqi yawned. This is a common way for water ghosts. If this spiritualist appears again tomorrow, it's hard to tell whether he is a human or a ghost. Jian Suiyu frowned. The most troublesome thing now is that the skin of these giant salamanders is too thick. Wu Yu blinked. The people in the brain-eating village eat fish meat. The fisherman's daughter asked me to go to her at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I just happened to ask her how to peel the fish skin. Zhang Peng sneered. You really take yourself seriously. Can the fisherman's daughter tell you? Jian Suiyu nodded. Thank you for your hard work tomorrow, Wu Yu. Be careful and stay safe. Jiechun, I go with you. Richard, I go too. Wu Cheng, then I go too. Zhang Peng, no one listens to him at all. He seems to be a very mean person. He is a man, not a mean person. Chapter 76. The next morning, the troops split into 2 groups. Wu Yu, Jiechun, Richard and Wu Cheng went to find the fisherman's daughter. Zhang Peng wanted to find out the secret of the giant salamander and report it, so he went with them. Shinkei, Jian Suiyu and Fu Yanqi went out of the village to find what Wu Yu guessed could be used to restrain the existence of giant salamanders around the village. At 8 o'clock in the morning, no more, no less, Wu Yu and his teammates appeared in front of the house with the most fish meat hanging on the east side. Wu Yu found that all the hanging giant salamanders had been skinned and hung under the eaves with their stomachs hollowed out. Judging from the quantity, it was the batch they caught yesterday. This fisherwoman was a skilled worker who could handle so many fish in one night. Seeing Wu Yu appear, the fisherwoman handed her a big sack. The sack looked gray, and there was nothing special on the surface. However, when Wu Yu opened the sack, her whole face was illuminated. Wu Cheng came forward and exclaimed, Wow, oh my god, it's a top-grade night-shining pearl. Even Jiechun and Richard raised their eyebrows. Yes, it's really rare. Zhang Peng didn't believe it at all. Ha, this group of Chiyan people are called the first team, but when they saw the pearls in the fish, they acted like bumpkins who had never seen the world. How could pearls and night-shining pearls be the same? there should be a limit to boasting, right? What good things can be put in such a broken bag? Zhang Peng approached with disdain, but when he saw the night shining pearls in the sack, he opened his mouth in shock. Damn! It's really an S+ top-level night shining pearl. One can cure all diseases in the body, and it's a S+ top-level night shining pearl that can kill people and turn bones into flesh. Could it be that all the giant salamanders in the entire river are filled with such night shining pearls? It is worthy of being an annual plot dungeon, and all of them are genuine good stuff. But that's not right. If Wu Yu has such a big bag of night shining pearls, what use is there for him? An A- healer. Chiyan, Wu Yu obtains 120 S+ top-level night shining pearls, and the effect of night shining pearls heals all external and internal injuries. Personal dungeon points increase by 12,000, and Chiyan team points increase by 12,000. Currently, Chiyan Wu Yu ranks first in the dungeon personal points list, and Chiyan team ranks first in the team points list. The system refreshed 3 times in a row, and the entire alliance was shocked. Am I blind? The first dungeon was actually taken by Chiyan, a person without psychic power? 12,000 points? She actually got 12,000 personal points right away. You should know that last year, Chiyan, as the first in the final total points, only got 80,000. It was only the second day of this dungeon, and this person without psychic power got 12,000 points by himself. This girl directly broke the records of the fastest single-player score, the highest single-player single-time score, and the fastest team score. Not only that, these data are all fake. Didn't you see it? When other teams were still busy with the night raid, Chiyan had already progressed in an orderly manner to the part where the fatal weakness of the goblins was about to be revealed. How could other teams play? It's impossible to catch up even barefoot. Xingxi gritted his teeth at the system prompt that popped up. He kept urging Zhang Peng, "What's going on with Chiyan? Give me news immediately, otherwise, you will never be able to return to Shadow." But he didn't get a reply for a long time. Xingxi was really biting his teeth. Xingxi looked at Qin Yuanshu in front of him. Chiyan has already taken the lead. You still want to compete with me? What your Qin family lacks most is healers. In recent years, because of the existence of Yaina, healers will take the initiative to join the Hua family. In the future, when the Fu family and the Hua family join forces, will there still be a place for your Qin family? Don't you want to take these night shining pearls and reverse the disadvantages of the Qin family year by year? Why don't we cooperate and split the night shining pearls in half? Chen Yuanchao, cooperation? How to cooperate? Xingxi narrowed his eyes dangerously. Since Chiyan can enter this brain-eating village, why can't we? Chen Yuanchao, Xingxi, you are crazy. I think you are looking for death. Su Mo persuaded him tenderly. Brother Yuanchao, you must believe in Brother Xingxi. He must have a way. Chen Yuanchao, for Momo's sake, I will believe you once. Wu Yu evenly distributed the night shining pearls to all the friends present, except Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng excitedly stood at the end of the line and stretched out his hand, waiting for Wu Yu to give him the night shining pearls. But when it was his turn, Wu Yu calmly turned around and pretended not to see him. Zhang Peng was furious. Wu Yu, I am also a member of Chiyan. Don't go too far. Wu Yu was puzzled. Do you think I am going too far? Zhang Peng nodded fiercely, of course. Wu Yu spread his hands. Then you may have to be mentally prepared. There are more extreme things to come. If you can't stand it, I advise you to leave quickly. Zhang Peng, He was about to step forward to discuss, but he saw the cold eyes cast by the indifferent faces of the Chiyan people. The communicator in his pocket vibrated faintly, and Zhang Peng suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Could it be that his identity has been exposed? Zhang Peng, let's go, I take you somewhere else. Jie Chen's kind yet fierce voice sounded, and regardless of Zhang Peng's wishes, he picked up Zhang Peng and left like a chicken. Wu Yu looked at the fisherman's daughter. Is your mother better? The fisherman's daughter's face was still as scary as a mask, with a weird smile. Much better. But her tone sounded quite happy. Wu Yu thought that the reason why the faces of the people in the village were so scary and inconsistent was most likely because even if the brain-eating worms had intelligence, they were still worms after all, and could not really express emotions like humans. So is there a possibility that the fisherwoman looks scary, but it's just appearance, and she's actually quite easy to talk to? Wu Yu asked tentatively. Sister, I heard from the villagers who received us yesterday that you've had a hard time since these river giant salamanders came. I wonder if we can help you in any way. After all, we live in your village and have received your gifts, so we want to do our best. But my companion said that these giant salamanders are difficult to deal with. I wonder if you have any good ideas. Choose the lesser of two evils, get rid of the strong ones first, and then deal with these brain-eating worms. Being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. Having killed ghosts for 10 years in the end times, Wu Yu's heart is as cold as a butcher knife. Hee hee. Hee hee. The fisherwoman laughed creepily, just when Wu Yu thought she had failed. Suddenly, the fisherwoman said, "No matter how powerful the giant salamander is, it is still a fish in the end. As long as it is a fish, it cannot live without water. If these fish lack water for a long time, their skin will wrinkle, and the fish meat will naturally be exposed. If you can bring me 1,000 river giant salamanders, I can give you all the pearls in their stomachs." Wu Yu agreed with a smile. "Okay, then I will definitely bring you 1,000 giant salamanders as soon as possible." Leaving the fisherman's house, Wu Yu took Wu Cheng and Richard directly to the outside of the village. Wu Cheng was puzzled. Wu Yu, are we going to catch fish now? Should we call the captain and the others? Wu Yu shook her head. "No, let's go find something first. As long as it's before dark, the fish will be easy to catch. The most urgent thing now is that she knows the reason why the giant salamanders dare not enter the village. Before the giant salamanders take the initiative to attack, they must first find the key to defeating the giant salamanders." Chapter 77. Wu Yu told Wu Cheng and Richard the fisherwoman just said that giant salamanders will shed their skin if they leave the water for a long time, so they are afraid to eat brain villages. It is very likely that there are things around brain villages that can quickly dehydrate them and turn them into dried fish. Richard raised his eyebrows. "So you said that catching fish is not urgent. You want to find this thing to deal with giant salamanders as soon as possible. This way, whether it is catching fish or fighting against attacks after nightfall, it will be twice the result with half the effort." Wu Yu nodded. "That's right. It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Richard, let's move quickly. The other 3 teams are outside the village. They might find it by accident." After leaving the village, Wu Yu and the other 2 met up with Shen Kai and Jian Suiyu as soon as possible. Wu Yu distributed the night shining pearls to them one by one. When it came to Shen Kai, he refused. "I don't need it." Wu Yu was puzzled. Jian Suiyu told Wu Yu, "Shen Kai has a different physique from us. Most of the ghosts in the dungeon can't hurt him." Wu Yu nodded. "Okay." After the distribution, Wu Yu had 20 night shining pearls in her hand. Then, everyone dispersed around the village to look for the place where the giant salamander was afraid. "What are you looking for?" Hearing Sumo's voice, Wu Yu looked up in surprise, and found that the people from Shadow and the Chin family team were actually traveling together. Seeing Wu Yu and Chiyan together, Sumo bit his lower lip. "Yu, have you really joined Chiyan? I thought you were just angry with me and brother Ching Ci before. After all, you left the orphanage and went to Shadow. I thought you had deep feelings for Shadow. I didn't expect you to actually abandon Shadow. Is it because Shadow is not as strong as Blazing Flame?" Shinchingsi Sumo stopped talking. "People who want to leave can never stay. But Wu Yu, for the sake of our past relationship, if you return to Shadow now, I will forgive you for what happened." Sumo looked at Wu Yu expectantly. "Yu, did you hear what brother Chingxi said? As long as you come back now, I will forgive you for what happened. Yu, don't hold on. I know that Shadow is your home. Can you still not want your home?" Damn, the crazy husband and wife are going crazy again. Seeing Wu Yu didn't respond, Sumo's eyes wandered between Wu Yu and Chiyan. Suddenly, she looked distressed. Yu, I was wondering why you can participate in such an important dungeon when you don't even have mental strength. Even if you want to survive in the end times, you should have principles instead of destroying yourself like this. Wu Yu's movements suddenly stopped. It's okay to go crazy with her, but it's not okay to go crazy with her friends. Just when Wu Yu was about to put aside his personal qualities and enjoy a crazy life. "Jietchen, let me go, I told you, they are all outside the village." Zhang Peng's voice suddenly sounded, and Wu Yu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Yes, how could I forget this idiot? Finding the Chiyan army, Zhang Peng's face was so proud. As a qualified traitor, how could he escape from the enemy camp? However, when he took 2 steps forward and saw the current situation, he noticed Shinchingzi's dark and cold gaze, and he felt something was wrong. Zhang Peng stuffed the back of his collar, which he had finally managed to break free of, back into Jietchen's hands, stretched out his hands and groped in the air, selectively blind. "Jietchen, I can't see anymore, let's go back to the village." Jietchen is a physical practitioner with extraordinary hearing, and he had already noticed the movement here, so he allowed Zhang Peng to go this way. Jietchen looked at Wu Yu. "What's going on?" Wu Yu blinked at Jietchen, telling him not to talk. She had a way. Wu Yu came to Zhang Peng, grabbed him without saying anything and led him into the crowd. Zhang Peng tried his best to escape, but he was blocked by the huge mountain of Jietchen. "Wu Yu, Peng, Shinchingxi is here to take you back to Shadow, let's go." Zhang Peng couldn't believe it. Really? 3 years, 3 years, and 3 years. Is the captain finally going to let him go home? Wu Yu saw that this idiot was hopeless, and he really loved him. Shin Qingxi coughed heavily. Wu Yu, don't talk nonsense. I only said that I can tolerate you to return to Shadow, but it doesn't mean that I will let Zhang Peng, the traitor, come back. Zhang Peng reacted immediately. Yes, he still wants to hide in Chiyan. He immediately stiffened his neck and said, I won't go back to Shadow. Shadow treated me like this. It breaks my heart, and I'm living well in Chiyan. I will never go back to Shadow. Wu Yu persuaded him. Really? What did Shadow do? Zhang Peng looked sad. I was injured and couldn't use my mental power at that time. They actually let a weak person like me face a powerful beast alone. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to kill me? If the deputy captain hadn't appeared in time to save me, I would have already been in the beast's stomach and become an unwilling ghost. After all, he was going to infiltrate Chiyan as an undercover agent, and the storyline of Zhang Peng was carefully designed and seamless. Wu Yu nodded repeatedly. Shadow actually used you as bait? They don't care about your life or death at all. They are so bad. No, how could I accidentally reveal my true feelings? He acted too realistically. How can he survive in Shadow after returning? Zhang Peng's forehead began to sweat. Well, it's okay. Wu Yu continued to encourage him. Since you don't want to go back to Shadow, you must be doing well in Blazing Flame now, right? Good, good. Good ass. He is now in a sandwich, neither a human being nor a human being. But Zhang Peng still had to show his loyalty with a sincere face, of course. In Blazing Flame, I received unprecedented courtesy. They didn't care that I came from a dirty team like Shadow, and treated me equally. Moreover, as soon as I entered the team, I was treated to restore my mental strength, and more than a dozen people were sent to take me to the dungeon for me to experience. Such kindness is so touching in the cold end of the world. Wu Yu turned to look at Shin Qingxi and Su Mo. She pulled the corners of her mouth coldly and distantly. Do you understand? Why choose Chiyan instead of Shadow? If you don't understand, let Zhang Peng say a few more words, so that everyone in the alliance knows that you Shadows are a million miles away from Chiyan, and you are not even worthy of carrying Chiyan's shoes. Shin Qingxi's eyes were as cold as ice. He glared at Zhang Peng fiercely, making Zhang Peng tremble and sweat. At this point, Zhang Peng hung his head, determined not to say a word no matter what Wu Yu asked him. Wu Yu's eyes wandered between the two of them, and suddenly, she smiled and said, Shin Qingxi, Su Mo, you are doing this to disgust me at this time, just to get the way to enter the village when the ghosts take the initiative to attack Qianjin village tonight. She pushed Zhang Peng lightly. Peng Peng, for the sake of your old boss, tell them. But you have to remember who you are standing on, and who you are representing to say these words. I remember that the rules say that you cannot hurt members of other teams, but it seems that it does not say that you cannot hurt members of your own team. Isn't it? As soon as the voice fell, Jietchen made a direct move, reaching for the back of Zhang Peng's neck as fast as lightning. Chapter 78. Su Mo couldn't believe it. You actually want to kill someone. Aren't you afraid that the law enforcement team will punish you? Shin Qingxi looked at Zhang Peng's terrified expression, afraid that he would panic and tell the traitor in public. He said coldly, Let's go. Su Mo was unwilling. Brother Qingxi, are you just going to watch them do this too? Shin Qingxi was angry. I said, Let's go. Even if Zhang Peng's identity was exposed, he must not do it in public. Su Mo's eyes were red when she was yelled at by Shin Qingxi. She bit her pale lower lip and turned to run. Su Mo. Chen Yuanchao hurriedly chased after her. Shin Qingxi hesitated for a second, but still followed with Shadow. The situation that was about to explode finally subsided, and Zhang Peng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Is it touching? In order not to embarrass you, Shin Qingxi even scolded Su Mo. Wu Yu's smiling face made Zhang Peng want to punch her twice. No, what kind of troublemaker is this woman? How can she be so annoying? Zhang Peng turned around and left without saying a word. Wu Yu followed him leisurely. Shin Qingxi is so good to you. Won't you give him more children? 2 in 3 years, 8 babies in 1 birth. Don't think your life is hard now. When you have children, you will look at them, and then look back and feel that all the hardship you are going through now is worth it. Zhang Peng looked haggard and bleak, no longer as arrogant as before. Jietchen, Richard and Wu Chong took Zhang Peng to catch fish, and this time, he followed them obediently and left without looking back. Wu began to concentrate on finding something that scares the giant salamander, and can quickly drain the water. Isn't it similar to a desiccant or a dryer, or a hair dryer will also work? Wu was concentrating on searching seriously, when she suddenly heard the sound of wind behind her. She turned her head sharply, with a look of alertness. Who? Huh? I didn't expect it to be so smart. A female voice with some age came, and Wu Yu looked around vigilantly. Fu Yanqi, who was not far away, just wanted to get closer when he heard a voice, "Get out of the way." Fu Yanqi's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he bowed to the air. "Yes, Yanqi greets the master uncle, and I get out of here now." Wu Yu watched Fu Yanqi leave with an expression of "I'd rather die than die with my friend," but time didn't allow it, otherwise Fu Yanqi might have recited a mantra for her. Jian Suiyu said that Fu Yanqi was the strongest genius of this generation of the Fu family, and the person who could be called Master Uncle could never be a member of the participating team. Then it could only be someone from the law enforcement team. Wu Yu didn't know where this Master Uncle was, so she could only speak in the direction where Fu Yanqi had just bowed. "Excuse me, is this Taoist Fu? Junior Chiyan Wu Yu, I pay my respects to Master Fu." After saying that, Wu Yu felt a pair of eyes falling on her, with a look of inquiry in her doubt. After a while, a female voice finally said, "The law enforcement team will give Chiyan Wu Yu a verbal warning." Oh, it turned out that she was given a yellow card. It seems that teammates cannot be intimidated casually. Wu Yu responded weakly, "Yes, I will follow Master Fu's teachings." Wu Yu will not do this next time. Unlike Shinqingxi's law enforcer, this Master Fu did not leave for a long time after giving a verbal warning. Thinking of the peak battle mentioned by Fu Yanqi before, Wu Yu asked tentatively, "Master Fu, I wonder if you had participated in the peak battle?" "Wu Yu, how old are you this year?" The two voices sounded at the same time, and they were surprised at each other's words. "Wu Yu, I am 18 years old this year." 18 years old? I thought. Unfortunately, it's not the person I'm looking for. "Wu Yu, Master Fu, who are you looking for? Master Fu?" This time, no matter how Wu Yu asked, he could not get any response. Wu Yu chased in the direction of the sound, and finally saw only Fu Yanqi behind the bushes. Wu Yu hurriedly asked, "Fu Yanqi, who is the great-grandmaster you just mentioned?" Fu Yanqi, Fu Yixue, the current head of the Fu family, the leader of the 4 major families, who controls the lifeline of the entire Fu family, Fu Yixue. She is also the only direct descendant of the Fu family Taoist sect who survived the peak battle. It is said that countless hands pulled her back from the edge of death in the peak battle. The little sister who used to be carefree now wears a Taoist robe and has become the highest belief of the entire Taoist sect. Wu Yu asked, "Then is she Fu Mingli's mother?" Fu Yanqi shook his head. "No, the head of the family never had children, and all of us in this generation were adopted from the orphanage by the Fu family. She didn't let us call her master, saying that the title of master can only be reserved for one person, so she only let us call her Master Uncle. I heard that the head of the family has been looking for a child, but has never found one. During the search, she simply brought all the children with mystical talents back to the Fu family. According to the head of the family, she may miss something due to her old age and blurry eyesight, but if she keeps them all by her side, even if she misses something, the children can grow up well and get a good quality of life and care." Wu Yu didn't understand. Why is Master Fu willing to be the law enforcer in this law enforcement team when he has such a noble status and plays an important role in the entire apocalypse? Fu Yanqi told her, "Every year, the plot of the dungeon is new, and the head of the family is afraid that these people will fall before they can ignite. However, this is just the superficial reason. I have been thinking that the head of the family may have never given up, and is still looking for that child. This has become the head of the family's obsession." Wu Yu subconsciously asked, "Do you know who that child is?" Fu Yanqi shook his head, just said that it is the son of an old friend. Over the years, the head of the family has adopted many children, boys and girls of all ages. The head of the family does not want outsiders to know about this, and has always kept it very secret. She is in charge of everything personally, and even I know very little about it." Wu Yu nodded repeatedly. "Thank you for telling me this." Fu Yanqi shook his head. "Wu Yu, we are all teammates, no need to be so polite. Next time you meet the head of the family, you can try to ask her about your seal. Maybe the head of the family is knowledgeable, and will find more." Wu Yu smiled. "Yeah." Speaking of seals, Fu Yanqi was a little curious. "Wu Yu, where did you learn to draw talismans?" Wu Yu looked serious. "It's family learning." Fu Yanqi, That's true. This might be the most outrageous family study he has ever seen in his life." Wu Yu thought that Fu Yanqi might want to have an academic exchange with her on the subject of Xianshu, so she said seriously, "If you don't mind, we will definitely have a thorough discussion and exchange on Xianshu after leaving the dungeon." Fu Yanqi fell into a strange silence. Feng Yulinli, when the court opens, remember to bring your damn family study book. Chapter 79. Let's put aside such profound questions as family traditions and continued to look for ways to control giant salamanders. I found something! Wu Yu looked at the flower in front of her that was constantly emitting heat, and called Fu Yanqi to come and see. Look at this flower. There is no grass growing around it, and the ground is also very dry. And once you enter the growth area of this flower, you will feel that the whole air has become dry. Fu Yanqi pulled Wu Yu away and threw a water condensation talisman at the flower, and a lot of water vapor suddenly appeared in the air. These flowers were absorbing the moisture in the air like dogs seeing bones, and the flowers and leaves were all shaking wildly. Within a minute, the moisture brought by the water condensation talisman had disappeared. The two looked at each other. That's it. They called Jian Suiyu and Xinkei, who were nearby. They also found something wrong with this flower in other places. Jian Suiyu, these flowers have a great demand for water. If they are not watered enough, they will drain all the moisture in the air. There are many such flowers around the village. They don't hurt people, and there is nothing special about them. That's why we have to look for them. Fu Yanqi, we have found a way to restrain the giant salamanders. What should we do next? Xinkei, take a few flowers and go to join Jiechun and his team. The sky gradually darkened. Jiechun, Richard, Wuchong and others successfully captured 1,000 giant salamanders. Before dark, Wu Yu handed over 1,000 giant salamanders to the fisherman's daughter. The fisherman's daughter still asked Wu Yu to come to take the pearls from the fish's belly at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After nightfall, the ghosts in the entire dungeon automatically switched to active attack mode. If we sleep outside the village tonight, there will be a fierce battle after the giant salamanders come ashore. Jian Suiyu, everyone will take turns to be on duty tonight, 2 people in a group, and remind them in time if something goes wrong. Before everyone can form groups, there is a noise from the direction of the village entrance. It is other teams trying to force their way into the village. Chiyan's people walked out of the yard and saw that the other teams were in a mess, and some were even covered in blood. It seems that after nightfall, the giant salamanders in attack mode will directly grow larger and come ashore to hurt people. However, unlike the first night, the entire Brain Eater village was silent this time. No villagers showed up to pick up the members of these teams, even though they saw Jiechun and his team catch a lot of giant salamanders today, and realized belatedly that giant salamanders were the key to entering the village. However, with the second stage, the terrorist invasion arrived. Before they handed over the giant salamanders in their hands were undergoing terrible changes that were visible to the naked eye. The giant salamanders, which had rolled their eyes, suddenly rolled their eyes and blinked like humans. "Aw, my hand? Help, these fish are biting me. I killed these fish. How come they are alive again? Hurry up and throw away the fish, or we will all die today." In the quiet brain-eating village, many villagers appeared as the giant salamanders changed. Anyone who brings a giant salamander into the village must die. The faces of these villagers were filled with movement, their facial features disappeared into a ball, and something in their brains was about to come out. Zhang Peng shrank behind Jiechun in fear. "What's going on?" Jian Suiyu said, "These villagers in the brain-eating village do not allow giant salamanders to enter, and they want to attack those who bring giant salamanders." Zhang Peng did not understand. Why? Wasn't everything fine before? Yesterday, the villagers were very happy to get the fish, and today Wu Yu gave another 1,000 fish to the fisherwoman. Wu Chong looked at Zhang Peng as if he was looking at a fool, because the giant salamanders have transformed, and now these giant salamanders are aggressive. Zhang Peng looked at the shadow in the chaos and said anxiously, "Can't people from other teams come in?" As soon as the words fell, Shin Qingxi and Shin Yuanchao gave the order at the same time, "Kill all the giant salamanders." With so many S-level psychics around, even if the giant salamanders were thick-skinned, they were quickly killed. Seeing that the giant salamanders were killed, the villagers all left silently. However, Wu Yu noticed that even though the giant salamanders had been killed, the villagers' distorted faces never changed again. Even when they left, the villagers looked towards the team crowd with their pupil-less faces, revealing greedy desires. Wu Yu said in a deep voice, "From now on, both the giant salamanders and the villagers are extremely dangerous." Zhang Peng was almost scared to death by these brain-eating villagers without facial features. What kind of danger is that? Wu Yu sighed, "Zhang Peng, you can't even survive the opening song on TV. What on earth did Shin Qingxi think of letting you be a traitor?" Confused and extremely frightened, Zhang Peng subconsciously said, "Of course, it's because my ability is special and rare enough that I will get special treatment." He suddenly covered his mouth and looked at Chiyan in horror. Jian Suiyu smiled kindly but coldly at him. "Zhang Peng, from this stage on, danger is always with you. Chiyan may not be able to go with you anymore. Take off the Chiyan nameplate." Leave with dignity, or sacrifice your life for Chiyan's victory, your choice. Zhang Peng looked at everyone angrily, and had to take off the nameplate and walk towards the shadow. Seeing Zhang Peng approached, and Shen Qingxi's eyes revealed a sinister murderous aura, which frightened Zhang Peng so much that he shrank his neck. If it wasn't for the battle just now, someone in their team happened to be injured and needed Zhang Peng's treatment, and his identity was exposed in public. This idiot, he must have killed Zhang Peng himself. I was still wondering why Chiyan had such a bad attitude towards the honorable healer before. It turns out that this guy is a traitor. Haha, Shadow is really a coward. I haven't seen his ability, but he has done a lot of small tricks. Only people with no ability like to do these low-level thefts. That is to say, you can't kill people in the plot dungeon. Chiyan is really a decent person. Compared to Shadow's dark clouds, Chiyan's traitor left, and he can finally speak boldly. Wu Yu sighed. It's a pity that Zhang Peng wasted one of our quotas. It would be better if Uncle Zhou could come in. Jian Suiyu, Uncle Zhou has participated in several plot dungeons, and is the backbone of Chiyan. He is old, don't let him take risks anymore. When he goes out, the captain and I will directly share the points and gains with him. As for Shadow, after being slapped in the face like this, I guess he will not have such a stupid and absurd idea of putting a traitor in Chiyan in the short term. Shen Ke looked sideways. Shadow and Shen Qingxi, I will take care of it when they leave the plot dungeon this time. Wu Chong immediately clapped his hands. Wow, the captain is awesome. I wonder who is late for the dungeon, and is being chased by people who report him. It can't be you, the captain, right? The veins on Shen Ke's forehead were throbbing. Shut up. No one will treat you as dead if you don't speak. Wu Yu saw that in the whole Chiyan, even Wu Chong could bully Shen Ke. He seems to be a group bully. Getting back to the point, Wu Yu watched the people from other teams walk into the village. These villagers of Brain Eater Village may start to reproduce. Jian Suiyu, the way brain-eating worms invade is to parasitize in human bodies. Wu Yu, then, they are so afraid of giant salamanders. Is it because fish can not only eat humans, but also eat worms? Richard nodded. It is very likely that worms have ways to kill fish, and fish can eat worms. Giant salamanders will not only eat the skin of brain-eating worms, but also the brain-eating worms themselves. The logic of this dungeon has been closed. What we need to do now is to kill them as much as possible before the natural disaster comes. Otherwise, when natural disasters come, the river and the islands will either be hit by tsunamis or acid rain. By then, we will have a hard time catching fish or insects. Jiechan has been watching Zhang Peng and catching fish these past 2 days, and he is almost bored. Now that he heard that he could finally start, his eyes lit up. Can we finally start killing? However, Wu Yu still didn't understand something. If the brain-eating worms have already started to reproduce, why did the fisherman's daughter ask her to get the pearls tomorrow? Just thinking about it, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her fingertips. Chapter 80. Wu Yu looked at the tip of her finger. The wound, which had been intact, was now strangely blue-black. Wu Chong, Yu, what are you looking at? Yu, what happened to your finger? Wu Yu was very calm. When I was repairing the rowboat before, I was scratched by a wooden splinter on the boat. Now it seems that there are probably brain-eating worm eggs on the boat. Jiechan walked quickly to Wu Yu and took out a dagger with a cold glow. Hold on, it should still be in time. With the dagger raised, Jiechan wanted to chop off Wu Yu's hand directly to prevent the brain-eating worm from wandering in Wu Yu's body. Richard hurriedly stopped him. Jiechan, you are crazy. Jiechan, you can get a prosthesis if you lose a hand, but losing your brain means you will die. Wu Yu was calm in the face of Jiechan's behavior, without any evasion. She nodded calmly. Yes, that's it. Richard was furious. Don't follow the crowd. Is this not your hand? Before Jiechan could move, Shen Ke had already grabbed Wu Yu's hand in a hurry, in Wu Yu's surprised eyes. Shen Ke directly cut his palm with the dagger in Jiechan's hand, and then under the cloak, Wu Yu felt a warm and sticky liquid wrapped around her fingertips. Suddenly, the air was filled with an unpleasant smell of burnt brown and decay, and there were also dense screams. As the screams completely dissipated, the restlessness that had been affecting Wu Yu also disappeared instantly. Wu Yu felt Shen Ke wipe the blood from her fingertips with his palm. Under the cloak, Shen Ke's silver-white pupils stared at her. Okay, take a look. Wu Yu looked at her fingers in surprise. The dark blue color that had been spreading to her palms had disappeared. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that her hands seemed to be much softer than before. However, her eyes stayed on her fingertips. She actually saw silver-white traces between her fingers. Could it be that this was Shen Ke's blood? Jian Suiyu had said before that Shen Ke didn't need the Night Pearl with healing power. Was it because he was a powerful healer? Wu Yu thanked him. Captain, thank you for saving me. Shinkei curled his eyes. It's okay. No one of Chiyan's members can be left behind. Chiyan raised his knife. Okay, look around. I only saw that because of the huge commotion caused by the other 3 teams before, countless giant salamanders crawled out of the river and walked towards the direction of the brain-eating village. These giant salamanders were densely packed, of different sizes, all with legs more than half a meter high, and a pair of human eyes. They rolled their eyes, observed the surroundings alertly, and took the initiative to attack each team. The strange flowers that Wu Yu and others had found before that could drain the water from giant salamanders now lost their absolute deterrent effect on them. These giant salamanders seemed to be not afraid of death at all. Even if the flowers sucked out all the water from their bodies, and their skins fell to the ground, they kept rushing to the brain-eating village. As the number of giant salamanders increased, these flowers gradually lost their effectiveness after absorbing enough water. They were trampled under the feet of the giant salamanders that kept coming, and they completely lost their vitality. At this point, the threat of the brain-eating village to the giant salamanders completely disappeared, and the villagers who had been hiding in the dark all ran around frantically. Fu Yinchi stretched his muscles lazily, and pulled out the peach with sword on his back. These giant salamanders have officially started the first wave of attacks. It seems that there will be no sleep tonight. Wu Chong excitedly took out his submachine gun. Let's go, brothers. I have been annoyed by these dead fish faces for a long time. Richard smiled, raised the cross, and said the last prayer. The time for thinking is over. Now is the time for action. Chiyan had no time to speak. He was so excited that he was shaking all over when the first wave of giant salamanders attacked. He took out his Zen stick and rushed forward directly. Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Yue, I need to trouble you to clean up the battlefield. Cleaning up the battlefield is commonly known as picking up bags. Wu Yue pointed at herself in confusion. Won't I rush up to fight? If we want to pick up bags, can't we let the captain do it? Shouldn't picking up bags, which is a good job that saves trouble and effort and can earn points and appear on TV, be left to the delicate healers? As soon as the voice fell, Shinkei picked up a 2-meter-long tang sword, and the black blade directly cut the giant salamander that was twice as tall as him into 2 halves. Shinkei looked back in confusion. Who told me? Some healers are pampered, while others fight on the battlefield. Seeing Shin's frail body but terrifying fighting power, Wu Yu's expression froze, and she immediately changed her words. Yes, it is indeed my job to do such rough work as picking up bags. Chiyan's fighting power is amazing. The other 3 teams on the side took the initiative, but the spoils in front of them were less than half of Chiyan's. Wu Yu bent over and grunted while picking up the spoils, and she worked so hard. Wu Yu obtained 100 pieces of bottom river giant salamander skin. The effect of giant salamander skin helps humans breathe underwater and has strong defense. Personal dungeon points increased by 200, Chiyan team points increased by 200. Currently Wu Yu ranks first in dungeon personal points, and Chiyan team ranks first in team points. Wu Yu obtains 50 pairs of Zhongdi River giant salamander fish meat. Fish meat effect can clear all poisonous attacks related to river poison attributes. Personal dungeon points increased by 500, Chiyan team points increased by 500. Currently Wu Yu ranks first in dungeon personal points, and Chiyan team ranks first in team points. Wu Yu obtains 100 pairs of Zhongdi River giant salamander fish eyes. Fish eyes effect has a strong confusing effect. Personal dungeon points increased by 500, Chiyan team points increased by 500. Currently Wu Yu ranks first in dungeon personal points, and Chiyan team ranks first in team points. Wu Yu is having a great time touching bags. As a garbage man, there is nothing more joyful than touching bags. Although most of them are props such as fish meat, fish skin, fish eyes, and fish legs, they will not increase many points. This system constantly prompts the satisfaction deep in the heart, which can cure all the stinky fishy smells. Interspersed with Wu Yu's screen-filling messages were reminders of Suemo and Yaina occasionally picking up bags. Until Wu Yu obtained a high-level bottom river giant salamander weapon, and S-level golden trident unverified personal dungeon points increased by 20,000, and Chiyan team points increased by 20,000. Currently Wu Yu ranked first in the dungeon personal points list, and Chiyan team ranked first in the team points list. Zhang Peng screamed in the distance. Fuck! Is Wu Yu's hand blessed? Suemo, it's just an S+ weapon. What's so surprising? Zhang Peng, this is an S+ weapon. But Suemo, you are well informed and may not care. Suemo, of course. Suemo, who had never seen an S+ weapon, was so angry that his teeth were about to break. Of all his body, his mouth was the hardest. For a whole minute, The system that was originally working hard was completely blank. It's time to show your presence. Am I blind? I seem to have seen the legendary S+ level golden trident. In the era I live in, the dimensional wall has finally been broken. Then I want an autograph from Iron Man. Brother upstairs, although the dimensional wall has been broken, you broke it in the wrong direction. Wu looked at the trident that suddenly appeared in his hand in confusion. Huh? This is the giant salamander, the tableware brought by itself after landing? Don't mention it. This is also a fish that advocates environmental protection. Chapter 81. Chiyan Suiyu, Wu, check out the identification conditions for this trident. Wu clicked on it and saw S+ level golden trident. Identification requires 10,000 pieces of bottom river giant salamander skin, 10,000 pairs of bottom river giant salamander eyes, 10,000 pieces of bottom river giant salamander meat, 10,000 pairs of bottom river giant salamander legs, and 1,000 giant salamander night pearls. Chiyan Suiyu was surprised. Although it is an S+ weapon, it actually requires so many items to identify it. This is almost all they could possibly get after clearing the dungeon this time. Chiyan looked sideways. The more it consumes, the higher the attribute of this weapon after identification. This weapon is just right for a powerful monster like Shin K, one fork after another. Shin powerful monster K, thank you. Wu Chong looked forward to it. Will there be 3 additional attributes? Maybe there will be 4. Fu Yanqi, Wu is so lucky, she actually started to drop equipment on the second day of the dungeon, and it was S+ equipment. Richard reminded, now is not the time to talk about this. Since the trident just appeared, something is wrong in this river. As he said that, everyone looked at the water surface, only to see that the originally calm river surface began to surge with huge waves, constantly hitting the river bank, and it seemed that there was a big monster in it ready to move. At the same time, there had been no small giant salamanders on the river surface for a long time. In the surging river surface, there was a giant beast spying on the people on the shore. As the number of giant salamanders decreased, Wu's bag collection was gradually coming to an end. The appearance of the trident seemed to put an end to the first round of attacks by the giant salamanders tonight. There was no new round of attacks after that, but everyone realized that there would be a more terrible attack waiting for them tomorrow. Chiyan Suiyu, it's about 4 o'clock in the morning now. It seems that the giant salamanders will not come again. Fu Yanqi yawned. Go back to sleep. Wu Chong stretched. This wave of fighting is really fun, but I am indeed a little tired. Chiyan Suiyu nodded. Everyone should rest early. There will be attacks from brain-eating worms waiting for us tomorrow, during the day. Wu Chong's expression froze. Deputy Captain, I haven't slept yet. You're really a spoiler. Chiyan Suiyu, since the terrorist invasion, we must be on our toes all the time. Besides, Wu, you have to go get the night pearls at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, so go to bed early. Richard frowned. I don't think Wu's trip to get the night pearls will be as smooth as yesterday. After picking up bags all night, Wu was not sleepy and even felt energetic. She said with full energy, don't worry, there will always be a way. Now we need these 1,000 night pearls to unlock the weapons. Wu could see that his teammates valued the trident and wanted to unlock it. Almost everyone in the team had their own exclusive weapons, except Shin K's Tang sword, which was too big to be used. If the weapon could be successfully unlocked, Shin K, who was covered in silver, would look really cool holding the golden trident. All the teams entered a short dormant state. As soon as the sky turned white, Wu immediately got up, washed up, and prepared to find the fisherman's daughter. Wu rejected her teammate's idea and went alone. As soon as she walked outside the fisherman's house, she found that all the white fish that were hung yesterday had disappeared, and the house was dead silent. She stood outside the door cautiously, and knocked gently. Hello sister, I'm here to get the pearls that I promised you yesterday. Come in with me. Unexpectedly, the fisherman's voice rang in her ears. Wu turned around and saw a face with wrinkled features. She paused for a moment, and followed the fisherman's house calmly as usual. The fisherwoman's facial features disappeared, but her voice could still be heard, but it seemed even more weird. A larger sack was handed to Wu, and when she opened it, it was full of S+ quality nightlight pearls. The moment Wu got them, the system automatically announced. Chiyan Wu obtained 1,000 S+ top-level nightlight pearls. Nightlight pearls have the effect of curing all external and internal injuries. Personal dungeon points increased by 100,000, and Chiyan team points increased by 100,000. Currently Chiyan Wu ranks first in the dungeon personal points list, and Chiyan team ranks first in the team points list. I'm already numb. Not counting yesterday's spoils, She has already earned 112,000 points by herself. She has surpassed the total dungeon points of Chiyan's entire team last year by herself. Did you all forget the S+ weapon she found last night? This weapon is obviously very suitable for Quebec. If it is identified as a top-grade weapon, Shinkei's personal league ranking is expected to soar. Soaring, Shinkei's personal ranking is already in the top 10 of the league, and the ones ahead are all seniors who have fought in the peak battle. After so many years, it is deeply rooted and its position cannot be shaken. Carefully putting away the night pearl, Wu Yu thanked the fisherman's daughter and prepared to leave. Wait, I need your help. If you agree, I will tell you how to get the pearl from the white fish. How about it? That being said, the fisherwoman did not give Wu Yu a chance to answer. She only saw the fisherwoman stretch her hands behind her head and pull them on both sides, tearing off the skin and flesh like a painted skin demon. During the action, the stench and bloody smell came to her face. As the skin and flesh faded, a huge and ugly brain-eating worm appeared in front of Wu Yu. After staring at the brain-eating worm for 3 seconds, Wu Yu's mind was full of thoughts. Fortunately, she didn't eat breakfast before coming here. Wu Yu, how do you want me to help you? The brain-eating worm twisted its body. I'm going to cocoon. I need a new body. Wu Yu shook her head. I can't help you with this. Just kidding. She already has a yellow card. The brain-eating worm rushed towards Wu Yu. Then I use your body. Wu Yu asked calmly, have you thought about it? Are you sure you want to attack me now? The brain-eating worm paused for a second, always feeling that Wu Yu's words were full of meaning. Wu Yu dissuaded, we are all very happy to get along like this now, and we have a little affection after all. Can't we give each other a little dignity? The brain-eating worm pounced on Wu Yu impatiently. I want your body now. Then. Okay. Wu Yu's eyes narrowed instantly, and the next second, 100 kilograms of DDT, 100 kilograms of salt, 100 kilograms of strong acid and alkali, and 100 kilograms of boiling water were lined up in front of her. Put the water gun used for pumping water into the basin. Bye. Wu Yu decisively shot at the brain-eating worm. Ah! Shinkei, who was not far from the yard, heard the woman scream and broke into the door without hesitation. I saw the brain-eating worm crawling on the ground and trembling, and Wu Yu smiled like a pervert and shot at the brain-eating worm while asking, so you are afraid of salt, and there is no worm that is not afraid of salt. Tell me quickly, what is the method to take the pearl out of the white fish? Seeing Shinkei's twitching mouth, Wu Yu's expression froze. Captain, listen to my explanation. It's not that force is not advisable, but it's more cost-effective to take it by wits. Shinkei. Maybe there is something wrong with his way of opening. Turning his head without hesitation, Shinkei silently closed the door and left. Chapter 82. Opening the door again, Wu Yu and Shinkei looked at each other. Wu Yu greeted. What a coincidence. Captain, are you here for a walk? Shinkei nodded. Yes, I'm here to take a look. The two looked left and right, as if nothing had happened just now. The fisherman's daughter, who was salted with 100 kilograms of salt by Wu Yu, was angry. Isn't there anyone who cares about my life or death? Wu Yu stepped on her head. I told you, if you tell me how to get the pearl, I will let you die without pain. Otherwise, I have 100 kinds of torture specially prepared for bugs in my space. Shinkei, who was sitting upright and serious, saw Wu Yu's bully style, and couldn't help but twitched his mouth. Shinkei couldn't help but persuade, how about? Put your feet down first? Wu Yu gave a death smile. Captain, don't disturb me. Shinkei shut up obediently. Okay, sorry. Fisherman's daughter, I tell you away, and you let me go. Wu Yu nodded. That's fine. Let it go first, then kill it. It won't count as breaking faith. The fisherwoman gritted her teeth. After drying and peeling the fish, bake the whole fish for more than 2 hours, and pearls will form in the fish belly. The bigger the fish, the longer it will be baked, the bigger the pearls will be, and the better the appearance. I didn't lie to you. Can you let me go now? Of course. Wu Yu smiled and nodded, loosening her feet. The brain-eating worm was about to escape, but was kicked in the direction of Shinkei by Wu Yu. The Tang Dao was used, and the brain-eating worm was directly cut into 16 pieces. Wu Yu immediately sprinkled salt on the corpse of the brain-eating worm, and watched the brain-eating worm turn into a pool of black water, and die completely. Pick up the black water bag, and the system automatically pops up a message. Chiyan, Wu Yu obtained the corpse fluid of the S-level brain-eating worm. The effect of the corpse fluid, extremely toxic, can give birth to brain-eating worms. Use with caution. Personal dungeon points increased by 500, and Chiyan team points increased by 500. Currently, Chiyan Wu Yu ranks first in the dungeon personal points list, and Chiyan team ranks first in the team points list. Wu Yu pouted in disdain. This corpse fluid can actually increase 5,000 points at once? Shinkei, it's normal. On the black market, such a highly toxic potion can be sold at a sky-high price. Wu then remembered, Captain, why are you here? Shinkei, once the brain-eating worm possesses you, you must deal with it immediately. I was worried that something might happen to you, so I came to check on you. Wu was touched. Thank you, Captain. Shinkei, said, looking away. Let's see if there are any other clues in the room of this brain-eating worm. Shinkei walked in front and pushed open the door with a tang sword. As soon as the door opened, a huge cocoon appeared in front of the two. The cocoon was all black, with countless black threads entwined around it, and it glowed with cold light, which was extremely poisonous. Seeing this cocoon, Wu suddenly remembered that in a previous life, Shinxingxi and Su-Mo finally survived in a cocoon, and their entire physiques were tempered and reborn. Su-Mo also had a giant butterfly, the goddess of light, the flash butterfly, a summoned beast with group poison attacks and powerful confusing power. The human eye pattern on the flash butterfly looked very much like the fish eyes of the bottom river giant salamander, which could crush a person's spiritual power core. However, great opportunities are accompanied by great dangers. Such a big poisonous butterfly breaks out of its cocoon, and wherever it goes, it is conceivable how many casualties it will cause. Wu looked at Shinkei. Captain, you go first. Shinkei, what do you want to do? Wu took things out of the space one by one, toluene, nitric acid, added concentrated sulfuric acid to heat, and poured them into a special box mold. Then, wrapped the fuse and used tape to wrap around the entire box to fix it. Wu's eyes were firm and her hands were frighteningly steady, just like a professional female worker on the assembly line of a bullet factory. Dead, dead, dead. Every sound Wu ripped the tape was dancing on Shinkei's head. Shinkei was confused and asked again, Wu, what do you want to do? Wu bit the fuse with her mouth, and her hands moved so fast that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, 2 equivalent TNT bombs were made. Wu, I will use a bomb to blow up this cocoon and prevent her from breaking out of the cocoon. Shinkei was defeated. Do you know that you can't use weapons of mass destruction in the plot dungeon? There is a possibility of the dungeon collapsing. Wu nodded. I know, don't worry, although this is lethal, it is not large scale. I have accurately calculated the extent of the explosion to ensure that it will not exceed the scope of this yard. At that time, the heat released by the explosion will definitely blow the cocoon to pieces in an instant. I am even prepared for the poisonous fog that may be formed by the explosion of the cocoon. I will make a smoke recovery device to ensure that it does not pollute the air. Perhaps because he was impressed by Wu's comprehensive plan, Shinkei finally calmed down. He stood behind Wu, thinking seriously about knocking Wu unconscious with a knife, so that her overactive brain cells could have a proper rest. If he didn't take action, the law enforcement team would not be so gentle when they took action. And Shinkei always felt that this huge cocoon was trembling with fear after hearing Wu's words. Captain, the deputy captain asked me to ask you, why haven't you? What's going on? Fu Yanqi walked into the room slowly, and when he saw the bomb in Wu's hand, his sleepy eyes widened. He looked at Shinkei. Did you give it to her? Shinkei was tired. She made it herself. From getting the materials to winding the fuse, it took less than 3 minutes. Fu Yanqi, won't you stop it? Shinkei was silent for a second suspiciously. I have to admit that my curiosity overcame my reason. Fu Yanqi hesitated for a second, turned around and wanted to run. But a gust of wind suddenly blew in front of him, and he thought to himself, it's over. The law enforcement team issued a serious warning to Chiyan Wu. If there is any violation again, you will be taken out of the dungeon immediately. Fu Yixue snatched the 2 bombs from Wu's hand, and a dangerous light flashed in her eyes. Little girl, you are really capable. You dare to challenge me again and again. The law enforcement team issued a serious warning to Chiyan Shinkei for neglecting to manage the team members. The law enforcement team issued a verbal warning to Chiyan Fu Yanqi, and it will not happen again. After receiving 2 red cards and a yellow card, and the fresh and hot bombs that had just been made were confiscated, Wu looked like an eggplant hit by frost and wilted completely. Wu was so busy crying that she didn't notice that Fu Yanqi's eyes flashed with surprise when he looked at her. It was strange that after crossing the line twice, the master uncle, as the law enforcer, did not give any behavioral warnings, but only verbal warnings that were not painful or itchy. He didn't even touch Wu with a finger. In fact, in theory, for the sake of fairness, the same law enforcer would not follow the same combat team member for 2 consecutive days. Fu Yanqi suddenly realized that Fu Yixue seemed to like Wu very much. Chapter 83. Fu Yixue left with the bomb like the wind. Wu Yu stayed where she was and took a deep breath. After 3 seconds of emoting, she regained her spirits and continued to search the system. Shinkei, what do you want to do now? The law enforcer hasn't gone far yet. Wu Yu lowered her head and said, I remember, I seem to have brought the Thunder Talisman and the Blasting Talisman. If you don't let me use the bomb, I try the talisman. Fu Yanqi, are the Thunder Talisman and the Blasting Talisman you mentioned the legendary family tradition, the talisman written with a black pen on white paper? Well, he really wanted to see it. Fu Yanqi stretched his neck expectantly. Shinkei looked at Fu Yanqi, aren't you going to stop it? Your uncle just said that it won't happen again. Fu Yanqi said righteously, the talisman can be used within the dungeon. At the same time, I have to admit that my curiosity also overcame my reason. He really wanted to know whether such a hasty talisman could explode into a thunderbolt. Shinkei could see that after being with Wu Yu for a long time, Chiyan's brain circuits seemed to have become a little strange. Seeing Wu Yu taking out a pile of thunder and explosion talismans as thick as flyers, she gave a dozen to Shinkei and Fu Yanqi like a flyer girl. Come on, there is strength in numbers. Stick them all on this cocoon, be careful of its venom. Fu Yanqi was curious. How do you activate so many talismans at the same time? Wu Yu, just count to 1, 2, 3, and give unified instructions. Fu Yanqi, okay. Okay, today he must be more careful, and then laugh at Wu Yu madly when she fails. He risked his title of the youngest genius in the world of esoteric arts. He didn't believe that such a perfunctory family education could still be successful. Shinkei didn't know why the atmosphere in the whole room had changed. Even the air was filled with a sense of competition. Fu Yanqi's movements in pasting talismans were so fast that it seemed like he was participating in some kind of talisman pasting competition with prizes. He was always sleepy like a sloth, but now he turned into a fast boy. Looking at Wu Yu, who was full of energy, and hearing the BGM of Counter-Strike, Reverse War, Shinkei felt that he was completely out of tune with this explosive atmosphere. Or should he just leave? Finally, the entire cocoon was covered with talisman paper. Fu Yanqi and Shinkei stood behind Wu Yu. Wu Yu said seriously, you guys step back, I hurt you later. The two S-level warriors looked at the densely packed black words on the white paper. Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Explosion Talisman, Shinkei and Fu Yanqi, okay. The two of them stepped back 2 steps each. Wu Yu frowned, this won't work, it's too dangerous, you guys go outside. The two of them retreated outside in silence. Wu Yu was satisfied, and drew out her peachwood sword, silently chanting, 3 o'clock 1415926-5. Fu Yanqi felt something was wrong the more he listened, and suddenly raised his voice, sorry, Taoist Wu, I interrupt you. May I ask what you are chanting now? Wu Yu was not angry at being interrupted in the process of casting and chanting. After all, the formulas of the mysterious arts of various sects must be different. Although Fu Yanqi is a genius, he is also somewhat ignorant. Wu Yu said calmly, it is the strongest formula in the family learning. Taoist Fu doesn't need to be so shocked even if he thinks it is rare. I've said it before, after the dungeon, I will definitely have a hearty discussion and exchange with fellow Taoists. We are all teammates, I will not hide anything, I will definitely teach you everything I know. After hearing Wu Yu's words, Fu Yanqi almost lost his mind and spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Shinkei supported him in time and sincerely advised, sometimes, you don't have to take it too seriously. She just stepped on the head of the brain-eating worm, and said that she would torture the brain-eating worm to death. In terms of mental pollution, she is really good at it. Shinkei finally realized that mental pollution is not scary, but mental pollution that is serious but unaware of it is the scariest. Fu Yanqi raised his hand stiffly and said respectfully, Master Wu, please continue. Wu Yu nodded seriously, 3 o'clock, 1415926-5. Fu Yanqi sighed deeply, if this formula can really drive so many straw papers, then all the mysterious arts he has learned in this life are a joke. Bang! Shinkei and Fu Yanqi showed surprised expressions at the same time. It really exploded. Shinkei looked at Fu Yanqi, who looked like he was going to be a joke if he died, and patted his shoulder sympathetically, don't be too sad, there are always things that can happen. Maybe there are always people who are better than you. All of you retreat. Hearing the order from Wu Yu, Shinkei and Fu Yanqi didn't even think twice, and subconsciously took a few steps back. Buzz! Wu Yu only saw him putting on a gas mask, and holding a super powerful handheld vacuum cleaner, to suck the black poison gas in the air. Shinkei thought that his face under the mask must be numb. Even if Wu Yu threw a nuclear bomb on the spot, his mood would not be affected at all. Bang! Another explosion sounded. The tightly closed cocoon actually showed signs of cracking. Fu Yinchi lowered his head and muttered, "Since the advent of the Dharma ending age, the conditions for using Qianshu have been very harsh. How did she do it? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. The Great Grandmaster clearly said that if you want to use powerful talismans such as the Explosion Talisman and the Thunder Talisman, you must set up 9,981 formations in advance before you can activate them." Shinkei sighed, looking at the child's pressure. His worldview was about to be shattered. Boom! Before Shinkei could give Fu Yinchi a psychological counseling lesson, dark clouds rolled over his head, and there were signs of thunder gathering. Wow, it can really attract thunder. What? Thunder? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fu Yinchi suddenly pinched his philtrum, trying to keep himself awake. Shinkei supported the shaky Fu Yinchi and looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. "What are you surprised about? Didn't you come up with it?" Wu Yu took back the peach with stick and scratched her head embarrassedly. "Actually, I just had this idea before, but I never had the chance to really implement it." The previous shadow base was small and couldn't be used, and her teammates started to criticize her before she even got the talisman. Not to mention when she entered the server war or team battle, she was the only one who cooperated with others, and no one else cooperated with her. Whether it was sticking talismans or chanting spells, it required a lot of early preparation, and she couldn't do it alone. No ghosts would bet their lives on her, a person without mental power. Shinkei looked up at the sky. There were thunder and lightning in the dark clouds, and it looked like a storm was coming. No way. She wouldn't really summon thunder. Will the dungeon collapse? As the dark clouds rolled, strange changes were happening everywhere in the dungeon. Jian Suiyu suddenly stopped all the attacks of his teammates. Something is wrong. These ghosts are all getting stronger. Let's go and meet up with Shinkei, Wu Yu and the others. If I'm not mistaken, based on the experience of the dungeons in previous years, this is a sign of the end of the world, a natural disaster, coming early. Fu Yinchi, who was about to take the TNT made by Wu Yu out of the dungeon, suddenly looked back at the sky. The next second, the head of the Fu family, who had never changed his expression even when facing a collapse, suddenly changed color. Chapter 84. Secretary General, you better take a look at this. Zhou Qianfeng had just finished presiding over the alliance meeting, and his brows were tired. Leave it there, I take a look later. Boom! Thunder was heard from the projection, and Zhou Qianfeng glanced at it. Why, the natural disaster in the plot dungeon this time is thunder and lightning? It seems that the natural disaster in the plot dungeon is really getting stronger every year. Secretary. No, this is the thunder summoned by Chiyan Wu Yu. Zhou Qianfeng turned his head suddenly. What did you say? The secretary cut the screen to Wu Yu's perspective. It's what I told you before. The Chiyan team has a non-psychic player participating in the battle this time, and her performance has been very impressive so far in the dungeon. Zhou Qianfeng looked at Wu Yu wearing a gas mask and holding a vacuum cleaner, and frowned slowly. What is she doing now? Secretary, hack the cocoon to death and absorb the poisonous gas released by the cocoon. Zhou Qianfeng was puzzled. The law enforcement team condoned her behavior? I heard that Fu Yinchi also went this year. Is she finally useless? Secretary, in fact, just now, Taoist Fu Yinchi has taken away the 2 equivalent TNT bombs made by Wu Yu himself. This is an emergency situation when Taoist Fu is about to send Taoist out of the dungeon. Taoist Fu is currently... Zhou Qianfeng interrupted suddenly. Wait, you just said that Fu Yinchi took the bombs? Instead of directly using these 2 equivalent TNT bombs to blow this Wu Yu up into the sky, even that lazy woman is willing to go there in person to deliver the bomb out of the dungeon? Secretary General, if Master Fu knew that you were arranging this behind her back, he might use these 2 equivalent bombs to send you to the sky first. Zhou Qianfeng waved his hands fiercely. It doesn't matter. I don't care whether she lives or dies. You have to cancel all my arrangements. I want to go to the Cliff Abyss in person. Secretary General, you are of noble status. It is not suitable for you to go to the front line of the battle in person. And next, we have meetings with the Alliance leader and the heads of the major chaebol. These people in power need you to contact them in person. Secretary General, only if you act as a matchmaker can these people in power communicate calmly. Zhou Qianfeng said coldly, I don't care if they live or die, let them wait. Prepare the shuttle and set off immediately. Secretary, yes. While the thunder was gathering, the blasting talisman was still working diligently. Ping ping pong pong. Fu Yinchi had gradually recovered from the shocking news that Wu Yu's family learning was real family learning. Fu Yinchi muttered, using the Sky Thunder Talisman in a dungeon will speed up the consumption of the dungeon's own energy, and it is very likely to trigger the arrival of the natural disaster apocalypse in advance. Wu Yu was surprised, really? Fu Yinchi nodded silently, yeah. Shinkei frowned, then why didn't you say it earlier? Fu Yinchi, He didn't expect Wu Yu to really summon the Sky Thunder. And judging from the posture of this Sky Thunder, there must be at least 9. 9. I guess the dungeon will be able to go through the entire process today. Fu Yinchi looked at Shinkei with resentment, but Shinkei turned his eyes away and pretended not to see it. Shinkei stated in advance, you just said it yourself. The Thunder Talisman can be used in the dungeon. When your great-uncle comes later, you can explain it to her yourself. First of all, get rid of this pot. After all, Fu Yinchi was raised by Fu Ishua. You can't really beat your own child to death, right? If it doesn't work, he will talk to him. Children are ignorant. Just beat them half to death. Before Fu Ishua appeared, Jian Suiyu, Jiechen, and the other 4 appeared first. Seeing the cocoon in front of him, Jian Suiyu paused. What's going on? Wu Yu, this cocoon is the mother mentioned by the fisherman's daughter before. Now that the fisherman's daughter is dead, all the giant salamander meat we gave her must have disappeared and was fed to the cocoon. I think the brain-eating worm is either going to cocoon and lay eggs, or to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Anyway, no matter which result, there will be huge casualties. Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows. So you summoned the thunder to split it? Wu Yu nodded, yes. As he spoke, the thunder rumbled, and the first thunder struck the cocoon directly, splitting a crack in the cocoon that had been broken. Looking inside through the crack, it was pitch black, as if connected to another space. Chen Yu and Chao Chiyan, what did you do? The brain-eating worms outside suddenly shed their skin like crazy and attacked humans, and in just a few minutes, they all turned into a pool of black water and seeped into the ground and disappeared. Suemo, are you going to break the cocoon? You can't do this. The cocoon breathes life, and the birth of life is innocent. You are so cruel. Wu Chong, are you okay? Innocent. A man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. The existence of creatures like brain-eating worms is an original sin. You are so noble. You jumped into this cocoon and fed it with your life. Suemo was furious. You Chiyan actually want to force me to die. Aren't you afraid that the law enforcement team will punish you? Wu Chong glared. You are the one who is in the law enforcement team, and you are as keen on being a saint as you are? You try to save the cocoon, and see if the law enforcement team will intervene when we take action later. Suemo seemed to not understand Wu Chong's words, and insisted on blocking the crowd, not wanting anyone to get close to the cocoon. She felt a huge attraction from the depths of the cocoon, and she believed that as long as the ghost in the cocoon broke out of the cocoon, it would definitely become a huge help to her. Wu Yu looked at Suemo, who was fearlessly blocking the crowd, and she was really upset. I really want to kick Suemo into a cocoon. Anyway, that's how she was reborn in her previous life. But, there's still thunder hanging over my head. If it strikes Suemo, will something unpredictable and terrible happen? Wu Yu said to Suemo earnestly, well, can you move aside first? Wait a minute. Suemo didn't even give Wu Yu a chance to finish. Wu Yu, I know what you're thinking, but please don't think everything in the dungeon belongs to you. Please don't say to me in this master's tone, let me go, thank you. Wu Yu shock? Fuck. Destroy it. Strike quickly, what unpredictable terrible things. Good words can't persuade the damned ghost. Bitter fruit is also fruit. As the second thunderbolt struck fiercely, Suemo closed his eyes in fear. The next second, Suemo, who kicked me? Fu Ishua, who arrived a step late, kicked Suemo into Shinjingxi's arms. The place where Suemo was originally located was torn into pieces by the thunderbolt that followed. Suddenly, Suemo trembled all over, and his face turned pale with fear. Fu Ishua's eyes swept towards Suemo, as cold as ice. If you want to die, go outside and die. Don't be an eyesore here. Chapter 85. It was the first time that Suemo was scolded in public in front of so many people, and the one who scolded her was the head of the Fu family, the first of the 4 great families. She covered her face with tears and grievance, which made Shinjingxi and Chen Yuanchao feel sorry for her. Shinjingxi, Master Fu, even if you are a law enforcer, you don't have to be so harsh. Fu Ishua sneered. Is this harsh? Are all you shadows greenhouse flowers? A mere kick has become harsh? It seems that I am meddling in other people's business, and I should let her be struck to death by thunder. Chen Yuanchao hurriedly said, Master Fu, don't be angry. Suemo is kind-hearted, so she would do such an impulsive thing. Fu Ishua said coldly, Chen Yuanchao, you said such a thing? I am only worried about whether the future of the Chen family can be handed over to you. You don't have any kind of woman you want. Think before you speak. Don't let the people in the alliance laugh at you, and think that the future successor of the Chen family is a fool. Chun Yuanchao looked embarrassed, but he didn't dare to refute it at all. He could only agree Master Fu is right. Fu Yanqi, who was in a slump, finally felt like he was back in the real world when he saw Fu Yixue like this. The head of the family was still like this, and his combat power was so strong when he attacked indiscriminately that it was reassuring. However, when the people of Shadow and the Chen family were scolded into silence, it was. Fu Yixue slowly turned his head and looked at the people of Chiyan. The whole Chiyan was shocked by the murderous aura that was coming towards him. Fu Yixue, the third on the Alliance's personal comprehensive combat power list, was so murderous that even the crazy monk Jiachen was quite wary. Jiachen held Wu Yu behind him. Master Fu, I am Wu Yu's master. This is her first time in a plot dungeon, and she doesn't know the rules. You blame me for everything she did wrong. Richard smiled, stepped forward, and blocked the man tightly. Master Fu, calm down. Wu Yu is a little kid who likes to play. If you are really angry, just take it out on me. Fu Yixue's eyes darkened, making people more fearful. Shadow and the Chen family were all waiting to watch the show. Su Mo was kicked and scolded just for standing in front of the cocoon. Even the next head of the Chen family was scolded in front of the whole alliance because of her. Wu Yu attracted the thunderbolt and caused such a big disaster. According to the previous rules, shouldn't the law enforcement team give her a good beating and kick her out of the dungeon? Wu Chong saw Fu Yixue didn't say anything, and timidly poked his head out. Aunt Fu, don't be angry with Yaya. Jian Suiyu, Master Fu, Chiyan will advance and retreat together. All decisions are the result of our joint discussion, and we will not let anyone be punished alone. Chiyan will never accept the efforts of teammates calmly, but betray her when she needs us the most. Seeing that Fu Yixue still refused to give in, Shinkei guessed that she would not give up this time. He stood in front of everyone and looked directly at Fu Yixue. Master Fu, I failed to fulfill my management responsibility for the team members. I am willing to accept all the punishments from the law enforcement team. Fu Yixue put on a mocking smile. All the punishments? Even if I want your life? Shinkei nodded calmly. Yes, as the captain, I have no choice but to do it. Fu Yixue sneered. Shinkei, do you think I dare not touch you? Shinkei shook his head. No, everyone in the alliance knows that Master Fu has a wanton and flamboyant personality. He has never been afraid in his life. Fu Yixue sneered, then suddenly sank her face, and through the people of Chiyan, her eyes were accurately locked on Wu Yue behind the crowd. Fu Yixue suddenly said, Wu Yue, are you hiding behind people like this? No. Wu Yue answered firmly. She resolutely pushed away the Chiyan teammates in front of her, and walked step by step to Fu Yixue. Master Fu, whether it is making bombs or summoning thunder, it is my own idea. I am willing to bear all the consequences. Fu Yixue was extremely beautiful when she was young. Even now, she is still as beautiful as ever. But if you look closely, you can still clearly see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, and the horrifying knife wound on her neck. Even with the current cutting-edge medicine, this wound is still horrifying. Judging from the depth, the knife wound almost cut off her entire head. But she seemed to have the help of a god, and survived the peak battle known as a meat grinder. Wu Yu looked at Fu Yixue calmly, accepting her scrutiny calmly. Fu Yixue's eyes swept across Wu Yu's eyebrows inch by inch. You said that you made this thunder by yourself? Wu Yu nodded, yes. Fu Yixue raised an eyebrow. Really? In the Dharma ending age, the spiritual energy is thin. Do you know what price you have to pay to attract so many thunders? Wu Yu, I did use a lot of my thunder talismans. Fu Yixue looked down at the thunder talismans written in black and white, and his breathing slowed down. Talismans alone are not enough. Do you have a peachwood sword? Wu Yu was about to pull out the peachwood sword wrapped in her sword bag. What are you all doing here? Something happened outside. Those giant salamanders have already rushed into the village, and a huge siphon phenomenon has appeared in the riverbed. If we don't deal with it, the whole village will be submerged soon. Fu. Aunt Fu, why are you here? Yaina's voice suddenly sounded, followed by the Hua family team that had been acting alone from beginning to end. Wu Yu thought of the ruby that disappeared because of Yaina, and the peachwood sword that disappeared inexplicably in the previous life, and the action of pulling out the peachwood sword suddenly stopped. Taking back his hand, Wu Yu said, I just recited the formula. Thunder rumbled, and the sound of surging waves of the river came from afar. Fu Yixue looked at Wu Yu deeply, turned around and left. Su Mo shouted unwillingly, Master Fu, don't you punish Wu Yu? Is it biased to enforce the law like this? Fu Yixue lowered his eyes. Biased? I think you seem to have made a mistake. Pulling out a blood-red sword, Fu Yixue stepped on the sword and flew directly on the sword. Her voice came with the sound of the wind, full of arrogance. In the last days, the strong are respected. What I say is the law. Yana looked at Fu Yixue from beginning to end without even looking at her, and gritted her teeth secretly. As soon as Fu Yixue left, the situation changed instantly. Suemo still wanted to protect the cocoon, but 9 consecutive thunders fell, and the cocoon had already been split into a pile of charred ash. Suemo wanted to rush up to pick up the bag, but received a prompt saying that the bag did not belong to her. Amid the different looks of the crowd, Wu Yu calmly stepped forward and opened the bag directly. Suddenly, Chiyan Wu Yu won the first kill of the dungeon boss Brain Eater Worm Mother, and captured the SS level summoned beast Brain Eater Worm Mother larvae. The larvae of the Worm Mother are still very fragile, but when the Worm Mother grows up, it can regenerate brain-eating worms infinitely, and command and control brain-eating worms. Chiyan Wu Yu obtains the SS level summoned beast Brain-eating Worm Mother larvae. Personal dungeon points increased by 100,000, and Chiyan team points increased by 100,000. Currently, Chiyan Wu Yu ranks first in the dungeon personal points list, and Chiyan team ranks first in the team points list. Warning: due to the killing of the Worm Mother, the dungeon substitute boss is automatically upgraded. Please be vigilant about the birth of a new boss. Chiyan Wu Yu had killed one of the final bosses of the dungeon. The balance of the dungeon has been destroyed. The dungeon process is accelerated, and a giant siphon disaster is coming, entering the Doomsday survival stage. From now until the end of the dungeon in 4 days, please do your best to survive. The continuous notifications on the screen made all the teams present except Chiyan look black. Chapter 86. I thought I wouldn't be surprised no matter what happened in this dungeon, until I saw the SS level summoned beast. It's still just a larva, but it can be rated as SS level. If it's normal, I can't imagine whether it will break through the SS level. So what? Wu Yu, a person without spiritual power, can't bind such a high-level spiritual power summoned beast. There are so many strong people in the world, why can't there be one more me? Is there any metaphysical master who can explain the value of these 9 thunders? To be honest, this is the first time I see the head of the Fu family being so gentle to someone. No, I just saw them confronting each other, and I was sweating. You call this gentle? Zhou Qianfeng looked at the real-time barrage on the live broadcast, his eyes suddenly cold. Fu Yixue, this idiot. Secretary. Last time you met with Taoist Fu, you were knocked 3 meters underground by this idiot. Zhou Qianfeng gave a death smile. Wipe your water. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. Just now, when he saw Fu Yixue asking about Wu Yu at Peach with sword, Zhou Qianfeng even knocked over the water cup in his hand. Although he was interrupted by the appearance of Ina, he did have a strong expectation in his heart. He has always been two-faced, sweet-mouthed but treacherous, but he didn't expect that he would still lose his composure because of such a small, or even impossible thing. The secretary handed all of Wu Yu's personal information to Zhou Qianfeng. Secretary General, I have obtained Wu Yu's entire life as soon as you requested. From the age of 3 to 18, she was in the friendly orphanage. After the age of 18, she advanced to the shadow for 3 months. Then about half a month ago, she joined the Blazing Flame team. Zhou Qianfeng looked back and forth. What about before the age of 3? The secretary shook his head. Can't find it. Zhou Qianfeng frowned. Can't find it. The secretary nodded. After the peak battle, everything needs to be rebuilt. Zhou Qianfeng, how can we be sure that Wu Yu was 3 years old when she entered the orphanage? Secretary, according to the records of the orphanage, she carried a gold lock with her date of birth engraved on it. Zhou Qianfeng's eyes were sharp. So, there is a possibility of forgery, right? Secretary, indeed, it is not ruled out. For children around 3 years old, depending on their growth rate, a 1-year difference before and after is almost unnoticeable. What's more, the people in the orphanage are just trying to make a living, so they won't take care of the children so seriously. Zhou Qianfeng took a deep breath. Investigate, investigate, turn the orphanage upside down. Remember, avoid everyone, especially those in the alliance. Wu Chong explained, SS-level brain-eating worm mother larvae. Wow, yeah, you are really amazing. Zhang Peng said sourly, it's just a larvae. I don't know how long it will take to raise it to be useful. Wu Chong retorted, Chiyan has plenty of resources. It will take a minute to raise it. Zhang Peng was speechless. Other teams might say this is just showing off, but after seeing Chiyan's arrogance, Zhang Peng actually felt that what Wu Chong said made sense. Suemo stared at the broadcast, feeling extremely irritated. She blurted out in anger, so what if I get SS-level larvae? Who knows if I can leave the dungeon alive? Qin Yuanchao looked at Suemo, who had always been very kind, in surprise. Mo, what are you talking about? Suemo covered her face, and wanted to run away, when she noticed that everyone was looking at her strangely. But when she saw the water that had already flooded into the house, she froze. She was not stupid enough to forget that the water in the river was highly poisonous. Wu was also surprised by the SS brain-eating worm larvae, but she knew that the dungeon gains were shared by the team, and now they were just temporarily stored with her. When the dungeon is over, a unified settlement will be made. Because of the huge siphon disaster, the center of the entire river has sunken deeply, forming a huge depression with a radius of 100 meters. All the water in the sunken part surged onto the shore, and in the blink of an eye it reached the ankles. And it was visible to the naked eye that it was still gathering upwards. All the members of the team jumped to a height where they could not touch the water. The area covered by the river water at the bottom could clearly see signs of being corroded by the poison. Wu Chong jumped back and forth. What should we do now? Wu fumbled for a while, and took out the rowing boat that she had modified before from the space. After a simple inspection, she pushed the engine neatly, and directly lifted the rowing boat out of the water. The moment the rowing boat flew into the air, all the team members looked over with a warm and greedy light. Yana was the first to speak. Wu, do you still remember me? We grew up in an orphanage before. You were seriously injured that time. If the head of the family hadn't insisted on taking me away early, I would have continued to treat you. Chen Yuanchao, the Chen family is one of the 4 great families, and I am the next generation of the Chen family. I heard that you and my brother had some minor frictions before. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate with my Chen family, all the previous frictions will be forgiven. Shin Qingxi fell to the end, and seeing that Su Mo was still in a bad mood, he gritted his teeth secretly. Wu, I was your former captain after all, even if you were unhappy in Shadow. But can you just watch Shadow die without helping him? After the captains of the 3 teams finished speaking, they all looked at Wu with hope, almost shouting pick me, ei, ei. After confirming that the members of Chiyan had boarded the boat, Wu nodded repeatedly, everyone is right. The 3 teams all had hopeful lights in their eyes. Then, Wu suddenly pulled the rowboat up high and flew into the air. Looking at the river water that instantly flooded everyone, he smiled faintly, but it's none of my business. Along with the bottom river water, there was also an astonishing number of bottom river giant salamanders, which soon made all the major teams complain bitterly. As the dungeon progressed to the middle, a team finally withdrew. Notice, was team voluntarily withdrew from the dungeon. Notice, Chen's team voluntarily withdrew from the dungeon. Chapter 87. Wu was surprised, these 2 teams surrendered so quickly? Jian Suiyu, it's not surprising. These 2 teams are from aristocratic families, and the current situation is so unfavorable to them. The leaders of the aristocratic team are all future heirs, and they will naturally get the treasure if they are alive. Instead of increasing casualties, it is better to leave early. Wu Chong nodded repeatedly. Yeah, Yu, they must have given up after seeing that we have taken all the points this time. Wu, are they not going to fight the last boss? Jian Suiyu said, in previous years, the total output of dungeon points was about 200,000. But this year, almost all of the 200,000 are with us, and even more than that, so it is highly likely that no more powerful treasures will appear. Wu nodded. While Shadow is struggling to survive, why don't we brush out the remaining materials needed to identify the golden trident? Jiechen, it's feasible, but it's difficult to recycle items in air-to-river combat. Wu smiled. I have a way. Shinkei felt a little PTSD when he heard Wu say I have a way in this tone. He asked cautiously, what do you want to do? Wu, do you remember those flowers with strong water absorption ability? The captain asked us to pick some for research, so I picked more. As he spoke, Wu took out a water-absorbing flower from the space. In less than 3 seconds, under the influence of the high-density water vapor around, the flower's body began to grow rapidly. The flower branch, which was only as thick as a forearm, continued to grow thicker, becoming thicker than Wu's thigh, and faintly had the posture of growing into a towering tree. At the same time, the flower, which originally seemed to have no attack power, grew bigger, and its petals grew black spikes with a cold light. A huge mouthpart grew in the center of the flower, exuding deadly danger. After the flower grew up, Wu threw it into the river, and soon the water-absorbing flower took root and sprouted in the river. As long as the giant salamander entered the attack range of the water-absorbing flower, the water-absorbing flower would open its mouthparts without hesitation and wrap the giant salamander fiercely. After a while, a tooth-grinding chewing sound came from the closed bud. As the chewing gradually subsided, the flower bud opened again, spitting out a pile of giant salamander remains. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Wu smiled. Do you remember that the dungeon once notified us that after the death of the brain-eating worm, the dungeon might have a new boss. Chiyan Suiyu nodded. Yes, from this point of view, these water-absorbing flowers are the new bosses. Water-absorbing flowers eating fish is a new kind of balance. But these flowers should also attack us. Wuyu, don't worry, I still have this. Burying his head in the space, Wuyu took out the black water that the fisherman's daughter had transformed into. Sprinkle half of it around the rowboat, and divide the remaining half evenly into 7 parts for all the members of Chiyan. Everyone immediately discovered that, after getting the black water, the water-absorbing flowers that had just been eyeing them covetously now avoided them like mice seeing a cat. Wuyu understood and said, these flowers have been suppressed by the brain-eating worms and cannot grow. They must be afraid of the corpse water transformed by the brain-eating worms. Now, Wuyu could safely control the rowboat to the sky above the water-absorbing flower. She began to collect the remains of the giant salamander spit out by the water-absorbing flower. Although the quality was lower, she could collect fish skin, fish meat, fish legs and fish eyes. Wuyu. He smiled, with a weird smile on the corner of her mouth. Shinkei, what are you thinking about? It's creepy. Wuyu took out several surfboards from the space. Everyone, it's time for you to work. Shinkei looked at the familiar board, and was terrified. He immediately thought of the first day he entered the dungeon, and was chased by half a river of fish. Shinkei, you want to lure all the fish here? Wuyu nodded, yes, otherwise, now that the siphon disaster has come, there is no time to kill 10,000 giant salamanders. Chiyan is really brave. Other teams were scared of the disaster and the giant salamanders, and directly withdrew from the competition, but they actually took the initiative to lure monsters. After all, this S+ golden trident can only be identified by the ghosts in this dungeon. If the dungeon ends with insufficient props, this is a golden fork. But in the case of siphon, the river converges in the middle, so you can't use a surfboard, right? Chiyan Suiyu, Wuyu, people will be sucked in under the siphon. Apparently, everyone in the audience had the same idea. Wuyu smiled mysteriously. Uncle Joe said that the last part of the dungeon plot is to defend the home. But now the Brain Eater village has been completely destroyed, which means that the Brain Eater village is not the home we have to defend in the end. My guess is that the home we have to defend in the end is deep in the siphon. The siphon is not only a natural disaster, but also a guide for us to go home. The door to our home has been opened, and we are welcome to go home. Although it is a bit risky, I wonder if you can take this risk with me? Wu Chong immediately raised his hand. I want it. I wanted to play when the captain was playing with the surfboard. Jiechen took the surfboard directly. What a joke. How can I be absent from the adventure? Richard naturally took a surfboard. No man can refuse surfing. Fu Yinchi put away the peachwood sword and took the surfboard without hesitation. I want to play. Shinkei was excited to take the board, and suddenly turned back to look at Chiyan Suiyu. Pitiful. Chiyan Suiyu had a headache. Wuyu and I will watch the boat. You guys have fun. Okay. Let's go! Wuyu shouted. Wait a minute. Wuyu took out a parachute from the space and distributed it to everyone. Put it on, maybe it can be used. After the preparations were completed, Chiyan and the other 5 got off the boat from 5 different directions. After entering the river, the huge siphon took them to the bottom of the river. Countless giant salamanders followed behind them, constantly attacking them, forming a huge school of fish behind them. Wuyu and Chiyan Suiyu were the first to arrive above the siphon. She lowered the boat continuously, facing the dark and unfathomable end below the siphon. Wuyu started to put on the parachute. Chiyan Suiyu frowned. Wuyu, what are you going to do? Putting on goggles and protective clothing, Wuyu said calmly, I will go down first, wait for my message. If I don't reply, you let everyone open the parachute and take them away. Chiyan Suiyu realized instantly, that is not a parachute at all. Wuyu nodded. Jet aircraft, enough for them to reach the height of the spacecraft. After saying that, without waiting for Chiyan Suiyu to react, Wuyu turned around and jumped into the depths of the siphon. Seeing Wuyu falling from the boat, Shinkei, who had amazing vision, was the first to react. Suiyu, what happened to Wuyu? Chiyan Suiyu hesitated for a second and said firmly, she went to open the door, trust her. Wuyu continued to fall, hundreds of meters below the river, and after the darkness, the eyes gradually became clear and open. The vision went from dark to bright as day. A huge golden door at the bottom of the river appeared in front of her. There were 3 holes of different depths at the keyhole position on the door. It seemed that the key to open this door was exactly the golden trident that Wuyu got. Chapter 88. Wuyu took out the golden trident from the space and put it into the keyhole. With a flash of golden light, the door slowly opened. Wuyu saw that behind the door was a paradise. Fish were swaying in the clear river, the boating girl was singing a moving song, and the village was full of smoke. These people seemed to be unable to see Wu Yu, and lived their lives freely. This scene before the end of the world was so ordinary, but at this moment, it made Wu Yu's eyes misty. This is the original appearance of the brain-eating village, the real appearance. The river bottom, the answer to this dungeon has been told to them from the beginning. Jian Suiyu's anxious voice came from the communicator. Wu Yu, how are you? Wu Yu turned back suddenly, the softness in her eyes faded, full of endless murderous intent. She said in a deep voice, found it, let everyone come down. Jian Suiyu, okay. As the Chiyan team members jumped into the depths of the siphon and joined Wu Yu, they saw the scene behind the door, and everyone suddenly realized it. Richard was shocked. So, this is the real way to defend the homeland mentioned in the last level of the plot dungeon. Our way has always been wrong. Fu Yanqi studied it carefully. This is a photo of the present world. All of this really existed. It's amazing. It's really amazing. Shinkei lowered his eyes. If we fail to defend our homeland, will these people experience the doomsday again? Wu Yu nodded, yes, and I'm afraid not again. Instead, these people will be reincarnated in this horrible nightmare for eternity. Jiechen folded his hands. Amitabha, my Buddha is merciful. Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Jiechen's Zen stick made a sharp piercing sound. With endless fighting and killing intent, he rushed to the following river giant salamanders and started a battle. Shinkei, Wu Cheng, Richard and Fu Yanqi joined the battle one after another. After Jian Suiyu placed the spaceship in place, he and Wu Yu began to plant water-absorbing flowers on the outermost edge of the riverbed. There were about 200 water-absorbing flowers in Wu Yu's space. These water-absorbing flowers formed a whole square formation outside the river bottom. All the giant salamanders that fell were swallowed by the water-absorbing flowers. Those big giant salamanders that could not be swallowed were dealt with manually by Chiyan members. Wu Yu was still the same as before, quickly wandering around to pick up bags, and at the same time, he gave the dying giant salamanders a good finishing blow. Separated by a door, the curling smoke and the flowing water behind the door formed a sharp contrast with the deadly fight behind the door, like a silent violent aesthetic. For a moment, all the audience who were paying attention to this annual dungeon battle were praying from the bottom of their hearts. Come on! Chiyan! Chiyan! We must protect the last piece of pure land in this world. In this life, I never thought that I could see the life before the end of the world again. I thought I had forgotten it a long time ago, but it turns out that I can't help but burst into tears when I see it. Damn it, you are so sentimental, it makes me pee my tears. Today's nutrient solution seems to be particularly hard to drink, and my mouth is full of bitterness. This is a hearty fight, a whole day and night, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The bodies of giant salamanders were piled up to 10 meters high. Wu Yu didn't even have time to pick up the corpses. All the team members would pick up the corpses together during the gaps in the battle. For a while, the entire dungeon was filled with a screen of Chiyan members gaining points. In the end, even the message, "Notice, Shadow Team voluntarily withdraws from the dungeon," was not noticed by anyone. Until the sporadic water-absorbing flowers of giant salamanders could solve the problem. The teammates gave all the giant salamander props to Wu Yu. Wu Yu calculated and found that the number of props that could be identified had exceeded the number by more than double. Moreover, in the later stages of the battle, the giant salamanders that were eaten by the water-sucking flower were spit out with night-shining pearls. Calculated in this way, Wu Yu now has 25,000 fish legs, fish eyes, fish skin and fish meat, and 2,500 night-shining pearls. With all these props, she took down the golden trident on the gate. Looking back at her teammates, everyone silently said to her, "Go." Wu Yu nodded, took a deep breath and stepped into the door. "Hello, sister, do you want to take a boat?" The gentle and kind fisherman's daughter was the first to discover Wu Yu, and she called Wu Yu to get on the boat. Along the way, the rowboat swayed gently, and the fisherman's daughter sang simple, but moving ballads. When they arrived at the river bank, the fisherman's daughter waved to Wu Yu cordially, "Sister, welcome to our Hessian village." Wu Yu looked up and saw that the village sign that originally read Cherno Village had become Hessian Village. Walking into Hessian Village, there were villagers chatting everywhere. Their lives were leisurely and comfortable, and their folk customs were simple and pure. All of this was completely different from what she saw in the world on the river. Finally, Wu Yu returned to the village sign of Hessian Village. With the most pious heart, Wu Yu took out all the props to identify the golden trident. The golden light flickered for a long time. Even the village sign of Hessian Village was stained with golden light. Wu Yu took a look at the properties of the weapon, and surprise flashed in her eyes. But soon, she returned to the door and closed it permanently. Wu Yu handed the golden trident to Shinkei. Captain, here you go. Shinkei hesitated. Isn't this a bit bad? Chiyan, what's wrong with it? I've already agreed to give it to you. Wu Chong, that's right. Why are you being so polite? Richard, Captain, why don't you take it, and see what the attributes of this weapon are after identification? Wu Yu smiled and handed it forward again. Take a look, you like it? Jian Sui Yu, take a look. Why are you more shy than a girl? Shinkei glared at him, and took the trident from Wu Yu. Weapon name, Golden Trident. Weapon type, Spear. Weapon level, SS. Weapon attack power. With the blessing of spiritual power, an additional 100% attack power is added. Weapon additional attributes. Blessing of the River God 1. Each attack adds an additional 200% attack power. Blessing of the River God 2. Absolute defense, resist and dissolve all attacks from the front. The anger of the River God can cause 1,000 miles of collapse, causing a huge impact on all enemies in front, a fatal blow. Ultimate skill. Raises huge waves, causing storms and tsunamis, sinking the continent, and the world cracking. Shinkei looked back and forth at this weapon level SS, with 3 additional attributes and ultimate skills. He never thought that there would be such a hot weapon in the world. He took a step back, and abruptly let the noble trident fall to the ground with a pop. Chapter 89. Wu Chong picked up the golden trident with a look of disdain. You are the captain anyway, you look so ignorant. Wu Chong picked up the golden trident on the ground and took a look at its attributes. He threw the trident, and jumped 3 feet high. Fuck. Compared to his reaction, Shinkei was quite calm just now. Chiyan caught the weapon speechlessly. You two are not enough to embarrass me. However, after taking a look at the weapon's attributes, Chiyan paused for a second strangely, and silently stuffed the trident into Richard's arms. Too heavy, I can't lift it. Richard felt that these people were unreasonable. Too heavy? You are a Barbie doll, and you told me that the weapon is too heavy? Chiyan, see for yourself. The moment he saw the attributes of the weapon, Richard deeply understood what too heavy, can't lift meant. Richard looked at Jian Suiyu, who directly refused. Please don't add to the burden of a brain worker. Richard turned his head, and stuffed it into Fu Yanqi's hand. Fu Yanqi was drowsy after just fighting, and his upper and lower eyelids were fighting so hard that he couldn't stand steadily. At this moment, a weapon was suddenly stuffed into his arms, and he threw it out with disdain without thinking. Everyone looked at it in disbelief, as a giant salamander about the size of a humpback whale just fell from the bottom of the river. Before it could land, it was pierced through the heart by the fork. It didn't even have time to struggle, and was eaten by the water-sucking flowers below. Fu Yanqi's strength lies in the mysterious arts, and his mental power is barely at the S level, but even so, his casual attack can have such a strong killing power. It is conceivable that this weapon will explode with such devastating offensive power in the hands of the terrifying Shinkei. Seeing the golden trident about to fall into the mouth of the water-absorbing flower, Shinkei jumped on the spot and held the golden trident firmly in his hand. Feeling the fighting spirit from Shinkei, the weapon seemed to have life, trembling and responding continuously. The weapon was successfully bound, and Shinkei threw the trident into the depths of the siphon with endless will. The siphon was instantly broken into 2 petals, and a lot of golden light suddenly emanated from the depths of the siphon, and countless props were wrapped in the light. The props appeared, siphoning, absorbing water, and even the Hushan village behind them disappeared. The Chiyan people looked at each other in surprise, and walked forward along the guided path. Is it a clearance? All the participating teams could only barely survive until the 7th day of the plot dungeon, but Chiyan cleared it directly on the 4th day of the dungeon. Oh my god, look at those lights, they are all props I have never seen before. What attributes did Shinkei identify with this trident? The destructive power is simply too terrifying. I dare not imagine how powerful Chiyan will be with these props. The overwhelming discussion was soon flooded with the golden, bold and enlarged broadcast of the entire alliance. Congratulations to the Chiyan team for the first kill to clear the Cliff Abyss River God Village Story Dungeon. Clearance evaluation. S level, perfect strategy and powerful combat power. From now on, the dungeon will completely disappear, and countless dead souls in the dungeon will be able to leave the dungeon and reincarnate. Dungeon's additional gift to clear the dungeon. Chiyan received 10,000 SS level healing night pearls, 10,000 SS level diamond crystals, 10,000 SS level diamond crystal cores, and 10,000 SS level summoned beast rations. Dungeon gives an additional reward to the most outstanding member, Chiyan Wuyue, the inheritance of the river god, the Golden River. When you are somewhere in the world, find a door that fits this golden key. Open the door, and you will see a golden river, which will bring new inheritance. According to the first teen welfare system of the Alliance, in the next year, all income of the members of the Chiyan team will be personal and exempt from all taxes. Chiyan will be awarded 100 billion points, effective immediately. After a series of announcements, a golden key appeared in front of Wu Yu. A golden dragon was coiled on it, which was most likely the incarnation of the legendary river god. Wu Yu thought of the ice crystal key of the white snake in her hand, and felt like she had become a key keeper, with all the doors that could not be opened or found. Wu Yu took the key, and the whole illusion collapsed completely. Chiyan and his people returned to the bottom river, and the village had returned to its original appearance as the river god village. Countless wrong souls flew towards the sky. Among them, Wu Yu saw the fisherman's daughter on the boat, and waved goodbye to her with a smile. Wu Cheng took off his combat uniform, and put on the most exquisite and complicated wizard robe. He waved the wizard's staff in his hand, and the gorgeous silver ornaments on his head made a crisp sound during his movements. He danced a dance that Wu Yu had never seen before, sacred and solemn. He was muttering something, his face full of piety and sincere expectation. Chiyan put his hands together, and chanted the great compassion mantra for these deceased people with Fu Yanqi. Richard took out the cross in his arms, lowered his eyes, and prayed for the wronged souls in his heart. This scene made Wu Yu feel a peace of mind she had never felt before. Soon, the wronged souls dispersed, and the dungeon was recovered. The annual plot dungeon officially came to an end. Shen Kai and Jian Suiyu, as the captain and vice-captain, still had things to do with the Alliance representatives. Wu Yu and Wu Cheng jumped and hopped, chirping like little chickens after school, and ran to the shuttle. Seeing Zhou Jiangwo waiting for them outside, the two seemed to see a relative, Uncle Zhou. Zhou Jiangwo was relieved. You did a good job. Chiyan pushed them from behind. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Wu Yu lined up and followed Wu Cheng to get on the shuttle, but was stopped by someone. Wu Yu. Wu Yu turned around and saw Fu Yixue. Fu Yanqi, who was going to leave with them, now stood beside Fu Yixue obediently, not daring to make a sound. Fu Yixue, Wu Yu, I heard Yanqi say that you have something to ask me. Wu Yu didn't expect Fu Yixue to not leave yet. Now she took the initiative to bring it up. Wu Yu nodded. Yes, Taoist Fu, I would like to trouble you to help me check the situation of my spiritual power being sealed. Wu Yu saw that Fu Yixue was like Fu Yanqi before, using the blood on his fingertips to touch his eyes, which should be the opening of the eyes in metaphysics. Compared to Fu Yanqi, a faint red light flashed in Fu Yixue's eyes the moment she opened her eyes. I think this is due to the different realms of the two. As soon as the dungeon ended, Fu Yixue found Fu Yanqi and listened to him tell her in detail about the differences between Wu Yu. The more she listened, the more excited Fu Yixue became. She couldn't wait to find Wu Yu, just to see if the seal in Wu Yu's brain was. Now, she can finally verify it herself. As soon as the eyes of heaven opened, Fu Yixue couldn't wait to look at Wu Yu. Chapter 90. A sharp pain came, and Fu Yixue's throat tasted blood. Although it was true that there was a powerful force protecting Wu Yu as Fu Yanqi said, it was not so powerful that it could not be broken. Although Fu Yixue was surprised, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. Wu Yu, your brain is indeed wrapped in a mysterious force. However, if you rashly remove this force, it will hurt your body. Richard thought of Wu Yu's state in his consciousness before. Master Fu means that the power is in the brain, which may cause Wu Yu's brain to be injured. Fu Yixue nodded. Yes, I am not completely sure either. This mysterious power has coexisted with Wu Yu's crystal core since she was 12 years old. They have long been interdependent and mutually dependent. The worst result is brain death. After hearing what Fu Yixue said, everyone fell silent. Is there really no way to help Wu Yu recover her mental strength? Fu Yixue, after returning to the master's house, I will look for relevant ancient books to see if I can find any clues about this mysterious power. Wu Yu smiled calmly. Thank you, Taoist Fu. Fu Yixue's eyes flashed. By the way, Yanqi also mentioned to me your mysterious and powerful family learning, and your distinctive peachwood staff. I don't know, can I take a look? Wu Yu looked around to see that there was no one around, and without hesitation, she took out the Xianshu book and her Sailor Moon peachwood sword directly from the system. When Fu Yixue saw the Xianshu book, doubt flashed in her eyes, but when she saw the peachwood sword in Wu Yu's hand, her breathing suddenly stagnated. Then, her face darkened instantly. Fu Yixue said gloomily, Wu Yu, where did you get these? Wu Yu said, these were all around me when I was in the orphanage. Fu Yixue narrowed her eyes dangerously. Orphanage? Wu Yu nodded, yes. Fu Yixue lowered her eyes mysteriously. Watching Shen Kai and Jian Suiyu approaching, she coldly instructed, Yanqi, get engaged after a while, remember to go home. After that, She turned around and left without looking back, with a hint of anger in her eyes. Wu Yu didn't understand why Fu Yixue suddenly changed her attitude. Is she angry? Why? Is she not convinced that my family's teachings are so simple, yet so effective? Wu Chong covered Wu Yu's mouth in horror. Ancestor, don't do that. Don't you know that Taoist Master Fu is famous? I get scared every time I see her. If I'm a small troll, she's a super big troll. She's so trolling that she kill you. Fu Yinchi also nodded repeatedly with a look of deep agreement. The head of the family is angry. He also felt strange. The patriarch had shown that he liked Wu Yu very much before, so why did he suddenly get angry? Shen Kai and Jian Sui returned, and Chiyan and his group officially boarded the shuttle for the return trip. Zhou Qianfeng's shuttle had just landed, and Chiyan's shuttle was just taking off. He raised his eyebrows, and saw a vague figure of a girl in Chiyan's shuttle. Secretary General, we are here. I see that Master Fu doesn't seem to be in a good mood. You'd better be careful. Do you need me to equip you with a guard team? Zhou Qianfeng, no need. Seeing Zhou Qianfeng suddenly appear, Fu Yixue's eyes flashed with surprise. You are so afraid of death. Why are you here? Zhou Qianfeng went straight to the point. Have you met the child named Wu Yu? Fu Yixue nodded, eyes full of suspicion. Well, I almost thought, Zhou Qianfeng, I really almost thought Wu Yu was her child. Even if the age is not right, her eyebrows, behavior and even logical thinking are too. Old friends. However, when I saw that the peachwood sword she took out was exactly the same as the one we had fabricated to confuse people, I realized that someone had been setting up a scheme 15 years ago. I didn't want to vent my anger on the child, because the child was innocent, but I still couldn't help but feel angry, and I still couldn't help but think about the conspiracy. She's dead. In the peak battle at the beginning of the end of the world, she could have escaped unscathed, but she chose to stand alone in front of millions of people, and block this catastrophe that would destroy all mankind alone. I searched for her body under the ruins for 3 whole months, but I couldn't find her body. No body left. Zhou Qianfeng, no body left. But these people didn't even let her child go. When I came to my senses, the child was gone. Could it be that, with her contribution to all mankind, her child didn't deserve the most honorable treatment in the world? Didn't she deserve to be loved by the whole world and grow up without worries? But now, Zhou Qianfeng, the child has not been found yet. The entire alliance is so secretive about even mentioning her name. Sometimes, I wish they were all destroyed. This world is not worthy of her saving. Zhou Qianfeng looked at Fu Yixue with a headache. Every time she was mentioned, Fu Yixue would go crazy. Perhaps, she had gone crazy long before Fu Yixue's entire family died tragically, and she was the only one rescued from the battlefield by her. Now Fu Yixue's only purpose in living is to find her child. Excited, Fu Yixue spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body shook, but she waved Zhou Qianfeng's hand away resolutely. No need, it's been an old problem for a long time. Secretary Zhou, we have different paths, and we can't make plans together. I have said it before, if it weren't for her relationship, I would never say a word to a two-faced villain like you goodbye. Zhou Qianfeng silently watched Fu Yixue's back as she left, and felt that this old friend seemed to have aged a lot, with a faint decadent look. Fu Yixue, who fought against ghosts and gods with a blood sword, should not look like this now. After a short silence, I sent someone to check. Wu Yu's age may be different from what she thought. Fu Yixue turned back suddenly, you mean? Zhou Qianfeng nodded. She may be younger, but more likely older. After all, I think, if it is the end of the world, no one will have the leisure to prepare a golden lock with the date of birth for the child. Unless, the golden lock was prepared before the end of the world. Zhou Qianfeng called up the photo of the golden lock that he had just obtained before the shuttle landed. Although it was a bit old, the cute little pig on the golden lock could be vaguely seen. Fu Yixue came to Zhou Qianfeng in an instant, and snatched his communicator. Zhou Qianfeng's eyebrows were full of helplessness. Master Fu, as the Secretary General of the Alliance, the confidentiality level of my communicator is top secret. Fu Yixue put the sword on Zhou Qianfeng's neck. Shut up. I stab you to death if you say another word. Fu Yixue enlarged the picture of the golden lock again and again, not missing any details, and even took out his reading glasses. Zhou Qianfeng, don't look at it, this is the only clue at the moment. Of course, you can also continue to hold your previous point of view and stay out of it. I will investigate the next things myself. Fu Yixue directly copied the photo. You check yours, I check mine, and notify me immediately if there is any progress from now on. Zhou Qianfeng nodded. Okay, we share clues. Fu Yixue was surprised. Share? Are you okay? Why should I share with you? If I confirm Wu Yu's identity, I will definitely hand over the entire Fu family to her. All the disciples of the Fu family, according to their seniority, must call her master. Zhou Qianfeng, I have been preparing birthday gifts for her children over the years, and I have never missed one every year. Fu Yixue sneered, what can be boastful about birthday gifts? Zhou Qianfeng, the trade hub of the entire world city, and the lifeline of the economic chain of the entire central city are in my hands. In the future, they will all be delivered to her children in person. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Fu Yixue politely retracted the sword and even patted Zhou Qianfeng's collar. A gentle smile, happy cooperation. Earning more family assets for the baby is not considered as surrendering. Chapter 91. After boarding the shuttle, Wu Yu rubbed her eyes uncomfortably. Wu Chong came over. Yu, what's wrong with you? Wu Yu, I always feel uncomfortable in my eyes, they are swollen. Fu Yinchi glanced sideways. Is it because the strength of the patriarch is too strong, causing you oppression? Wu Yu nodded, maybe. Back in the shuttle's personal lounge, Wu Yu opened her eyes and looked carefully at the camera. Suddenly, a fierce red light flashed in her eyes, and at the same time, her pupils emitted a dazzling luster like rubies, and the mirror in her hand was instantly shattered. Wu Yu was horrified. What was going on? Was it laser rays emitted from her eyes? When Wu Yu found another mirror to observe, her eyes had recovered as before. At the same time, Wu Yu felt that her mental power, which had been somewhat loose, was now as quiet as death. Wu Yu. Very good. After sensing the mental power from Fu Yixue, this ruby directly reinforced her with 18 layers of firewall. In addition, Wu Yu always felt that this firewall was cunning, and did not use all its strength when facing Fu Yixue just now. Compared with Fu Yinchi's Sky Eye last time, when Fu Yixue's Sky Eye looked at her this time, Wu Yu's system personal interface information jumped wildly, and her mental power data increased rapidly, FED. A plus, SS plus. In order to reduce its own presence, Ruby temporarily released the restrictions on Wu Yu's mental power. If Fu Yixue had not checked for a short time, it is hard to say whether her mental power would continue to rise. At that time, she could feel the existence of the mental power core, and the mental power quickly moved throughout her body. But as Fu Yixue's mental power was withdrawn, Wu Yu's mental power suddenly dropped to the bottom of the valley at a faster speed than it rose, just like bungee jumping. Until now, she was as quiet as a chicken. Looking at herself in the mirror, Wu Yu realized that the gem in her mind was protecting herself. There was a knock on the door, and Wu Yu turned around in confusion. Who? Fu Yinchi, me? Wu Yu opened the door with a normal look. Is there something wrong? Fu Yinchi was a little sorry. Are you okay? The head of the family has always been more self-centered. I hope I didn't make you feel uncomfortable. Wu Yu shook her head. I'm fine. Fu Yinchi took out many excellent blank yellow talismans, top-grade cinnabar, and wolf hair that looked priceless from the system, and handed them to Wu Yu. These are for you. I hope they can help you. It can be regarded as a small apology from the head of the family. I hope you don't despise it. Wu Yu blinked suddenly. This was the first time she saw the legendary Orthodox talisman drawing equipment. Despise? What despise? These mysterious equipment are now hundreds and thousands of times more valuable than thermal weapons. Fu Yinchi looked at Wu Yu, whose eyes were shining, and stuffed the things into her hands. Take it. Didn't you say that you would have a hearty duel with me at that time? I'm waiting. When Fu Yinchi was about to leave, Wu Yu called him. Wait. I only saw Wu Yu clumsily picking up the wolf hairbrush, using the best cinnabar to write the peace amulet neatly on the delicate yellow talisman. It was the first time Wu Yu wrote with a wolf hairbrush, and her handwriting looked weak and not very good-looking. But Fu Yinchi saw Wu Yu's serious expression and waited patiently. After writing 10 pieces in a row, Wu Yu folded all the amulets into triangles and gave them to Fu Yinchi. Wu Yu, I just heard from Master Fu that you will attend the engagement ceremony of Fu Mingli and Yana in a few days. Take this. I hope it will be useful to you. The plot of the previous life has completely deviated. Wu Yu just hopes that everyone in Chiyan can be safe. Fu Yinchi looked at the amulet stuffed in his palm and nodded, thank you. After watching Fu Yinchi leave, Wu Yu returned to the room. After this 4-day battle, all the members of Chiyan entered a state of rest. Wu Yu also clicked on her personal information interface to review, avoiding the annoying interface of no mental power, and the team group that had already exploded. Wu Yu found that her system backpack was piled with many information reminders. Receipt props distribution from Jian Suiyu. 1000 SS level healing night pearls. 1000 SS level diamond crystals. 1000 SS level diamond crystal cores. And 1000 SS level summoned beast rations. Wu Yu sighed. The deputy captain is worthy of being a brainworker, And he completed the prop distribution so quickly. Fast boy. Absolutely fast boy. Received item distribution from Chiyan Sueyu. SS level summoned beast brain-eating worm mother larva. Received points distribution from Chiyan Sueyu. 20 billion alliance points. Received extra reward from Linya, Abyss Hushan Village Plot Dungeon. Inheritance of the River God Golden Key. Received extra reward from Linya, Abyss Hushan Village Plot Dungeon. SS level water absorbing man-eating flower king larva. The more he looked down, the more Wu Yu frowned. No, why did Chiyan Sueyu give her the larvae of the worm mother? Which girl would like such a disgusting brain-eating worm? And what about the SS level water absorbing man-eating plant flower king larvae? This thing doesn't even appear in the Alliance's system prompts, right? Why does it appear in her summon beast interface? Is it a scam, my friend? She can't afford it. She really can't afford it. Wu Yu carefully clicked on the interface of the larvae of the brain-eating worm and the larvae of the man-eating plant, fearing that she would be bound to these two by accident. I saw a wrinkled little flower suddenly appear in the house. The small bud had only opened a little bit, and it looked normal from the outside. Even the branches were shaking, and it looked a little fragile and helpless. But when I looked closer, I saw that the inner core of the bud was full of sawtooth-like human fangs. The bud opened suddenly towards Wu Yu, and Wu Yu could even see the mouthparts of the carnivorous plant on the stamens, like the blade of a blender. The carnivorous plant gently shook its branches, opened its fangs, and showed Wu Yu a shy and terrifying smile. Wu Yu's heart suddenly became as quiet as if it were dead. There was no need to be so shy, it was scary. Wu Yu watched silently as the brain-eating worm cubs crawled into the heart of the man-eating plant, and the man-eating plant completely wrapped it. Before being wrapped, the brain-eating worm was still shaking its round little head and acting coquettishly to Wu Yu. Wu Yu's scalp was numb, and she looked away silently. People with little luck really couldn't enjoy this blessing. Record this scene and post it in the team group dedicated to this plot dungeon. Wu Yu video. Wu Yu at Chiyan Sueyu, Vice Captain, all the bugs and flowers have been airdropped to your mailbox. Wu Yu, declined, thank you. Chiyan Sueyu, who had just returned to his room after a meeting with Shinkei, Jietchen and Richard, saw Wu Yu's letter and quickly clicked to open it. Seeing the words brain-eating bug and piranha plant flash by, Chiyan Sueyu's heart suddenly jumped. By the time he reacted, a 3-meter-tall man-eating plant opened its mouthparts and faced his face. In the center of the mouthparts, there was a brain-eating bug as thick as an adult man's thigh, which hissed and pounced on him. Chiyan Sueyu closed the mailbox at the fastest speed in his life and threw it directly to Shinkei like a ball. Your email has been sent successfully. Chapter 92. Bang! A loud noise came from the entire shuttle, and the shuttle shook along with it. Under the combined attack of the man-eating plant and the brain-eating worm, Shinkei ran to Wu Yu's door without thinking. Wu Yu? Hearing Shinkei's voice, Wu Yu's head buzzed. She silently put her head into the quilt. Sorry, Captain, I don't want to respond now. Anyway, the captain is in such good physical condition, it won't be a problem if he runs a few more laps. Shinkei looked at the man-eating plant and the brain-eating worm that were getting closer and closer, and his head was about to explode. Wu Yu opened the door. In the quilt, no. Shinkei jumped up and down. They only recognize you. In the quilt, kill them. Woo woo woo. As soon as they arrived at Wu Yu's door, the sad duo immediately shrank into a petite and helpless appearance. A flower and a bug were scratching the door and crying, and when Shinkei cast an unbelievable look at them, they turned their heads to face Shinkei at the same time, and a cold and bloodthirsty light flashed in their fierce eyes. Boy, get out of here if you know what's best for you. Shinkei, Okay, I can't afford to offend you. Finally, Wu Yu opened the door silently with a gloomy face, and a flower, and an insect ran towards her happily. Mom, we are your babies. Wu Yu summoned Jin Wu expressionlessly. Go, set rules for your new little brother. Jin Wu pecked at its wings and glanced at Wu Yu, his eyes full of domineering spirit, which made Wu Yu stunned. What's going on? How come Jin Wu suddenly grew so much after a dungeon? Wu Yu hurriedly checked Jin Wu's summoned beast panel. Summoned beast name, ancient mythical beast 3-legged Jin Wu cub, midterm, growth, 40%. Hunger, 0%. When the hunger reaches more than 50%, Jin Wu will be angry and make indiscriminate attacks except for the owner. Pet rating, SS+. Wu Yu was surprised to find that Jin Wu's growth suddenly soared by 40%, and the pet rating has also increased. What's going on? What happened? Could it be because of her previous surge in mental power? Will her little angel also change? Wu Yu summoned the little angel, and found that although the little angel's appearance was much more delicate than before, its attributes in all aspects had not changed. It seems that as a prop-type little angel, The key to growth is still the feeding of crystals. Wu Yu simply fed the 1000 SS level diamond crystals that she had just received to the little angel. It was visible to the naked eye that so many crystals were fed. The little angel's entire body has grown rapidly, and 2 pairs of wings have appeared on his back. The originally blurred facial features have become more human, delicate and holy. The little angel slowly opened his eyes and looked at Wu Yu. His light amber pupils made Wu Yu's breathing stagnate. Wow, so beautiful, I like him so much. Wu Yu hugged the little angel into his arms and gave her a loving hug. The eyes of the Sangbia combination on the side were full of envy. Check the little angel's system properties again. Item name, Angel Guardian Intimacy, 100%. The item has a high intimacy with you, and the passive skill is 100% triggered. Item level, SS upgrade item star rating, 10 stars, 7 stars are currently lit. Congratulations. A flash of inspiration led to a new skill. Healing ability, healing 20% of the ghost damage suffered by the human body. Level 1, skill proficiency 0/5, skill cooldown time, 1 hour. Congratulations. A flash of inspiration led to a new skill. Group healing ability, healing all the damage suffered by all friendly teammates within a 1 meter radius. Level 1, skill proficiency 0/5, skill cooldown time, 24 hours. 1000 SS level diamond level crystals can only feed the little angel to level 7. It is conceivable that it will be extremely difficult to upgrade it later. But we didn't expect that by lighting up 2 stars, the little angel actually awakened 2 healing abilities. 1 single healing, 1 group healing. Items with healing abilities, it can be sold at a sky-high price in the trading market, but in Wu Yu's hands. Forget it, let's not talk about it. In addition to the purification ability, all skills of the little angel have been upgraded to varying degrees in this battle. Wu Yu still has 1000 SS level summoned beast rations in his hand, and glanced at the arrogant Jinwoo, and the shy Songbi combination who licked his face. Wu Yu silently gave all the food to Jinwoo. It was not because she was partial, but because the new baby's appearance was too worrying. After feeding so much food, Jinwoo's growth value immediately soared by 20%, and the growth rate suddenly exceeded half, and it was only 40% away from reaching adulthood. Imagine that when Jinwoo grows up, it can carry itself in the sky and fly freely. Wu Yu thinks that raising this baby is worth it. After Jinwoo grows up, it has more domineering power of ancient mythical beasts. Coupled with the natural species restraint, under its suppression, the Sangbia combination dared not speak out. After the formal binding, Wu Yu checked the attributes of the 2 summoned beasts one by one. Summoned beast name, brain-eating worm mother larvae. Growth, 1%. Hunger, 0%. When the hunger reaches 50% or more, the brain-eating worm will be angry and make indiscriminate attacks except for the owner. Pet rating, SS. Summoned beast name, water-sucking man-eating plant larvae. Growth, 1%. Hunger, 0%. When the hunger reaches 50% or more, the man-eating plant will be angry and make indiscriminate attacks except for the owner. Pet rating, SS. The summoned beast that has just been bound has no skills. Even if it is an SS level summoned beast, it is no different from an ordinary worm flower if it cannot be fed. After returning to the base, Wu Yu went to the back mountain immediately. The cabbage, lettuce, tomatoes and eggs left when leaving were all eaten up, and the most urgent thing was to roll up his sleeves and do a big job. First, he took out all the black soil and seeds that had been stored in the space before, and after the first round of sowing, Wu Yu began to purify the seeds. Wu Yu was busy here, and the Sangbia combination was having a lot of fun on the side. Chong Chong kept pupating in the field, and the piranha plant followed behind, and ate all the dead leaves collected in the vegetable field. As summoned beasts, these 2 are no longer dangerous, so Wu Yu simply ignores them. When the seeds are purified, Wu Yu is surprised to find that the black soil seems to have changed compared to before. Use testing equipment 1 to test. Evaluation object, black soil. Soil quality, SS. Combined attribute bonus of brain-eating worms and man-eating plants. Introduction. Top-grade fertile black soil. Planting in it can give crops a 30-fold growth bonus and a 50-fold yield bonus. And the black soil can be recycled continuously, and the quality will not decrease at all. Extra bonus to the combined properties of the brain eater and the piranha plant. There is a certain chance of producing the possibility of currently extinct crops. The rarer the crop itself, the higher the possibility of producing extinct crops. Wu Yu blinked in disbelief and looked at the 2 guys. I didn't expect you to have this use. Wu Yu's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light, and now he went outside to find rare crops. Chapter 93. After the apocalypse, food diversity dropped sharply. Currently, There are no more than 10 kinds of vegetables that can be grown normally, and these 10 are all contaminated by impurities. After Wu Yu purified 20 cabbage seeds, her mental strength was exhausted. After planting this batch of seeds, feeding the mutant chickens, and collecting 10 eggs in the past 5 days, she found Jian Suiyu and wanted to apply for a small shuttle to go out alone. Jian Suiyu approved Wu Yu the latest high-tech shuttle without hesitation, a shuttle with top combat weapons and equipment, and kicked the idle Shen Kai and Wu Chong to Wu Yu. Take these two away with you, so they won't cause any trouble in the base. A subtle hesitation flashed across Wu Yu's face. She seriously suspected that Jian Suiyu was asking her to take care of the naughty kids, and he was taking care of 2 of them. Jian Suiyu smiled. You will inevitably encounter strange beasts when you go out to look for crops. It's better to take a few more people with you for safety. Wu Yu, but the captain. Don't you need to consider the wishes of the person himself? Shen Kai had already moved all the weapons and equipment, and asked with his head tilted, Can we set off? Wu Yu looked at Shen Kai and suddenly became discouraged. Let's go! Wu Chong was excited. Yohu, let's go! Wu Chong jumped up and down in the shuttle. It was obvious that he was more familiar with the terrifying dungeon than the one he was familiar with. Going to the wild to find new species and collect seeds was something he had never experienced before. It was so new to him. Wu Chong never stopped talking along the way. Wu Chong, yeah, where are we going? Wu Yu, to the suburbs north of World City. There is a tropical rainforest climate and dense crops. There should be many original crops preserved. Wu Chong, so excited, will we meet? Wu Yu covered Wu Chong's mouth and said grimly, Shut your crow mouth, or I will throw you off the shuttle. Wu Chong hummed, oh okay. When Shen Kai heard the 3 words World City, his body paused. Wu Yu was puzzled. Captain, is there anything inconvenient? Shen Kai shook his head, nothing. Wu Yu nodded, okay, I made a detailed strategy before I set off. The suburbs north of World City are the earliest discovery sites of seeds of cabbage, tomatoes, lettuce, etc., which are currently consumed by the entire alliance. At present, there are still many experts in biology and agronomy conducting long-term exploration there. Wu Chong sighed, but those experts can't find new species. Can we find them if we go there? Wu Yu, actually, I have an advanced version of black soil here, and I plan to stay there for a few more days this time. Wu Chong curiously poked his head to see the new soil brought by Wu Yu. Seeing the description displayed on the detection equipment, he was stunned for a whole minute. After a while, he finally spoke. Captain, I seem to be illiterate. What is said here is true. There is a certain probability of producing, the possibility of producing currently extinct crops. The rarer the crop itself, the higher the possibility of producing extinct crops? Shen Kai pushed away Wu Chong, who was full of stupidity. You are right, Wu Yu. If your land is seen by those biological and agricultural experts, they will probably go crazy. These experts have been researching for 15 years, spending so much manpower, material and financial resources, and they can't even research a crop without impurities. As a result now, with this move, you can not only purify the crops, but also grow extinct crops, which is simply rubbing the faces of those experts on the ground. Wu Yu was embarrassed to hear this. However, Wu Yu nodded, you praise me like this when you are out and about. Shen Kai, yes. You are not modest. Wu Yu turned on the communicator. I just updated the system, adding the Alliance planting crop illustrations, and the Alliance breeding animal illustrations. Yes, there are also the Manchuhan banquet, and the recipes of the 10 major cuisines. Wu Chong exclaimed, wow, I have never seen these before. Wu Yu, normal, if we classify by player type, you have always been a combat type, and these are the parts that only life farming players will involve. The shuttle arrived at the northern suburbs of World City, where the vegetation was dense, and the trees were towering. Wu Yu, Shen Kai, and Wu Chong disembarked the shuttle at the outskirts of the suburbs. From a distance, they could see another shuttle parked nearby, and the huge vegetation-style logo around the shuttle. Shen Kai, this is a shuttle dedicated to the Academy of Agricultural Sciences in World City. It seems that there are experts from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences exploring inside. This was the first time Wu Yu had come to the suburbs in her 2 lives. Everything here was very new to her. She was full of energy. Let's go, let's go! After setting the shuttle to invisible mode, the 3 of them walked into the dense tropical rainforest. Shen Kai, it's very humid here, and there are many insect-like beasts. Although these beasts are generally small in size, they are all extremely strong. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Yu released the man-eating plant and the brain-eating worm. A lizard as big as a wild boar passed by and just stretched out its tongue towards Wu Yu, but it was suddenly cut off by the man-eating plant. The lizard was stunned for a second as it looked at its tongue disappearing in the air, and was swallowed whole by the brain-eating worm that had grown in size. Burp. Shinkei stared at the brain-eating worm that was burping after eating without any expression. Brain-eating worm, boy, you look useless. Wu asked, Captain, what did you want to say just now? Shinkei looked away, extremely edible. Wu checked the attribute panels of the piranha plant and the brain-eating worm. Hey, Captain, you know what? They really grow after eating. Wu urged the piranha plant and the brain-eating worm to eat more, and they would be fools if they didn't eat the free stuff. At the same time, a light spot flashed at the place where the lizard was just eaten, indicating that Wu could pick up the bag. She went forward and took a look, successfully picked up the tail of an A-level lizard, which is the favorite of fish, and can be used as bait for fishing. For a garbage man, there is nothing more joyful than picking up garbage. After happily putting away the props, Wu walked forward all the way. With the brain-eating worms and man-eating plants leading the way, the small beasts around the rainforest did not need Chiyan and the other two to do anything. She just had to follow behind and pick up the bag. Successfully picked up the sickle of an A-level mantis, which is extremely sharp and can be used as a cooking knife. Successfully picked up the shell of a B-level tortoise, which can be used as a cooking utensil. Successfully picked up the backpack of a B-level traveling termite and obtained 10 purification cookies. Cookies can reduce hunger and eliminate negative physical conditions. Successfully picked up an A-grade poisonous green mushroom. The green mushroom is extremely poisonous and delicious. One bite will send you to hell. Successfully picked up an A-grade dead leaf butterfly's dead leaf camouflage. Wearing it can blend in with the dead leaves. Successfully picked up an A-grade giant beetle's beetle shell. It can be used as a temporary shelter at night. Successfully picked up an A-grade poisonous fly agaric. The color is bright and makes people enter a fantasy world of bliss and die. Successfully picked up an S-grade electric blue strain. The toxicity is fatal. Seeing that the level of the props they saw was getting higher and higher, and the descriptions were getting more and more dangerous, Wu and others officially entered the rainforest. Chapter 94. After a short while, the brain-eating worms and the man-eating plants had eaten until their stomachs were full. While their satiety was 100%, their growth rate also increased by 20% each. They couldn't eat any more. They really couldn't eat any more. Wu found a relatively open place in the rainforest, and after checking the surrounding environment, he found that there were many highly poisonous crops here. Pumpkins, winter melons, eggplants, peppers, cabbages, cauliflowers, and broccoli all like moist soil. In the current Alliance Crop Atlas, these are all shown as extinct. Wu was puzzled. Can't the Union Academy of Agricultural Sciences remove the toxicity from these crops? Shinkei, strictly speaking, it's not impossible, but the toxicity removal of these crops is only one time. The crops cannot produce seeds after the toxicity is removed, and the high cost of planting again makes the toxicity removal meaningless. The official explanation of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences is that the toxicity destroys the reproductive capacity of the crops themselves. Wu had only purified impurities in crop seeds before. She tried to directly purify the pumpkin in front of her, which was blue all over and had terrible pits on it. Compared to a small seed, the pumpkin is much larger. Before the purification was completed, Wu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Before the huge pain in the forehead came, Wu withdrew his mental power. At the same time, a white light flashed before his eyes. Wu Cheng exclaimed, Wu, look at this pumpkin. When Wu recovered and looked at the pumpkin again, he found that the pumpkin had become much smaller. The original blue turned into a normal orange, and even the terrible pits disappeared. The whole pumpkin was fat and round, and could be lifted by one hand. Moreover, an identical purification pumpkin appeared next to the original pumpkin. Shinkei was surprised. Although I have heard Yu say it several times before, it is still incredible to see it with my own eyes. You are doing this. While the purification is completed, there is an additional *2 explosion rate? Wu nodded and tested the data of the pumpkin. Evaluation object, pumpkin. Pumpkin quality, S+. Introduction. A fully mature purification pumpkin without any toxicity, the pumpkin seeds it produces are suitable for planting and breeding. Additional attributes. Can resist the humidity and heat of the rainforest and restore physical strength. Wu used the materials on hand, and used the mantis sickle he had just obtained to directly cut the pumpkin, and the natural sweetness of the pumpkin instantly hit his nose. Wu Cheng took a deep breath. Oh my god, this is the taste of returning to nature. Wu couldn't help laughing at Wu Cheng's exaggerated look, and carefully removed the seeds in the center of the pumpkin. Wu directly cut a piece of raw pumpkin, and gave it to Shinkei and Wu Cheng. Try it. Finally, he cut another piece for himself. Shinkei and Wu Chong looked at each other and took a bite at the same time. The pumpkin was not very juicy, but perhaps because it grew in the rainforest, it was full of moisture in the mouth, and along with the moisture there was also a sweet smell, which dispelled the heat of the rainforest and brought coolness to the heart. The two paused and sped up like hungry wolves. Cuckoo finished the pumpkin in his hand in 2 or 3 bites. Wu Yu cut a piece for each of them and handed it over. She began to test the pumpkin seeds that were carefully cut. Evaluation object, pumpkin seeds. Seed quality, S+. Introduction. Purified pumpkin seeds that can breed the next generation and can cultivate high-quality pumpkins. Wu Yu found that although the pumpkin seeds peeled from the purified pumpkin can also be bred, they do not have the doubled output, super fast planting speed, and additional properties of those seeds that have been specially purified. However, the appearance of such pumpkin seeds was enough to shock the entire alliance. The fact that she could purify crops must be made public. She simply opened the alliance crop atlas, signed her name as YW, picked 5 pumpkin seeds, and uploaded them to the corresponding pumpkin positions. After the pumpkin seeds arrived at the Agricultural Science Academy for confirmation, the atlas would naturally be updated accordingly. Wu Yu believed that with these 5 pumpkin seeds, the Agricultural Science Academy would naturally be able to cultivate a new generation of purifying pumpkins. Wu Chong finally swallowed the pumpkin whole. Yeah, what are you doing? Wu Yu calmly said while operating the communicator. I am uploading pumpkin seeds to the Alliance Crop Atlas. Wu Chong was surprised. It would be useless to upload pumpkin seeds that cannot reproduce, right? After saying that, Wu Chong looked at Shinkei, who looked at him as if he were a fool, and Wu Yu, who looked as if it was a matter of course. He glared. So what you uploaded are pumpkin seeds that can reproduce. You purified the extinct crops so easily, and it can reproduce the next generation. Wu Yu felt that she still had to emphasize, it's not easy, my mental strength has been overdrawn. After saying that, Wu Yu very appropriately vomited a large mouthful of blood. Wu Chong, that's true, it's not easy. Every time she had something to do with mental strength, Wu Yu was so weak that he was afraid. The information from the Agricultural Science Academy came back surprisingly fast, and the severe pain in the corner of her forehead made it impossible for Wu Yu to read the text. Wu Yu planted some pumpkin seeds in the black soil she brought, and slumped over in the beetle shell she had just picked up to rest, hunched over and dying. Wu Chong whispered, Captain, Wu Yu is not going to die, is she? He was very scared. Shinkei, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Wu Chong, why don't we go back to the shuttle first? The rainforest is 100 times more dangerous at night than during the day. Wu Yu needs enough rest. Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu and nodded yes. He walked up to Wu Yu and called her softly, Wu Yu. Wu Yu couldn't open her eyes at all, and made a weak echo smaller than a cub yes. Shinkei, I take you back to the shuttle. Speaking of this, Shinkei picked up Princess Wu Yu steadily. When he and Wu Chong returned to the shuttle, and put Wu Yu into the treatment cabin, Wu Yu had completely fainted. After sleeping in the treatment cabin for 8 hours, Wu Yu opened her eyes. Looking out through the shuttle, the entire rainforest fell into silence. The occasional blue light and dim light from afar made the entire rainforest seem more and more dangerous. In the darkness, Shinkei's voice came, awake, are you feeling better? Wu Yu turned around suddenly, Captain, why are you here? Shinkei slowly stood up and gently stroked his forehead, which was slightly painful due to extreme sleepiness. I was afraid that something might happen to your mental strength, so I watched you here for a while. It's still early, go back to sleep, said Shinkei, walking towards his personal lounge. Wu Yu didn't react until Shinkei left completely. So, Shinkei's watched here for a while means she lay in the treatment cabin for 8 hours, and he stayed here for 8 hours, right? Chapter 95. The next morning, Wu Yu, who had slept for 12 hours in the treatment cabin, was revived with full health. Wu Yu was trembling. Today my plan is to go deep into the rainforest again and purify the crops. Wu Chong spoke carefully. I think given the way you were yesterday, why don't we just go home? Wu Yu stared at Wu Chong, who shut up and waved the flag and shouted, Let's go! This time, Wu Yu chose small eggplants and peppers for purification. After purification, upload 5 seeds to the Alliance Planting Atlas as we did yesterday. Plant peppers and eggplants on the black soil, and today's purification work is over. Less than 2 minutes after the seeds were uploaded, countless emails poured in. Click on the email, Congratulations to YW for successfully unlocking the Alliance Crop Atlas, Pumpkin, and get a reward of 100 million Alliance points. Congratulations to YW for successfully unlocking the Alliance Crop Atlas, Eggplant, and get a reward of 100 million alliance points. Congratulations to YW for successfully unlocking the Alliance Crop Atlas, Pepper, and get a reward of 300 million alliance points. Congratulations to YW for successfully unlocking 3 Alliance Crop Atlases, and get an additional reward of 100 million alliance points. You found that different crops unlocked, and different alliance rewards were obtained, which is very likely related to the fact that peppers can also be used as important spices. The points reward for unlocking the Alliance Crop Atlas were not much, but the following email message made Wu slightly open her eyes. Congratulations to YW for becoming the first to unlock the Purification Crop System, and receive 100 billion alliance points. Congratulations to YW for successfully uploading the Purification Crop Seeds for the first time, and receiving 10 billion alliance points. Congratulations to YW for uploading 5 Purification Crop Seeds, and receiving 10 billion alliance points. Congratulations to YW for uploading 15 Purification Crop Seeds, and receiving 10 billion alliance points. That was not all. After Wu had withdrawn all the bonus points, she found that there were still a dozen emails in her mailbox. Hello YW. Chiyan Academy of Agricultural Sciences sincerely invites you to visit the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and have a cordial meeting with our researchers to discuss the research and development of purified seeds. Dear YW, Zhu Gingyun, the president of Chiyan Academy of Agricultural Sciences, sincerely invites you to visit the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Dear YW, Zhu Gingyun, the president of Chiyan Academy of Agricultural Sciences, kindly ask for your reply. At the end of more than a dozen invitation emails, Zhu Gingyun, meet me, don't force me to kneel down and beg you. Wu okay. After sending the location of the rainforest to Zhu Gingyun, Wu continued to look for new discoveries in the rainforest. She found a flowing stream, and took out the tail of the earthworm, and hung it on the fishing line to fish. As soon as the bait entered the water, the originally clear stream water suddenly surged, and countless fish gathered from all directions. However, these fish were nothing compared to the river giant salamander. The piranha plant directly put its head into the water, and had a beautiful buffet. Wu Shintung looked at his phone on the subway. Wu, who originally just wanted to fish leisurely, was inexplicably assigned a job of picking up bags. Successfully picked up the piranha's braces, which can be used as sharp saw teeth. Successfully picked up the hard crab shell, which can be used as a hammer. Successfully picked up river grass. The tough river grass can be woven into a fishing net. Successfully picked up the heritage of the river god Golden Bull route map fragments. Part 1. There are 5 parts of the fragments. Collecting 5 broken leaves can piece together a complete route map, and find the Golden River. Wu paused while picking up the bag. Shinkei looked at him sideways. What's wrong? Wu's expression was a bit hard to describe. Do you remember the key I got in the previous plot dungeon? Just now I suddenly picked up the broken leaves of the Golden River route map. Wu glanced at Shinkei. The ancient craft paper was torn into many pieces, and Wu's hand was one of them. Shinkei, keep it. I have never seen the location on this map before. It seems that it is not so easy to find this Golden River. Wu nodded and continued to pick up the bag. Successfully picked up the plump carp. The most delicious ingredients often only need the simplest cooking method. Just sprinkle a little salt and pepper. This is a wild feast. Wu tested the carp, and found that the meat of the carp was not polluted at all. She couldn't help but look into the depths of the stream. Wu Chong, yeah, what are you looking at? Wu, I picked up an uncontaminated carp in this stream. Let's follow the stream to find the source. Maybe there will be new discoveries. Following the winding stream, Shinkei, Wu Chong and others walked towards the upper reaches of the stream. When they reached the upper reaches of the stream, the 3 were surprised to find that the stream actually flowed from a lotus. Only the lotus inlaid with gems was seen alone in the depths of the stream, emitting a faint light, leisurely and quiet. Wu tested the lotus and found, item name, Purifying Snow Lotus Lamp. Item grade, SS grade. Item description, the snow lotus from the depths of Tianshan Mountain, after being purified and baptized by the sun and the moon, evolved into the purifying snow lotus lamp, which can completely purify the turbid air in the water. Identified that the item is not bound. Do you want to bind it with the item? What is the difference between an SS level purification item that has not been bound by anyone and a gold brick seen on the street? If this was a B level or even A level item, we would have picked it up without hesitation. But this is SS level. She immediately retracted her hand, and even took 2 cautious steps back. Shinkei looked sideways. What's wrong? Wu looked sad. This SS level purifying snow lotus lamp is actually ownerless. Shinkei was surprised. That's indeed a bit strange. Wu Chong, What's so strange about it? Isn't it normal to find ownerless items in the wild? Even if this purifying snow lotus lamp is SS level, whoever picks it up in the wild will own it. This has been the rule since the end of the world. Wu Yu, don't be afraid. I help you watch. You go up and bind now. Wu Yu thought about it, and felt something was wrong. This SS level item that can purify water. Why didn't so many people from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences take it away? Don't they want it? As the ground shook, the purifying snow lotus lamp that was originally quietly placed in the water slowly rose, and the sights of Wu Yu and others also kept rising. Finally, Chiyan and the other two found out. It turned out that this purifying snow lotus lamp was actually the crown of an SS level world boss Tianshan snow clam. Quack! A gust of wind directly blew the three people 3 meters high. Now, Wu Yu's heart, which had been hanging for a long time, finally died. It's not that the people from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences don't want to, but they can't. The three looked at each other and turned around without hesitation. Run. Chapter 96. Wu Yu and his companions came here just to collect. The equipment they brought was not enough to face the world boss, not to mention the SS level world boss. Even though Shinkei's personal alliance ranking had risen to 4th after obtaining the golden trident, second only to the 3 giants who participated in the peak battle. However, it was impossible to fight against the world boss in the wild alone. The world boss was not at the same level as the one in the dungeon in terms of health or attack. After being kicked away by the snow frog twice in a row and almost being crushed into a pulp by the frog once, Shinkei gave up decisively. I can't beat it. The skin of this snow frog is thicker than the city wall. Even my trident is like tickling it. Wu Chong was very relieved. Run. The world boss has a range of activities. As long as we run out of the rainforest, it will not chase us. However, why is there a Tianshan snow frog in the rainforest? This is the first time I have seen such a big toad. Wu Yu said earnestly. Show some respect to this tank frog. The lives of the 3 of us depend on its will. Shinkei twitched his lips. You didn't let it go either. Just as Chiyan and the other 2 were about to run to the edge of the rainforest, a large group of people suddenly appeared in front of them. With countless guns pointed at them, Wu Yu, Shinkei, and Wu Chong suddenly stopped. The leader showed a vicious smile. It's worth it that I have been squatting here for a month. I didn't expect that there would be a fool who would attract this top-quality Tianshan snow frog. It actually managed to run all the way to the edge of the rainforest without being eaten. It's your bad luck to run into us, long too, today. Go, put this snow frog into the pit we dug in advance. Wu Chong was about to reveal his family's identity, but Wu Yu suddenly covered his mouth. Don't say anything, just do as I say. The rainforest is humid, and they are all wearing casual clothes this time. Even Shinkei didn't wear a cloak. He was wearing a windbreaker with a face towel and a hat, so people couldn't tell where they came from. The pit dug by Long Tu was not far away, and Wu Yu ran there first. Wu Chong asked in a low voice, what kind of team is Long Tu? Why have I never heard of it? Wu Yu sneered. Team, do these people deserve it? They are bandits in the end times, they are only interested in profit, and they are willing to burn, kill, rob and commit all kinds of evil. Wu Chong had never seen these low-class people before. He looked at Wu Yu with surprise, as if he was looking at his knowledgeable elder brother. There was even a look of respect and yearning in his eyes for the underworld elder brother of a good girl. Yeah, you are so awesome. How come you know everything? Wu Yu, I heard it in Shadow before. In the previous life, Shadow had encountered Long Tu's gang of bandits. At that time, Long Tu's people were slaughtering a small refugee camp. In order to protect himself, Shadow chose to pass by quickly and stand by and watch. Wu Yu was on the shuttle and saw all the atrocities of these people. For a long time, whenever she closed her eyes, she could only hear the refugees' screams and desperate cries. The law of the end of the world makes everyone's heart as cold as stone. But this does not mean that evil has become a matter of course. Shinkei realized. Wu Yu, what do you want to do? Wu Yu said in a deep voice, the SS level Tianshan snow clam can't even be hurt by your golden trident, and these rabble just dig a hole and want to trap it. I found out that the Tianshan snow clam hibernates under the snow and has a strong ability to dig holes. They want to use the hole to trap the snow clam, so we use the hole to trap them. After listening to Wu Yu's plan, Shinkei and Wu Chong jumped into the hole without hesitation. As soon as the 3 entered the cave, the snow frog followed in. Quack! The snow frog was huge, and this pit was just designed to trap it. The rain of bullets from Long Tu's artillery and gunfire could not cause any damage to the snow frog. The snow frog had a bulging belly, and silently lowered its eyes to look at the 3 people hiding under its belly. Wu Yu smiled and waved to it. Hi. Quack. Snow Frog, cunning human, Wu Yu want a deal? Quack. Snow Frog, don't even think about it. The people of Lungtu were furious. Captain, this bullet is useless against this stinky toad. This stinky toad's skin is really too thick. Change to heavier firepower. Wu Yu was indignant. These humans are really too much. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for the toad. Shinkei and Wu Chong, Snow Frog, quack. Hearing the sound of the artillery shells from the shuttle above his head, the Snow Frog was obviously in pain this time. I didn't expect that these in-time bandits would have such powerful weapons. If this continues, the Tianshan Snow Frog might really be worn out by them. Wu Yu shrank his head. If Shueha dies, we will be the next one. Wu Chong was incredulous. These bandits dare to kill me. I am the treasure of the Wu clan. Shinkei, if you tell your true identity, you will die more miserably. A year ago, the youngest son of the Hua family, one of the 4 great families, was hijacked by bandits, and the Hua family paid a ransom of 800 billion. In the end, he was killed and hung on the gate of the world city. Wu Chong was flexible. What should we do now? Wu Yu took out the drilling equipment and kept drilling holes in the ground, and soon there was a distance that one person could pass through. Wu Yu turned to look at Wu Chong and Shinkei, and they immediately understood. Wu Chong used the Gatling gun to deepen and widen the hole, and Shinkei used the trident to deepen the hole. Soon, a stream of water flowed in from the other end of the hole. The 3 of them were delighted. Okay. Wu Yu looked up. We go first, and we come to rescue you soon. Shueha, quack. I'm the big brother, just call me Quack. Following the stream, Wu Yu and others found their shuttle from another path, and flew into the air in an instant. Tianshan Shueha here is not a vegetarian either. When his health was reduced by 20%, his body suddenly shrank to half of its original size. The pit that originally trapped it lost its effect instantly, and the Snow Frog suddenly jumped out of the pit, and turned around to pounce on the bandits. Gua! It sat on a group of bandits into mud, and died instantly. Long Sheng, the captain of Lungtu, looked fierce in the shuttle, increased the attack intensity of the shells. Bang! The whole shuttle tilted, and Long Sheng turned around. What's going on? The operator said in horror. Oh no, Captain, we are attacked. Long Sheng looked at the empty pit and sneered. It's just a straw bag who came to collect. A waste who has never killed anyone. What are you afraid of? Fight back. The operator looked at the cursor on the operation panel, which was constantly flashing and enlarging, and the huge golden flame pattern. His voice was trembling. But Captain, the one attacking our shuttle is the first team in the Alliance, Chiyan. Instantly, the entire Lungtu shuttle control room fell into a suffocating silence. Chapter 97. The situation reversed in an instant, and Lungtu was attacked from all sides. Captain, what should we do now? Long Sheng gritted his teeth. Damn it, I take this loss. Let's go, but Chiyan, this feud is... Bang! A series of machine guns hit Lungtu's shuttle, knocking it all over the place, and the alarm sounded throughout the shuttle. Captain, Chiyan doesn't seem to want us to leave. Long Sheng, what? He turned his head and looked at Chiyan's shuttle, only to see that the 3 people who originally looked dusty were now wearing black and gold combat uniforms. The eyes looking through the glass were cold and murderous. Long Sheng said viciously, Bring out our new guy, you are so shameless. Then let these little bastards of the Alliance learn something new. At the command, Long Tu's shuttle fired a missile as fast as a meteor towards Chiyan. Long Sheng laughed triumphantly. With the explosive power of this laser missile, even Chiyan will die. However, before he could finish his joy, Chiyan's shuttle was faster than lightning, and it stood up completely. The operation of the fuselage was smooth, as if it was performing a stunt show. Not only did he cleverly dodge Lungtu's laser missile, but Chiyan's shuttle even caught up with the laser missile and captured it. Long Sheng watched the laser missile being captured, and the explosion of the missile was imminent, and suddenly he had an ominous premonition. As expected, the next second, the laser missile was thrown directly in the direction of Longsheng's shuttle. Long Sheng was furious. Hide quickly. What are you doing? The shuttle detected that it was a missile launched by itself, and did not initiate emergency avoidance measures. Long Sheng, then you can do it manually. The operators at Chiyan can dodge missiles. Why can't you? The latest missile manual operation requires more than 50 buttons to be operated at the same time, and it is impossible for humans to program and issue commands on the spot. Long Sheng grabbed the control of the shuttle, and finally dodged the attack at the critical moment. Even so, Lungtu's shuttle was still fatally damaged. The Tianshan snow clam has been attacking our engine tail. Captain, we must retreat immediately. Long Sheng gritted his teeth. Run. Ignore all the people below, run. Watching Long Tu's shuttle suddenly rise, Wu Chong tilted his head. Captain, they are running. Shen Kai, leave no one alive, and eliminate the trouble forever. Wu Yu lowered his head, and quickly controlled the shuttle panel, his fingers flying in the air, to form a residual image. The shuttle shell was completely deformed, and a huge black hole appeared on the top of the shuttle, firmly aimed at Long Tu's shuttle. The shuttle suddenly pulled up. Wu Yu looked calm, looking at Long Sheng, who suddenly changed color in Long Tu, smiling silently. I wish you a safe journey. A crystal core kinetic laser missile was ejected by the Alliance's top turbocharger launcher at full power. The moment it collided with the Long Tu shuttle, a rolling heat wave swept the entire fuselage. A violent explosion sounded, and the entire Long Tu shuttle turned into ashes. A gust of wind blew, and Long Tu's ashes had a safe journey. The Tianshan Snow Toad raised his head and watched Long Tu's shuttle rustling down from the sky, and calmly sat on the last bandit to death. When Chiyan's shuttle returned to the ground, Wu Yuefly rubbed his hands and said excitedly, picking up a bag, picking up a bag. This is my first time picking up a bandit's bag. I'm really excited. Wu Chong was also excited. Yes, it's really like the first time a big girl gets married. Shen Kai. Tianshan Snow Toad hasn't left yet. Wu Yue and Wu Chong looked back in horror at the same time. Boss hasn't pulled away yet? The Snow Toad not only didn't leave, it seemed that he wanted to talk to them. Carefully stopping the shuttle at the outer circle of the rainforest, the three of them had a meeting with the Tianshan Snow Toad, which was very clear. Wu Yu haha, why don't you leave? Shui ha quack. Call me quack. Wu Yu haha, go away, we have no future. Shui ha quack. Stupid human, I told you to call me quack. Wu Yu was a little anxious. Haha, if you don't leave, how can I pick up the bag? Shueha was angry. Quack quack. He threw the purifying snow lotus lamp on his head into Wu Yu's arms, and Shueha jumped away angrily and cursed. Wu Yu looked puzzled. What is it angry about? Hey, haha, you don't want your job anymore. As Wu Yu said this, she wanted to chase Shueha, but Shueha ran as fast as a dog. She almost shouted as she ran, don't get close to me. Shen Kai, maybe he wants to thank you, so just take it. Otherwise, I'm afraid this toad will be pissed off to death. Wu Yu was very happy. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. Wu Chong said quietly, Yu, do you know how many alliance points you need for the crystal core kinetic laser missile you just fired? Wu Yu's neck stiffened. How much? Wu Chong chuckled. Do you know that we earned 100 billion points in this plot dungeon? 100 billion points? Wu Yu felt hopeful, so she could still make some. Wu Chong then said, not enough to buy a turbocharger for launching a crystal core kinetic laser missile. Wu Yu, 100 billion points, not even enough for accessories? Wu Chong wanted to say something, but Wu Yu stuffed a bowl of rice into his mouth. Wu Yu said earnestly, Wu Chong, take this purifying snow lotus lamp, and you will bear the debt for the missiles. Not giving Wu Chong a chance to regret, Wu Yu rushed out. Gua. Wu Yu's head was swollen after being hit by the Tianshan snow clam. Wu Yu successfully bound the purifying snow lotus lamp, and while Wu Chong was gloating, remember to pay back the points for the crystal core kinetic energy laser missiles, otherwise the deputy captain will definitely sell you to the black mine to mine and pay off the debt. Wu Yu was filled with grief, as if she had lost her parents. Even if the purifying snow lotus lamp flashed 10 stars when it was bound, it couldn't ease her mood at all. Click on the information interface of the purifying snow lotus lamp. Item name, Purifying Snow Lotus Lamp Intimacy, 80%. Item rating, SS level. Item star rating, 10 stars, currently 0 stars are lit, and 20 million crystals are needed to reach the next level. Item skill, purify 50% of the turbid air in 1 square meter of water level 1, 0/5. Wu Yu looked towards Long Tu and called the Sangdia combination, gnashing her teeth and speaking in a sinister tone, let's go and touch the bag. If I don't get my money back from these bandits today, I have to scatter my ashes to them. Facing the packages flashing on the ground, Wu Yu began to pick them up with a grunt. A torn coat can increase defense by 10 points, but will reduce beauty by 10 points. A torn rain boot, it's the same as not wearing anything when it rains. A broken dagger, so blunt that it can't even cut paper. Throwing the bag of garbage to the ground, Wu Yu was so angry that she put her hands in her pockets and stamped her feet. Good, you bandits, follow the big brother, and you go hungry for 3 days. Chapter 98. Although the big brothers are all small trash, Wu Yu also accepts them all. Save when you can, spend when you can, These small trash are the original shares of her next crystal core kinetic laser missile. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu's angry face and couldn't help laughing. Don't pick it up. This missile is on my head. Wu Yu shook her head. Captain, I took the props, and I should pay for the points of the missile. This is a matter of principle. Wu Yu didn't even let go of the small rags worth only 1 or 2 points, and put them all into the system in different categories. After cleaning up the battlefield and preparing to leave, Wu Yu suddenly turned back. Under the wreckage of the Dragon Pass shuttle, Wu Yu saw a piece of paper with a very old feel. The yellowed paper had the words, "Missing Person Notice" written on it. Because of its age, the paper had been repaired many times. There was no child's face on the missing person notice, only some text description, anxiously looking for a 4-year-old girl. When the girl was lost, she was wearing a pink coat, a white lotus collar shirt, black trousers, and military boots. The child carries a peachwood sword of the style in the picture. I hope that if a kind person finds it, please contact me immediately. A generous reward. I will be grateful. Wu Yu picked up the missing person notice and looked at the peachwood sword carefully. Her heart beat fast because she found that this peachwood sword was exactly the same as the one in her hand. The only difference was that there was a ruby on her peachwood sword, but there was no ruby on the one in the picture. The contact information on the missing person notice was a communication number, which had only 3 digits, and was a number that only people of noble status could have at the beginning of the end of the world. Wu Yu's mind was spinning rapidly. She suddenly remembered what Fu Yanqi had said before, that Fu Yixue had been secretly looking for the son of an old friend. Fu Yixue had looked expectant before she took out the peachwood sword, but left angrily after she took out the peachwood sword. Suppose Fu Yixue was the one who posted this missing person notice. The information on the missing person notice is likely to be a smokescreen to confuse others, in order to cover up the identity of the child who is really being looked for. This shows that the information about the peachwood sword on it is actually false. There is indeed a peachwood sword with a special style, but it is not the one in his hand. His existence is likely to be deliberately set up by someone to make Fu Yixue admit his mistake. This is the real reason why Fu Yixue left in anger. Wu Yu suddenly sank her face and stared at the missing person notice in front of her. Sensing that Wu Yu's aura had become extremely gloomy, Shinkei was puzzled. Wu Yu, what's wrong with you? Wu Yu shook her head. Nothing, let's go. Now all the people in Longtu are dead, and she can't verify her guess. But she thought of another way to verify it. Wu Chong returned to the shuttle first. Shinkei always felt that Wu Yu was not right. When he turned around, he saw Wu Yu suddenly pulled out an extremely sharp knife and stabbed it directly at the center of her eyebrows. Shinkei suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wu Yu, what are you doing? The sharp knife stabbed into the center of her eyebrows without any hesitation, and blood flowers exploded instantly. Shinkei's heartbeat was stagnant in shock, but before he could make a move, he saw a red aura surging between Wu Yu's eyebrows. The red breath pushed the sharp knife out with unquestionable force, and the brow healed instantly. Only the remaining blood flowers that had not yet dried were left, proving that everything Shinkei had just seen was not an illusion. You don't want me to find out my own life experience, right? You have been protecting me, right? Wu Yu didn't get any answer. She thought to herself, that's right, it would be strange for a gem to be able to speak. However, Shinkei was surprised to see that Wu Yu, who had finished talking to herself, suddenly tore off the paper in her hand. Shinkei, Wu Yu, what's wrong with you? Wu Yu shook her head. Nothing. She just suddenly realized that it's better to look forward than to dwell on the past. Whether it's her past life or her past life, she doesn't want to be trapped by these anymore. Wu Yu smiled and said, Captain, let's go back to the base. Shinkei was stunned for a moment and nodded, okay. Chiyan shuttle rose up as Shueha said goodbye. Not long after the shuttle flew away, a top-level shuttle from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences landed outside the rainforest. Zhu Gingyun took a deep breath and retracted his foot. He nervously asked the assistant beside him, how do you think I look now? The assistant said cautiously, just like a decent person? Zhu Gingyun was angry. I'm asking you, do you think I look decent now? Do you think I'm qualified to meet the first person who discovered the purification crop like this? The assistant nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. Zhu Gingyun nodded with satisfaction, and just as he was about to take a step, he turned around suddenly. Assistant, not the dean, what do you mean? Zhu Gingyun touched his heart. Oh, I'm so nervous, my little heart is beating so fast. Assistant. Dean, I think you'd better hurry up, otherwise the expert may have left. This time, Zhu Gingyun finally mustered up the courage. As soon as he got off the shuttle, he saw a group of people rushing to another shuttle in a hurry, which looked like the shuttle of their Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Zhu Gingyun asked quickly, what's going on? Don't mention it. Just now, the world boss Chiyan Snow Frog in the rainforest was startled and chased to the outskirts of the rainforest. Not only Chiyan Snow Frog, but also the Doomsday Bandits. I was scared to death. Yeah, the fight was so intense, but in the end, the Snow Frog was still the best. I watched from a distance, and the Snow Frog's tongue was turned into ashes by the shuttle. That's right, at the critical moment, it still has to be ours, and it's so strong and reassuring. Chiyan felt something was wrong, so there is no one else here except you. Everyone at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences shook their heads, gone. Yes, I didn't see it. Chiyan cried out, holding his face. Where is my YW? Maybe it was scared away by the noise. I just saw a small shuttle flying away on the other side. The assistant looked upset. Dean, I told you a long time ago, don't keep combing your hair, who cares? If you hadn't been so slow, you would have run into it. Chiyan looked sad. Ah, my YW. Hey, Assistant Zhang, why is Dean Zhu suddenly howling? Yes, who is this YW? Assistant, just 2 days ago, someone uploaded the first completely purified pumpkin seed. Yesterday, the same person uploaded eggplant and pepper seeds in succession. He named himself YW, and the last location he sent was here. When this was said, everyone exploded. Ah, completely purified pumpkin seeds. Ah, why didn't I see it earlier? Damn bandits, if it weren't for you, I would have seen the legendary first person to purify seeds. I could have witnessed the miracle with my own eyes. In an instant, wailing and wailing echoed throughout the rainforest. The Snow Frog puffed up its belly and looked at the S-level electric blue strain, A-level highly toxic Lee green pleated mushroom, and A-level highly toxic fly agaric that Wu had fed it before leaving. Gua Gua is a good person if he has Gua in his heart. Chapter 99. Return to the base, return the shuttle, and enter the consumption inventory phase. Wu sneaked behind Shinkei. Shinkei looked sideways. Wu tugged at the back of his clothes and whispered, Captain, keep your voice down. Block me. Why block you? Wu stamped her feet. The deputy captain will come and will definitely ask where the shells went. So where did the shells go? Wu, you ask me, you don't. Wu turned back suddenly and saw Jian Suiyu's lowered eyes, and her whole body froze. She was dejected. I used it. Wu Chong echoed, yes, we used it to fight the bandits. Jian Suiyu, what did you get? Wu Chong winked at Wu. No gains, we just killed people, so the loss of this trip is shared by the three of us. Wu was about to speak when she heard Shinkei say, well, the cost of this shell is shared by the three of us. Shinkei felt his robe being pulled again, and he tilted his head. What's wrong? Wu's eyes turned into poached eggs. Wu, Captain, from now on you are my loyalty. Shinkei covered his ears fiercely. I don't want to listen. He is still a boy, and he can't give birth to such a big girl. Jian Suiyu really didn't expect that these three idiots would encounter bandits coming to their doorstep to kill them. I heard from Wu Chong that the bandit you wiped out was called Lungtu. They have been doing things very outrageously recently. Even the residents of the world city have been robbed and killed by them, not to mention the unprotected refugee camps. Currently, their bounty is 200 billion points. Wu, did you recover their shuttles? Wu nodded quickly. Yes, not to mention the shuttles, even the ashes of these people were recovered by me. Jian Suiyu, okay, you give them all to me, and the bounty will be used to offset the shells. The rest will be paid by the team, and each major team has a point requirement for voluntary public welfare every year. Wu didn't expect that his small treasury would be saved like this, and he happily handed over all the things. Returning to the back mountain, Wu took out the harvest from this trip to the rainforest. In addition to the 3 new purified seeds that had been planted in the black soil, Wu also brought back all the crops that could be identified in the rainforest. After her mental strength recovered, she purified and planted them one by one in the following time. Wu also performed a second purification on the ordinary purified pumpkin, eggplant, and pepper seeds, wanting to see if this new batch of seeds could grow extinct crops. The completely purified seeds matured very quickly in the black soil. On the 3rd day, Wu saw pumpkins, eggplants, and peppers everywhere in the black soil. Each pumpkin is as round and plump as a small lantern, and the eggplant is so bright and purple that it bends the branches. The red chili pepper is very festive, exuding the unique aroma of chili pepper, which makes people salivate just by smelling it from a distance. Wu collects this batch of crops at the right point. Congratulations on obtaining 100 S-level purification pumpkins, which can increase physical strength by 1%. Congratulations on obtaining 200 S-level purification eggplants, which can purify body impurities by 1%. Congratulations on obtaining 500S level purification chili peppers, which can purify body impurities by 5%. Note: the chili pepper is extremely spicy, so use it in moderation. Depending on the size of the crop, the amount harvested each time will also vary. However, we did not expect that this small chili pepper could actually purify 5% of the body's impurities at once. Attracted by this red little pepper, Wu could not help but bite a little bit in her mouth. Instantly, her whole face turned red, and she felt like her 7 orifices were smoking. Spicy, spicy, spicy. It was so spicy that she was dying. This pepper can't be eaten directly. Wu took the pepper and asked Aunt Chen. When Aunt Chen saw the pepper, she was so shocked that her eyes almost fell out. Yeah, chili. This is chili. Wu nodded. Yes, isn't this chili? Aunt Chen, as a former Sichuan and Chongqing native, originally thought that the taste of spiciness was completely insulated from her, and she would never taste the taste of her hometown again. Unexpectedly, I can see chili again. Aunt Chen's eyes were filled with tears, and she couldn't control the heat in her eyes when she saw this small chili. I really didn't expect that I could see chili again in this life. Wu rolled her eyes and showed Aunt Chen the Alliance Crop Atlas. Aunt Chen, don't be sad. You see, an expert named YW has recently discovered pepper seeds. In the future, peppers will be mass-produced by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and you will always be able to eat them. Aunt Chen looked at Wu Yu's communicator and said, it's true. This Academy of Agricultural Sciences has really done a great thing. Wu Yu nodded repeatedly. Yes. Aunt Chen looked at the peppers as if they were treasures for a long time, and suddenly her face changed. No, I think the peppers from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences are just ordinary purified peppers, right? Why, yeah, the one in your hand has the additional property of purifying 5% of body impurities? Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Maybe it's the alienation during the planting process. Aunt Chen nodded repeatedly. Yes, Sui, you said before that our team has potions that can purify crops. Wu Yu nodded. Yes, it's so round. Aunt Chen smiled and held a pepper and said, people in our area used to love hot pot the most. We fried various spices and peppers together to make a large pot of red soup with a lot of butter floating on it. It only takes 15 seconds to put the fresh crispy tripe into the pot, stir it up and down, and then take it out and dip it in the most authentic sesame oil and garlic sauce. It's so delicious, just eat it, and don't say a word. Wu Yuedwang couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he heard it. Can't eat it now. Auntie Chen smiled bitterly. Don't talk about cattle. Even the spices have all been transformed into alien monsters now. Oh, let's not talk about this. Auntie Chen will crush all the peppers into powder in a while. We just happen to have cabbage. I will make a simplified version of oil splash spicy noodles for you at noon today. Wu Yu looked expectant and nodded with a smile. Okay. When it was time for lunch, the whole canteen was filled with a strange aroma. The stimulating effect of chili powder and oil made the canteen, which had been quiet for a few days, bustling again. Wu Yu helped out in the canteen, and she replaced all the soup for cooking noodles with purified water from the snow lotus lamp. Aunt Chen gave her a bowl full of noodles, and Wu Yu sat on a small stool and looked at the crystal clear bowl of noodles in her hand. Even the soup was shining with a clear and bright luster, and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Wow! Wu Yu, She didn't say anything, did she? Looking back, the players waiting in line for noodles were all salivating at the noodles in her hand. Those who couldn't eat them would use their noses to smell them. Then, there was another unanimous cry. Wow! It smells so good. What is this? Wu Yu took the noodles out of her mouth with disdain, which immediately attracted a cry of wailing. Don't leave. I want to smell it. I want to smell it. What's wrong with me smelling it? Chapter 100. After finishing 2 bowls of noodles, Wu Yu walked out of the cafeteria leaning against the wall. No wonder peppers gave the most rewards. It turns out that spices are such a magical existence. Wu Yu couldn't help but run back to the plantation to see if it was possible to produce those spices that had disappeared. Wu Yu went back and forth in the black soil for 3 rounds, and didn't find any additional output. She was not discouraged. After all, the possibility of producing extinct crops was low. When she lowered her head, Wu Yu suddenly saw that several seedlings at her feet were different from those she had seen before. She squatted down in surprise, and looked at it carefully. Although the small green seedling looked very thin, Wu Yu was sure that this seedling and the petals were something she had never seen before. Use testing equipment to test. Test object, bean seedlings. Bean quality, S+. Introduction. Purified beans, the fighting horns among beans, scientific name, bean thorns. Whenever they are ripe, you can eat them. They are so delicious that you can't finish them. Test object, potato seedlings. Potato quality, S+. Introduction. The most precious food given by God to mankind, it is a treasure of all mankind, and the most perfect food for all mankind, Potato-gate forever. Wu looked at the detector in her hand with a confused look on her face, wondering if the detector was infected with a virus? What's going on with these weird descriptions? She squatted on the ground with a serious face, looking at the two seedlings in bewilderment, wondering if they would grow some weird species? While observing, she carefully poured purified water one ladle at a time. Wu didn't notice that while she was watering, there was a bunch of seedlings under the soil next to the bean seedlings and potato seedlings, which were stretching their branches and leaves vigorously and growing vigorously downwards. During the time at the base, Wu did not miss any physical training courses. Every day, if he was not in the back mountain, he would practice basic skills and the swordsmanship of Shuang Yubingling in the training ground. Jietian could not sit still. Seeing that Wu's movements were all in place, he left the base to adventure in various places. Wu practiced the swordsmanship of Shuang Yubingling so well that Jietian could not be found in the entire base. Shinkei had just come back from outside. Wu, what are you looking for? Wu saw Shinkei, who was still holding a weapon and had not yet restrained his murderous aura, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Captain, please come and fight me. Shinkei, but I might kill you. Wu waved his hands heroically. It's okay, I can take a beating. If you hit me too hard, just put me in the treatment cabin before I'm completely cold. Under Jietian's beating, Wu was unyielding and had a will of steel. Shinkei hesitated a little, but seeing Wu's enthusiastic look, he nodded, okay. Arriving at the training ground, Wu held two swords in his hands without any hesitation, and his aura changed instantly, rushing directly toward Shinkei. Jumping, perfectly suspended in the air, turning over and slashing, aiming at Shinkei's aorta. Surprise flashed in Shinkei's eyes. He didn't expect Wu's movements to be so neat and swift. Every move was fatal, without any redundancy. However, in Shinkei's eyes, it was still too slow. He didn't even need to use a weapon, directly blocking Wu's attack. After spinning in the air for 2.5 weeks and landing, Wu attacked again. This time she chose to attack Shinkei's waist and abdomen. The two swords combined into one, attacking the soft spot directly. Now, Shinkei finally realized that the weapon in Wu's hand was the Frost Moon Ice that Chiyan had obtained in the Natural Disaster Dungeon. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, Wu could already use such a tricky and difficult two-handed sword technique so skillfully. The Frost Moon Ice caused the surrounding temperature to drop suddenly, and snowflakes fell, and the freezing points scattered in the air. Shinkei kept retreating, and finally under Wu's endless sword intent, he took out the golden trident to block it. The trident came out, accompanied by Shinkei's strong and domineering mental power, causing Wu's internal organs to feel severe pain. Wow, she spat out a mouthful of blood instantly. Shinkei took back half a step and left the training ground. He retracted his weapon. It's over. Wu nodded. Well, thank you, Captain. Wow. Captain. She spat out a lot of blood again, and Wu calmly waved goodbye to Shinkei. Captain, I leave first. Wu felt that Shinkei's mental power had ruptured her spleen and lungs, and now her stomach was shaking and bleeding heavily. If she didn't leave, she might come back as the seventh day of the soul. As he spoke, Wu staggered towards the dormitory. After taking 2 steps, he cried out, wow! This time, it was not just blood. Shinkei seemed to see Wu vomiting out all his internal organs. Shinkei's head buzzed instantly, and he picked up Wu without hesitation and went straight to the highest treatment room in the base. Shinkei's voice trembled a little. Wu, hold on. Shinkei's speed was amazing. It took him 3 minutes to put Wu into the treatment cabin, which was supposed to take at least 10 minutes. The patient's physical condition is being checked. The patient's spleen and lungs are ruptured, and the body is bleeding heavily. The treatment is expected to take 20 hours. Shinkei let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, 20 hours, if it was a little later. The patient's physical condition is different from that of ordinary people, and the latest treatment mode is being matched for the patient. The estimated updated treatment time, 18 hours. The patient's physical condition is different from that of ordinary people, and the latest treatment mode is being matched for the patient. Estimated updated treatment time, 15 hours. The healer's physical condition is different from that of ordinary people, and the healer is being matched with the latest treatment mode. Estimated updated treatment time, 2 hours. Shinkei stood alone in the treatment room, watching the system broadcast of the treatment cabin where Wu was. In the end, the time required for treatment stabilized at 2 hours. Not to mention ordinary people, Even a powerful psychic like him would have his spleen and lungs ruptured and his body bleeding profusely. If you only rely on the treatment cabin, it is impossible to completely cure within 2 hours. No, it is not impossible within 2 hours. It is impossible even within 5 hours. This is abnormal, and abnormal situations must be eliminated. Shinkei looked at the treatment cabin where Wu Yu was lying with a dangerous look that no one else had ever seen. Bang! With a loud noise, Wu Yu suddenly opened her eyes. Unexpectedly, she looked directly at Shinkei. Wu Yu saw that there was still murderous intent in Shinkei's eyes, and she was surprised. What's wrong, Captain? When Wu Yu sat up, she was surprised to find, Captain. Where is the cover of the treatment cabin? Shinkei retracted his foot that had stepped on the entire terminal brain system of the treatment cabin, and his eyes changed instantly. He bent his eyebrows innocently. Huh? Just now a big fly entered the treatment room. There was no suitable fly swatter, so I took it apart and used it. Wu Yu is incredible, Captain. It's too wasteful. Shinkei admitted his mistake obediently. Yes, I'm sorry. In the noise, the terminal brain of the treatment cabin was completely extinguished. The cloud information upload was interrupted.